Solvay Drenn woke in a hospital with no memory of her life. A stranger claimed her identity was a lie. Hunters closed in, and every clue pulled her deeper into danger. What would you do when the man saving your life might be the one who destroyed it? The Name Beneath Winter, the web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The ceiling is the wrong color. Solvay stares at it for 3 full seconds before the thought completes itself. Not white, not the soft gray of a winter sky. A pale green she does not recognize, with a single hairline crack running from the corner toward the light fixture like a vein. Her skull aches, not the ordinary pressure of a bad sleep. Something deeper, drilled behind her eyes and settled against the bone. She tries to lift her hand to touch her temple and finds the motion heavy, her arm moving through syrup. The bed is narrow, hospital rail. A thin blanket pulled to her chest. Fluorescent light bleeding in from somewhere to her left, casting the room in a flat, unmerciful glow. She turns her head. The motion costs her. A man sits in the chair beside the bed. He is still. Too still. The kind of stillness that does not belong to someone waiting for news or dozing through a slow shift. It belongs to someone who has learned to occupy space without announcing himself. Dark coat, dark hair, hands resting on his thighs, palms down. His face catches the fluorescent light in angles that look carved rather than shaped. He has not moved in a long time. She knows this without knowing how she knows it. The name comes to her from somewhere outside her own thoughts, delivered like a note slipped under a door. Cort. She does not know why she knows it. She does not know why the word feels safe. He is watching her, not the way a stranger watches, the way a person watches who has been waiting for this exact moment and does not want to startle her by leaning forward. She opens her mouth. Her throat is dry. The first sound comes out rough, scraped. She swallows and tries again. Where am I? It comes out as a statement. She does not have the breath to make it a question. Reykjavik City Hospital, he says, inmated, and kept, and bled, chain the Benner Bladden. You were brought in last night. His voice is low, controlled. The accent shapes the edges of the words in a way that tells her he has spoken English for a long time, but learned it somewhere else first. Last night, she repeats. Her hand finds the blanket. Her fingers curl into the fabric. Give me a number between 1 and 10 for the pain. She blinks at him. The pain. He says it patiently, as if repeating himself. In your head. 4. She says it without thinking, and the lie settles in her throat like something she has swallowed whole. His attention sharpens. She watches it happen. His eyes do not widen. His posture does not change. But something behind his face tightens, a thread pulled taut, and she feels it. A drop in her chest. A hollow pull, as if his sudden alertness has created a vacuum between them and her body is tipping into it. 4. He repeats. The word is flat. He knows. He knows she is lying, and she does not know how he knows. Only that the space between them has become something she can feel, a pressure she cannot name. She looks away. Her jacket hangs on a hook near the door. Dock wool. She does not remember buying it. She does not remember putting it on. She does not remember anything after age 9, and that gap is a wall she keeps circling back to, hoping to find a door. Her hand moves to her pocket without permission. The motion is automatic, muscle memory she did not know she had. Her fingers find the card. She pulls it out. A driver license. Iceland. The photograph shows a woman who looks like her but older. Same pale gray eyes, same dark blonde hair, cut shorter than she would choose if she had a choice. The name beneath the photograph says, Sagig. Sagig Benedictstocci. She stares at the name. It means nothing. It fits like a borrowed coat. The man in the chair, Cort, watches her read it. He does not fill the silence. He lets her sit with it, the weight of a name she does not recognize, and she understands that this stillness is a kind of mercy. That is not your name, he says. Her fingers tighten on the card. What? The name, it is not yours. He pauses. The pause is deliberate. He is choosing his next sentence the way a person chooses where to step on uncertain ground. Someone put it in your pocket. Someone wanted you to believe it. She looks at him. Her hand moves to her throat, to the pulse point beneath her jaw, and she presses her fingers there as if checking that she is still real. Who are you? Cort Borvin. I have been your bodyguard for 6 years. 6 years. The number does not land. It hangs between them, too large to absorb. She has been a child for as long as she can remember, a child in a school she cannot picture, a child in a house she cannot describe, a child with a mother whose face she reaches for and finds only warmth without edges, a shape with no features. There is nothing after that. Nothing between 9 and now except a door that will not open. I do not know you, she says. I know. I do not remember anything. I know. His voice stays even. He does not flinch, does not soften, does not offer comfort she has not asked for. She hates him for a second, for being calm while she is drowning. Then she hates herself for needing him to be anything else. The card in her hand. Solvay. She could be Solvay. She could let the name settle over her like a blanket and stop asking questions. But the man beside her has not moved, and when she lied about the pain he knew, and she felt it, that drop in her chest, that hollow pull, as if his awareness of her fear had landed inside her body like a stone in still water. Why are you here? She says. I told you, I've been your bodyguard for 6 years. No. She forces the word out, tries again. Why are you here now, in this room? Why did you wait? He holds her gaze. Something moves behind his eyes, a flicker she almost catches and then loses. Because I made a promise. She waits for more. He does not offer it. The silence stretches. Then she hears it. Footsteps. Not the distant shuffle of hospital corridors, the white noise of a building full of strangers. These are approaching. Steady, deliberate. A rhythm that knows exactly where it is going. Cort hears them too. His head turns, a fraction, toward the door. She watches his hands. They have not moved from his thighs, but the tendons in his wrists have tightened. The stillness is no longer patient. It is coiled. The footsteps stop outside the door. A pause. The door swings open. The man in the doorway wears medical whites, a chart in his hand, a badge clipped to his collar. His face is professional, pleasant, the face of someone who does this 100 times a day. But Cort does not relax, and neither does she. She does not know why. She has no reason to fear a man in a hospital, but the drop in her chest is back. The same hollow pull she felt when Cort knew she was lying, only this time the fear is not hers, or not only hers. It is coming from him, from Cort. The man in the whites steps forward. Solvay. His voice is warm, professional. Good, you are awake. I am here to check your chart. Routine follow-up. He holds up the chart, smiles, and Solvay looks at Cort. Cort looks at the man. The drop in her chest turns to ice. Chapter 2. The man in medical whites takes another step into the room. Solvay watches his hands. One holds the chart, the other rests on the doorframe, casual, as if he has all the time in the world. His fingers are clean, the nails trimmed, a wedding band on the left hand. Everything about him says normal, safe, routine. The ice in her chest says otherwise. She presses her fingers to the pulse point beneath her jaw, the old habit surfacing without permission. She feels her own heartbeat, fast, steady, still hers. The man stops at the foot of her bed. He smiles again, the kind of smile that expects the same warmth returned. You gave us a scare, he says. Unconscious most of the night, but your vitals look good now. He glances at the chart. Just a few more checks and we can talk about discharge. He says discharge like it is the end of a story. Cort has not moved. He sits in the same position, hands on thighs, spine straight, face turned toward the man at a slight angle. He is not looking at Solvay. He is not looking at the door. He is looking at the man the way she imagines a wolf looks at something too small to call prey. I thought you were the night shift, Cort says. The man's smile does not falter. Shift change. Dr. Hassan asked me to follow up. The name lands wrong. She does not know why. She has no memory of a Dr. Hassan. She has no memory of any doctor. But the name lands wrong the way a pebble landing in still water lands wrong when you know the rock should have come from a different direction. She looks at Cort. His attention is fixed on the man. She watches his jaw. A single muscle tightens beneath the skin. That is all, a fraction of movement, but she feels it. The drop in her chest, the hollow pull, the same sensation she felt when she lied about the pain, when the footsteps stopped outside the door, when the world narrowed to a room with too many questions and one man who would not leave. Cort is afraid. No, not afraid. Ready. The man steps closer to the bed. He reaches for the rail, the metal bars that separates her from standing, from moving, from choosing anything at all. His fingers wrap around it. "I need to check your pupils," he says. Standard procedure. His hand comes up. His fingers reach for her face. And Cort moves. Not fast, not violent. He simply stands, a single motion that brings him upright without sound, and the man's hand stops in midair. The man looks at him. He is shorter than Cort, softer around the middle. His eyes hold the confidence of someone used to being the authority in a room full of sick people. But the confidence flickers. "I need you to step back," the man says. Cort does not step back. "Dr. Hassan sent you." "Yes. What time did the shift change go through?" The man's smile tightens. "I am not going to explain hospital scheduling to a visitor. This is a medical room. I need you to wait outside." The man does not wait for answer. He turns back to Solvay. His hand reaches for her face again. She sees it this time. The thing Cort saw from the beginning. The man's medical badge, the name printed on it. Dr. Ari Einarsson. But the photograph on the badge shows a man with a different jawline, different cheekbones. A face that does not belong to the person standing in front of her. The badge is wrong. The chart is wrong. The name is wrong. Her hand moves to her throat, the pulse point. She presses hard enough to feel the bone beneath. "I remember," she says. The man stops. She does not know where the words come from. They rise from somewhere below thought, below fear, from the same place that brought her hand to the card in her pocket. "I remember Dr. Hassan." She turns to Cort. Her voice does not shake. She makes sure of it. "He was on the night shift. Dark hair, glasses." She is lying. She has no memory of Dr. Hassan, no memory of any face from this building or any building. But she watches Cort's attention sharpen, watches the focus in his eyes narrow to a point. She feels the drop. Not in her chest this time, lower, in her stomach. A cold plummet, as if his fear has become something she can swallow, digest, carry inside her own blood. He knows she is lying. He knows. And he is afraid. She does not know how she knows. She only knows that the certainty is there, solid as bone, and the man in the whites is still reaching for her face, and Cort is still standing between them, and the cold in her stomach is spreading. The man's hand brushes her cheek. Cort moves again, this time fast. His hand catches the man's wrist. The motion is clean, efficient, the way a person catches a falling glass without thinking. The man's eyes widen. His mouth opens to speak. Cort says, "Who sent you?" The man tries to pull his hand free. Cort's grip does not give. "I told you. Dr. Hassan." Cort's head tilts, a fraction. The same angle he used when she lied about the pain, when she said 4 when the real number was higher. The hospital does not have a Dr. Hassan. The man's face changes. The professional warmth drains away. The pleasant smile collapses. What remains is something blanker, colder. A face that has stopped pretending. He drops the chart. The papers scatter. His free hand moves to his coat pocket. Fast, practiced. The motion of someone reaching for a tool he has used before. Cort moves faster. His hand wilks around the man's throat. Not squeezing, holding. A pressure that says "I could," and the man stops reaching. She watches the man's face cycle through shock, calculation, and something that looks almost like resignation. Cort says, "One more time. Who sent you?" The man's eyes shift. Not to Cort, to her. He looks at Solvay, and she sees it again. The cold thing behind his eyes, the knowledge of something she does not understand. "She took the file," he says. "The one I was supposed to retrieve." The words mean nothing, but the way he says them, the certainty, the assumption that she understands, that language triggers her pulse. Who sent you? Cort repeats. The man's lips move. No name comes out. Cort's hand tightens. The man's face goes red. His hands come up, clawing at Cort's wrist, but Cort's grip is iron, unmoving, and she watches the man's struggles slow, weaken, stop. Cort holds him for another 3 seconds. Then he releases. The man crumples. His knees hit the tile. His hands go to his throat, gasping, sucking air. Cort crouches beside him and waits. Chapter 3. He does not let go. The man's body goes slack. His hands fall from Cort's wrist. His head lolls to one side, mouth open, breath a shallow rattle. Cort holds the position for a long moment. 3 heartbeats. 4. His thumb presses into the soft hollow below the man's jaw, checking something she cannot see. Then he releases. The man's head hits the tile with a sound like wet stone. Cort straightens. His shoulders are tight. His coat has fallen open, and she sees the edge of something dark strapped beneath his arm. A leather harness, metal clips, shapes she does not want to name. He turns to her. She is still sitting on the bed. Her hand is still pressed to her throat, to the pulse point she does not remember learning to touch. Her fingers are shaking. She does not know when they started. Are you hurt? It is not a question. He says it like a confirmation, like he already knows the answer and needs her to speak it aloud. No, he holds her gaze. He is checking, the same way he checked the man's pulse, verifying. She is not hurt. She is sitting on a hospital bed with an unconscious body at her feet and a false name in her pocket, and a man who can feel her lies standing between her and the door. She is not hurt. She is something else. We need to move, he says. The door. He is already crossing the room. His steps are silent. The man on the floor does not stir. Cort stops at the door, presses his ear to the wood, listens. She watches the line of his back, the stillness in his shoulders, the way his hand rests near the harness under his coat. The corridor is clear, he says. For now. For now. She swings her legs off the bed. The tile is cold through the hospital socks. Her head pounds. The horizon lights hum. The man on the floor looks smaller now, deflated, a shell with nothing inside. She took the file. She does not have a file. She does not remember a file. But the man said it with such certainty, such conviction, that something in her chest twists with the possibility that he was right. She looks at Cort. What file? He does not turn around. His hand is still on the door. We can talk about it when we are not standing over a body. When, not if. She stands. Her legs hold. The hospital gown is thin, open at the back, and she grabs the blanket from the bed, wraps it around her shoulders like armor. The door opens. Cort steps into the corridor. She follows. The corridor is empty, clean, bright. The fluorescent lights cast no shadows. The air smells of disinfectant and bleach and something metallic she does not want to identify. Cort moves fast. Able, barely listening to his most complete therapy of feature veg. His hand finds her elbow, guides her left at the first intersection, right at the second. His pace is measured, controlled, the pace of someone who knows exactly where he is going. She does not ask. She does not have breath for questions. They pass a nurse's station, empty, a cart with medical supplies, an open door revealing a room with a stripped bed. No one stops them. No one calls out. The silence feels wrong. A hospital at night should have noise, footsteps, voices, machines. This corridor is too still, too hollow, like a room holding its breath. Cort stops. He turns his head. His attention fixes on something ahead, something she cannot see. She feels it, the shift in his body, the tension that moves through his frame like current through wire. There is a woman standing at the end of the corridor. She is wearing medical scrubs, dark hair pulled back, a stethoscope around her neck. Her hands are empty, held slightly away from her body, the posture of someone who does not want to be mistaken for a threat. She says, "I need to talk to you." Cort does not answer. She says, "The chart was altered before intake. I found the timestamps. They do not match." Cort's hand tightens on Solvay's elbow. "Who are you?" "Issa Kamal, emergency physician. I was on the floor when she came in." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the people who altered the chart are still in the building. and they just sent a second clinician to her room with a syringe of something that was not in any authorized formulary. The words land like cold water. Cort's face does not change, but she feels it, the drop in his chest, the same cold plummet she felt when she lied about Dr. Hassan. His fear pressing through the bond, sharp and immediate. When? Now. The word hangs. 3 seconds of silence. Then the alarm begins. It is not the loud, piercing alarm of a fire or a code. It is something lower. A steady tone, repeated at intervals, the kind of sound that means lockdown. Cort moves. He does not turn back toward the room. He does not hesitate. He pulls her forward, toward Yrsa, toward the end of the corridor where the emergency physician stands with her hands still raised. The alarm continues. 3 tones. Pause. 3 tones. Containment protocol, not evacuation. Containment. She understands, suddenly, with clarity she does not remember learning, that the alarm is not for the unconscious man on the floor. It is for them. The hospital is sealing. Cort reaches Yrsa. His voice is low, controlled, the voice of a man who has done this before. Routes. Service corridor. East wing. Staff entrance to the parking level. I can get you as far as the old laundry, and after, you will be on your own. Cort nods. One curt motion, like he expected nothing more. He turns to her. His eyes meet hers. Dark. Focused. The same look he gave her in the room when he told her the name in her pocket was not hers. Stay behind me. Do not speak. Do not stop moving. She nods. She does not have words. The alarm changes pitch, rising. A new sequence. Yrsa's face goes tight. They know you are out of the room. Cort does not answer. He takes Solvay's hand. His grip is warm, solid. The first thing she has touched today that does not feel like it is breaking apart. They move. The corridor narrows. The lights dim. The walls change from clean white to older gray, paint over concrete, pipes overhead, the kind of architecture that was never meant to be seen by patients. Yrsa leads. Her steps are fast, sure. She does not look back. The service corridor is cold, unheated. The air smells of detergent and dust and old water. Solvay's socks are soaked through. The cold rises from the floor, up through her legs, settling in her chest. She does not stop. Cort's hand is still around hers. The alarm follows them. 3 tones. Pause. 3 tones. Containment. They reach a door. Heavy. Metal. A push bars across the middle. Yrsa stops. Beyond this door is the parking level. There is a vehicle in space 7, gray, unregistered. Cort says, "How do you know it will still be there?" Yrsa meets his eyes. "Because I parked it there 3 hours ago, before my shift started. Before I saw the chart. Before I knew what they were planning." She turns to Solvay. Her gaze is direct, clinical. The look of a doctor delivering a prognosis. "You do not remember me. I was in the room when they brought you in. I saw the mismatch in the intake forms. I saw the name they tried to give you." She pauses. "Solvay is not the name you were born with. But it is the name I will use until you tell me otherwise." The words hit. Clean, sharp, a knife where she expected a hand. She nods. She does not know what else to do. Ressa pushes the bars. The door opens. Cold air floods in. Winter air. The smell of concrete and exhaust and the wet salt of a city pressed against the sea. Beyond the door, the parking level is dark. One light flickers at the far end. A single vehicle sits in space 7, gray, unregistered. Cort steps forward. His hand is still around hers. The alarm continues. 3 tones. Pause. 3 tones. But now there is something else. Footsteps. Fast. Approaching from the corridor behind them. Cort does not look back. He pulls her through the door. The metal swings shut behind them, cutting off the sound of the footsteps. The alarm. The hospital. The room with the unconscious man. The syringe that was never meant to be in any authorized formulary. They are in the dark. The cold. The space between. Cort's hand tightens. She feels his pulse through his palm. It is fast. Faster than she expected. Faster than she thought a vampire's heart could beat. And she understands, with the same clarity that told her the alarm was for them, that Cort is afraid. Not of the men behind them, not of the syringe, not of whatever is coming through the dark. He is afraid of what he will have to do to keep her alive. and she does not know if she will survive what that means. Chapter 4. The footsteps behind them do not slow. Cort moves, fast, not running, something tighter, controlled, the stride of a man who has measured the distance and knows exactly how much time he has. The gray vehicle sits 30 feet ahead. Solvay's legs carry her. She does not feel the cold concrete under her soaked socks. She feels only his hand around hers, the pressure of his grip, the pulse still racing through his palm. The footsteps hit the door behind them. Metal groans. A voice, sharp, male, in a language she does not recognize. Cort does not turn. He reaches the vehicle, rear door, opens it, shoves her inside. She lands across the back seat. Her shoulder hits the opposite door. The cold leather steals what little warmth she has left. Cort is already in the front. Engine turns. Tires bite concrete. The vehicle lurches backward before she has time to sit up. Through the rear window, she sees the door swing open. 3 figures. Dark coats, moving with the same unnatural speed Cort used in the hospital room. Then the vehicle swings around. The parking level blurs past. Columns, pipes, the flickering light at the far end. They hit the ramp. The underside of the vehicle scrapes, sparks flare in the dark. Then they are rising, climbing toward the gray winter sky, and the tires find asphalt, and the world opens into cold air and wet streets, and the low, pressing lid of cloud that sits over Reykjavik like a held breath. Cort does not slow. He takes the first turn hard, then another, then a third, into a lane so narrow the side mirrors fold automatically. Solvay pushes herself upright. Her hands are shaking. She does not know if it is fear or cold or the thing she felt in his chest when he pulled her through the door. She says, "Who were they?" Cort's eyes stay on the road, the same men who sent the imposter. That is not an answer. She wants to push, wants to press until the words break open. But her throat is tight, and her teeth are starting to chatter, and she does not have the breath. They drive. The streets narrow further. The buildings press closer. Reykjavik in winter, close walls, fog off the sea, windows lit yellow behind drawn curtains. Cort takes a right into what looks like a dead end. It is not. A gap opens between 2 buildings, just wide enough for the vehicle. Then a service alley. Then a gravel lot behind a warehouse with a corrugated roof and no sign. He kills the engine. The silence hits like a door slamming shut. Solvay sits in the back seat, breathing, listening to the absence of sirens, footsteps, alarms. The fog settles around the vehicle, gray, dense, the kind that swallows sound. Cort turns in his seat. His face is hard to read in the dim light. Dark coat, dark hair. The same carved angles she saw in the hospital room, but tighter now. The muscles along his jaw are drawn. He says, "Stay here." He gets out. The cold rushes in through his open door. She watches him walk to the rear of the vehicle, pop the trunk, retrieve something. When he returns, he is holding a coat, not his, smaller, women's, dark wool. He opens her door. "Put this on." She does not argue. The wool is heavy, still holds heat from wherever it was stored. She wraps it around her shoulders and the shaking begins to ease. Cort crouches beside the open door. His eyes meet hers. There is a safe address, a flat, not mine. It belongs to no one who will be questioned. She says, "Who built it?" He does not answer. She says, "Cort." He holds her gaze. The bond pulses between them, cold, tight, a thread stretched to breaking. He says, "I will tell you what I can, but not here, not now." She wants to push. She does not, because she sees something in his face that stops her. Not evasion, not control, something older. A weight he has been carrying so long he no longer remembers where it starts. She says, "Okay." He blinks. One small crack in the controlled surface. Then he stands, closes her door, gets back behind the wheel. The engine turns again. They roll forward, out of the gravel lot, into a street so obscured by fog she cannot see more than 10 feet ahead. Cort drives without hesitation. Every turn, every alley, every narrow passage between buildings she did not know existed. He moves through the city like a man reading a map drawn in his bones. She watches him, the way his hands rest on the wheel, the way his eyes scan the dark. The slight tilt of his head when they pass a cross street, listening for something she cannot hear. She says, "How do you know these routes?" A pause. Then, "Because I built some of them." The words land, cold, clean, a fact delivered without context. She says, "For what?" He does not answer. The fog thickens. They drive through it, alone, the gray, unregistered vehicle carrying them deeper into a city that does not know she exists. After a long silence, he speaks again. The flat has no heat signature, no utility connection under a living name. It was paid for in currency that cannot be traced. She says, "You keep using that word. Was." He does not correct her. The vehicle slows. They are approaching a row of townhouses, narrow fronts, steep roofs, windows dark. Cort pulls to the curb. He kills the engine. The fog presses against the glass. He says, "We walk from here." She gets out. The cold hits her face like a blade. The wool coat holds, but her feet are still bare, still wet, and the pavement is frozen. Cort rounds the vehicle. He looks at her socks, at the ground. He says nothing. Then he does something that makes her stop breathing. He kneels, in front of her, on the frozen street, in the fog. He removes his own coat, wraps it around her legs, ties the sleeves at her waist. She says, "Cort." He does not look up. He says, "You cannot run with frostbitten feet." Then he stands and leads her toward the dark townhouse, toward the flat with no heat signature, toward the place he will tell her what he can, which is never everything. And she follows, because the alternative is standing alone in the fog with a name that is not hers and a memory that ends at 9 years old. The door opens. Dark inside, no lights. He steps in first. She follows. The door closes behind them. The lock engages. 3 bolts. Manual. She hears him move through the dark. A switch. Low light. A single lamp in a room with drawn curtains. The flat is small. Kitchen. Living space. One door she assumes leads to a bedroom. The air is cold, but not freezing. The walls are bare. She stands in the middle of the room, wrapped in his coat. Feet numb. Heart still hammering from a chase that ended 5 minutes ago but has not stopped inside her chest. Cort stands by the window. He parts the curtain a finger's width, looks out at the fog. He says, "We are safe. For now." She says, "Define now." He does not turn. He says, "Until they find the vehicle, or trace the route, or question someone who knows where the safe lines run." She says, "And how long is that?" He turns. His face is unreadable. Dark eyes, controlled mouth. The mask of a man who has been lying so long he no longer knows how to take it off. He says, "Long enough for me to tell you what I should have told you in the hospital." She waits. He does not speak. The silence stretches. The fog presses against the glass. Then he says, "Your name is not Solvay." She knew that. She knew at the moment Rissa said it in the corridor. But hearing it from him, in this room, with the bolts thrown and the lamp low and the cold still clinging to her skin, it lands differently. She says, "Then what is it?" He holds her gaze. The bond tightens, and she feels, before he speaks, the weight of what he is about to say. Not the words, the cost. He says, "I do not know." The air leaves her. She says, "You do not know?" He says, "I know your bloodline. I know the contract. I know the name on your birth record. But the name you were given, the name before the suppression, I do not have it." She says, "Then who does?" He is silent, and in that silence, she understands. The answer is in the file she took, the file she cannot remember taking, the file she was holding somewhere in the wreckage of her erased memory, and she has no idea where it is. Chapter 5. She stands in the middle of the room with his coat still wrapped around her legs, and the name, not hers, still burning in her chest. The flat is small, smaller than she thought when she first stepped through the door. The ceiling presses low. The window faces a brick wall 3 feet away. The lamp on the table casts more shadow than light. She looks at the file that is not here, the file she took but cannot remember taking. The file that holds her real name somewhere inside its pages, hidden in a city she does not know, in a life she cannot reach. Cort stands by the window. His hand rests on the curtain. His head tilts a fraction, listening to the fog. She says, "Tell me everything you know." He does not turn. He says, "That is a long list." She says, "Start with the part that matters." He is silent for a long moment. The fog presses against the glass. The lamp hums. Somewhere in the building, a pipe ticks as heat moves through it. Then he turns. His face is the same mask it has been since the hospital, controlled, watchful. But there is something else now, a crack she could not have named before, a weariness at the edges. He says, "You have been living under an imposed identity for 6 years. The words land. 6 years? She does the math. She is 29. That means she was 23 when the suppression happened. 23 years old, with 7 languages in her mouth and a life she cannot touch, and someone decided to take it from her. She says, 6 years. He says, yes. She says, "You have been guarding me for 6 years. He says, yes. The number should mean nothing. She has no memory of those years. They are empty space, a gap in the timeline, a stretch of darkness between the girl she was and the woman standing in this flat. But the number lands inside her like a stone. 6 years. He has been beside her for 6 years, watching, waiting, protecting. She has eaten meals next to him, walked streets next to him, slept in rooms that he secured, breathed air he was breathing, and she remembers none of it. She says, "What else?" He holds her gaze. He says, "The procedure was sanctioned." Sanctioned. Not rogue, not criminal, not a violation committed by someone acting outside the law. Approved. She says, "Sanctioned by who?" He says, "The Northern Accord." The name means nothing to her, a shape in the dark. But her body reacts before her mind can catch up, a cold pull behind her ribs, a recognition she did not choose. She says, "What is the Northern Accord?" He says, "The governing body that manages vampire bloodlines, succession law, and political stability across the region." She says, "Vampire bloodlines." He says, "Yes." She says, "My bloodline." He is quiet. The silence tells her everything. She turns away, walks to the table, puts her palm flat on the surface. The wood is rough, unvarnished, a cheap piece of furniture in a flat that was never meant to feel like home. She says, "What did I do?" He says, "Nothing." She says, "Do not lie to me." His voice is low, controlled. "I am not lying." She turns back. Her hand is still on the table. Her pulse is visible in her throat. She knows this because she watches his eyes drop to it, then rise again. She says, "Then why?" He says, "You were not targeted for what you did." She says, "For what, then?" He does not answer. The bond pulls, a tightness in her chest. Not his fear this time, something older, something he has been carrying so long it has become part of the architecture of him. She says, "For what I am." He holds her gaze. He says, "Yes." The flat is silent. The fog does not move. She stands in the low light with his coat still wrapped around her legs and the truth settling into her bones like frost. She says, "Tell me what I am." He says, "I cannot." She says, "You can. You are choosing not to." He says nothing. She watches him, the way his hand still rests on the curtain, the way his shoulders hold tension she did not notice until now, the way his eyes never leave her face, even when he refuses to answer. She says, "How long will you keep deciding what I get to know?" The question is sharp, sharper than she intended, but she does not take it back. He does not flinch. He says, "Until you are ready." She says, "You do not get to decide that." He says, "I have been deciding it for 6 years." The words hit. She feels them in her chest, a cold drop. Not his emotion, hers. He has been deciding for 6 years what she knows, what she does not know, what she can handle, what he will shield her from. 6 years of protection that looks, in this low light, like a cage she never saw because she was never awake enough to see it. She says, "I am awake now." He says, "I know." She says, "Then treat me like it." He is silent. The lamp flickers, something in the wiring, A loose connection, a bag socket. The flat is full of small failures, small compromises, small signs that this refuge was never meant to be comfortable. He says, the Northern Accord is not a single authority. It is a network of bloodlines, covenants, and sealed agreements that govern vampire political life across Iceland, Norway, the Faroe Islands, and the North Atlantic enclaves. She listens. He says, your bloodline was declared extinct to neutralize a dormant succession claim that could destabilize power across the entire region. She says, declared extinct. He says, yes. She says, but I am here. He says, yes. She says, so they lied. He says, they erased. The word lands different from lied. Lied is a word you can undo, a correction, a retraction. Erased is permanent. She says, who authorized it? He hesitates. The hesitation is small, a fraction of a second, but she feels it through the bond, a tightening, a door closing before she can step through it. She says, who? He says, Chancellor Ofaig Rusek. The name lands. She does not know it, has never heard it, but her body recognizes something. A cold pull behind her ribs, a recognition that is not memory but instinct. She repeats it. Ofaig Rusek. He says, yes. She says, why? He says, he believes the old bloodline system nearly destroyed the region in consolidation wars. He believes erasing one claimant was the price of peace. She says, and you? He does not answer. She says, do you believe him? He says, I believe he was wrong. She says, that is not the same as saying he was cruel. He holds her gaze. He says, no, it is not. The silence stretches. The fog presses against the glass. She stands in the low light with his coat still wrapped around her legs and a name she did not know until 30 seconds ago, burning in her chest. She says, what else are you not telling me? He does not answer. She watches his face, the mask, the control, the weariness at the edges that was not there in the hospital but is here now, in this flat, in this low light, with the fog pressing against the glass and the truth sitting between them like a wound that is not finished bleeding. She says, the promise. He looks at her. She says, in the hospital, you said you stayed because of a promise. What promise? He does not answer. She feels the bond shift, something colder, something older, something he has been holding so long it is calcified inside him. He says, not tonight. She says, tonight is all I have. He says, tonight is not all you have. She says, it is if you keep deciding what I get to know. He steps toward her. The movement is small, a single step, but the room is small, and the distance between them closes like a door she did not know was open. He says, I have protected you for 6 years. I have kept you alive through threats you cannot remember and dangers you have never seen. I have done this because I made a promise, and I intend to keep it. She says, protect me or control me. The question hangs. He does not answer. She watches his face. The lamp flickers, the flat creaks, the fog presses against the glass, and then she sees it. A shift in his posture, a tightening at the corner of his mouth, a flicker of something in his eyes that he cannot hide. Fear. Not the clean fear of danger, not the sharp fear of pursuit, the fear of a man who knows he has already lost something he cannot get back. She says, Cort. He says, I will tell you everything. But I don't know. But not tonight, she says. When? He says, when you have eaten, when you have slept, when the cold is out of your bones, she says. That is not an answer. He says, it is the only one I have. She holds his gaze, the bond pulls, and she realizes, standing in this flat with his coat around her legs and his omission hanging in the air like frost, that refuge and containment are the same room. She looks at the door. 3 bolts. She counts them. She looks at the window. Brick wall. 3 feet. She looks at him. He is watching her watch the exits, and she understands that she is not in a shelter. She is in a room where a man who loves her has locked every way out because he believes he knows what is best for her. And she does not know if he is right. Chapter 6. She counts the bolts again. 3. From where she stands in the low light, she can see the door, the window, the narrow galley kitchen, and the man who has locked every exit because he believes safety and control are the same mechanism. The flat is small enough that she can map it without moving her feet. The couch where Cort sat in the hospital vigil. A metal table with 2 chairs. A counter with a single burner. A door she assumes leads to a bathroom. No photographs, no books, no evidence that anyone lives here. The fog presses against the glass. She looks at Cort. He has not moved since she asked him if protection and control are the same thing. His hands are loose at his sides. His coat hangs open. His face is the mask she saw in the hospital, but the mask is thinner now. She can see through it. She says, "The name Ofe Gruzek." He waits. She says, "I want to know everything he did, everyone who helped him, every name on every document." He says, "That is a long list." She says, "Start at the top." He moves, not toward her, toward the counter. He fills a kettle from the tap, sets it on the burner, strikes a match. The flame catches. The flat is so quiet she hears the gas ignite. He says, "The Northern Accord is not a single government. It is a network. Councils, archives, bloodline registries, enforcement divisions, and tribunals that function as courts when they need to punish, and as committees when they need to disappear a problem." She says, "I am a problem." He looks at her. He says, "You are a loose thread in a weave they spent 50 years tightening." The kettle begins to heat. A low hum, the only sound in the room. She says, "How many people knew?" He says, "A pathless, about the suppression, about the reason for it." She says, "Yes." He says, "A handful, maybe fewer than you think." She says, "A handful is enough." He says, "It is." She says, "You knew." He holds her gaze. He says, "I knew what they told me. I did not know the full scope until after." She says, "After what?" He says, "After they had already done it." The kettle clicks, steam rises. He turns off the burner, pours water into 2 chipped mugs, drops tea bags in. The smell of black currant fills the flat. He carries 1 mug to her. She takes it. Their fingers brush. The bond flickers. She feels it. A warmth that is not the tea, a recognition that lives beneath her skin. She looks at the mug. She says, "How long did you wait?" He says, "For what?" She says, "To tell me the truth." He does not answer. She says, "You said 6 years. 6 years of guarding me. 6 years of watching me live a name that was not mine, and you never told me." He says, "I could not." She says, "Could not or would not." He says, "Both." She takes a breath. The tea is hot. The mud burns her palms. She does not put it down. She says, "Explain the difference." He sets his own mug on the table, does not drink. He says, "The Accord buried your identity under layers of administrative seal. There were protocols, thresholds. If I had triggered a disclosure without authorization, the process would have flagged, and they would have moved you somewhere I could not follow." She says, "Somewhere." He says, "Deeper. A different facility, a different name, a different suppression. You would not have woken in a hospital next time." Her stomach turns. She sets the mug down before she drops it. She says, "And now?" He says, "Now the seal is broken. You are awake. You are asking questions. The Accord knows you are no longer compliant." She says, "So what changed?" He says, "You." The word lands. She feels it. A weight, a claim, a grief that is not hers but is in her chest anyway. She says, "Cort." He looks at her. She says, "You are afraid." He does not deny it. She says, "Not of them, of me." He holds her gaze. He says, "I have been afraid of you since the moment I met you." She does not know what that means. She does not ask. The flat settles. The fog presses. The tea steams. She says, "The file." He says, "I do not know where it is." She says, "But you know what is in it." He says, "I know what I was told." She says, "Tell me." He takes a breath. He says, "The file contains records from the suppression procedure, the names of everyone involved, the authorization chain, the language triggers used to seal your memories, and the location of the original bloodline registry entry that proves your true identity." She says, "My true name." He says, "Yes." She says, "You do not know it." He says, "No." She says, "But it is in the file." He says, "Along with everything else they tried to bury." She looks at the window. The brick wall is 3 feet away. The fog is thick enough that she cannot see the top of it. She says, "Where did I put it?" He says, "I do not know." She says, "You watched me for 6 years. You must have seen something." He says, "You hid it before the suppression took full effect. You were disoriented. You were losing time. But you still had enough awareness to conceal it somewhere no one could find it." She says, "Including me." He says, "Including you." She turns back to him. She says, "Then how do I find it?" He says, "You remember." The word hangs. She says, "I cannot remember what I had for breakfast." He says, "You will." She says, "How do you know?" He says, "Because the bond is still intact. And the bond does not lie." She studies him. The lamp flickers. She says, "What else?" He waits. She says, "What else are you not telling me about the bond?" He looks at her. The mask cracks. Just a fracture, just a hairline. But she sees it. He says, "The bond was not an accident." She says, "What does that mean?" He says, "It was engineered, built into our bloodlines generations ago. A covenant between families. A compact meant to ensure loyalty, protection, and recognition." She says, "Recognition?" He says, "Of each other. Across distance, across time, across suppression." She feels the words in her chest. She says, "So the moment I woke up, the way I knew your name, the way I felt safe." He says, "Yes." She says, "It was not instinct." He says, "It was the bond." She says, "It was designed." He says, "Yes." The room is very quiet. She looks at her hands. She says, "How much of what I feel is mine?" He does not answer. She says, "Cort." He says, "I do not know." She stands. The tea is gold. She has not drunk it. She says, "You have been keeping me in a room where you control every exit. You have been feeding me truth in portions you decide I can handle. And now you tell me the thing that makes me trust you was built into my blood before I was born." He says, "Yes." She says, "That is not protection, that is possession." He does not flinch. He says, "I know." She stares at him. She says, "And you expect me to stay?" He says, "I expect you to survive." The word lands. She thinks of the fog, the brick wall, the 3 bolts, the route he drove that no one else knows. She says, "If I leave, they will find me." He says, "Yes." She says, "If I stay, you keep deciding." He says, "I am trying to stop." She says, "Trying is not doing." He says, "I know." She holds his gaze. The bond pulls. She hates that it does. She says, "Show me the rest of the flat." He nods. She follows him. The flat has 2 rooms, the bathroom, and a closet converted into a narrow sleeping space with a mattress on the floor, a single pillow, and a folded blanket. She looks at the mattress. She says, "You sleep here." He says, "When I sleep." She says, "Where did you sleep before?" He says, "The couch." She turns to him. She says, "I do not trust you." He says, "I know." She says, "I am going to find that file. I am going to remember what they took. And when I do, I am going to decide what happens next." He says, "I know." She says, "And you will not stop me." He looks at her. He says, "I will not stop you." She holds his gaze. The bond is there, warm, pulling, older than her memory. She hates it. She also does not want to be alone. She says, "Tell me the names." He says, "Not tonight." She says, "This cannot wait." He says, "It has to." She opens her mouth to argue, and then she hears it. A sound outside, soft, deliberate, footsteps on gravel. Cort goes still. The mask snaps back into place. He moves past her without a word, crosses the flat in 3 strides, and presses himself against the wall beside the window. His hand goes to his coat. The concealed harness. She does not breathe. The footsteps stop. The flat is silent. She looks at the door. 3 bolts. She looks at him. He is watching the fog. And she realizes, standing in the narrow hall of a flat that feels more like a trap every second, that the worst part is not that he locked the door. The worst part is that she does not know if she wants him to unlock it. Chapter 7. The footsteps do not move. They wait. Cort stands against the wall, hand inside his coat, head tilted toward the window. The fog presses against the glass like breath. The silence stretches until Solvay feels it in her teeth. Then the footsteps resume, away from the flat, receding. Crunching gravel fading toward the street. Cort does not relax. He counts. She watches his lips move. 30 seconds. A minute. When he finally lowers his hand, he looks at her. He says, "Someone checking perimeter." She says, "Not coming in." He says, "Not yet." The flat settles around them. The lamp hums. The bolts hold. She says, "How did they find this place?" He says, "I do not know." He says it flat, controlled. But she feels the edge beneath, the thing he will not say. He built these roots. He chose this flat. Someone tracked it anyway. She says, "We need to move." He says, "Moving is how they catch you." She says, "Staying is how they corner you." He looks at her. He says, "One night, then we reassess." She wants to argue, but her body is heavy. The adrenaline is draining, leaving hollow spaces behind. She says, "Where do I sleep?" He gestures toward the converted closet, the narrow mattress, the single pillow. He says, "I will take the couch." She says, "You already sleep on the floor." He says, "I will manage." She stands in the narrow hall and looks at the sleeping space. Small, dark, no window. She says, "Come get me if anything changes." He says, "I will." She does not believe him, but she is too tired to fight. She steps into the closet, pulls the curtain across the opening, lies down on the mattress with her coat still buttoned. The darkness is complete. She sleeps. She wakes to a knock, not on the flat door, on the window. She is on her feet before she is fully conscious. The curtain is in her hand. Cort is already at the wall, one palm flat against the pane, head turned in recognition. He says, "It is Ressa." Solvay does not know whether to be relieved or afraid. Cort works the bolts. 3 metal sounds. The door opens. Ressa Kamal stands in the fog with a leather medical bag and a coat that does not belong to her. No stethoscope, no scrubs. She looks like someone who dressed in borrowed clothes and drove through the dark to get here. She says, "I have maybe an hour before anyone notices I am not where I am supposed to be." Cort steps aside. Ressa enters. She does not look at the flat. She looks at Solvay. Her gaze moves from Solvay's face to her hands to the coat she still wears. She says, "You are not bleeding." Solvay says, "No." Ressa says, "That is the only good news I have." She sets the bag on the metal table, unlatches it, pulls out a slim tablet and a folder thick enough to have weight. She says, "I pulled your complete intake file, original, corrected, and the version they tried to replace it with." Solvay steps closer. Yrsa says, "The original chart got flagged 20 minutes after you were admitted. Someone in records tried to overwrite it with a clean version. No pre-existing condition, no medication record, no admission for acute neurological distress." She opens the folder. Solvay sees her own name, the false one. Solvay Benediktsdottir. Yrsa says, "The original shows something else." She turns the page. Solvay reads, "Irregular neural activity. Elevated blood markers consistent with structural memory inhibition. A notation in the margin she cannot fully parse. RMP sequence initiated. Phase 1 complete. Language mapping stable." She says, "What is RMP?" Yrsa does not answer immediately. She pulls a second document from the folder. She says, "Retrieval Memory Protocol was the working name. The team that designed it called it something else. The Glacier Protocol, because nothing thaws." Solvay reads the second document. It is a procedure record, dated 6 years ago. Her blood type, her baseline neurological profile, a list of language triggers written in a script that makes her chest ache, and a signature, not hers. Yrsa says, "The suppression was not a surgery. It was a chain of chemical and linguistic interventions, each one keyed to specific memories, each one requiring the subject to be conscious for part of the process." Solvay looks up. She says, "Conscious." Yrsa says, "Memory requires witnesses, even the memories you are erasing. If you want them gone, someone has to be present while they are named aloud. Solvay feels the cold spread from her chest to her throat. She says, "Someone named my memories while I was awake." Yrsa says, "The protocol was designed to let the subject hear each memory being sealed. The language triggers create a kind of synaptic lock. Without the unlock sequence, the memories remain behind a wall you cannot see." Solvay says, "What unlock sequence?" Yrsa taps the second page. A single line, redacted. She says, "That is what someone removed before the file was archived. The sequence itself was held separately." Solvay says, "Who holds it?" Yrsa says, "I do not know, but I know who authorized it." She turns to the final page. A code, 6 characters, an administrative stamp. Ruzek Solvay stares at the name. She has never met him. She cannot remember where his office is, but she knows his name the way she knows her own. The man who decided she would not remember anything. Yrsa says, "Ofe Gruzek signed the authorization for the Glacier Protocol. He did not design it, but he approved every phase, including the language triggers and the blood modification that made the bond between you and Cort unstable." Solvay says, "The bond." Yrsa looks at Cort. She says, "You told her." Cort says, "She asked." Yrsa says, "Good." She looks back at Solvay. She says, "The bond was meant to be stable. It was engineered to make you recognize each other, to make Cort's protective instinct override anything else. But the suppression interfered. It severed some of the neural paths the bond used. That is why you only feel him in fragments, and why he can sense your lies, but not your location." Solvay says, "Before, when I could remember, was the bond stronger?" Yrsa says, "I do not have the data, but the procedure record mentions an adjustment, a recalibration of the bond's hold after the suppression." She turns to the final page, a single line, dated after the procedure. "Bond recalibrated, subject stability nominal, protector response within expected parameters." Solvay reads the line twice. She says, "They adjusted the bond." Yrsa says, "Yes." Solvay says, "Like tuning an instrument." Risa says, "Yes." Solvay looks at Cort. He is very still. She says, "Did you know?" He says, "No." She holds his gaze. She believes him. The bond does not flare. The cold does not drop. He is telling the truth. She turns back to Risa. She says, "I need to find the file I hid." Risa says, "The file?" Solvay says, "I do not remember where, but Cort says I hid it before the suppression took full effect." Risa studies her. She says, "That means you were still lucid enough to act, which means the suppression was not complete when you hid it." Solvay says, "What does that mean for finding it?" Risa says, "It means you might remember the hiding place, but only if you encounter the right trigger, language, location, sensory detail." Solvay says, "Like what?" Risa says, "The file you took was from an Accord archive. That means it was in a specific place with specific conditions. If you can reconstruct where you were when you took it, you may find the hiding place." Solvay closes her eyes. She tries to see it. Nothing. Yrsa says, "I can help you find the triggers, but I cannot stay here. If I'm missing too long, they will flag me." Solvay says, "One question." Yrsa says, "One." Solvay says, "Why did you help me?" "Before the hospital. You had the vehicle ready before my shift started." Yrsa is quiet for a long moment. She says, "Because I saw a pattern. 3 patients in 6 years. Same intake irregularities. Same altered charts. Same procedure notes I was not supposed to read." She looks at Solvay. She says, "I did not help them. I did not even know their names. But I saw the pattern. And when you came in, I recognized it." Solvay says, "I am not the first." Yrsa says, "No. But you are the first who woke up." She closes the folder. She says, "I have to go." She turns to leave. Cort moves to the door, works the bolts. Yrsa says, "There is one more thing." She reaches into her bag, pulls out a sealed envelope. She says, "This came to the hospital 3 days ago, addressed to you." Solvay takes the envelope. No return address, her name, the false one, handwritten. She opens it. Inside is a single sheet of paper, a name, Ofeg Ruzek, and a date, tomorrow. Yrsa says, "It was slipped under the hospital door after your admission. I found it when I came on shift. I do not know who sent it." Solvay reads the note again, the man who erased her. Tomorrow. She looks up. The fog has not cleared. Chapter 8. The gray vehicle swallows the empty street. Cort drives with both hands on the wheel, eyes moving between mirrors and intersections. Solvay sits in the passenger seat, the note folded in her palm. Ofeg Ruzek, tomorrow. She has read it so many times the paper is warmed. Yrsa left an hour ago. 6 minutes to explain the glacier protocol, 4 minutes to hand over the envelope. Then the door closed and the bolts slid home, and Solvay stood in the safe flat with a name she could not remember meeting and a date she did not understand. Cort said, "We cannot stay." She said, "I know." He said, "I have a contact, clean channel, transit route out of the city." She said, "How clean?" He said, "Clean enough." She did not ask what that meant. She was too tired to parse his arithmetic of safety. Now the streetlights thin. The fog coils between buildings. Reykjavik shrinks behind them like a held breath. Solvay says, "Where?" Cort says, "Transition point. Another flat, deeper in the network." She says, "And then?" He says, "We find the file." She says, "You will help me." He says, "I said I would." She says, "That is not an answer." He glances at her. His face is a blade in the dashlight. He says, "I will help you find the file. I will help you remember. But if we are followed, I will put you in the ground before they take you." The cold drops in her chest. She feels it, his fear. But it is not fear of the pursuers. It is fear of what he will have to do to keep that promise. She says, "Do not bury me for my own protection." He says nothing. The vehicle turns onto a wider road, industrial buildings, closed warehouses, a bridge over dark water. Cort says, 2 minutes. Solvay watches the mirrors. She sees nothing. She feels everything. The bond thrums low in her ribs, a thread pulled taut. She does not know if it is warning her or just reporting his state. The recalibration Rissa described, the adjustment after the suppression, means she cannot trust what she feels through it, cannot know if the cold in her chest is real danger or just his body doing what it was engineered to do. The vehicle slows, a checkpoint ahead, 2 figures in dark coats, no uniforms, no vehicles, just men standing in the road like they own it. Cort says, "Hold." He does not stop. He accelerates. The engine pitches, the figures scatter. One raises an arm and Solvay sees the muzzle flash before she hears the shot. The rear window shatters. Glass sprays across the back seat. Solvay drops. Her hands find the door frame. Her body remembers this. The angle, the cover, the way to make herself small. Cort swerves. The vehicle fishtails. He corrects, accelerates harder. More shots. 3, 4. A tire blows. The vehicle yars. Metal screams against asphalt. Cort wrestles the wheel, but the momentum is wrong. The balance gone. And Solvay feels the shift before she sees it. The weight of the car committing to something she cannot stop. They hit the barrier. The impact folds the front end. Her head snaps forward. The seatbelt catches. Pain blooms across her collarbone. Then silence. The engine tick. The hiss of a ruptured radiator. Cort says, "Move." He is already out. His door open. Cold air rushing in. She fumbles the belt. Her fingers are slow. The button clicks and she falls toward the passenger door and Cort is there, yanking it open, pulling her out by the arm. His grip is iron. She does not resist. They run. The street is dark. Fog swallows the buildings. She does not know where they are. Industrial zone. Water, somewhere close. The cold burns her lungs. Behind them, voices, accented, sharp. Cort pulls her into an alley. Crash bins, a chain-link fence. He does not slow. He hits the fence at full speed, one shoulder down, and the mesh buckles. He drags her through the gap. The wire tears her coat, her arm. She feels blood well, but does not look. Another street, a courtyard. He is moving too fast. She cannot keep pace. Her legs are shorter. Her lungs are human. The gap between them widens, and she feels the thread stretch, the cold in her chest spiking, and she knows he is pulling away because he is trying to reach something, someone, a door, a threshold, and she is the weight slowing him down. He stops, turns, comes back. He grabs her. His arm locks around her waist and he lifts her. One motion, no negotiation, and she is pressed against his chest, carried, her feet dragging, his stride eating the ground. She says, "Put me down." He says, "No." She says, "I can run." He says, "Not fast enough." The admission is brutal, honest. It cuts. She stops fighting. She holds on. His body is hard, warm. His heart hammers against her ribs. Fast, too fast. The same impossible speed she felt in the hospital corridor. He turns a corner, a doorway. He does not slow. He hits it with his shoulder and the frame splinters. The lock breaks, and they are inside. Dark. Stairs. The smell of dust and closed air. He carries her up. 3 flights. A landing. A door with a brass plate. He sets her down. His hands find a key. The lock turns. The door opens. He pushes her inside. Then he follows. The door closes. The deadbolt slides. He leans against it, breathing hard, and Solvay stands in a stranger's flat, shaking, blood on her coat, Cort's heartbeat still loud in her chest. She says, "You knew that was coming." He says, "I suspected." She says, "You did not tell me." He says, "I did not know." She says, "You used me as bait." He looks at her. His face is stone, but his eyes are not. He says, "I used the clean channel. It was clean when I checked it this morning. Someone burned it between then and now." She says, "Who?" He says, "I do not know." She says, "You are lying. The bond does not drop. It does not spike. It stays flat. He is telling the truth." She turns away. The flat is small, a kitchen, a window facing another wall, the same configuration as the safe flat, same locked exits, same trap dressed as shelter. She says, "What now?" He says, "We wait." She says, "For what?" He says, "For them to stop looking." She says, "And if they do not?" He says, "Nothing." She looks at the door. 3 bolts. She does not know if she wants him to unlock them. She does not know if she wants to stay. Chapter 9. The flat is cold. Not the damp cold of the street, but the settled cold of a room no one has lived in. The radiator ticks. The window faces a brick wall 2 feet away. Same configuration. Same trap dressed as shelter. Solvay stands in the center of the kitchen. Her hands are shaking. She watches them shake and does not know how to make them stop. Cort moves past her. He checks the door, the deadbolt, the frame. He runs his palm along the jamb like he is reading it. Then he crosses to the window and tests the lock. 3 bolts on the door, 1 on the window. She counts them. She does not want to count them. He turns, looks at her, says nothing. She says, "Stop looking at me like that." He says, "Like what?" She says, "Like you are waiting for me to break." He holds her gaze. Then he crosses to the kitchen cabinet, opens it, pulls out a towel. He runs the tap. The water is restic first, then clear. He wets the towel, wrings it, and brings it to her. He does not hand it to her. He takes a wrist, lifts her hand, wipes the blood from her knuckles. She should pull away. She does not. His movements are slow, deliberate. He works the towel between her fingers, along the cuts from the fence wire, and his thumb presses the cloth against her palm with exactly the pressure she needs. She did not tell him how hard to press. He knew. He has always known. She says, "How did you know I needed that?" He says, "You were shaking." She says, "That is not an answer." He keeps cleaning her hand. The towel turns pink. He folds it to a clean side and starts on the other hand. She says, "You know my body. You know what I need before I ask. You knew where to press, how fast to move, when to carry me." He says, 6 years. She says, "That is not 6 years of observation." His hand stops. She says, "That is older." He does not answer. She pulls her hand free. The towel drops. She steps back until the counter hits her spine. She says, "I feel safe with you. Even now, even after the ambush, even after I do not know if you used me. I am standing in a stranger's flat with blood on my coat, and I feel safe because you are in the room." He says, "That is not a bad thing." She says, "It is if I did not choose it. The words hang. He looks at her. His face is stone, but his eyes are not. They are tired. Older than his face, older than the room. He says, "You did choose it. Once." She says, "I do not remember." He says, "I know." She says, "Tell me." He says, "Not tonight." She says, "Always not tonight, always later, always when I am ready." Do you hear yourself? You tell me my life was stolen and then you decide what pieces I get back. He says, "I am trying to keep you alive." She says, "You are trying to keep me manageable." The word hits him. She sees it land. His jaw tightens. He says, "That is not true." She says, "Then unlock the door." He does not move. She says, "I am not asking to leave. I am asking whether you would let me." He says, "You know I would not." She says, "There. That is the truth." The radiator ticks. The fog presses against the window. The flat is small. Too small. The walls are close. The air is the same air they have been breathing for 10 minutes, and it is already thin. She says, "I want to find the file." He says, "I know." She says, "I want to start tomorrow." He says, "The note says tomorrow." We do not know what that means. We do not know if it is a meeting or a deadline or a countdown. Going outside tomorrow could be walking into whatever Ruzik has waiting. She says, "Then I will walk into it." He says, "No." She says, "You do not get to say no." He steps toward her. One step, close enough that she can smell the cold on his coat, the blood, the metal from the broken door. He says, "I have kept you alive for 6 years. I have watched over you while you did not know I existed. I have stood between you and people who would have erased you completely, not just your memories. I have done this because I made a promise. I am not going to break that promise because you are angry at the shape of shelter." She says, "Then stop calling it shelter." Her voice does not shake. She does not break. She holds his gaze and she does not look away. He is the first to drop his eyes. It is small, almost invisible, but she sees it. She says, "I am going to find the file. I am going to remember what was taken, and I am going to decide what happens next. You can help me, or you can stand in my way. But you cannot lock me in a room and call it love." He says nothing. She turns. She walks to the window. The brick wall is 2 feet away. Damp. Dark. No sky, no street. No way to tell if it is day or night, or something in between. She presses her palm to the glass. The cold seeps into her skin. She says, "What did you promise?" He says, "I cannot tell you." She says, "Cannot or will not?" He says, "Both." She says, "Then we are at an impasse." She turns from the window. He is still standing where she left him. The towel is on the floor. His hands are empty. She says, "I am going to sleep. In the morning, I am going to look at Bursa's notes again, and then I am going to figure out where I hid that file." He says, "And if I stop you?" She says, "You will have to decide which promise matters more." She walks past him. The flat has 2 rooms, a kitchen with a narrow table, and a bedroom with a mattress on the floor. Same configuration, same sparse furniture. Same life reduced to the minimum. She stops at the bedroom door. She says, "You used me as bait tonight." He says, "I did not." She says, "You put me in a vehicle on a burned channel, and you did not check it before we left." He says, "I checked it that morning." She says, "That was enough time for someone to burn it." He says, "Yes." She says, "You knew that was possible." He says, "I knew." She says, "You risked me anyway." He says nothing. She says, "That is not protection. That is a bet." She steps into the bedroom. She closes the door. There is no lock. She stands in the dark and listens. She hears him move. The creak of the floorboards. The click of the deadbolt being checked again. The soft sound of his weight settling against the doorframe. He is not coming in. He is not leaving. He is standing guard in a flat he has locked her inside, and she does not know if she wants him to stay or go. She presses her back to the bedroom door. The cold from her palm has spread up her arm. She closes her eyes. She sees the fog. She feels his hands on her skin, cleaning the blood, knowing exactly how hard to press. Older than 6 years, older than the bond. She does not know what that means, but she knows it is true. She slides down the door until she is sitting on the floor, knees to her chest, breathing slow, trying to find the thread of herself that is still her own. Outside, the city is silent. Inside, she is alone with the shape of a man she loves and does not trust. She stays there. Minutes. Hours. She does not sleep. When the light through the crack under the door shifts from dark to gray, she stands. Her legs are stiff. Her hands are clean. The blood is dry on her coat. She opens the bedroom door. Cort is sitting at the kitchen table. He has not slept. His coat is off. His sleeves are rolled. His forearms are bare. He has a map spread across the table. He looks up. He says, "I think I know where your file is." She stops. She says, "Why are you telling me?" He says, "Because you asked." She waits. He says, "I am tired of being the man who decides for you." She does not answer. She crosses to the table. She looks at the map. He has marked 3 locations with pencil. She says, "Which one?" He points to the middle. She says, "How do you know?" He says, "I do not. But I know where you hid things before. I know the patterns you used, the bonds you made, the routes you trusted." She says, "You knew me before the suppression?" He says, "Yes." She says, "How well?" He holds her gaze. He says, "Well enough to know you would hide it somewhere I could not reach without your permission." She looks at the map. The pencil mark is on a harbor district. Old buildings, water, fog. She says, "Take me there." He says, "Tonight." She says, "Now." He looks at the door, the 3 bolts, the window facing the brick wall. He says, "If we go out there, we are visible." She says, "I know." He says, "Whoever burned the channel is still looking." She says, "I know." He says, "This could be exactly what they want." She says, "I know." She holds his gaze. She says, "I am going anyway." He looks at her. Then he stands. He crosses to the door. He pulls the first bolt, the second. His hand pauses on the third. He looks at her. He says, "When we go out that door, you follow my lead. You do not argue. You do not question. If I tell you to run, you run. If I tell you to hide, you hide. If I tell you to leave me, you leave me." She says, "No." He says, "Solvay." She says, "I am not a package. I am not a cargo. I am not something you deliver through a war zone. If we do this together, we do it together." He holds her gaze. A long moment. Then he pulls the third bolt. The lock slides free. The door is open. Cold air rushes in. He steps aside. He says, "After you." She walks past him. She steps into the hallway. The fog is waiting. She does not look back. She hears his footsteps behind her, steady, close, the same rhythm he has kept for 6 years. She does not know if she trusts him, but she is walking forward, and he is following. The stairwell is dark. The bulb is dead. She feels the steps with her feet, counts them, memorizes the turn. At the bottom, he passes her. He opens the street door. He checks the street. He says, "Clear." She steps out. The fog is thick. The air tastes of salt and rust. The harbor is close. He points left. She turns. They walk. The street is empty. The sound of their footsteps is the only sound. She feels the cold in her chest, the thread between them, pulled taut. Not breaking. She does not know if she is walking toward the truth or walking into a trap. But she is walking, and that is enough, for now. They reach the corner. He stops. He puts his hand out. She stops. He says, 2 men, 300 meters, north side of the square. She says, "Accord?" He says, "I do not know." She says, "What do we do?" He says, "We go through the warehouse, south wall. There is a door I used 6 years ago. It may still be open." She says, "And if it is not?" He says, "Then we find another way." He looks at her. He says, "Trust me." She says, "I am trying." He moves. She follows. The warehouse wall is dark, wet. The door is rusted. He tries the handle. It opens. He pulls her inside. The air is thick with dust and machine oil. She cannot see. She hears his breathing, feels his hand on her arm, guiding. They cross the floor. He finds the opposite door. He opens it a crack. He looks. He goes still. She feels the change in his body before he speaks. The tension, the drop. She says, "What?" He says, "The square is empty now." She says, So we cross. He says, no. He turns. His face is hard. He says, the men are gone. But there is a car, idling, dark, no plates. She says, they are waiting for us. He says, they know we are coming. She stands in the dark. The file is somewhere ahead. The trap is somewhere between. She says, we go anyway. He says, yes. She does not ask if he is sure. She steps past him. The fog on the other side of the door is thicker than before. She feels the thread. She steps into the square. The car idles. The engine hums. She walks. Behind her, Cort follows. The car does not move. She does not know if they are being watched. She does not stop. She reaches the far side of the square. The harbor is ahead. She does not look back. She does not need to. She feels his presence at her shoulder, close, constant, older than memory. She does not know if that is safety or a cage, but she is choosing to move forward, and that is hers. Chapter 10. The harbor fog swallows sound. Every footstep lands muffled, swallowed by wet stone and salt air. Solvay keeps walking, her breath visible in the cold, her eyes fixed on the shape of the harbor ahead. Cort stays close, not touching, near enough that she feels his body heat through the fog. She does not look at him. She looks at the buildings, the dark windows, the doors that could hide anything. They reach the edge of the harbor district. The water is black. The docks are empty. A single light burns at the far end of the pier, a yellow eye in the gray. She stops. He stops beside her. She says, "Where?" He says, "The old fish processing plant, north end, 3 floors. The bottom level is cold storage." She says, "Why there?" He says, "Because you told me once that you would never hide anything where someone could find it warm." She turns to him. She says, "I told you that." He says, "Yes." She says, "Before." He says, "Yes." She holds his gaze. The fog moves between them. The cold settles in her chest. She says, "What else did I tell you?" He says, "Enough that I know you are not going to like what I am about to say." She says, "Try me." He says, "You should let me go in first." She says, "No." He says, "Solvay." She says, "I said no." Her voice is flat, hard. She did not know she could sound like that. He looks at her. His face is unreadable. He says, "You do not know what is in there. You do not know if the file is still there. You do not know if someone else has found it first." She says, "I know all of that." She pulls the forged 499 from her coat pocket. The fake name, Solvay Benedictstoltier. The photograph that does not look like her but does not look like a stranger either. She says, "This is what they gave me. A name that was never mine. A life that was never real." She pulls Ursa's notes from the same pocket, folded, worn at the edges. She says, "This is what they did to me. The suppression, the language triggers, the recalibration." She holds them up. She says, "I have been a package for 6 years, something to be moved, something to be protected, something to be decided for." She steps closer. She says, "I am not a package anymore." He does not move. She says, "You want to protect me. I know. You have been doing it for 6 years. You have bled for it. You have lied for it. You have carried me through fog and fire and God knows what else." She says, "But if you go into that building alone, you are deciding for me again, and I will not let you." The silence stretches. The fog curls around them. He says, "What do you want?" She says, "I want to walk in together. I want to see what I hid. I want to remember." He says, "And if it is a trap?" She says, "Then we face it together." He looks at her, a long look. Then he says, "There is a side door, service entrance. It was locked 6 years ago. It may still be locked." She says, "Then we find another way." Something shifts in his face, a flicker. She cannot read it. He says, "You sound like her." She says, "Who?" He says, "The woman you were." The words land in her chest, heavy. She does not know what to do with them. She says, "Show me the door." He turns. She follows. The side door is rusted. The lock is old. Cort presses his hand against it, tests it. He says, "It is corroded. The mechanism may freeze if we force it." She says, "Back off." He looks at her. She says, "I said back off." He steps aside. She kneels. She looks at the lock. The housing, the rust pattern. She does not know why she knows how to do this, but she knows. She pulls the forged 499 from her pocket. The plastic is stiff. The edge is sharp enough. She slides it into the gap between the lock housing and the frame. She feels the mechanism. She pushes. The lock clicks. The door swings open. She looks up at Cort. His face is still. She says, "I did not know I could do that." He says, "You learned when you were 21. I taught you." She stands. She says, "You taught me." He says, "You wanted to know how to get out of any room. You said it was the first thing anyone should learn." She looks at the open door, the darkness inside. She says, "You kept teaching me things even when you knew they were going to take my memory." He says, "Yes." She says, "Why?" He says, "Because you asked me to." She steps through the door. The air inside is cold, colder than outside. The floor is concrete. The walls are tile. The smell of old fish and rust and something chemical. She hears Cort behind her. She does not turn. She walks forward. The corridor opens into a large space, freezing, dark. The faint light from the harbor penetrates the grime on the windows enough to see shapes, racks, conveyors, a steel table bolted to the floor. She says, "Where?" He says, "The office, back corner. You said you would never hide anything where the cold could reach it." She moves. The office door is closed. The glass is frosted. She tries the handle. It opens. The room is small. A desk, a chair, a filing cabinet tipped on its side, papers scattered across the floor. She steps inside. She looks at the papers. She sees handwriting. She knows that handwriting. She picks up a page. The ink is faded. The paper is dry. The words are in a language she recognizes but does not remember learning. She reads. Her name, her real name, written in her own hand. Solvay Drenn. The word hits her like a physical blow. She staggers. She hears Cort move behind her. She says, "That is my name." He says, "Yes." She says, "You knew." He says, "I knew." She says, "You have known this whole time." He says, "I knew your bloodline name. I did not know your given name until the file." She holds the paper, her name, her hand. She says, "You should have told me." He says, "I know." She turns. She looks at him. She says, "Why did you not tell me?" He says, "Because I was afraid." She says, "Of what?" He says, "Of you remembering who you were and choosing to leave." The words hang in the cold air. She does not answer. She looks at the paper. Solvay Drenn. She can feel the shape of that name in her mouth, a muscle memory, a truth that wants to surface. She says, "Help me find the rest." He moves. He starts gathering the papers. She kneels. She searches. The file is somewhere in this room. The truth is somewhere in this room, and she will find it. Even if Cort is afraid of what she will become, even if she is afraid too. Chapter 11. The papers scatter across the desk like dead leaves. Solvay gathers them in handfuls, her fingers numb from the cold. She does not feel the cold. She feels the name. Solvay Drenn. She says it again, quiet, testing the weight. Solvay. Cort watches her from the doorway. His hands are empty. He has stopped gathering. She says, "Say it." He says, "Solvay." The sound of it in his voice is different, older, a shape his mouth knows. She says, "You have said it before." He says, "Yes." She says, "To me." He says, "When you were still you." She stacks the papers, her handwriting, her language, her name. She does not know what she feels. The bond is silent, or she cannot read it anymore, or it is recalibrating still. She says, "What else is in here?" He steps into the room. He kneels beside her. He picks up a sheet. His eyes move across it. He says, "Suppression records, authorization chain, language triggers, the bloodline registry location." She says, "The registry." He says, "Where your line is recorded, where the extinction declaration is stamped." She says, "And my given name was never on the declaration." He looks at her. He says, No, the declaration names the Drenn line, not individual members. They did not need to name you. She says, because they thought I would never find this room. He says, because they thought you would never wake up. The truth of it settles between them. Cold, hard. She stands. She says, we take everything. We sort it somewhere safe. He stands. He says, there is a place, not the flat, a secondary location, a room I maintain under a name no one knows. She says, you maintained a room for me. He says, for the woman you were. I did not know if she would ever come back. She looks at him. She says, she is here. He holds her gaze. He says, I see her. The words land in her chest, different from the bond, different from the name. Something she chose, something he is offering. She says, what are the conditions? He blinks. She says, you want to take me somewhere safe. You want to sort the file. You want to decide the next step. What are the conditions? He is quiet. Then he says, you do not walk into anything alone, not even to the corner, not even for air. She says, and if I need to, he says, you take me with you, or you do not go. She says, that is a condition, not a request. He says, it is the only one I will not bend on. She holds his eyes. She says, I will take you with me, but I will not ask permission. He says, I did not ask you to. The negotiation is done. Quick, clean. She does not know if she won or if he let her believe she did. She starts gathering the papers. The file is thick, 20 pages, 30, names, dates, registry stamps, medical notations, assigned authorization from Ofe Ruzek, his signature sharp and unhurried, as if he was approving a routine transfer. She looks at the signature. She says, he wrote this. Cort says, yes. She says, he wrote my erasure like it was a shipping order. Cort does not answer. She folds the authorization sheet. She tucks it inside her coat. She says, where's the secondary room? He says, Harbor District, a building I bought under a holding company. No one knows it exists. She says, you bought a building. He says, I prepared for a war no one else believed was coming. She looks at him. She says, was it coming? He says, it is here now. They finish gathering. She carries half the papers. He carries the rest. They step out of the office into the cold storage space. The fog has thickened. The light through the grime is weaker. She says, the archives. He stops. She says, the false residence history, the name I was given. Someone has to have records of where I was supposed to have lived. He says, the harbor property annex. They hold tenancy registries for the district. She says, will they let us in? He says, not with the name on your 499, not with the file we are carrying. She says, then we go without the file. He is quiet. She says, we hide the file in your room. We go to the archives. We see what they have before they know we are looking. He says, and if someone is watching the archives? She says, then we learn who. He looks at her, a long look. He says, you think like her. She says, I am her. He does not argue. They move. The room is 3 blocks from the harbor, a narrow building wedged between a fishmonger and a shuttered chandlery. Cort unlocks a door that looks like a maintenance entrance. The stairs inside are steep. The air is dry. The room at the top is small. A table, a lamp, a metal cabinet. He says, no windows, no heat signature. The walls are insulated against thermal scan. She lays the papers on the table. She does not look at them. She says, the archives first. He says, if the room is clean when we come back. She says, it will be. He does not argue. They leave the building. The fog is heavier. The harbor is a gray smear. The annex is 200 meters west. A concrete building with fluorescent light behind frosted windows. She walks beside him. She does not feel the bond. She does not know if she trusts him, but she is walking. The annex door is unlocked. The lobby is empty. A desk, a computer, a filing cabinet against the far wall. A clerk is sitting at the desk. An older man. He looks up when they enter. Cort says, we need to access the tenancy records for Unit 14 Reykjavik. The clerk says, that file is under review. Cort says, since when? The clerk says, since this morning, someone pulled it for audit. Solvay feels it, a drop in her chest. Not fear, recognition. She says, who pulled it? The clerk looks at her. He says, I am not authorized to disclose. She steps forward. She says, someone pulled a file on a false residence this morning, the same morning we found the file that proves my true name. That is not an audit. That is a response. The clerk does not answer. She says, give me the name. The clerk hesitates. Cort steps beside her. The clerk looks at him. The clerk says, the requisition was signed by a tribunal advocate, Nikol Cevra. Solvay does not know the name, but Cort goes still. She says, who is Nikol Cevra? Cort says, she is a human advocate who dismantles a court procedures. She has been watching this case for years. Solvay says, watching. Cort says, waiting for the right moment. The clerk watches them. The computer screen flickers. Somewhere in the building, a door closes, and Solvay realizes they are not the first ones here. They are not the only ones looking. Someone else is running the same thread, and that someone is already ahead. Chapter 12. The clerk does not meet her eyes. Solvay stands at the desk. The fluorescent light buzzes. The computer screen shows a file number and a date stamp from earlier that morning. She says, Nikol Cevra pulled Unit 14 Brekugata at what time? The clerk says, 7:43. She says, before we found the file. Cort says, she is not tracking us. She is tracking the same thread. Solvay looks at the screen. The requisition form is simple. A name, a date, a case number. The case number is not recent. She says, what case number is that? The clerk hesitates. Cort says, answer. The clerk says, it is a standing file, opened 3 years ago under the Accord Personhood Review. Solvay looks at Cort. He says, Cevra has been building a case against the Glacier Protocol since before the last victim died. She says, before. He says, she knew before we did. The clerk watches them. His hand rests near the keyboard. He wants them to leave. Solvay does not leave. She says, I need to see the ledger, the full harbor property ledger, tenancy records, cold storage registries, everything attached to Brekugata. The clerk says, that is not public access. She says, neither is pulling a file at 7:43 on a case opened 3 years ago, but someone did it. The clerk looks at Cort. Cort says nothing. The clerk says, the records room is down the hall, door on the left. You have 30 minutes. Solvay moves. The records room is narrow, metal shelving, binders arranged by district and year. A single computer terminal in the corner. The light is yellow and weak. She starts with the property ledger. The harbor district is divided into sectors. Brekugata is Sector 4. The false residence is Unit 14. She pulls the binder. Cort stands at the door watching the hall. She opens the binder. The entries are handwritten, old ink, names and dates and transfer stamps. Someone maintained these records by hand, then digitized them later. The handwriting shifts at intervals, different clerks, different decades. Unit 14 Brekugata appears first in an entry dated 12 years ago, a lease transfer. The original lessee is a holding company she does not recognize. The second entry is 6 years ago, a change of occupancy. The name listed is Sautig Benedictdottir, her false name. The handwriting for that entry is precise, deliberate, not a routine update. She looks at the ink. She looks at the signature at the bottom of the entry. The signature is a code, alphanumeric, a string of characters that looks like a file reference. She reads it once. She reads it again. She says, I know this code. Cort turns. He says, from where? She says, Yossa's file. The original intake record. There was a redacted authorization code at the bottom of the suppression order. This is the same sequence. He crosses to her. She points at the signature. She says, the same code that authorized my erasure is written in the tenancy ledger that established my false residence. He is quiet. She says, they did not just suppress my memory. They built an entire administrative history, a lease, a residence, a life I never lived. She keeps reading. The ledger continues. Other properties, other transfers, other signatures. She can read all of them. She does not remember learning to read property ledgers. She does not remember learning the administrative shorthand, the abbreviations, the codes. But the words are clear. 7 languages. She counts them as she moves through the pages. Icelandic, English, Norwegian, Danish. A 4th Nordic dialect she identifies by its vowel structure. Latin in the older entries. A trade language she recognizes from harbor shipping records. She can read all of them. She says, "I was a translator." Cort says, "Yes." She says, "You knew." He says, "I knew you worked for the Accord Translation Bureau. I did not know the full scope." She says, 7 languages. He says, "You told me once it was 8. She looks at him. 8. She does not feel 8. She feels the shape of 7 in her mouth, the weight of them. The way her eye moves across the page and lands on meaning before she consciously translates. The 8th is missing. She turns back to the ledger. Another entry catches her attention. A cold storage registry. A unit leased under a different holding company. The same sector. The same year. She reads the code. She says, "Another authorization." Cort says, "What unit?" She says, "Not a unit. A storage locker. Number 7. Registered to a name I do not recognize." He says, "Read the name." She reads it. Marcus Venn. She does not know the name, but the authorization code beneath it matches. Same sequence. Same redacted reference. She says, "Whoever built my false history also leased a storage locker under a different name." Cort says, "Marcus Venn." She says, "Do you know him?" He says, "No." She says, "Then we find out." She copies the code. She copies the unit number. She closes the binder. She looks at Cort. She says, 30 minutes is not enough." He says, "Then we take what we have and come back." She says, "They will know we were here." He says, "They already know." She stands. The terminal screen flickers. She glances at it. A notification. A new entry in the system. She reads it. A file access request. Current time. This room. She says, "They are watching the system." Cort says, "We need to move." She does not argue. They step into the hall. The annex is quiet. The clerk is not at the desk. The front door is closed. She walks toward the exit. The fog is heavier. The street is empty. She steps outside. The cold hits her, the wet air, the smell of salt and diesel. She turns. A figure stands across the street. Dark coat, camera raised. The shutter clicks. She sees the lens, sees the flash, sees the figure lower the camera and meet her eyes for half a second before turning and walking into the fog. She does not chase. She stands. The fog swallows the figure. Cort is beside her. He saw it. She says, "He photographed me." Cort says, "Yes." She says, "He wanted me to see him." Cort does not answer. The fog is empty. The street is silent. And Solvay knows the photograph is already moving through whatever network the watcher serves. Chapter 13. The fog follows them through the harbor district. Solvay feels it on her skin, cold and damp, as Cort leads her through a maze of alleys and service passages. Her thoughts churn. The photographer. The photograph moving through whatever network. Storage locker 7, Marcus Venn. Cort stops at a steel door painted the same gray as the wall around it. No markings, no handle visible. He presses his palm to a recessed plate, and the lock clicks. She says, "Where are we?" He says, "Nikol Cevra." The door swings inward. A narrow stairwell drops below street level. Harsh fluorescent light. Smell of old concrete and printer toner. Solvay follows him down. The room at the bottom is small, windowless. A desk, 2 chairs, filing cabinets against one wall. A woman sits behind the desk, mid-40s, human, with iron gray hair cut sharp at the jaw and eyes that do not blink when they land on Solvay. Nikol Cevra says, "You look better than I expected." Solvay says, "You expected me. I've been waiting." Nikol gestures at the empty chair. "Sit." Cort stays by the door, close, watchful. Solvay sits. Nikol studies her for a long moment. Then she says, "Tell me what you know." Solvay looks at Cort. He says nothing. She realizes he is not going to answer for her. He is standing back, letting her speak. The awareness lands like a weight. She turns to Nikol. I woke up in a hospital with no memory of my life after age 9. Someone altered my intake records. Someone sent a fake doctor to finish what the suppression started. I have a forged 499 in a name I was given, not born with. My bloodline was declared extinct to neutralize a succession claim. Chancellor Ofeg Ruzik authorized the erasure. The procedure was called the Glacier Protocol, Retrieval Memory Protocol, clinical and linguistic. Nikol does not interrupt. Solvay keeps going. I was a translator for the Accord, 7 languages, maybe 8. I hid a file before the suppression took full effect. I found it yesterday. It contains the authorization chain, the language triggers, and the location of the bloodline registry proving my identity. Your identity, Solvay Drenn. Nikol leans back. Her eyes do not leave Solvay's face. You say that name like you are still deciding whether it fits. Solvay does not answer. Nikol says, the Drenn line was erased from the succession register 6 years ago, officially extinct. No living claimants. If you walked into a tribunal and claimed that name, you are not just asking for your memories back. You are asking to exist in a system that spent significant resources making sure you did not. Solvay says, I know. Do you? Nikol's voice is flat. Because once you file, there is no retreat. If the court acknowledges you as Solvay Drenn, your bloodline claim is active again. That means you inherit every enemy your ancestors made, every political debt, every old grievance. Ruzik will not be able to ignore you. He will have to act. Solvay's pulse is steady. She says, he already acted. Nikol pauses, then she nods. Fair. She pulls a folder from her desk drawer, opens it, slides a single page across the surface. Solvay reads it. It is a legal summary. Glacier Protocol, personhood violation, unlawful suppression of identity and memory without consent. A case file opened 3 years ago under the Accord personhood review. The petitioner field is blank. Solvay looks up. Nikol says, I started building this case after the 3rd victim died. I had evidence of the intake irregularities, the altered charts, the authorization codes. I had testimony from a compromised source inside the protocol team. What I did not have was a living claimant. She taps the blank line. You fill this in and the case moves from investigation to petition. Ruzik's office will be served. The tribunal will set a date, and you will have to stand in front of them and say what was done to you. Solvay's hand rests on the page. Cort is still by the door, still silent. She says, what happens after I say it? Nikol says, if you win, your suppression is ruled unlawful. Your identity is legally restored. Your bloodline is reinstated on the register. Ruzik faces internal sanctions. The protocol team is exposed. And if I lose? If you lose, you are either erased again or made an example. The Accord does not let failed challenges walk away clean. Solvay looks at the blank line. Her name. She can fill it in. She can claim it. She can stand. She says, what about the storage locker? Nikol's eyes sharpen. What's storage locker? Veve tells her, Unit 7, Marcus Venn. The same authorization code that built her false residence. Nikol writes it down. No hesitation, no surprise. She says, I will look into it. That is not enough. Nikol looks up. Solvay holds her gaze. You have been watching my case for years. You pulled the tenancy records the same morning I found the file. You are ahead of me on the investigation. But I am the one who has to walk into that room and say what was done to me. So I need to know what is in that locker before I put my name on your petition. The silence stretches. Nikol says, you are more direct than I expected. I am tired of being managed. Nikol's mouth moves, not quite a smile. All right, I will find out what is in the locker, but I need something in return. Solvay waits. Nikol says, I need you to meet with someone, a former Accord administrator. She helped design the Glacier Protocol, and she wants to talk to you. Solvay's chest tightens. She says, a woman? Yes. What is her name? Ingrid Soland. The name means nothing. Yet something in Solvay's body registers it. A flicker, a current. She says, When? Tomorrow. The same word from the envelope, the same deadline Ursa gave her. Tomorrow. Solvay looks at Cort. He is watching her. His face unreadable, but she feels the tension through the bond, the guarded readiness. He does not trust this. But he is not stopping her. She looks back at Nikol. She says, "Tell me where." Nikol writes an address on a slip of paper, slides it across the desk. Solvay takes it. She folds it into her pocket without reading it. She stands. She says, "I will fill in the line when I know what is in the locker." Nikol says, "I expected that answer." Solvay turns. Cort opens the door. She walks past him into the stairwell. The fluorescent light buzzes. The concrete smells damp. The address burns against her thigh through the fabric. At the top of the stairs, Cort says her name. She stops. He says, "That was well done." She does not turn around. She says, "I am not done yet." She pushes the steel door open. The fog is thinner now. The street is empty. The photograph of her face is already moving through the dark. Ingrid Soland is waiting. The storage locker is unopened, and the name Solvay Drenn is still a line she has not filled in. Chapter 14. The address in her pocket feels heavier than paper should. Solvay stands at the window of the safe flat, watching fog curl through the street lamp glow. The building across the way is dark. The sidewalk is empty. She has been counting the minutes since she and Cort returned from Nikol Cevra's office, and every one of them feels like a held breath. Cort is at the table, not watching her, not looking at the door, just sitting with his hands flat on the metal surface, waiting. She turns. "Say it." He looks up. "Say what?" "Whatever you are not saying, about Ingrid Soland, about tomorrow, about whatever you know that you think I cannot handle." His jaw tightens, a beat, two. Then he says, "I do not know her." Solvay waits. "I know the name. I knew someone inside the protocol team was still alive. I did not know it was her until Nikol said it. And now? And now I do not trust her." Solvay turns back to the window. "Neither do I." She presses her palm against the cold glass. "But I am going anyway." She expects him to argue. He does not. The knock comes at 7:13 a.m. Solvay is awake. She has been awake since the fog turned gray, sitting on the edge of the mattress in the sleeping closet, the address slip unfolded and refolded until the creases are soft as cloth. Cort moves before the second knock lands. He checks the peephole. His shoulders shift, a fraction of tension leaving his frame. He opens the door. Ingrid Soland is smaller than Solvay expected. 50, maybe 55. Gray threaded through dark hair pulled back tight. A wool coat that has seen weather. She carries a leather satchel with both hands, holding it against her chest like something fragile. She looks at Solvay. She does not look at Cort. "You are her?" Ingrid says. "You are awake," Solvay says. "You sound surprised." Ingrid's mouth presses thin. "I am. I did not think you would wake. I did not think any of you would wake." She steps inside before Solvay can invite her. Cort closes the door. The bolts slide home. Ingrid stands in the center of the room, the satchel still pressed to her chest. Her eyes move over the flat, the 3 bolts, the mattress closet, the table with its single chair. She says, "You have been living in places like this." 6 years, Solvay says. "So I am told." Ingrid flinches. She sets the satchel on the table, unfastens the buckle with hands that do not shake. She pulls out a stack of paper, sheets thicker than standard Accord stock, bound in a worn folder. Partial records. Solvay steps closer. Ingrid says, "I pulled these before the archive sealed. They are not complete. Some of the language triggers are missing. The final authorization code is redacted in the official copy." She looks up, "But I have enough to prove the structure." Solvay reaches for the folder. Ingrid's hand stops her. "I helped design it," she says. "The Glacier Protocol. I was on the team that built the language architecture, the synaptic locks, the sequencing." Her voice does not waver. She says, "I know what we did to you." Solvay pulls her hand back. She looks at Ingrid's face, the gray at her temples, the hollow beneath her cheekbones, the stillness of someone who has been carrying this for a long time and is not sure she wants to set it down. Solvay says, "Why? Why did I help build it? Or why am I here?" "Both." Ingrid exhales. "I helped build it because I believed the rationale. Ruzek convinced us the Drenn succession claim would trigger a war, that erasing one life was peacekeeping, that the bond between your lines could be weaponized if the wrong people controlled the bloodline." She looks down at the folder. "I believed it because I wanted to." Solvay says nothing. "I wanted to be necessary. I wanted to be the person who solved the problem no one else could touch. I told myself the victims would never know, that the suppression was clean, that we were saving lives." She looks up. "Then the third victim died." The room goes still. Ingrid says, "She was 26. She had a child. I did not know that until after. The intake form listed her as single, no dependents, but she had a sister who came looking, a sister who filed 7 requests for information, all denied." Her voice drops. "I saw the sister's face in the corridor once. She looked right at me. She did not know who I was. She did not know what I had done, but I knew." Solvay watches her. She does not feel pity. She does not feel rage. She feels something colder, the recognition of a woman who chose complicity and is only sorry she got caught by her own conscience. Solvay says, "Show me the records." Ingrid opens the folder. The pages are dense, diagrams, language trees, a sequence of trigger words written in a script Solvay's eyes move over without comprehension. But the structure is there. The architecture of her own erasure, drawn in neat lines. She touches a page. A word jumps at her. Drenn. Her name. Her true name. Written in the margin of a language trigger schematic. Ingrid says, "That is the lock. Your birth name was used as the final seal. Without the unlock sequence, the suppression holds." Solvay's finger rests on the word. She says, "Do you have the unlock sequence?" Ingrid hesitates. A full second. "No." Cort moves, a shift of weight, a change in the air. He says, "You do not have it, or you are not giving it." Ingrid's jaw tightens. "I do not have it. The sequence was stored separately. Only the authorizing official held both halves." Solvay looks up. "Who?" Ingrid's mouth opens. Nothing comes out. Cort steps closer. "Who signed the final authorization?" The silence stretches. Ingrid's hands press flat against the folder. Her pulse is visible in her throat. She says, "You know who." Cort says, "I need to hear you say it." Ingrid looks at Solvay. Her eyes are wet, but she is not crying. She says, "Chancellor Ofeg Ruzek signed the final authorization. He held the unlock sequence. If it still exists, he is the only one who has it." The name lands in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Solvay does not look away. She says, "Then I will have to get it from him." Ingrid's breath catches. "You cannot take a petition to tribunal without standing. You cannot get standing without your name on the register. You cannot get on the register without—" "I know what I cannot do." Solvay's voice cuts. Ingrid stops. Solvay looks at the folder, at her name written in the margin, at the architecture of a theft so complete it took everything except the bones of who she was. She says, "What else is in storage locker 7? Ingrid's face goes pale. Not confusion, recognition. She knows. Cort is already moving. What is in the locker? Ingrid's hands are shaking now. She says, "I do not know exactly, but I know who put it there." Solvay waits. Ingrid says, "Ruzek." The word lands. Solvay feels the air change, feels the shape of the trap she has been walking toward. Ingrid says, "He has been moving evidence into that locker for 2 years. Files, records, physical objects from the protocol. He is consolidating everything in one place." She looks up. Her face is gray. "He is going to burn it." Chapter 15. Ruzek is going to burn it. The words hang in the air, and Solvay feels them settle into her chest like frost. Not fear, something harder, Something that knows the shape of a deadline when it sees one. She looks at Ingrid. When? I do not know. Soon. He has been consolidating for 2 years. He would not start moving unless the end was in sight. Solvay's hand rests on the folder, on her name written in the margin, on the architecture of her own erasure. She says, "Show me the rest." Ingrid hesitates. Then she pulls another sheaf from the satchel. Thinner, older. The paper has a different weight. These are the working documents, the development phase, before the protocol was finalized. Solvay takes them. The script is dense, technical. Language trees branch across the page in neat lines, each node labeled with a trigger word and a synetic target. She does not understand the mechanics, but she understands the shape of it. A cage built from sound and meaning. Ingrid says, the protocol operates on association. Every memory is tied to a sensory prompt, a word, a place, a name. The suppression isolates those prompts and locks them behind language triggers. Without the correct sequence, the brain cannot access the memory, even when the neural architecture remains intact. Solvay turns a page, a list, dozens of entries, each one a location paired with a word. Reykjavik, False Residence Harbor District Records, False Identity Unit 14, Administrative Paper Trail. Her throat tightens. She says, "These are the prompts, the things that would trigger memories if I encountered them." Ingrid nods. The suppression was designed to fail safe against accidental exposure. If you walked past Reykjavik, you would feel nothing. The language lock would redirect the association to the false memory instead. Solvay looks at the list. Her finger moves down the page. Accord Translation Bureau, Language Framework, Sigurdsson Archive. Contract Records, Cold Storage Locker Number 7, Evidence Consolidation. She stops. What is the Sigurdsson Archive? Ingrid's face shifts, a flicker of something, recognition or wariness. An Accord repository, outside ordinary access. It holds original covenant documents, bloodline registrations, sealed contracts, the kind of records that never leave the building. Solvay looks at Cort. He is watching Ingrid with the stillness of a man who has already decided she is a liability. He says, I know the archive. It is not on any public registry. You need clearance to enter. Ingrid says, you need more than clearance. You need a bloodline signatory to authorize access. The archive was built to be untouchable. Solvay's gaze drops back to the list. The name is there, Sigurdsson Archive, marked in handwriting different from the rest. A later edition. She says, who added this? Ingrid's hands go still. I did. Solvay waits. Ingrid's voice is lower now. I added it because I knew the trigger schedule would be incomplete without it. The archive holds the original covenant documents between the Drenn and Borvin lines. If you ever found those documents, the language architecture around the bond would unravel. Cort speaks. You designed the protocol to fail if the covenant records were accessed. Yes. The word sits in the room. Solvay turns it over in her mind. Ingrid designed a system that could be broken. A failsafe. A door left open. She says, why? Ingrid's face is hollow. Because I knew what we were doing was wrong. I did not have the courage to stop it, but I made sure there was a way to undo it. Solvay feels something move in her chest. Not warmth, not forgiveness. Something sharper. The recognition that even complicity can leave a crack wide enough to see through. She says, the archive, where is it? Ingrid reaches into her satchel again, draws out a folded map, older paper, hand-drawn lines. She spreads it on the table. The map shows Reykjavik, but not the Reykjavik Solvay knows. The streets are wrong. The landmarks are marked in a script she does not recognize. Ingrid points to a location near the harbor, a building that does not appear on any modern registry. Here, the entrance is below street level. The building above it is a fish packing plant that closed 40 years ago. No one goes there. No one remembers it. Solvay studies the map, the same harbor district, the same cold storage warehouses, the same silence. She says, how do I get in? Ingrid's finger traces a route. There is a service tunnel. The entrance is behind a rusted grate marked with a yellow triangle. The grate is locked, but the lock is old. A pick will open it. Solvay looks at Cort. He is already reading the map. His jaw set, his eyes tracking the route like a man counting steps. He says, "The archive will have security." Ingrid nods. Accord seals. They respond to bloodline signatures. If you were not registered, the seals will hold. Solvay says, "What if I am registered?" Ingrid's eyes meet hers. "You are listed as extinct. The seals will read your blood as dead. They will not open for a deadline." Solvay feels the cold settle deeper. She is extinct on paper. Her blood carries a name the archive will reject. She says, "Then I need to be undead." Ingrid says nothing. Solvay looks at the map, at the route, at the archive that holds the original covenant between her line and Cort's. She says, "You brought this because you knew I would need it." Unkundashek was raking up. He lifts, looking out of the seek action. Ingrid's voice is barely audible. "I brought it because I am trying to be the person I should have been 6 years ago. It is not enough. I know it is not enough. But it is all I have." Solvay folds the map. She says, "Then we go tonight." Cort's hand moves, a fraction, a check. "Solvay." She looks at him. He says, "If the archive rejects your blood, it will trigger an alert. Ruzik will know. He is going to know anyway, as soon as I filed the petition, as soon as I claimed the name." Cort's jaw tightens. "Then we do it together." Solvay holds his gaze. She says, "Yes, we do." Ingrid is watching them. Her hands are folded on the table. Her face is wet. She says, "There is one more thing." Solvay waits. Ingrid's voice breaks. "The third victim, the woman who died. Her sister filed the 7th request last week. She was denied again." She looks at Solvay. "I have her address, the sister. She does not know you exist, but she has been fighting for 6 years. She deserves to know the truth." Solvay feels the weight of it. Another life, another thread pulling toward the same fire. She says, "Give me the address." Ingrid writes it on a scrap of paper, hands it over. Solvay looks at the name, Elaine Varenstoltia, a sister who never stopped asking. She folds the paper into her pocket. "We go to the archive first, then we find her." The room settles into silence. Outside, the fog thickens against the window. Solvay feels the hours pressing down, the deadline closing. She looks at Cort. He is watching her with an expression she cannot name. Something older than the bond, something that was there before the suppression. She says, "Are you ready?" He holds her gaze. "I have been waiting 6 years." Chapter 16. The map is still spread on the table when Cort pulls the bolts across the door. The sound is final. 3 metal throws. The world outside the safe flat ceases to exist. Solvay watches him turn. He is already shrugging off his coat. The harness under it carries weight she has learned to read. Knife on the left, something heavier on the right. He says, "The archive is not a building you walk into. It is a trap you negotiate." She folds Ingrid's mat into her pocket. "Then teach me." His eyes hold hers a beat too long. Then he crosses to the metal table and pulls a lock from his pocket. Not the door lock, something older. A disc tumbler, brass, worn at the edges. He places it on the table between them. "Pick it." Solvay looks at the lock, then at him. "You want me to practice on a lock while we have hours before Ruzik burns the evidence?" "I want to see what your hands remember." The words line somewhere under her ribs. She reaches for the lock. Her fingers close around the cold brass. She has no memory of ever holding a pick, no memory of Cort teaching her. But her thumb finds the tension wrench without asking permission. Her index finger slides the pick into the keyway like a word her tongue already knows. The pins talk back to her hand. Click, 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 click. The shackle springs open in under 7 seconds. Solvay stares at the lock in her palm. She did not think. She did not count. Her body knew the sequence the way her mouth knows Icelandic. She sets the lock down. Her hand is steady. Her pulse is not. Cort says, "Again." She picks it. Faster this time. 5 seconds. The mechanism yields like a door she has opened 100 times before. She says, "How many times did you teach me this?" His voice is low. "Enough times that you stopped needing the lesson." The words hang in the air between them. Solvay sets the lock down and looks at her hands. They belong to a woman she does not remember being. A woman who learned to open locks in a room she cannot picture, from a man whose hands she must have trusted once. She says, "What else did you teach me?" Cort's jaw tightens. He does not answer. Instead, he moves to the far wall. He pulls a length of cord from his coat pocket. He ties a knot in it, 2 knots, a configuration that means something. "You are behind me in the tunnel. I will take point. If I tap my thigh twice, you stop. 3 times, you drop. 4, you retreat back the way we came. No questions." He holds the cord out. "Show me you remember." Solvay takes the cord. Her fingers move over the knots. She knows them, knows the sequence, knows that 2 means halt, and 3 means cover, and 4 means get out. She ties the same knots back without looking. Quaz's breathing changes. A fraction, a catch she would not have noticed a week ago. He takes the cord from her. His fingers brush hers. The contact is bare. A second, maybe 2. The air between them thickens. Solvay says, "That was not the lesson?" "No, that was a test." His eyes meet hers, dark, held. "Yes. Why?" He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, "Because I need to know you can move without thinking. The archive will not give you time to remember. It will give you a heartbeat to react. If your body does not know the shape of the movement, you will freeze." She steps closer. The space between them narrows to the width of her breath. "You have been waiting 6 years. You said that. What were you waiting for?" His hand moves, a fraction toward her, then stops. "For you to ask the right questions. I am asking now." He says nothing, but something in his face shifts. The guarded stillness cracks at the edges. He says, "I was waiting for you to stop needing me to decide." The words hit her like cold water. She understands, suddenly, that this is the shape of his love. Waiting, holding, choosing not to choose for her even when every instinct told him to. She says, "I do not need you to decide. I know, but I need you to stay." His eyes close. Just a second. As if she has said something that costs him to hear. When he opens them, the distance between them has narrowed again. He is close enough that she can feel the heat off his skin, close enough that the smell of wool and steel and something older wraps around her. She says, "What are you afraid of?" His voice is barely audible. "That I will cross a line I cannot uncross." "What line?" He does not answer, but his hand rises. His fingers brush her jaw. Featherlight. A question. Malve does not move away. The touch travels down her throat. Her pulse beats against his knuckles. She feels it, feels him feel it. He says, "I taught you to pick locks. I taught you the signals. I taught you how to move through a room without sound." His thumb traces her jawline. "I did not teach you this. Then it is not the bond. No, then it is yours." His hand stills. The room holds its breath. Solvay sees the war in his face, the want, the fear, the years of keeping his hands where they were supposed to be. He leans in, a centimeter, another. She can feel the shape of his mouth before it touches her. Then he stops. His hand drops. He steps back. The space between them rushes in like a draft. He says, "Not tonight." Her chest is hollow. "Why?" He is already turning, already reaching for his coat. "Because if I start, I will not stop. And you need to walk into that archive with a clear head, not with my mouth on your skin." The words burn. Solvay stands still. Her pulse is a drum. Her body is screaming at her to close the distance. She does not. She says, "After the archive." He freezes. She says, "After we get the evidence. After we find Ellen. After we face whatever is in that locker. You do not get to step back again." He turns. His face is raw. He says, "After." The word is a promise. He pulls his coat on, adjusts the harness, checks the weapons she has seen him check 100 times. She watches his hands. She knows what they feel like now. The weight of them, the hesitation. She pockets the lock he gave her. They are ready. Solvay moves to the door. Cort reaches for the first bolt, and then someone knocks. 3 short raps, a pause, 2 more. A patter. Cort's hand stops on the bolt. His eyes meet hers. He does not know that knock. The bolts stay thrown. The knocking does not repeat. Silence. Then a voice. Low. Female. Solvay. My name is Elaine Varinsdottir. I know who you are, and I know what you are about to do. Solvay's blood turns to ice. The sister. The one who has been filing requests for 6 years. The one who was denied 7 times. She is standing outside the door. Before Solvay can answer, the voice comes again, tighter. Do not go to the archive tonight. It is already watched. I came to warn you. Ruzek knows you are awake. He has been waiting for you to move. Solvay looks at Cort. His face is stone. The bolts are thrown. The archive is waiting. And the woman on the other side of the door may be the only person in Reykjavik who knows exactly what they are walking into. Chapter 17. The silence stretches. Solvay stands with her hand on the bolt. Cort is motionless beside her, already angled toward the door, body tight with readiness. Elaine Varinsdottir, the name from Ingrid's mouth. The sister who filed 7 requests and was denied each time. Solvay pulls the bolt. Cort's hand catches her wrist. His voice is barely air. We do not know she came alone. She knew the knock pattern. Solvay meets his eyes. The one you taught me? His jaw tightens. He does not release her wrist, but he does not stop her either. She opens the door. The woman on the landing is smaller than Solvay expected. Dark hair pulled back hard, cheekbones sharp as glass, eyes the same pale gray as Solvay's own. The resemblance hits like a physical blow. Elaine looks at her, just looks. Then she says, You have her mouth. Solvay's throat closes. Your mother's, Elaine says. You never met her. She died before the suppression. I thought you should know. The words land like stones. Cort steps forward. How did you find this address? Elaine's gaze shifts to him, measuring. Ingrid Solon told me where to come. She thought I deserved to know my sister was still breathing before Ruzek's people burned everything. So, Ingrid sent you. She gave me a choice. Elaine's voice is flat. Stay in the dark or find you before Ruzek's watchers did. Solvay finds her voice. You said the archive is watched. By Accord Security. 4 operatives on rotation. They are not hiding. Elaine's mouth twists. Ruzek wants you to see them. He wants you to know he is waiting. Then why warn us? Elaine's pale eyes hold hers. Because I have been trying to prove the Glacier Protocol existed for 6 years. I have 7 denied requests in Accord records. I have a dead sister who was erased like you, except she did not wake up. And you are the only living evidence that what happened to her was not an isolated medical error. The word echoes between them. Dead sister. Solvay feels the floor tilt. Cort catches her elbow, steadies her. Elaine watches without softening. I did not come here to hold your hand. I came to give you a way past the watchers. She reaches into her coat. Cort's hand drops to his harness. Elaine pulls out a badge. Dark metal. A court emblem. Official seal. Solvay reads it. Her own false name printed below a classification level she does not recognize. I work for the archive, Elaine says. I have for 3 years. That is how I kept filing requests. That is how I found out about you. Cort's voice is low. You are an Accord employee. I am a clerk in the Bloodline Registry, Section C, File Retrieval and Maintenance. Elaine's gaze does not waver. I am also the sister of a woman Ruzek killed with paperwork. Those 2 facts exist in the same body. Solvay looks at the badge, at the face that mirrors her own. She says, Can you get us inside? Elaine's jaw tightens. I can get you past the surface check. The inner archive has bloodline seals. If the system reads you as extinct, it will lock down before you reach the first shelf. Then we need the seal to read me as alive. You need a living bloodline signatory. Elaine's voice drops. That is you, Solvay. If the system scans you and finds Drenn active on the register, you pass. If it finds Drenn extinct, you trigger an alarm, and every door in the building seals. Solvay's pulse hammers. She looks at Cort. He says nothing. But his hand finds hers. His fingers press once. A signal. 4 taps. Go. She turns back to Elaine. Take us. The archive building crouches at the edge of the industrial district. Concrete and frosted windows, a structure designed to look like nothing. Inland leads them through a side entrance where a night guard glances at her badge and waves them past without lifting his head from his magazine. Inside, the air is cold and still. Fluorescent lights hum over narrow corridors lined with locked doors. The smell of paper and metal and old dust presses against Solvay's lungs. Elin moves fast. Familiar. She knows the turns without checking. At the end of a corridor, a reception desk blocks the way. A clerk sits behind it, young, bored, tapping a stylus against a screen. Elin approaches. Section C retrieval. I have 2 externals for a registry verification. The clerk looks up. Eyes Solvay, then Cort. IDs. Solvay's throat goes dry. Elin slides her badge across the desk. They are with me. Bloodline continuity check. Field under Drenn. The clerk's stylus stops. The name hangs in the air like smoke. Drenn, the clerk repeats. That line is closed. Then the verification will be quick. Elin's voice does not waver. I need access to the sealed register. You can log it under my authorization code. The clerk hesitates. Eyes Solvay again. Longer this time. Solvay holds still. Lets him look. The clerk pulls a key from his drawer, slides it across the desk. Door 7. You have 30 minutes. Elin takes the key. Does not thank him. They move past the desk, down another corridor, through a steel door that groans on its hinges, and into a room lined with metal cabinets that stretch from floor to ceiling. The sealed register. Elin stops at a terminal against the wall. She types. The screen flickers. She says, The bloodline seal check runs when you open the inner archive door. I need to enter a signator name to trigger a live scan. Solvay steps forward. Enter mine. Elin's fingers hover. If the system rejects you, every door in this corridor locks. We will have 30 seconds before security arrives. I know. Solvay looks at Cort. He does not tell her to stop. Does not offer a different plan, he just stands beside her. She says, Do it. Elin types. The terminal beeps. A pause. The screen reads, Searching bloodline register. Another pause. Then a voice from the doorway behind them. Low. Male. Carrying the weight of someone who has been watching longer than any of them realize. That will not work. Solvay turns. A man stands in the doorway. Dark coat, silver-streaked hair combed back, eyes that do not blink. He holds no weapon. He does not need one. He is looking at Solvay. Not at Elin, not at Cort, at her. He says, The system reads living signatures against the extinction declaration. If you enter Solvay Drenn into that terminal, it will flag you as deceased and lock this entire floor. Elin's hand freezes over the keyboard. Cort shifts his weight. The man steps forward. Slow. Deliberate. I am Bildor Mays. His voice is calm, clinical. I have been expecting you for 6 years, Solvay Drenn. Her name, her true name, spoken in a voice of legal certainty. The sound of it hits her like a blade between the ribs. She knows him. She does not know how she knows him, but she knows him. Bildor Mays stops 2 feet from her, studies her face with the patience of someone reading a document he has memorized. You do not remember me, he says. That is expected. The Glacier Protocol scrubs associative recognition along with episodic memory. But your body remembers. He reaches into his coat. Cort moves, fast. Bildor holds up his empty hand, palm open. I am not reaching for a weapon. He looks at Solvay. I am reaching for the key that will let you pass the bloodline seal without triggering a security response. He pulls out a thin silver ring. Old, worn smooth at the edges. He holds it out to her. Take it. Solvay does not move. Bildor says, That ring was forged for the Drenn bloodline 200 years ago. It carries a signature the archive system recognizes as older than the extinction declaration. If you wear it, the seals will read you as living. Cort's voice cuts through. And what do you want in return? Bildor's eyes do not leave Solvay. I want her on the succession register before Ruzek burns the evidence that proves she was never supposed to be erased. He holds the ring closer. The silver catches the fluorescent light. Solvay looks at Cort, at Ellen, at the ring. She says, What are you? Bildor's mouth almost moves into a smile. I am the archivist who has been keeping your name alive on paper while everyone else filed you as dead. The ring glints. Waiting. Chapter 18. The name hits like a blade between the ribs. Solvay's chest seizes. The ring keeps glinting in Beldor's palm, but she is not seeing it anymore. She is seeing something else. Ink. Old ink on her fingers, stained into the whorls of her thumb and forefinger. Vellum under her hand, cream and spotted, the edges worn soft by handling. A single, weighty page with a seal at the bottom. Black wax stamped with a crest she cannot focus on because the doorway in front of her holds a man she knows. Cort, younger, his coat off, sleeves rolled to the elbow, standing in the frame of a room she does not recognize, his face carrying something she has never seen him wear in all the hours since she woke in that hospital bed. Hope, and beneath it, fear. Not the tactical fear of an ambush or a burned channel, the raw fear of someone who has put everything on a single answer and cannot breathe until it comes. She looks down at the vellums. Her hand is moving. The pen is in her fingers. She is signing something. She knows what she is signing. She knows the cost, and she loves him. She loves him so completely that it feels like falling from a great height with no ground in sight, and she keeps signing anyway, because not signing would mean losing him twice, once to duty, and once to the silence she has already carried too long. The ink bleeds into the vellum fibers. Her name, her true name, Solvay Drenn. The room lurches. Solvay's knees buckle. The fluorescent lights of the archive room tear back into focus, cold and white and merciless. Cort's hands catch her before she hits the floor, his grip tight, his voice saying her name in a tone she has heard before but cannot place. She is on the ground. No. She is half caught. Cort's arm around her back, her knees on the concrete. The silver ring still in Beldor's outstretched hand. Solvay blinks. The memory scatters like ash, but the feeling remains. The certainty of it. The shape of a choice she made with her eyes open and her heart unguarded. She signed his contract. She signed Cort Borvin as her protector, not because she was forced, not because the bond compelled her, because she chose him, because she loved him before the wipe took everything. And she let that love cost her whatever it needed to cost. Solvay. Cort's voice, low, careful. Where are you? She looks at him. He is not younger now. His sleeves are not rolled. The hope is gone from his face, replaced by the watchful stillness she has learned to read as fear wearing a mask. I remember, she says. His whole body goes still. Part of it. Her voice sounds like someone else's. I remember signing your contract. I remember the room, the vellum, the ink on my fingers. She stops. She does not tell him the rest. Not here. Not in front of Beldor. But she sees it in his eyes. He knows what else she remembered. Beldor clears his throat. The sound is soft, almost apologetic, but it breaks the moment anyway. The memory seal is degrading faster than Ingrid predicted. He turns the ring between his fingers. Hearing your birth name spoken aloud by someone with archival authority is acting as a partial key. The covenant bond is accelerating the process. Solvay pushes herself upright. Cort's hand stays on her arm, steadying without caging. She looks at Beldor. You said the terminal will reject me as deceased. It will. The extinction declaration is flagged at the surface level of every Accord registry. That is what Ruzek relies on. He filed the paperwork cleanly, and the system accepted it because no living Drenn claimant ever challenged it. Beldor steps closer. The ring catches the light again, but the sealed succession index is a different architecture. It does not update automatically. It requires a manual override to remove a bloodline from the living register. Ruzek never submitted that override. Solvay's pulse sharpens. Why not? Because submitting it would have required him to name the method of extinction. Paperwork leaves trails. Beldor's mouth tightens. He declared the Drenn line extinct on the public registry without ever removing it from the sealed index. The line is not dead. It is hidden. Ellen speaks from behind the terminal. Her voice is flat, controlled. The sealed index does not communicate with the public registry. They are separate systems. Ruzek let the public declaration stand and never touched the sealed index. He gambled that no one would ever check both. Solvay's mind moves through the implications. The archive doors read the sealed index, not the public one. Which means, the ring, she says. Beldor holds it out again, was forged before the extinction declaration existed. Its signature is older than any of Ruzek's authorizations. If you wear it, the sealed index will read you as alive because it never had authority to mark you dead. Solvay takes the ring. It is heavier than it looks. The silver is warm, as if it has been held recently, as if Beldor has been carrying it against his skin for years. She slides it onto her right index finger. It fits perfectly. A seal point, sized for her before she was born. Cort watches her with an expression she cannot read. If the ring carries a signature the system recognizes, the moment you pass through the inner door, the archive will register your presence. Ruzek will know. Ruzek already knows I am awake. Aline warned us. Knowing you are awake and having system confirmation that you are inside the Sigerson archive are different things. Cort's voice is quiet, hard. One is a rumor, the other is evidence. Solvay looks at the ring on her finger. The silver glints. She remembers signing the contract. She remembers choosing him while the ink bled into the vellum and the fear sat cold in her throat, and she did it anyway, because he was worth the cost. She looks at Cort. Then let him have evidence. She turns to the inner door. Ellen types something into the terminal. The screen flickers. A deep mechanical sound shifts somewhere in the wall behind them. The door groans. It opens onto darkness. Bedur's voice comes from behind her. The Covenant documents are in the subvault. Third seal. You will need blood to open the last lock. Solveig does not turn around. She steps through the door. The darkness swallows her. Chapter 19. The service door clicks shut behind them, and the lock engages with a sound that feels final. The safe room is windowless. Thermal insulation lines every wall in gray panels. A single lamp on the metal table throws their shadows against the ceiling like cut paper. Solveig sets the recovered documents flat. Her hands are steady. The ring on her finger catches the light, and she catches herself staring at it, at the fact that it fits, at the fact that someone forged this for a woman they had never met, a woman who would not be born for 200 years. Bedor is not here, neither is Elin. They split at the archive threshold, 3 directions, no pattern, the way Cort insisted. Now it is just the 2 of them and the papers. Ingrid's partial records cover half the table. Beldor's sealed succession printouts cover the other half. Solveig spreads them side by side, aligning dates, signatures, authorization codes. The shake that emerges makes her stomach tighten. She is listed as extinct on every public registry that matters. Not missing, not dormant. Dead. The word appears in 4 separate places. Deceased, deceased, extinct, expunged. The language is administrative, clean, as if someone canceled a subscription rather than erased a human life. The succession claim, she says. Her voice sounds flat in the insulated silence. What exactly does the Drenn bloodline claim? Cort stands at the edge of the light. He has not taken off his coat. He has not sat down. A seat on the North Atlantic Accord Council. Full voting rights. Bloodline priority over current occupancy. Solveig looks up. That is not a minor claim. It is the oldest unbroken seat on the council. The Drenn line held it for 4 centuries before the Consolidation Wars. When the wars ended, the seat was suspended, not dissolved. The legal framework remained intact. She looks back at the papers. The dates line up. The suspension happened 80 years before she was born, which means the claim never went away. It was just waiting. Yes, for someone to press it. Cort does not answer. He does not need to. Solveig traces the edge of Ingrid's authorization sheet. The Ruzek signature sits at the bottom, precise, unhurried, as if he signed his name to her erasure the way other men sign delivery receipts. He declared us extinct, she says slowly, because as long as the Drenn line existed on paper, someone could activate the claim. Yes. And as long as I existed to carry the bloodline forward, yes. She sits back. The chair creaks. He did not suppress me because I was dangerous. He suppressed me because I was usable by anyone who wanted to challenge his counsel. Cort's jaw tightens. The movement is small, almost invisible, but she sees it. Ingrid said the threat was bloodline conflict, renewed war. That is the story Ruzek told her, and she believed it because she wanted to believe the thing she helped build had a justification. Did she? Solveig says. It is not the full truth. She waits. Cort moves, finally. He pulls out the chair across from her and sits, elbows on the table, hands open in front of him as if he is showing her he is not reaching for anything. The Drenn succession claim destabilized the council the moment it became exercisable. That happened when you turned 21. Before that, the seat was suspended legally. After that, it was a dormant asset that any faction with enough leverage could activate. And Ruzik's faction wanted to make sure no one ever did. Yes. So they erased me and declared the line dead. Yes. Solvay lets the silence stretch. The lamp hums. The thermal panels absorb every echo. You said my life became politically sensitive because of bloodline threats. She keeps her voice even. But you made it sound like the threat was managed after I needed protection, like it was a reaction. Cort does not flinch. He does not look away. It was not a reaction. His voice is quiet, hard. The threat started before you were 21, before the claim was exercisable. People knew you existed. People knew what you would become. Some of them wanted to use you. Some of them wanted to make sure no one else could. She stares at him. How long? Since you were 17. 17. She does the math. 12 years ago. Cort has been guarding her for 12 years, not 6. The contract says 6. The contract she signed in the memory fragment, ink on her fingers, vellum under her palm. That contract only covers the last 6. Which means there was another arrangement before the contract. Cort's hands stay open on the table. Yes. What arrangement? He holds her gaze. His expression does not change, but something shifts in the air between them, a pressure change, the way the bond tightens when he is choosing between truth and protection. Your mother made it. The words land like a blade. Solvay's breath catches. Her mother. The mother she does not remember. The mother who died before the suppression, according to Elin. She made an arrangement with you. With my bloodline, the Borvin covenant. Cort's voice is measured, deliberate, as if he has rehearsed this confession and is forcing himself to deliver it without deflection. She knew the succession claim would make you a target. She knew Ruzik's faction was already consolidating power. She asked for protection that could not be revoked, transferred, or overridden by any Accord authority. She asked for you. She asked for the covenant bond. Solvay's pulse pounds in her throat. The familiar, the sacred, the name he gave her in an attempt to make the engineered bond sound like a blessing. Your mother and my bloodline agreed to bind us before we ever met. The engineering you read about in Ingrid's notes, that is the mechanism. But the agreement existed long before the mechanism was built. Solvay looks down at her hands. The ring glints. Her mother. She does not remember her mother's face. She does not remember her voice. But she remembers the feel of signing that contract, the weight of the pen, the certainty in her chest. She chose Cort. She chose him because she loved him. But her mother chose him first. The room feels smaller. The lamp seems dimmer. You were selected, she says slowly, before I could select anyone. Yes. And you agreed to it. Yes. And you never told me that the bond's origin was a contract my mother made before I was old enough to consent. Cort's voice drops. I told you the bond was engineered. I told you it was built generations ago. I told you I built my life around serving it. You did not tell me my mother chose it for me, because I did not want you to hear it as one more cage. Solvay stands. The chair scrapes the floor. Then what do you want me to hear it as? Cort stands too. Slow, careful. The way he moves around her in close quarters, always leaving space for her to step back. Your mother did not choose the covenant bond to control you. She chose it because she was dying, and she knew the Accord would come for you the moment she was gone. She chose it because she could think of no one else she trusted to stand between you and the people who would use you like a document. Silence. Did you love her? Cort's tells. Your mother. Wash, I bring Lucas later from Fies, a shop draft. Yes, I respected her. That is not what I asked. He is quiet for a long moment. I cared for her. She was the first person in the Borvin line who treated the covenant as a partnership rather than a transaction. She taught me what the bond could be if it was chosen freely on both sides. Solvay's chest aches. Then she died, Solvay says, and you spent 12 years guarding the daughter she left behind, waiting for me to be old enough to sign the contract myself, waiting for me to remember, waiting for me to stop needing you to decide. Cort meets her eyes. Yes. The single word carries everything. The years, the silence, the hope he let her see in the memory fragment, raw and unguarded, before the suppression took it all away. Solvay looks at the papers spread across the table. Extinct on paper, allied in the seal index. A mother she cannot remember, who made a choice for her before she could make it herself, and a man who has spent 12 years waiting for her to wake up and choose him again. The lamp hums, the safe room holds its breath, and somewhere in the city, Chancellor Ofai Gruzek has just received confirmation that the Sigurd Son archive system registered a Drenn signature. The evidence he asked for. The war he never believed would come. Chapter 20. The safe room hums. The lamp flickers once. Solvay stands at the table, the Drenn signet ring cold against her finger, and the name of her mother echoes in a skull that cannot hold her face. Cort watches her, waiting. She does not want to be waited for. I need to see it. See what? The contract. The one I signed. His jaw tightens. It is not here. It is in the Borvin vault, sealed under covenant law. Then take me there. Solvay, do not tell me it is dangerous. Her voice cuts. Do not tell me we need to wait. I have been waiting for 6 years I do not remember. I want to see the thing I signed. I want to stand in the room where I chose you and feel it again. Cort holds still. The air between them strains. The vault is in the archive sublevel, behind the covenant seals. Then we are already in the right building. He does not argue. He pulls the map from his coat, unfolds it on the table, and traces a route through the lower levels with his finger. A corridor she did not take, a door she did not see. This way. They slip out of the safe room into the archive's service spine. The corridor is narrow, concrete, lit by bulbs that buzz at the edge of hearing. Pipes run the ceiling. The air tastes of rust and old paper. Solvay follows Cort past a junction where the light dies entirely. He does not slow. She matches his pace in darkness, counting steps, feeling the walls close in. The door at the end is steel. No handle, no lock plate, just a recessed slot the width of a finger. Cort presses his thumb into the slot. A seam of light runs the door's edge. The seal retracts with a sound like a held breath releasing. The room beyond is small, windowless, a single table in the center. On it, a box of black wood bound with silver. Solvay steps inside. The door closes behind them. The air changes, older, drier, heavier with stillness. She knows this room. The knowledge hits before thought catches up. She knows the grain of the table, the way the light falls from a single source overhead, casting the same shadows she saw in a fragment that was not a dream. She knows the box. And she knows, before he speaks, that Cort will not touch it. He stands by the door, arms loose at his sides, watching her with the same raw hope she saw in the memory of the signing room. Open it. Her fingers find the silver clasp. It is warm. She lifts it. The box opens. Inside, a single sheet. Heavy vellum. Ink that is aged to brown. 2 signatures at the bottom. One is Cort's. The other is hers. Solvay Drenn. She does not need to read the terms. Her hand moves before she tells it to, tracing the curve of her own name with her fingertip, and the pressure of the contact cracks something open inside her. The room dissolves. She is standing in a different room. Same table, same light, different season. Snow presses against a high window, and she is younger, 23, shaking from something that is not cold. Cort stands across the table, younger too. The same carved angles, but less tired, less worn. He holds a pen out to her. This is not a formality, Slira. I know. If you sign this, you are bound to me under covenant law. The bond will anchor to your bloodline. It cannot be undone by any Accord authority. I know. You cannot unsign it. You cannot transfer it. If I fail you, there is no tribunal that can dissolve the obligation. I know. He places the pen on the table between them. Then tell me why you are signing it. The snow falls beyond the glass. The silence stretches long enough to feel like a held breath. Because I trust you. That is not enough. I am choosing you. It is still not enough. Her throat tightens. She wants to be angry. She wants to tell him he has no right to demand more than her signature. But the truth sits heavier than pride. Because I love you. Cort's expression does not change, but something in his chest releases, a tension she can feel through the thread that already links them, faint but present, the first pull of the bond before it was fully anchored. Say it again. I love you, Cort Borvin, and I am signing this contract because I want you to be the one who guards me. Not because my mother arranged it, not because the covenant demands it, because I am choosing you. She picks up the pen. The ink stains her fingers. She signs. Solvay Drenn. The memory shatters. Solvay gasps. Her hand is still on the vellum. The room swims back into focus. The box, the table. Cort at the door, still watching, still holding the same hope he held when she was 23 and chose him with her eyes open. She looks down at her signature. The ink is dry, but the love is not gone. It is sitting in her chest like something that never left, waiting for her to remember how to hold it. She looks up at Cort. I loved you. His voice is rough. Yes. I signed that contract because I loved you, not because of the bond, not because of my mother, because I chose you. Yes. And you knew. You knew I loved you before the suppression. You knew I chose you freely. And you still spent 6 years protecting a woman who did not remember choosing you. Cort's hands curl at his sides. I spent 6 years hoping you would remember, and fearing you would remember and decide it was not enough. The ache in her chest sharpens. How did you bear it? He does not answer. He does not need to. The answer is written in the lines around his eyes, in the exhaustion she saw at her hospital bedside, in the way he held her after the ambush, in every silence he kept while she rebuilt herself from nothing. He bore it because he had no choice, because the bond would not let him leave, because he loved her. The recognition lands like a blade sliding home. She sets the vellum down. Her fingers trace the edge of the box. The metal clasp clicks as she closes it. I remember. Cort's breath catches. How much? The signing, the room, the snow. She pauses. Loving you. He closes his eyes. Just for a second, just long enough for her to see the relief crack his composure. There is more, she says. I remember why I signed it. Cort's eyes open. I knew Rusek was coming. I knew what the Accord was planning. I signed the contract to put you in a legal position to protect me after the wipe. The air in the room changes. That is not all, she says. I also knew the wipe was coming. I knew I would forget you. I signed the contract knowing I would wake up and not know your face. The silence stretches. I chose you, Solvay says, her voice breaking at the edges. Knowing I would forget why I chose you. And I did it anyway. The lamp hums. The contract lies sealed in its box, and Solvay stands in the room where she signed her name to a man she loved, holding a memory that should feel like reunion, but cuts like grief. Because the woman who made that choice is gone, and she is the one who has to live with the cost. Chapter 21. She does not take her hand off the vellum. The memory sits in her chest like a stone lodged between ribs, cold and heavy and permanent. She can still feel the pen between her fingers, the ink bleeding into her skin, the way Cort's face looked when she said, I love you, like she meant it enough to lose it. The woman who said that is gone. Solvay lifts her hand. Her palm leaves a faint sweat print on the black wood of the box. She stares at the contract without really seeing it, because what she sees instead is herself. 23 years old, snow against the window, signing her name to a man she trusted with everything she had left. She did not know she was signing away her right to remember trusting him. The silence in the vault stretches. Cort does not move. He stands at the door like he is afraid any shift in his weight will shatter whatever fragile thing is holding her upright. "You knew," she said, the words of flat. Not an accusation, not yet, just a fact laid on the table between them. "I knew you signed it willingly," Cort says. "I knew you loved me. I knew you understood what the bond would cost. And you let me wake up in that hospital not knowing your name." His jaw tightens. "Yes." She thinks about the first moment she saw him. The chair beside her bed, the exhaustion in his face, the way he said he was not leaving as if it was the only truth he had left to hold. "How long did you wait for me to ask?" 6 years. "No." She shakes her head. "How long did you sit in that hospital room before I opened my eyes?" The question lands differently than she expected. Cort's composure cracks along a fault line she did not see coming. 17 days. The number hits her like a physical blow. 17 days of sitting in a plastic chair while a woman who loved him slept with empty brain. 17 days of watching her face for any sign of recognition that never came. "You sat there for 17 days. I was not going to leave you alone." Something breaks open in her chest. Not the grief she expected. Something raw. Something that feels like the first time she has let herself want to be seen by him since the memory returned. She sets the vellum back in the box. The silver latch clicks shut. "Tell me what else you kept." Cort does not answer immediately. His hands curl at his sides. The silence in the vault hums with things he has held too long behind his teeth. "I kept the full terms of the contract." She already knew that. She can feel it in the shape of the gap, the space where information should sit and does not. "Tell me now." "The covenant bond requires ongoing blood proximity to stay anchored. If I go more than 6 weeks without close contact, the bond starts degrading. Memory recovery slows. The suppression architecture stabilizes again." Her throat tightens. "Close contact meaning what?" "Physical proximity, skin contact. I do not know the exact threshold. Miro Ezaki would know more. I have never tested it because I was not willing to risk the degradation." She processes this. 6 weeks. She has been awake less than that. Cort has been within arm's reach of her every moment since the hospital. "There is more," she says. It is not a question. Cort's pause is barely a heartbeat. "There is a secondary clause in the covenant. If the Drenn succession claim is formally activated, the bond obligations expand." "Expand how?" "Joint governance. The bonded pair is required to rule the Drenn claim together. It is not optional. The covenant was designed to prevent a single bloodline heir from wielding power without a Borvin check." She stares at him. "You are telling me that if I take the succession seat, I have to take you with it?" "Yes. And you knew this when you let me sign your contract. I knew it when your mother made the arrangement. I knew it when you signed the contract. I knew it when I sat in that hospital room for 17 days. The stone in her chest shifts, not melting, not cracking, just moving into a position that makes it harder to breathe. "You kept this from the woman who loved you?" Cort's eyes close, just for a second. "Yes." "Why?" "Because I wanted you to choose me first, before the obligations, before the governance clause. I wanted you to see me and want me and decide that was enough. And then I would tell you the rest." She laughs. It is a brittle sound, hollow at the edges. "You wanted me to fall in love with you twice, so that when you told me I was legally bound to rule beside you, I would not run. I wanted you to trust me enough to stay." "Those are the same thing, Cort." He does not argue. The lamp hums. The contract box sits sealed between them. Solvay presses her palm flat against the table and feels the cold wood leach heat from her skin. She remembers signing. She remembers loving him. She remembers every reason she gave herself for why she could trust him with her life, and her future, and her silence. She also remembers that Solvay Drenn was a woman who kept her own secrets. "You are not the only one who held things back." Cort's attention sharpens. "I remember more than the signing." She meets his eyes. "I remember what I did not tell you before the wipe." "What did you keep?" She holds the memory like a blade. The winter morning. The phone call she took in the stairwell while Cort waited in the flat. The voice on the other end offering her a way out, a way to survive the wipe without losing everything. Solvay says it aloud. I had a contingency you do not know about. Chapter 22. Cort watches her with the stillness of a man who has learned to wait through anything. 17 days in a hospital chair. 6 years of watching her not know him. And now this. The woman he guarded standing across from him with a secret blade she has not yet drawn. What contingency? Solvay does not answer. The name of the person on the other end of that call sits in her mouth like a stone she is not ready to swallow. I will tell you when I decide it is time. Cort's jaw works. A muscle jumps beneath his skin. You kept something from me while you were signing a contract that bound your bloodline to mine. I kept something from everyone. She holds his gaze. Including my mother. Including Beldor. Including the woman who designed the protocol. It is the only thing I made sure Ruzek could not find. The lamp hums between them. Why are you telling me now? Because I am tired of being the only one in this room who knows less than everyone else. She presses her palm flat against the table. If you want me to trust you with my future, you can start by trusting me with yours. But I will not tell you everything I kept until I know what you are willing to do when Ruzek comes for us. Cort's expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts, a fraction of surrender she has never seen in him before. Then we should find out what he is willing to do first. She nods. That is the closest thing to agreement she is going to get. They find Nikol and Ingrid in the safe room's narrow kitchen, papers spread across a folding table under the flat yellow light of a single bulb. Ingrid looks hollowed out, gray threaded through her hair like she has aged years since the archive. Nikol stands at the counter with a cup of tea gone cold, her iron-gray jaw set hard. Ingrid does not look up when Solvay enters. She is staring at a sheet of paper like it contains her own obituary. Got it. Nikol sets down the cup. The authorization chain is clean. Too clean. 4 signatures between the protocol design and the execution order. Ruzek's is the last. She slides a folder across the table. Solvay opens it. The first page is a memorandum dated 6 years ago. Accord internal letterhead. Standard administrative formatting. The subject line reads, Classification request. Retrieval memory protocol. Subject 4/S. Beneath it, dry language. Assessment of threat profile. Probability of succession claim activation within the decade. Cost-benefit analysis of suppression versus neutralization. She reads the phrase that stopped her breath. The subject's bloodline holds a dormant council seat claim capable of destabilizing the current North Atlantic power allocation. Restoration of the claim would require reallocation of voting rights, territorial jurisdiction, and enforcement authority currently held by 4 signatory bodies. Suppression of the claimant's memory and legal identity removes the activation mechanism without triggering armed response. Solvay reads it twice. Not vengeance, not cruelty, not even fear. Efficiency. I am listed as a cost. Ingrid's voice is barely audible. It gets worse. Solvay turns the page. The second memorandum is from Ruzek's personal office, dated 3 years before the wipe. The language is still administrative, still bloodless, but something else lives beneath the phrasing now. A man who has convinced himself he is doing the right thing. I acknowledge the ethical concerns raised by the design team. I note them. I do not share them. The Drenn succession claim was created in an era of bloodline warfare that nearly dismantled every stable government in the North Atlantic. The people who built that system are dead. The wars they fought are over. Restoring a dormant claim now does not honor history. It weaponizes it against the present. The subject is not being erased for what she has done. She is being erased for what she could be made to do by anyone who gets control of her name. A living Drenn is a political tool. A dead Drenn is a martyr. An erased Drenn is neither. She is simply absent. And absence does not start wars. Solvay's hands are shaking. She sets the paper down. He wrote that about me. Yes. Before I was 20 years old. Ingrid nods once. Solvay looks at the memorandum again. The date stamps, the signature block, the clean, justified margins. A man sat at a desk and typed those words and believed he was saving the world from her. He does not hate me. Nikol watches her carefully. No, he does not even know me. That is the point. Solvay stares at the paper until the words blur. She expected cruelty. She prepared herself for a monster who enjoyed the violence of what he did. What she did not prepare for was this: the administrative calm of a man who signed her erasure the way he would sign a budget adjustment. Cort has not touched her, but she feels him behind her left shoulder, a presence warm and watchful and terrible in its patience. Read the last page. Solvay turns it. The final memorandum is marked confidential, dated the same week she woke in the hospital. Ruzek's signature is fresh. Subject 4/S has demonstrated unexpected neurological resistance to the protocol baseline. This deviation was not anticipated. Recommend accelerated stabilization protocol and transfer to extended containment under Article 17 of the Accord security provisions. The subject's bondholder, Cort Borvin of the Borvin Covenant line, represents an ongoing variable with unknown loyalty parameters. If the bond exerts pressure in favor of memory recovery, containment of the subject alone will be insufficient. Preparations should be made for dual interdiction. She reads the line again. Dual interdiction. Cort is reading over her shoulder. She feels the shift in his breathing. The thread between them pulls taut. They were planning to take you too. Cort says nothing. They were planning to take you, and I did not know. It does not matter. Do not tell me it does not matter. It matters. His voice is low, but it does not change what we do next. Solvay looks at Ingrid, who has not raised her eyes from the table. Did you know about this? Ingrid's hands are flat against the folding table. Her knuckles are white. Not the dual interdiction order. That came from Ruzek's office directly. I was out of the chain by then. But you knew what he was? Ingrid closes her eyes. I knew what he was willing to do. I designed the tool he used to do it. I told myself I was building a cleaner alternative to execution, a way to neutralize without killing. She opens her eyes. It is still violence. I just made it quiet enough for him to sign. The room settles into a silence that feels like the pressure before a storm. Nikol breaks it. There is more. Solvay looks up. The dual interdiction order was never activated. Someone in Ruzek's office flagged it, delayed it, bought you time. Who? Nikol slides another paper across the table. A single name typed in the referral field, Elin Verensdottir. Solvay's sister flagged the order that would have taken Cort, filed a procedural hold that gave them time to reach the archive before the interdiction could be executed. Solvay stares at the name. She has seen Ellen twice in 6 years, spoken to her once. Her sister walked her into the archive and let her disappear into the dark. And Ellen has been watching Ruzek's paperwork the whole time. The lamp hums. Outside, a car passes on the wet street, headlights cutting across the window before fading into fog. Solvay folds the memorandum, slides it into her jacket pocket. I want to see her. Nikol's expression flickers. She is not answering my calls. Then we go to her. Cort's hand touches her elbow, not restrained, anchoring. Ruzek will have watchers on Ellen now. If she flagged the interdiction order, he knows. Then we go carefully. That is not careful. That is the best I have. Cort looks at her for a long moment. The bond between them hums with something she cannot name. Fear, respect, something older than either of them. He releases her elbow. I know where she lives. The safe room door opens onto the corridor. The fog presses against the windows. Solvay steps into it with Ruzek's memorandum in her pocket and her sister's name burning in her chest. Behind her, Cort locks the door. Ahead, the streetlights blur into white haze, and somewhere in the dark, Ruzek is already moving. Chapter 23. The fog outside the window has turned to sleet. The safe flat is cold, the radiators knocking but not keeping up. Solvay sits on the edge of the cot with Ruzek's memorandum spread across her knees, the words blurring in and out of focus. Cort is at the table, a map of Reykjavik's service tunnels open beneath his hands. He has not looked at her for 20 minutes. Each time he thinks she is not watching, a tremor passes through his shoulders. She should sleep. They both should. Tomorrow will demand more than today did. But every time she closes her eyes, she sees snow against glass. A doorway she cannot quite place. The bond pulls low in her chest, a thread tightening. Not danger, not fear, something closer to recognition. The lamp flickers. Solvay's head drops onto the cot's thin pillow. Her eyes want to close, the lids heavy and slow. She feels Cort cross the room, his weight settling into the chair beside her cot, close enough to touch. His hand does not reach for her, but it rests on his knee, palm open, in a way she feels like an offer. She lets the darkness take her. The snow is falling so hard she can barely see the building at the end of the street. Solvay knows this place. She has been here before. The porch light burns yellow against the storm, casting a circle of warmth onto the snow-covered steps. A wooden door with iron hinges, a brass plate beside it, worn smooth by hands that have touched it many times. She is standing in the street in a coat that is not hers, dark wool, too heavy. Her breath clouds. The door opens before she knocks. Cort stands in the doorway. Not the Cort from the safe flat. This Cort is younger, the lines in his face less carved, his dark coat dusted with melting snow across the shoulders. Behind him, a fire burns in a stone hearth. Bookshelves line the walls, a desk covered in papers. He looks at her with something she cannot read. "You came." His voice is different too, softer at the edges. The restraint in it sounds like hope. Solvay looks down at her hands. A pen rests between her fingers. Ink stains the pad of her thumb. She is holding a vellum sheet folded in quarters, the crease worn as if she has pressed it open many times. "I needed to see the terms again." Cort steps aside. The warmth of the room reaches her across the threshold. She smells pine smoke and old paper and something else beneath it. Familiar. His skin. She steps inside. The door closes behind her. Cort stands at the far end of the room now, his back to her, one hand braced on the mantel above the fire. The flames throw his shadow across the floor. "Did you find what you were looking for?" Solvay unfolds the vellum. The writing is hers. She recognizes the slant of certain letters, the way she curls her lowercase d's. The contract language is dense, old, bound in covenant phrasing she should not understand. But she does. The words pull at something beneath her ribs. Not the bond, deeper, older than the bond. The undersigned Solvay Drenn of the Drenn bloodline enters covenant binding with Cort Borvin of the Borvin line under accord succession law. Voluntary and clear of mind, without duress or coercion, for the purpose of bloodline protection and mutual governance in the event of succession activation. She reads it again. Clear of mind, without duress, voluntary. The words are hers, the pen in her hand, the signature at the bottom, Solvay Drenn, matches the one on every other document she has hidden. But beneath the signature, in smaller script, a note she does not remember writing. "If I wake and do not remember this, bring me to the archives of Vale." The third seal opens with covenant blood. Her name was Kayla. Solvay's breath catches. Kayla. The name means nothing and everything. A sister's name. One she never knew, one she cannot afford to forget. She looks up. Cort is no longer at the mantel. He is standing directly in front of her, close enough to touch. The firelight carves shadows into his face. His eyes hold the same mix of hope and fear she saw in the memory of the signing room. "Kayla?" she whispers. His face changes. Something cracks open behind his eyes. "How do you know that name?" "In the contract. I wrote it." "You wrote it?" His voice barely audible. "Beneath my signature, a note to myself. If I forget, bring me to the archive sub-vault. The third seal opens with covenant blood." She touches his chest. Her name was Kayla. Cort catches her wrist, not hard, anchoring, his pulse pounding against her palm. "I did not know you wrote that." "Who is she?" He closes his eyes. A muscle in his jaw works. The sister who never woke up. Solvay feels it hit her like a blade between the ribs. The sister Olin mentioned, erased by the same protocol, never woke up. Why did I write her name in the contract? Cort opens his eyes. I do not know. The snow is still falling outside the window. The fire pops and settles, and then the scene warps. The room stretches. The fire dims. The bookshelves blur into shadow. Cort's hand on her wrist becomes cold, a grip that tightens as the floor tilts beneath them. Solvay tries to hold to his face, to the room, anything real. But the dream is pulling her back, to the snow, through the dark, toward the doorway she saw when she first arrived. Except now it is not Cort standing in it, a woman. Gray threaded hair, hollowed cheekbones, eyes that know exactly what she has built and what it cost. Ingrid, she stands in the same doorway, a leather satchel clutched to her chest, her expression bleeding guilt. The fire is gone. The bookshelves are empty. The room behind her is bare floorboards and a single chair. "Do not trust the covenants," she says. "They were written by men who wanted to own what they could not take." Solvay tries to speak, but her throat is locked. Ingrid steps forward. Her hand reaches out. "The third seal was never meant to open. The blood required is not a metaphor." Her fingers brush Solvay's wrist, and everything snaps away. Solvay jerks awake. The safe flat's ceiling, the lamp burning low, the radiator clanking in the wall. Her wrist is still warm where Ingrid touched her in the dream. She sits up, gasping. Cort is on his feet, already out of his chair, his face the color of old bone. "You saw it too," she says. He does not deny it. "The house, the door, Ingrid." He nods. "And the contract. You showed me the contract." Solvay touches her chest, where the bond pulled in the dream. The thread between them feels raw, exposed, like skin peeled back. "What was that?" Cort scrubs both hands across his face. When he drops them, his eyes are flat and exhausted. "A covenant dream. When the bond is under enough pressure, the content does not stay contained to one mind. We shared the same architecture tonight, the same images, the same doorway." Solvay stares at him. "You saw Ingrid?" "I saw her, heard her say the third seal was never meant to open." His voice drops. "And I saw the name you wrote in the contract, Kayla." The silence between them fills the room. Solvay swings her legs off the cot. Her body aches with the shallowness of her sleep. The dream still clings to her skin like sweat. "You told me the bond does not control me." "It does not." "Then why did we share a dream about a name I do not remember writing?" Cort meets her eyes. "Because the bond carries what you know even when you do not remember knowing it. The pressure is forcing fragments to the surface. That is not control. That is proximity. It feels like control. It feels like vulnerability." He does not look away. "There is a difference." Solvay holds his gaze. The bond hums between them. Not words, not images, just the texture of another presence in her chest. Cort's exhaustion, his fear, his refusal to lie. A knock sounds at the door. 3 sharp strokes. Cort moves before she can react, crossing the room in 3 long steps. He does not open the door. He presses his palm flat against it, listening. "Who?" A voice answers through the wood. Older, careful. A man's voice, carrying an accent she cannot place. "Cort Borvin, I have been sent by the keeper of the Deconsecrated chapel archive. He says you will recognize the name Miro Azaki. He has records no official shelves will hold. He asks you to come before dawn." Cort's hand stays on the door. "Tell him we will consider it." "I am not a messenger," the voice says. "I am the keeper's precautions. If you do not come, the records burn at sunrise." Footsteps retreat down the corridor. Cort does not move for a long moment. Then he turns. The bond between them pulses with something new. Not fear, not hope, recognition. "We need to go," he says. Solvay is already reaching for her coat. Before dawn. Before dawn. She pulls the door open. The corridor is empty. The fog has seeped even into the stairwell, swallowing the streetlight that filters through the window at the landing. They step into it together. And somewhere in the dark, she still feels the pressure of her own handwriting, the name she left herself, and the knowledge that the third seal requires blood that is not a metaphor. Chapter 24. The chapel rises out of the fog like something the city forgot to tear down. Stone steps worn concave by generations of feet. Solvay will never know. A wooden door warped by salt wind and neglect. Above it, a rose window she can see through even in the dark. The glass, stripped of color by decades of weather, reduced to plain lead and empty frames. Cort does not knock. He pushes the door inward, and the hinges do not protest. Someone has been oiling them. Someone has been maintaining this place in secret, long enough that the habit of care has worn a groove into the iron. Inside, the air smells of old paper and candle wax and something mineral she cannot name. The nave stretches ahead, pews stacked against the walls like bones in a charnel house, leaving the center aisle clear. A single lamp burns at the far end, suspended above what once was the altar. Now it holds a desk, shelves, filing cabinets where the tabernacle should be. A man sits at the desk, reading by the lamp's low glow. He is not old in the way she expected, not fragile. His face carries the lines of someone who has watched a long time without interfering. Gray hair clipped short, hands folded on the open ledger in front of him, still as stone. "Miro Ezaki," Cort says. The man looks up. His eyes move past Cort and settle on Solvay. He takes her in, slow and deliberate, as if he is reading something written on her skin. "You came before dawn," he says. "That tells me you already know what the records contain." Solvay steps forward. "I know my name. I know the covenant bond was engineered. I know my mother chose it before I could consent." Miro does not flinch at the rawness in her voice. "Then you know half the truth," he says. "The other half is what I keep here." He rises from the desk and moves to a cabinet against the wall. His fingers find a latch she did not see, and the cabinet swings open on silent hinges to reveal a second compartment behind it. A vault built into the stone, lined with lead. Miro pulls out a stack of bound documents, the leather cracked and shedding, the pages yellowed at the edges. He lays them on the desk without ceremony. The Borvin Drenn compact, original, not copy. Cort is at her shoulder. She feels his presence as a pressure on her skin, the bond humming between them like a wire carrying current. Solvay reaches for the first document. The parchment is heavy, fibrous, the ink gone brown with age. The handwriting is cramped and formal, the script belonging to a century that does not speak the same language she uses now. But she can read it. The words resolve themselves on the page like a voice she has been hearing her whole life without knowing it. This compact binds the bloodlines of Borvin and Drenn by covenant bond, for alliance, succession, and protection, with all terms enforceable under accord law and no dissolution clause available to either party or their heirs. She reads it again. No dissolution clause. Solvay looks up at Miro. "This was written before I was born. 211 years before you were born," he says. The Borvin and Drenn lines had been feuding for 4 generations before this treaty. A war fought in tribunals and sealed corridors, never in open battle, but the dead still piled up. The compact was designed to stop the killing by binding the houses together so tightly that neither could strike without destroying itself. "That's not a covenant," Solvay says. "That's a hostage arrangement." Miro's eyes hold hers. "It was written by men who believed peace required leverage, not trust. They engineered the bond as a mechanism, the recognition, the dream pressure, the emotional pull. All of it was calibrated to make 2 strangers feel like they had known each other their whole lives, to make separation feel like a wound." He pauses. "To make the bonded pair want to stay together, whether they would have chosen it freely or not." Solvay feels the words land in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. She turns to look at Cort. His face is unreadable, but the bond between them is not. She feels his fear. Not the sharp fear of danger, but the old, deep fear of being seen as the instrument of a cage she cannot escape. "I could not tell you," he says. "You knew. I knew the compact existed. I did not know the terms until I was 23, the same age you were when the contract was presented to you." "How is that possible?" "Because the Borvin line kept the full document sealed in a succession vault. The older generation knew. The younger generation was told only enough to comply. My father knew. He died before he could tell me." Miro speaks, quieter now. "The bond compels nothing but proximity. It cannot force love, obedience, or consent, but it can make the absence of love feel like deprivation. It can make distance feel like hunger. The engineers of the compact understood that making someone need another person is not the same as making them choose that person. But they also understood that need, sustained long enough, can become indistinguishable from devotion. Solvay's hands are flat on the parchment. The words are still there, unchanged, permanent as the ink they were written in. "He trusted you," she says to Miro. "He brought me here so you could explain what the documents mean." Miro inclines his head. "I do not have comfort to offer you, Solvay Drenn. The compact engineered your bond. The covenant dream you shared is evidence that the design is still functioning as intended. But design is not destiny. A mechanism can be used. It cannot choose." He closes the ledger and meets her eyes. "You asked yourself in the dream whether the bond was control or vulnerability. It is both. The question is what you do with the vulnerability, whether you let it become the thing that owns you or the thing you learn to carry." Solvay looks at Cort. He is not moved. His hands are at his sides, open, defenseless in a way she has never seen from him. "I should have told you everything," he says. "I thought if I gave you the bond first and the truth later, you would feel the connection before you had time to fear it. I was wrong. I do not expect you to forgive that." "Are you asking me to?" "No." His voice is raw. "I am asking you to decide what you want from the covenant, not what it wants from you." A bond pulses between them. Solvay holds the feeling in her chest, examines it like a wound she is learning to measure. The pull toward him, the safety she feels in his presence, the grief that comes with knowing how much of it was designed. But not all of it. The memory of signing the contract at 23 is still hers. The choice she made, knowing the wipe was coming, knowing she would forget his face, still stands in her chest like a claim she refuses to abandon. She turns back to the documents. "So where is Kayla mentioned?" Miro's expression changes, a flicker of something she cannot name. "The seal," he says. "The third seal. Your sister's name is the key to the final blood lock. Not her blood, her memory. The covenant requires that you know her before you open the vault." Solvay's pulse quickens. "Tell me where she is." Miro reaches into the lead-lined compartment and withdraws a single key, rusted and old, tied to a leather cord. She is buried beneath the archive floor. The vault was sealed over her grave. Outside, an engine cuts its throat. The sound arrives through the chapel walls, low and deliberate. A vehicle stopping, then the kill of lights. Cort is already moving, crossing to the door, pressing his ear to the warped wood. "Ruzik's people," he says. "They tracked us through the fog." Solvay takes the key from Miro's outstretched hand. The leather cord burns cold against her fingers, and in her chest, the bond tightens like a fist around the truth she still does not fully understand. Chapter 25. The engine outside has not moved. It idles in the fog, a low vibration seeping through the chapel walls like a second pulse beneath the silence. Solvay holds the rusted key in her palm. The leather cord is warm from Miro's hand, but the metal feels cold, old, as if it has been waiting underground for someone to remember it exists. "Tell me what the bond actually does," she says. Miro does not look away from her. "Recognition," he says. "When you entered the archive, you felt the pull toward Cort before you understood why. The bond sharpens that instinct. It makes the bonded pair stand out to each other in any room, any crowd, any darkness. I already know that. Then let me tell you what it does not do." He leans forward, his hands folded on the ledger. "It cannot force you to love him. It cannot compel you to desire him. It cannot make you obey a command against your will. And it cannot manufacture consent where none exists." The engineers who wrote the compact understood that a bond that overrides choice is useless for governance. A puppet cannot rule. A puppet cannot legitimize a bloodline. Solvay's throat is dry. "But it can make me want him. It can make proximity feel necessary," Miro says. "It can make distance feel like deprivation. It can blur the edges between what you feel because you choose to and what you feel because the bond is pressing against your ribs." The architects of the compact were not fools. They knew that if they made the bond unbearable in absence, the bonded pair would choose to stay close. And staying close long enough, he pauses, makes devotion indistinguishable from need. The words land in the space between them. Solvay feels Cort's stillness beside her, the bond pressing against her awareness like a held breath. "Say the rest," she tells Miro. "The bond amplifies protective instinct. If Cort is near you and you are in danger, his body will move before his mind can decide whether it is wise. If you are afraid, he will feel it in his chest as a sharpness he cannot name. If you are hurt, his blood will run cold before he knows why. And if he is hurt, The same. The bond runs both directions. It always has. Solvay turns to Cort. You knew. His face is carved stone, but his voice is not steady. I knew the compact existed. I knew the bond was designed. I did not know the terms until I was 23, the same age you were when the contract was presented. That is not what I asked. She steps closer to him. The fog presses against the chapel windows, cold and white as bone. I asked if you knew. Before you brought me to the archive. Before we stood in the vault. Before I opened my eyes in the hospital and saw your face for the first time in 6 years. Cort does not look away. Yes. The word lands like a drop of blood on clean paper. I knew the bond was engineered before you woke. I knew the compact existed before I signed the contract. I knew that what you felt when you looked at me was not entirely your own. Then why did you let me feel it? Because I wanted you to stay. His voice breaks on the last word. I wanted you to feel safe enough to stay. I thought if the bond gave you a reason to trust me, the bond could also give you time to choose me. I thought I could carry the truth until you were ready to hear it. And I kept carrying it, because every time I almost told you, I watched you start to pull away. And I was afraid. Of what? That you would stop needing me. The words sit between them. Solvay feels them in her chest, heavy and cold. The bond throbs, but beneath the pull, beneath the instinct to close the distance between them, something else is rising. Anger. You built your life around serving the bond, she says. I built my life around you. Because the bond told you to. No. His voice is harder now, raw edges showing. Because I met you when you were 17, and you were afraid of nothing and no one, and you looked at me like I was a person, not a weapon. Because I stood in a room with your mother while she told me what the compact demanded, and she also told me I could choose to walk away. That the bond was a design, but what I did with it was mine. Did you walk away? No. Then the bond already had you. The bond had the shape of my days, Cort says. It did not have the shape of my heart. I loved you before I understood the compact. I loved you in the years you did not know my name. I love you now, standing here knowing you might walk out into the fog and never look back. That is not the bond. That is a choice I made, and I keep making, and I will keep making, until you tell me to stop. Solvay holds the key so hard the teeth bite into her palm. The engine outside is still running. She wants to believe him. A part of her already does, the part that still carries the memory of signing the contract at 23, the part that looked at Cort over vellum and ink and said yes because she meant it. But the rest of her is fracturing. If the bond is engineered, she says slowly, then every time I feel safe with you, I am going to ask myself whether that feeling is real. Cort does not answer. Every time I want to touch you, I am going to wonder if the want is mine. The bond pulses, and every time I look at you and feel something that might be love, I am going to see a document written 2 centuries before I was born, telling me exactly how that love was supposed to feel. The silence stretches. Solvay turns back to Miro. Did my mother know? Miro's face gentles. Yes. Then she gave me to a design. She gave you to a man she trusted. The design was the frame. She hoped the painting would be yours. Solvay laughs, bitter and short. That is not comfort. No, Miro agrees. It is not meant to be. I am giving you the truth. What you build with it is yours. Outside, the engine revs once. A door opens, footsteps on gravel. Cort moves toward the chapel door, but Solvay does not follow. She stands in the cold, dark aisle, the rusted key in her hand, the bond pressing against her chest like a second heart. She wanted the truth. Now she has it, and she is not sure she can survive what it asks of her. Solvay. Cort's voice is low, urgent. Ruzik's people are here. We need to move. She looks at him. In the dim light, his face is all shadows and carved edges. The bond tells her he is afraid. The bond tells her he is protecting her. The bond tells her 100 things she cannot trust. But she sees him. The man who sat in a hospital room for 17 days waiting for her to open her eyes. The man who handed her a key to a sister's grave. The man who is standing between her and the door, letting her choose whether to follow. You do not get to decide for me, she says. I know. If we survive this, we're going to talk about every part of the compact, every clause, every obligation, every word you kept from me. Yes. And if I decide the bond is not what I want, Cort's voice is barely a whisper, then I will live with what I chose. She holds his gaze. The bond pulses. The engine outside is louder now. Solvay takes a breath and walks toward him. Chapter 26. The fog parts in sheets as Cort pulls her through the chapel's rear door, the key still biting into Solvay's palm. Gravel shifts behind them. Footsteps. A voice calls out in low Icelandic, too far back to catch the words, close enough to know they are being hunted. Miro does not follow. He stands in the chapel doorway, hands folded, watching them disappear into the white. Solvay looks back once, sees his silhouette against the altar light, then the fog swallows him. Cort moves fast, pulling her along a path she cannot see, through collapsed fencing and across a frozen drainage ditch. His hand is around her wrist, not her hand. The grip is professional, not intimate. Even now he is careful not to presume. They reach a vehicle parked behind an abandoned warehouse, engine cold, no lights. Cort gets her inside, starts the engine, and drives without speaking. The fog makes the city feel underwater. Streetlights smear through the windshield. Solvay watches Reykjavik take shape through the glass, familiar and foreign at once. She has walked these streets for 6 years as Solvay Benediktsdottir. She has never seen them as Solvay Drenn. The silence in the car is not the bond's silence. The bond is humming, alive under her ribs, carrying Cort's fear in waves she cannot block. But the silence between them is something else, a gap, a wall she did not build but is standing behind. Safe, flat, same 3 bolts, same narrow kitchen, same window onto the fog-choked street. Solvay stands in the center of the room and does not sit. Cort locks the door, checks the window, draws the curtain. The motions are automatic, muscle memory from a life spent making spaces safe for her. She waits until he stills. You knew before I woke up. Cort turns. His face is unreadable, but the bond tells her what he wants to hide. He is braced. Yes, before I opened my eyes in that hospital bed. Yes. And you decided not to tell me. He does not say yes again. He does not need to. Solvay feels the anger rising, clean and sharp. It is not the hot, wild anger of the chapel. That was shock. This is something else. This is the shape of a theft she is only now naming. You watched me try to understand who I was, she says. You watched me ask Yrsa, Nikol, Beldor, everyone but you, because I trusted you enough to believe you would tell me the truth when I was ready. Cort's jaw tightens. I watched you lie to yourself, he says quietly. Tell yourself that what you felt for me was just the bond, that you could not trust your own body. I watched you tear yourself apart trying to separate real from design, and I could have ended it with a sentence. I did not. Why? He does not answer. Why, Cort? I was afraid that if you knew the bond was engineered, you would stop needing me. Not stop loving me. I could have lived with that. I have lived with worse. But I could not live with you looking at me like I was part of the apparatus that erased you. Instead, I looked at you like you were the only thing I could trust. Yes, and all of it was built on a lie you chose for me. I chose your safety. You chose my ignorance. Solvay's voice cracks on the last word. Those are not the same thing. You do not get to call protection the thing you did to keep me in the dark. That is not protection. That is control wearing a coat I was too grateful to take off. Cort takes a step toward her, stops. I am not going to defend myself with the bond. I am not going to tell you I love you and expect that to matter. I am not going to say I did it for us, for the future, for some reason that makes what I did forgivable. Then what are you going to say? He holds her gaze. I am going to say I was afraid. That is the truth. Not a noble truth, an ugly one. I was afraid you would stop needing me, and I did not know who I was if you did not need me anymore. The confession lands in the space between them. Solvay feels it through the bond, feels the shape of his fear. old and worn as his coat. It is not an excuse. He is not asking her to forgive it. That is what makes it real. "If you had told me in the hospital," she says slowly, "before I fell in love with you again, what would I have done?" Cort does not pretend to guess. "I do not know. Neither do I, but I did not get to choose. You took that from me. Not the Accord, not Ruzek. You." The bond pulses. Solvay presses her palm against her sternum, trying to quiet it. "I need you to give me something," she says. "Anything. Not anything. A specific thing. One piece of information you have kept from me that I need to know right now." Cort's hesitation is visible, the old instinct surfacing, the calculation of what she can bear. Then he reaches into his coat and pulls out a sealed file. His name is on the cover. Borvin, C. Personnel records, internal review summaries. 6 years of reports he filed about her condition, her recovery, her safety. "I kept these," he says. "Every report I filed to the Accord about your status, every assessment, every recommendation I made about when you should be moved, guarded, isolated. Read them. See where I let protection become decision." Solvay takes the file. It is heavier than it looks. "We are not fixed," Cort says. "I know that. I do not expect you to look at me the same way. But I am standing here. I am not hiding anything else. And if you walk out that door, I will not stop you." Solvay opens the file. The first page is dated 6 years ago, 3 days after she woke in the hospital under a false name. Cort's handwriting is precise, clinical. Subject remains disoriented. Memory architecture confirmed unstable. Recommendation: extended isolation until baseline established. She reads. Outside, a phone rings in the flat. Cort moves to answer. His face changes when he hears the voice on the other end. "It is Ingrid," he says. Solvay looks up from the page. She says internal rivals are moving. She has until dawn to choose a side. The fog presses against the window. Solvay holds the file in one hand, the rusted key in the other, and feels the world narrowing to a single point of decision. Chapter 27. The file is heavier than it looks. Solvay carries it to the narrow kitchen table, where the rusted key already lies. Metal on wood, 2 objects that want different futures from her. She does not sit. She opens the cover and reads the first page standing, because sitting would mean settling into whatever truth waits inside. Cort does not move toward her. He stays by the phone where Ingrid's voice still echoes, his back to the fog-blind window, hands empty at his sides. The first report is dated 6 years, 3 days, and 11 hours after she woke in the hospital. Subject 4/S remains disoriented. Verbal memory intact. Procedural memory fragmentary. Emotional recognition patterns suggest deep familiarity with this examiner, though subject cannot identify source. Recommendation: continued isolation from known triggers until baseline cognitive architecture stabilizes. Solvay reads the sentence again. Known triggers. "What does that mean?" she says. Not a question, a demand. "You." The word lands flat. He does not qualify it. "I was the trigger. Every time I walked into that room, your heart rate climbed. Your pupils dilated. You reached for me without knowing why. The medical team said the recognition was destabilizing your recovery. So you stayed away. I stayed in the hallway." His voice drops. "I watched through the glass. 17 days. You do not remember, but I counted every hour." Solvay turns the page. The second report is longer, more clinical. Subject exhibits elevated cortisol when examiner is absent beyond 48 hours. Recommendation: structured proximity not to exceed 2 hours per session, with observation period between visits to monitor withdrawal response. Withdrawal response. She reads the phrase and feels it land in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. They were testing her, timing her, measuring how fast the bond pulled her apart when he was gone. "You let them study me. I let them monitor the bond. I thought if they understood it, they could help you stabilize." "Did they?" Cort does not answer. Solvay reads faster. The third report, the fourth, each one more detailed, more clinical, more precise about her deterioration and her tiny recoveries. She sees herself described in language that belongs to a specimen, not a person. Subject 4/S. Cortisol levels, memory architecture, bond response thresholds, and beneath every recommendation, Cort's signature. Borvin C. Approved. She looks up. You wrote that she should be isolated. She was not stable. The bond was pulling her toward memories her mind could not hold yet. Every time I came near, she tried to remember and could not, and the failure broke something in her. I watched her sob in a room she did not recognize, because my face made her feel love she could not explain. So you made the choice to keep her alone. I made the choice to keep her alive. Solvay sets the file down. Her hand presses flat against the cover. That is what you believed. I am not arguing with your belief. I am asking you to sit in what it cost me. Cort holds still. I am sitting in it. The bond pulses between them. She feels his grief, old and patient as stone, and she does not want to feel it. She wants to be alone in her anger. But the bond does not let her, and that is the cruelty of it. She cannot even hate him cleanly. The phone rings again. Cort answers, listens. His face does not change, but his shoulders shift, and Solvay knows that posture. Bracing. Tell me. Ingrid says the internal rivals are not moving toward her. They are moving past her, toward the evidence chain Nikol filed. They have figured out where the authorization documents are being held. Where? The chapel. Solvay's breath catches. Miro. He is still there. He knows the records better than anyone. If they take him, they take everything he has not burned yet. She looks at the key on the table, the file under her hand, the fog pressing against the glass. You said Ingrid has until dawn. She does, but dawn is 3 hours away, and the chapel is not protected by a court jurisdiction. It is deconsecrated ground. No treaty covers it, no oversight. Solvay understands before he finishes the sentence. They can take Miro without breaking a single law. Yes. She looks at the file again. 6 years of reports, 6 years of decisions made about her body, her mind, her future, while she lay in a bed with no name. She looks at the key. Kayla, her sister, buried beneath an archive floor, waiting for a memory Solvay does not fully possess. She looks at Cort. Then we go back. We will be walking into a containment team. I know. You will not have time to read the covenant clauses you asked for. I know. We may not survive the hour. Solvay picks up the key, closes the file, holds both against her chest. Then we go back, and we survive the hour, and we read the clauses after. Cort watches her. For 6 years he made the decisions. Now she is making one. He does not argue. He reaches for his coat. The fog has not lifted. It presses against the building like a living thing, cold and patient, waiting to see which direction they choose. Solvay steps toward the door. The phone rings a third time. Cort hesitates, answers. His face changes. It is Ingrid again. He listens. His hand tightens on the receiver. She says she has made her choice. Solvay stops. What did she choose? Cort's eyes meet hers. She is not telling me. She is telling you in person. 1 hour. The harbor memorial at the old pier. The line goes dead. Solvay looks at the key, the file, the fog. The night is not done with them yet. Chapter 28. The harbor memorial materializes out of the fog like a bone. A single granite slab at the old pier's edge. Names worn smooth by salt and wind and the years no one came to read them. Solvay's boots hit the wet stone before Cort's engine cuts. He killed the lights 3 blocks back, let the car coast through the last turn, and now he moves ahead of her into the gray without asking permission. She follows because the fog eats distance, not because she needs him in front. Ingrid stands at the memorial's base with her back to the water, her coat collar turned up, her hands shoved deep in the pockets, her breath clouding in the cold. She looks smaller than she did in the safe flat, hollowed. You came! You said you made a choice. Ingrid's eyes slide to Cort, then back to Solvay. I did, but I need you to understand what it cost before you decide if you want it. Solvay stops 3 feet from her, close enough to see the tremor in Ingrid's jaw, close enough to feel the cold coming off the water in waves. Tell me. Ingrid pulls a hand from her pocket. A folded paper, no seal, no envelope. She holds it out like it might burn her. They came to me 2 hours ago. A direct channel, not Ruzek's office. Someone above him, someone who wants him contained but not destroyed. They offered me a deal. What kind of deal? I give them your location. I confirm that the Glacier Protocol was an isolated administrative error, not a directive. I sign a statement that Ruzek acted without proper authorization and that the evidence Nikol Cevra filed is based on incomplete records. Solvay's chest goes cold. They want you to blame Ruzek alone. They want to cut him loose and bury the rest. The chain of authorization, the memoranda, the years of planning. One man's overreach, a scandal contained, the system preserved. And in exchange, Gigreth's laugh is dry and ragged. Protection, full immunity, a quiet retirement in a territory where no one knows my name. I disappear, and the narrative disappears with me. Ruzek falls. The accord stands. You become a footnote. Solvay feels the words land like surgical cuts. And you nearly took it. Ingrid's eyes are wet, and she does not wipe them. I nearly took it. I sat in a car for 20 minutes with the paper in my lap. I thought about the weight of what I helped build, the 3 who died, your sister who never woke. I thought about how easy it would be to let one man carry all of it because he deserves to carry it, because he signed the final line. She stops. Her throat works. Then I thought about the next time, the next heir they decide is inconvenient, the next person who wakes in a hospital with no name, because if I let them bury this as one man's mistake, they will do it again. Cleaner, quieter, and no one will ever know the shape of the machine that erased them. She holds out the paper. Solvay takes it. It is not a statement. It is a list. A chain of signatures, dates, authorization codes, names. Solvay does not recognize, and 3 she does. Ingrid Soland, Afe Ruzek, and a 3rd name at the top, half-inked, partially redacted, that makes Solvay's stomach turn. Where did you get this? The same people who offered me the deal. They thought it would convince me to sign. Proof that the chain runs higher than Ruzek, that I was never the architect, just another tool. And you kept it instead. I kept it, and I told them I needed an hour to think. Then I called you. Solvay looks at the paper in her hands. The evidence that could crack the Glacier Protocol open to the top, the evidence that could also get Ingrid killed before sunrise. Where do you go now? Ingrid shakes her head. I do not tell you that, not because I do not trust you, but because if they take me, I do not want you to know what you cannot protect. I have a place. A contact who owes me a much older debt than the accord can match. How long? Long enough to prepare a public statement. If I survive the night, I file it in the morning. If I do not, you have the chain of authorization. Nikol can trace it. The tribunal can follow it to whoever sits above Ruzek. Solvay folds the paper, slides it into her coat pocket next to the rusted key. And if they find you before morning? Ingrid's smile is thin and bleeding. Then I die having done one thing right at the end. That is more than I deserve, but I will take it. She turns toward the water. The fog swallows her shoulders first, then her back, then the line of her coat, until she is just a shape dissolving into gray. Solvay does not call after her. Cort steps closer, his voice low. We should move. If she was followed, we have minutes. Solvay looks at the fog where Ingrid disappeared. She thinks about a woman who spent years building a machine, then spent the rest of her life trying to take it apart piece by piece, knowing she could never unmake what she had already done. She thinks about whether that counts as redemption. The fog does not answer. She gave us the chain. I know. She could have taken the deal. She could have walked away clean. But she did not. Solvay turns to face him. The paper is warm against her chest through the coat. No, she did not. She starts walking toward the car. Cort matches her pace. The chapel is still waiting. Miro is still waiting. The authority documents are still in his hands, and the rivals are moving past Ingrid toward him. But Solvay carries something she did not carry before. A chain of names that leads higher than Ruzek. A thread she can pull until the whole fabric tears. She glances back once. The fog has closed behind her. The harbor memorial is gone. Ingrid is gone. The night is still not done with them. And somewhere in the dark, a woman who helped steal her life is running toward her death, hoping that one right thing at the end can weigh against everything that came before. Solvay does not know if it can. She is not sure she wants it to, but she will not let the paper Ingrid gave her be wasted. She pulls open the car door and slides into the passenger seat. Chapel, before they reach Miro. Cort does not argue. He pulls into the fog, and the city closes around them like a fist, and Solvay presses her palm flat against the folded document in her pocket as the car moves through the gray toward the evidence of a crime no one wanted her to prove. Chapter 29. The car cuts through fog, headlights eating gray and finding nothing. Solvay holds the folded paper in her pocket, fingertips tracing the edge of the chain of authorization document, as if she can read it through the pressure. Cort drives with both hands on the wheel, jaw set, eyes scanning every alley they pass. You should call her. He glances at her. Nikol? Someone needs to know what we are carrying before we walk into that chapel blind. Cort pulls out the phone, hands it to her. She dials. The line rings 4 times, then a voice she remembers from the harbor office, sharp and impatient. You are alive. Barely. Ingrid? Gave me the chain, then walked into the fog to hide from people who want her dead. Silence on the line. Then Nikol's voice, slower now. The full chain? Her name, Ruzix. A third name at the top, partially redacted. Read me the authorization code. Solvay lifts the paper, tilts it toward the dashlight. She reads the string of numbers and letters, the date stamps, the file reference. Nikol does not speak for a long moment. That is the Glacier Protocol, the original authorization, not a copy. You recognize the codes? I filed a request for those codes 3 years ago. They told me the records were destroyed in a water main break. Solvay's stomach tightens. They lied. Of course they lied. The question is whether they lied to everyone, or just to me. The phone crackles. Solvay hears paper shuffling, a keyboard striking. Where are you now? On the way to the chapel. Miro has the compact documents. Internal rivals are moving past Ingrid toward him. Then you do not have time for what I am about to tell you. Tell me anyway. Nikol's voice drops. The chain of authorization document is not just evidence. It is a map. Every signature on that chain can be traced to a specific person, office, and budget line. If I can match the codes to the Treasury records, I can prove the Glacier Protocol was funded through 4 different appropriations accounts, each signed by a different council member. Solvay presses the phone harder against her ear. How many council members? At least 3, possibly 4. The redacted name at the top is the one who tied it all together. And if we file this, then you stop being a victim and start being a claimant, a living Drenn heir filing a personhood violation against sitting council members. They will not ignore you. They will not bury you in paperwork. They will come for you directly. Solvay looks at the fog rushing past the window. Ingrid said the same thing. Ingrid is right. But she is also the woman who helped design the machine that erased you. I would not trust her judgment on the weather. Then what do you recommend? A pause. The keyboard stops. I recommend you get to the chapel, retrieve the compact documents, and meet me at the tribunal annex before dawn. I can assemble a preliminary filing in 4 hours if I have the chain and the compact. And after I file? After you file, you are public. Your name goes into the system. Every Accord faction that wants you dead will have a current address. Solvay looks at the paper in her hand. And every faction that wants me alive? They will have the same address. The question is which group reaches you first. The line goes quiet. Solvay looks at Cort. He is watching the road, but she feels his attention on her, a pressure against her ribs. Do it, she says. Start assembling the case. I will bring you the compact documents before dawn. Solvay. The use of her name stops her. If you file this, you cannot unfile it. You cannot disappear again. You become the person the records say you are, whether you remember being her or not. Solvay presses her palm flat against her chest, feels the paper, the key, the weight of a name she did not choose but will not surrender. I am already that person. I just did not know it. She ends the call. The car moves through the fog. Cort does not ask what she decided. He does not need to. The bond carries it, a shift in her posture, a hardening in her spine. The chapel appears through the gray, a dark shape against the wet stone. No lights in the windows, no cars in the yard. Cort kills the engine, sits in the silence. They are already inside. Solvay opens the door before he finishes. The cold hits her face, wet and sharp. She walks toward the chapel. The door is open, a single crack of dark, no sound from within. Cort catches up, steps past her, his body blocking the doorway before she can enter. "Let me go first." "No," she says it flat, final. "I am the one they want, and I am the one who decides what happens next." He holds her gaze for 3 seconds. Then he steps aside. Solvay pushes the door open. The chapel is empty. The desk where Miro sat is overturned. Papers scatter the floor. A single candle burns on the altar stone, guttering in the draft from the open door. And pinned to the candle with a silver blade is a note. She pulls it free. One sentence, written in a hand she does not recognize. The compact travels with him. So does he. She turns it over. Nothing. Cort reads over her shoulder, his voice flat. "They took Miro." Solvay stares at the candle flame. She thinks about the chain of signatures in her pocket. The compact documents gone. The witness who held them taken. She thinks about the name at the top of the authorization chain, the one she still cannot read. Then she thinks about Ingrid, alone in the fog, running toward a death she chose rather than a deal she could have taken. "Your phone." Cort hands it to her. She dials Nikol. "It is Solvay. They have Mira. The compact documents are gone." Silence. Then a curse she has never heard Nikol use. "Then we file without them. I have enough from Ingrid's chain, Rissa's medical records, and the harbor lease anomalies to build the preliminary case. It will be thinner, but it will hold long enough to force a hearing. File it. Once I file, your name goes public. Every Accord system will register Solvay Drenn as a live claimant. Ruzik will know within minutes." The candle flickers. The fog presses against the chapel windows. Solvay looks at the overturned desk, the scattered papers, the blade still stuck in the wax where it pinned the note. "File it," she says again, and she feels the door close behind her, a lock clicking shut on a room she can never leave once she has entered it. Chapter 30. The cold air hits Solvay's face as she steps out of the chapel, the phone still warm against her ear. Behind her, Cort pulls the door closed, the scrape of old wood against stone the only sound in the fog. She does not look back at the overturned desk, the scattered papers, the blade still pinned to the candle. She looks at her hand instead, the one that dialed Nikol, the one that gave the order. It is not shaking. That surprises her. Cort stands beside her, dark and still, his presence a pressure she does not have to reach for. The bond carries it. The weight of his silence, the readiness in his shoulders, the way he waits for her to tell him where they go next. She does not have an answer yet. The phone rings. Nikol's voice, flat and professional but with something underneath, tension she has not heard before. It is done. Solvay waits. The preliminary filing went through. Precedent violation, unlawful suppression, bloodline fraud, 3 counts. Your name is in the system. Which name? Solvay Drenn, full legal designation, filled by Nikol Cevra on behalf of the claimant herself, signature verified against the Drenn signet ring you are wearing. The ring, cold against her finger. She almost forgot it was there. How long? Until what? Until they know. A pause, the kind of pause that carries a body count. They already know. Solvay closes her eyes. Who? It hit the tribunal docket at 2:13. By 2:17, the system registered your name on the succession register. By 2:22, 3 separate council offices requested access to the filing. By 2:31, Nikol. Yes, what happened at 2:31? Beldor Mays called the tribunal clerk. He told them the compact documents are gone, but the covenant is live. He told them Solvay Drenn signed her contract voluntarily at 23, and the bond cannot be undone by any Accord authority. He told them the succession claim is exercisable immediately. The words land like stones dropped into deep water. Why would he do that? Because he is an archivist, and archivists believe records should be accurate. Solvay opens her eyes. The fog has not lifted. It never lifts in this city. Why did he call the clerk instead of me? Because his phone is tapped. He used a public terminal, and he wanted you to have deniability until you decide what to do. The bond tightens, not the engineered pull she has learned to distrust. Something older, something that feels like Cort's fear, filtered through her own ribs. She turns to face him. You heard? Enough. Beldor told the tribunal the claim is exercisable immediately. I know. Ruzek will know within the hour. Every rival faction within the day. And if Beldor is telling the truth about the compact, then the covenant clause requiring joint governance is also live. She feels it land between them, a door neither of them opened, now standing wide. Solvay looks at the phone in her hand. Is there anything else I should know before the night gets worse? Cort does not answer immediately. He is watching the fog line, the edge of the chapel yard where the gravel meets the dark. Someone is coming. She does not ask how he knows. The bond is already told her. A pressure at the base of her skull, cold threading down her spine. Not the cold of winter, the cold of being watched. One vehicle, Cort says, moving slow, no lights. Solvay looks toward the road. Nothing visible, just fog and dark and the wet gleam of stone. How far? 200 meters, maybe less, she calculates. The car is 5 minutes out, maybe 3 if they accelerate. They have options. Run, hide, wait. She chooses the one that will cost her the most and give her the most in return. Get me to the tribunal annex. Cort's head snaps toward her. That is where the filing went through. That is where they will expect you to run to. I am not running. I am arriving. He will have watchers there, Ruzek. Whoever sent that vehicle, they will be waiting. Good. She holds his gaze, lets him see that she means it. I am done being the person they hunt. I want to be the person they have to face. The bond surges, his fear, his anger, something else beneath it, a shape she does not have a word for yet. Then he nods. The tribunal annex is 20 minutes through the service tunnels. If we move now, we can make it before the vehicle reaches the chapel. Then move. They leave the chapel behind, its open door and guttering candle, the note pinned to the altar by a silver blade. Solvay does not look back. The tunnels smell of damp concrete and rust. Cort moves ahead of her, his footsteps silent on the wet floor, a shadow cutting through darkness she can barely navigate. She follows by sound, and by the bond, the thread that tells her where he is even when the dark swallows him entirely. He does not speak. She does not ask him to. Her mind is elsewhere, running through the same loop like a tongue testing a broken tooth. The filing is live. Her name is public. The succession register is stirring. And somewhere in the fog, Ingrid is running toward a hiding place she will not name. Beldor is sounding alarms on a tapped terminal, and the redacted name at the top of the authorization chain is watching her move through tunnels she should not know exist. The phone vibrates in her hand. A text message. Number she does not recognize. The compact travels with him. So does he. The same words from the note at the chapel, but the number is familiar. She has seen it before. It takes her 3 steps to place it. The number belongs to Irregularities, her sister. Solvay stops walking. Cort turns, his face barely visible in the faint light from a grate above. What is it? Solvay looks at the screen. The message. The number. The name she still does not fully know how to call her own. She shows him the phone. She knows where Miro is. The bond pulses once, sharp and clean, the same recognition arriving in both of them at the same moment. The vehicle behind them is still moving toward the empty chapel, and Irregularities just told them where to go next. Chapter 31. The phone is still warm in Solvay's hand when Cort's head comes up. 2 vehicles now. She does not ask how he knows. The cold threading down her spine has doubled, a pressure that tells her the first vehicle was never the real threat. It was the one they could see. How far? The first is at the chapel. The second just cut the road a quarter-mile east. They are boxing the tunnel network. Solvay looks at the screen. Ilan's message. The words that tell her where to go, but not how to get there without walking into a net. Can we make it to the tribunal annex? Not if they know the tunnel exits. Assume they do. Cort's jaw tightens. He does not argue, does not tell her she should have run when she had the chance. He simply recalibrates, the way she has seen him do a dozen times now, shifting from one plan to the next without wasting breath on the one that just burned. Then we go up. Up where? There's a maintenance hedge 50 meters ahead, surface access behind the old fish market. From there we can reach the harbor's safe house Yrsa keeps for emergencies. The one you said was too exposed. It is exposed, but it is also 3 blocks from the tribunal boundary. If we can reach it before they tighten the cordon, then we hold there until Nikol can get us into the annex legally. He holds her gaze, lets her see the calculation happening behind his eyes, the odds he is running, the risks he is weighing. If we do this your way, he says, we lose the cover of the tunnels. We are visible on the surface. If Ruzek has watchers on every street between here and the tribunal, then we will know exactly who is watching. Something shifts in his face, not acceptance, recognition. The same shape she felt in the bond when she told him she wanted to arrive, not run. He turns without another word and moves toward the maintenance hatch. She follows. The hatch opens onto a narrow alley behind the fish market, wet cobblestones gleaming under the fog-filtered light. The air hits her cold and salt-sharp, a shock after the tunnel's concrete stillness. Cort scans the street in both directions, then gestures her forward. They move fast, keeping to the shadows of the market's loading docks. The fog helps. It's a swallow's sound, blurs shapes, makes every figure a ghost until it resolves or vanishes. Solvay's phone vibrates again. She checks it without stopping. Nikol. Containment order just hit the tribunal network. Ruzek filed an emergency motion citing threat to Accord security. They are trying to freeze the filing until a closed session can review it. Solvay types back. How long do we have? Nikol. Until sunrise, maybe less. Where are you? Solvay. Moving toward the harbor. Need safe entry to annex. Nikol. Like I know I can't need to be sense on yourself. I will meet you at the north gate. Do not use the main entrance. Do not use any entrance Cort knows from his contract days. They will have those logged. Solvay looks at Cort. She says do not use any entrance you know from your contract days. He does not slow. Then we need a new one. You know one? No, but Yrsa might. The safe house is a narrow flat above a shuttered seafood shop, accessed by a staircase that smells of bleach and old brine. Yrsa opens the door before Cort finishes knocking, her face tight with the kind of controlled panic that comes from having already made the worst calculation and decided to stay. You need to be off the street. We know, Solvay says. Containment order. Ruzek filed an emergency motion. Yrsa steps aside to let them in. The flat is small, sparsely furnished, a single lamp burning on a table covered in papers and a laptop with its screen angled away from the window. But then you also know he is moving faster than I expected. Risa crosses to the table and begins gathering papers, feeding them into a metal bin already smoldering in the corner. I have been burning everything I kept from the hospital records. Unofficial copies, my notes on the protocol's effects, everything that traces back to you as a patient. You kept copies? I kept proof. Risa does not look up. In case the official records disappeared the way the others did. But if Ruzek has a containment order, he will have seizure authority over any Accord-affiliated medical facility within 6 hours. That includes my access. That includes the files I hid. The papers curl and blacken. Risa watches them ash with the flat expression of someone who has already grieved what she is losing. There is a way into the tribunal annex, she says, that does not go through any Accord-logged entrance. The building was constructed over an old harbor authority office. The basement connects to a utility tunnel that runs under the entire tribunal block. The entrance is through a maintenance closet in the building across the street. How do you know this? Risa meets her eyes. Because I helped a witness get into that annex 5 years ago, before Glacier Protocol became the official name, before anyone knew what they were calling it. She holds Solvay's gaze for a beat longer, then turns back to the fire. The closet is unlocked between midnight and 4. The janitorial staff change at 4. If you want to use it, you have 30 minutes. Solvay looks at Cort. He is watching the window, the street below. the fog pressing against the glass. If we go now, we make it before the shift change, but we also move while the containment team is still establishing their perimeter. That means we are moving through gaps that might not exist in another 15 minutes. What are you recommending? He turns to face her. The bond pulses once, and she feels the effort it takes him to say what comes next. I am recommending we go, but I am not deciding. You are. The words land like a door opening. Solvay nods. We go. Yrsa, can you get us to the building without being seen? Yrsa closes the lid on the burning bin. The smoke smells of paper and ink and something older, the chemical residue of medical records that should never have existed. I know a route through the basement of the fish market. It connects to the Harbor Authority's old water supply tunnels. They have not been mapped since the consolidation. If Ruzik's people have a copy, they have not found it yet. Then take us. Yrsa grabs a coat from the back of the chair. She does not look at the fire again. They move. The water supply tunnels are narrower than the service tunnels, barely wide enough for two people to walk abreast. The air is damp and cold, carrying the mineral smell of old pipes and standing water. Their footsteps echo against curved brick walls that sweat condensation in the dark. Solvay keeps her phone in her hand, screen dark, waiting for the vibration that will tell her Nikol has reached the north gate. It comes as they emerge into a basement storage room lined with stacked crates and the skeletal frames of old display cases. Yrsa points to a door at the far end. That leads to the maintenance closet. Once you are inside the annex, you are on tribunal ground. Ruzek cannot touch you there without triggering jurisdictional review. And you? Yrsa's mouth twists. I am going back to the hospital. If I am not there when the seizure team arrives, they will know I was the one who burned the records. Better to be present. Better to look like I am cooperating. That is dangerous. So is everything else tonight. Yrsa holds her gaze. Use the tunnel well. It may be the only thing left that no one has taken from you yet. She turns and disappears back into the dark before Solvay can thank her. Cort is already at the maintenance closet door, testing the handle. It opens. Beyond it, a narrow corridor, institutional lighting, the distant hum of ventilation, the tribunal annex. Solvay steps through. Her phone vibrates one final time. She checks it. Ilan. They moved Miro to the old consulate on Vestergata. The compact is with him. So are Ruzek's people. Come alone or do not come at all. Cort reads it over her shoulder. It is a trap. Probably. Then we do not go. Solvay looks at the screen. Her sister's number. The message that matches the note at the chapel. The vehicle behind us was a decoy, she says. Ellen is the one who sent the real trail. And if she is telling the truth, Miro is still alive. The compact is still intact, and Ruzek's people are holding both of them in a building that used to be under Accord protection. Which means it is wired, watched, possibly rigged. Which means, Solvay says, if we want to beat him, we have to go where he expects us least. She looks at Cort. I am going to that consulate. I need you to get me there. He holds her gaze for a long moment. The bond hums between them, fear and something harder, something that feels like trust, tested and not yet broken. I will get you there, but I am not letting you go in alone. Solvay does not argue. She does not thank him. She simply nods, and they move toward the door at the far end of the corridor, toward the tribunal territory that will change everything, and toward a sister who may be bait, may be ally, or maybe the one holding the other end of the trap. The fog presses against the windows as they step out into the street. The consulate waits 3 blocks east, and somewhere inside it, Father Miro Azaki is still carrying the compact they were told to burn or retrieve, depending on whose story they chose to believe. Chapter 32. The holding suite is narrow, institutional, the kind of room designed for people who are not supposed to stay long. A single window looks out onto a ventilation shaft and a wall of fog. 2 chairs, a table bolted to the floor, a light fixture that hums at a frequency Solvay feels in her teeth. Cort stands by the door, arms crossed, watching her. The bond hums between them, low and constant, a current she has stopped trying to name. Engineered, natural, both, neither. The distinction blurs the longer she sits with it. She does not sit. She paces, 3 steps to the wall, 3 steps back. The Drenn's signet ring catching the light each time she passes under the fixture. You told me you would answer everything. He does not move. I will. Then start with the day you knew about the bond. The exact moment. Not the year it was signed, not the compact terms. The moment you understood what it was designed to do. The question lands like a blade she has been sharpening since the chapel. Cort holds her gaze. I was 27. My father called me to the archive. He showed me the compact vellum and told me I would be bound to a Drenn heir I had not yet met. He said it was engineered to stabilize alliance between our bloodlines. He treated it like a political arrangement. And you believed him? I had no reason not to. I was raised inside the Borvin covenant tradition. I thought binding was normal. Solvay stops pacing. When did you stop thinking it was normal? The silence stretches. She watches him work through the answer, watches the calculation behind his eyes, and then the deliberate letting go of it, the choice to tell the truth raw rather than polished. The day you walked into the contract room at 23 and told me you understood exactly what you were signing, you knew the wipe was coming. You knew the bond was engineered, and you chose it anyway. Because I loved you. Yes. Before the bond. Yes. She wants to believe it. The memory is there, solid and warm, the feeling of ink on her fingers and love in her chest. But the 6 years of isolation reports sit between them like a second document, the one he signed, the one she read. You watched them put me in isolation, 17 days of glass and measured withdrawal responses. You read the reports that classified you as a trigger, and you signed each one. The words hang in the air. Cort does not look away. I did. Why? Because the medical team told me proximity was destabilizing your recovery, that every time I entered the room, your bond response spiked and your memory suppression reasserted. They said the only way to let the protocol settle was to remove your primary emotional trigger. Yes, and you believed them. I believed the data. His voice drops. I also believed I would rather watch you recover from a distance than never see you wake up at all. Solvay feels the answer in her chest, the bond carrying the weight of it before her mind can decide whether to accept it. His grief lands inside her, old and familiar. The 17 days of sitting in a corridor with a window and no way through it. She does not let it soften her. That was not your decision to make. No, it was not. Then why did you make it? Cort uncrosses his arms. For a moment he looks older than 200 years, looked at from the inside out. Because I was afraid. Of what? That I would break you. That the bond would pull too hard and you would come apart before you had a chance to rebuild. I had watched you wake up not knowing my face. I had watched you flinch from my voice. The medical team showed me charts of your cortisol levels rising every time I entered the recovery wing. And I thought, if I love her, I stay away. He says it without defense. No justification layered over the admission. Solvay holds very still. That is the first time you have said that without trying to explain it away. Because you asked for the truth, not my reasons for it. The bond pulses once, confirmation or confession. She cannot tell which. Maybe they are the same thing. She sits down in the bolted chair. The metal is cold through her coat. Cort stays standing, watching her with the kind of patience that looks earned rather than performed. How many other things did you decide for me because you thought I could not bear them? He does not flinch. The bond terms, your identity, the compact's governance clause, the 6 years of isolation. Every time I chose silence, I told myself it was protection. And now? Now I am telling you what I did, not explaining why it was necessary. The admission strikes something loose in her chest. Not forgiveness. She cannot reach forgiveness yet. Maybe not for days or years or ever. But the certainty that he will always hide things for her own good begins to crack. A hairline fracture in a wall she thought unbreakable. She looks at him. Really looks. The dark coat, the carved angles of his face, the way his exhaustion sits different now. No longer tactical stillness, but something raw. You said the governance clause requires us to rule together. Yes. You never planned to tell me that either. He holds her gaze. I planned to tell you after you trusted me enough to stay. I did not trust that you would choose it freely. And now? Now I am telling you because I do not get to decide what you can bear. You decide that. I was wrong to try. The words land without defense. No hedge, no qualification, no layer of tactical framing. Solvay presses her palm flat against the bolted table. The ring catches the light. Her pulse taps against the metal. I still do not trust you completely. I know, but I am starting to see the shape of what you were afraid of, and I do not know if that makes it worse or better. Cort says nothing. The bond carries his answer anyway, gratitude and regret held together in the same breath. The light fixture hums. The fog presses against the window. Solvay's phone vibrates on the table. She looks at it. Nikol. Ruzik just filed a motion to have your testimony struck before you give it. He is claiming the bond makes you unfit to testify under your own volition. They are calling a closed session in 30 minutes. I need you ready. She reads it twice, then she looks at Cort. They are going to argue the bond makes me incapable of independent testimony. His jaw tightens. They cannot prove that. They do not have to prove it. They just have to cast enough doubt to delay the ruling past sunrise. She stands. The chair scrapes against the floor. If they succeed, the containment order holds. The filing freezes. Miro stays in a cell at the old consulate. I know. Then tell me something I can use. She steps toward him. Tell me something about the bond that proves I am still myself despite it. Something the tribunal cannot dismiss as design. Cort looks at her for a long moment. The bond hums between them, and she feels him make a choice, feels him let go of something he has been holding tight. The bond amplifies protective instinct. It makes proximity feel necessary. It carries emotional pressure between us. He pauses. But it cannot make me lie to myself about what I feel, and it cannot make you trust me when you do not. The words are simple. On guard. Solvay looks at him, at the man who waited 17 days in a corridor, who signed 6 years of isolation reports he hated, who is standing here now, telling her the truth without armor. It is not forgiveness, but it is the first thing that feels like her own choice. Then let us go give them a testimony they cannot strike. She reaches for her coat. The door to the holding suite opens before she touches it. A tribunal clerk stands in the frame, face neutral, carrying a sealed envelope. Solvay Drenn, there is a development you need to see. The clerk holds out the envelope. Solvay takes it. The seal is not a court standard. It is older, hand-pressed into red wax, a sigil she does not recognize. She breaks it open. Inside, a single sheet of paper. One line. Kayla woke up. Chapter 33. The holding suite door clicks shut behind the clerk, and Solvay stands with the paper in her hand, the words still burning behind her eyes. Kayla woke up. Cort moves toward her. That seal is not a cord. She folds the note, slides it into her pocket next to the rusted key and the chain document. Someone else is in this now. Someone who knew where Kayla was and how to reach me here. Friend or enemy? I do not know. She looks at him. But they knew the tribunal would not let the message through official channels. That means they understand the system well enough to bypass it. That is either very good or very bad. Cort watches her with that unreadable stillness, but the bond carries something beneath it, a current of unease he cannot fully mask. 30 minutes, he says, then the closed session. I know. The door opens again before she can say more. This time it is not a clerk. Ingrid Soland steps through, flanked by 2 Accord security officers in dark civilian cuts. She looks thinner than she did at the Harbor Memorial, the hollow beneath her cheekbones deeper, her gray threaded hair pulled back so tight it stretches the skin at her temples. Her coat is gone. She wears a plain gray jacket, no insignia, no rank. The security officers stop at the threshold. Ingrid walks past them into the suite. She looks at Solvay, then at Cort, then back at Solvay. I am not dead yet. Solvay's chest tightens. You made it. Barely. Ingrid's voice is flat, stripped of the urgency she carried at the memorial. I had to burn the contact who gave me shelter. He is alive, but he will never work in the Accord again. That is what protection costs in this system. Loyalty gets you burned alive, and the people who do the burning call it procedure. The room is small. 4 chairs, a bolted table, a light fixture that hums. Solvay stays standing. Why are you here? to give a preliminary statement. Ingrid reaches into her jacket and pulls out a folded document, tribunal seal already stamped on the corner. I filed it 30 minutes ago. They are reading it now. I came to tell you what it says before they call me to the chamber. Tell me. Ingrid sets the document on the table. Her hands are steady, but there is something fragile in the way she places it, like she is laying down a weapon she has carried too long. I named Ophig Ruzek as the authorizing officer for the Glacier Protocol. I named the date, the time, the room where he signed the memorandum. I named the 3 council members who funded it through separate appropriations accounts. I named the budget codes, the shell departments, the false line items used to conceal the appropriations. She pauses. I also named myself. Every meeting I attended, every document I drafted, every silence I kept while the protocol was designed and deployed. Solvay looks at her, the woman who helped engineer her erasure, who spent years inside the machine that stole her life, who could have taken the immunity deal and disappeared into the night. Instead, she walked into the fog. And now she is here, standing in a tribunal holding suite, handing over the rope that will hang her career. Why? Ingrid's smile is thin, bloodless. Because I am tired of being necessary. Because I helped build something that erased a woman's entire adult life, and I told myself it was peacekeeping. Because when I looked at you at the harbor, I saw someone who was still trying to decide who she was, and I realized I never had the courage to do that myself. She holds Solvay's gaze. I do not expect forgiveness. I expect to lose everything. But I will not let them say I never tried to undo what I helped make. The silence stretches. Cort steps forward, his voice low. Who is above Ruzek on the chain? Ingrid shakes her head. The redacted name is not in my statement. I told them what I could prove. The name above Ruzek is not proven. Not yet. I have suspicions, but suspicions are not evidence, and Ophig's lawyers will tear anything speculative apart. Then we need more. Yes. Ingrid looks at Solvay. That is why I am telling you now. My testimony will hold. It ties Ophig directly to the wipe. It exposes the funding structure. But it will not give you the top of the chain. That is still buried. She picks up the document and holds it out to Solvay. This is my copy. Read it. Know what I said. When they call me to the chamber, I will say it again. On record, under oath, in front of every Accord official who ever believed I was one of them. Solvay takes the document. The paper is warm from Ingrid's hand. Ingrid. She says the name carefully. You could have taken the deal, walked away with immunity, lived the rest of your life without anyone knowing what you did. I could have. Ingrid's voice drops. But I would have known. And I have spent too many years knowing things I could not face. She turns toward the door. The security detail will take me to the chamber. You will be called when they are ready to hear from Cort. After that, you. She stops at the threshold. There is something else. The tribunal staff told me what Ophig's faction is preparing. Solvay waits. They are going to argue that the engineered bond makes you unfit, that you are not a person who was wronged by the system. You are a relic of bloodline politics, a piece of old machinery the Covenant built, and your claim is not a personhood violation, but a succession dispute dressed as one. Ingrid's eyes meet hers. They are going to say you were designed to rule, and that the only reason you want your memory back is so the Covenant can activate the Joint Governance Clause and put a Borvin Drenn coalition back in power. The words land like cold water. Solvay does not flinch. Let them. Ingrid studies her for a long moment, then nods once, a gesture that looks almost like respect. The security officers close in. Ingrid steps through the door, and the holding suite falls silent. Solvay stands with the document in her hand, the weight of Ingrid's confession pressed against her palm, and Ophig's coming argument already taking shape in her mind. Designed to rule. She looks at Cort. He is watching her with an expression she cannot read. The bond hums, but it carries nothing she can parse. Only the static of two people standing at the edge of something neither of them fully understands. Designed to rule, she repeats. Is that what they will say? It is what the compact was built to do, Cort says quietly. I told you that. You told me the governance clause requires joint rule. You did not tell me the tribunal would treat it as evidence of conspiracy. I did not know they would. His jaw tightens. But I knew they could. That is why I was afraid to tell you. And now? He holds her gaze. Now, I am standing here watching you decide what to do with a truth that was kept from you, and I am not going to tell you how to answer them." The light fixture hums. Solvay looks down at the document in her hands. Ingrid's handwriting, precise and legal, filling each line with admissions that will strip her of rank, reputation, safety, everything she spent decades building. One woman's confession, and Ofeg's faction will still try to turn it into evidence that Solvay herself is the problem. She folds the document and places it in her pocket, next to the rusted key, the chain of authorization, and the note about Kayla. "Then let us go give them a truth they cannot spin." She reaches for her coat. Cort moves toward the door ahead of her, and she lets him, because some habits do not need to be broken tonight, only watched, understood, and eventually chosen or refused. The corridor outside the holding suite is empty. Fluorescent lights, gray walls, the faint echo of footsteps somewhere deeper in the building. They walk toward the chamber, and the bond between them hums with something that feels less like design and more like the first breath before a choice no one else can make for her. Chapter 34. The holding suite door opens before Solvay reaches it. Nikol stands in the frame, coat still wet from the harbor air. Her eyes sweep the room, register Ingrid's departure, Cort's posture, the paper in Solvay's pocket. She does not ask. Ofeg filed his pre-hearing brief 40 minutes ago. The words land flat. Professional. Solvay stops. "You read it." "I pulled a copy before the seal went on." Nikol steps inside and lets the door close behind her. The lock engages with a sound like a verdict. He is not arguing that the Glacier Protocol was legal. He is arguing that legality is the wrong question. The light fixture hums. Cort shifts. Solvay feels the movement through the bond, a low pulse of readiness, no surprise. He expected this. "What is the right question then?" Solvay says. "Not a question. Necessity." Nikol sets a folder on the table, does not open it. "One erased heir," he will say, "prevented a succession war that would have killed hundreds across 3 territories. The Drenn claim was a dormant powder keg. Your bloodline had old enemies waiting for the moment you activated it. By suppressing your identity, the Accord bought stability, peace. 15 years without a single bloodline conflict." She pauses. "He will name the dead who would not be dead if the war had come. He will name the families who rebuilt. He will present the Glacier Protocol as triage, not crime." The words settle into the room like frost. Solvay stares at the folder. "He will say I was a necessary sacrifice. He will say you were a cost." Nikol's voice does not soften. "Costs are not people. They are numbers on a ledger. That is how he will frame you. A girl with a dangerous name who needed to become administrative vapor so the rest of the system could keep running. And the bond." Solvay hears her own voice, flat as steel. "He will use it." "Yes." Nikol opens the folder. Inside, a single page covered in dense legal language, paragraph markers, citations of Accord precedent. He has already filed an expert opinion from an Accord Covenant scholar. The argument is clean. The Borvin-Drenn compact was engineered to produce a bonded pair capable of joint rule. You and Cort are not victims of the system. You are its designed product. Your bond is not evidence of a crime against you. It is evidence of ancestral ambition that the Accord was right to neutralize. Cort speaks for the first time. Does he name the governance clause? Not explicitly. Nikol looks at him. But he does not need to. The Covenant compact itself is enough. 2 bloodlines, 1 engineered bond, a dormant succession claim activated by the heir's survival. He will present the Glacier Protocol as a preventive measure against factional warfare, not an attack on a person. Solvay picks up the page. The words blur at the edges, legal language, precedent, citation after citation building a wall between what happened to her and what can be proven. Subject 4/S, Necessity Doctrine, Stabilization Protocol. They had names for everything, clean names, names that made violence sound like procedure. She looks up. Does he mention Kayla? Nikol's expression does not change. No, she is not in the brief. If he knows she woke, he's holding that information for cross-examination, or he does not know yet. He knows. Solvay sets the page down. The same people who delivered the envelope to me delivered it to him. They want both sides to have the information before the hearing. That is the game. Silence. Cort watches her with something she cannot name. Not fear, not hope. A held breath. He will make it clinical. Solvay says it aloud to hear how it sounds. He will stand in front of the bench and explain why erasing me was the rational choice. He will use cost-benefit language. He will cite death tolls that never happened. He will treat my memory like a line item in a budget reconciliation. Yes, and the bond will be evidence against me. Yes, and if I argue that I am a person who was wronged, he will argue that persons are sometimes the price of order. Nikol holds her gaze. That is exactly what he will argue. The room is very still. Solvay feels the rusted key in her pocket, the chain document, Ingrid's confession, the note about Kayla. Paper against paper against paper. All of it true, all of it evidence. None of it proof that the system will choose her over itself. She looks at Cort. He has not moved. Say it, she tells him. Whatever you are holding back, say it now. His jaw works. When I read the compact for the first time, at 27, my father told me that the bond was designed to make the Drenn heir difficult to kill. Not impossible. Difficult. He pauses. He said the architect's built-in protections, heightened instinct, shared pain, early warning. But they also built in a vulnerability. He meets Solvay's eyes. If the bond is broken under official dissolution, the Drenn heir loses access to bloodline memory entirely. Permanently. Not suppressed, erased at the root, as if the inheritance line never existed. The words land like a blade between them. The joint governance clause. Solvay says it flat. That is why you were afraid to tell me. Not because Ofeg would use it against us. Because dissolving the bond would destroy what is left of my bloodline. Yes, and you thought I would choose dissolution if I knew the full terms. His silence is answer enough. Solvay turns back to Nikol. Can he force dissolution through the tribunal? Nikol's expression is carefully neutral. He can petition for it. If he convinces the bench that the bond is a threat to Accord's stability, they could order a formal review. That review could recommend dissolution. How long would that take? If the petition is filed today, the review begins immediately. A recommendation could come within 72 hours. 72 hours. Solvay looks down at her hands. The Drenn signet ring catches the fluorescent light. Silver. Old. Sized for her finger before she was born. They designed her. Every part of her. The bond. The claim. The name. And they also designed the mechanism that could wipe it all away if she became inconvenient. She looks up. Then we give them a truth they cannot bury. Nikol waits. Solvay picks up Ingrid's confession from the table. Ofeg will argue necessity, that the end justified the means, that one girl's memory was a fair price for peace. She folds the document and slides it into her coat. So I will stand in front of his tribunal and ask them what price they would pay to keep their own faces in the mirror tomorrow morning. She reaches for the door. Behind her she hears Cort rise, feels the bond pulse with something raw and unguarded. One step, two. Her hand on the handle. The corridor beyond is empty. Gray walls, fluorescent light, the echo of footsteps moving somewhere in the building's deep chambers. The tribunal is waiting. And for the first time since she woke in that hospital bed with a forged 499 and a stranger's name in her pocket, Solvay does not feel like she is walking toward judgment. She feels like she is walking toward a choice that has always belonged to her. Chapter 35. The chamber smells of paper and cold air. Solvay steps through the door, and the space opens around her like a throat. 3 raised benches, dark wood, empty. A clerk's table below them stacked with binders and a single microphone. Tribunal seal mounted above the center seat, the old Accord symbol. Interlocked rings she has seen in archive documents but never in person. To her left, a narrow gallery with 6 rows of chairs, 4 of them occupied. Observers she does not recognize, archivists, council aides, someone taking notes in shorthand. To her right, the respondents' table, and standing behind it, Chancellor Ofeg Gruzek. He looks smaller than she imagined. Iron white hair, kept short, lean build in a dark suit that fits without ostentation. Thin scar through his left eyebrow, the only feature that suggests he has ever been in physical danger. He is arranging papers with the calm of a man who has done this 100 times. When he looks up, his eyes find her directly. pale gray, the same shade as hers. Solvay stops. O'Feig does not look away. He does not nod. He does not smile. He simply regards her with the patient attention of someone cataloging a file he has already read. He knows her face. He has known it for years. She was subject 4/S to him, a line in a memorandum, a cost in a calculation, and now she is standing in his chamber with her own name. We are not yet in session. The voice comes from behind Solvay's left, a tribunal clerk in gray robes, middle-aged, flat affect. You may take your seat at the petitioner's table. Advocate Cevra will join you. Solvay does not move. O'Feig's gaze holds. Composed, unhurried, curious in the way a physician might be curious about a patient who survived a disease that should have killed them. She feels Cort beside her, close enough that she could touch his sleeve if she reached. He does not speak. He does not try to steer her. She walks to the petitioner's table. The wood is scarred, old ink stains, a water ring near the corner. She sets down the documents she brought. Ingrid's confession flat at the bottom of the stack. Nikol is already there, rising from a chair on the far side. You look steady, Nikol says it quietly. That is good. He will try to shake you before the bench arrives. Where is he now? Right where he wants to be. Nikol does not glance at O'Feig. He arrived early, spoke to each clerk, offered the tribunal secretary coffee. By the time the session starts, everyone in this room will have been in his gravitational field at least once, making them feel like they know him, making them feel like he is reasonable. Solvay sits. The chair is hard, the air is cold. She pulls Ingrid's confession from her stack and lays it on the table. Across the room, O'Feig is still watching her. Petitioner's table ready, the clerk's voice, flat as ever. Chancellor Ruzik, are you prepared? I am. His voice is low, unhurried, carrying the same calm as his posture. I appreciate the court accommodating the early schedule. Tribunal will convene in 5 minutes. The clerk turns away. Silence settles over the chamber. O'Feig returns to his papers. Solvay watches his hands. Steady, no tremor. He writes a note in the margin of a document with the casual fluency of a man correcting a typo. He is not afraid. That is worse than if he were. She expected rage, defensiveness, the brittle armor of a guilty man forced to account. Instead, he moves like someone who has already won, not because he believes in his case, but because he has been playing this game longer than she has been alive. Solvay. She turns her head. Cort has not moved from his position behind her chair. Standing, unobtrusive, present the way he was present in the hospital room on the first night, a shape at the edge of her vision. They will ask me to step back when testimony begins, he says. I will go, but I will be in the gallery. I will hear everything. I know. If you need me to speak, I will speak. I know. He does not touch her, does not lean in. But the bond pulses once, warm and sharp, so specific in its pressure that it feels like a word spoken inside her ribs. She is not alone. The side door opens. 3 figures enter in dark robes. The presiding tribunalist, a woman in her 60s with iron-gray hair and no readable expression. 2 assessors behind her, 1 older man, 1 younger woman. They take their seats without ceremony. The clerk rises. This closed session of the Northern Accord Tribunal is now convened in the matter of personhood petition 48A, Heir Drenn versus the Accord Council, represented by the Office of the Chancellor. A fig stands. The respondent acknowledges the jurisdiction of this tribunal and waives objection to closed session. The presiding tribunalist turns her attention to Solvay. Petitioner Heir Drenn, you are here to argue that the Glacier Protocol, enacted against you at age 23, constituted a violation of personhood under Accord Statute 14, Section 3. Yes, the respondent's office has filed a pre-hearing brief arguing the necessity doctrine. Chancellor Ruzik, you may present your position. A fig does not stand at a lectern. He steps forward with nothing in his hands. Thank you, presiding tribunalist. He turns, making his body open, unguarded. I will not waste this court's time with abstractions. I authorized the suppression of Heir Drenn's bloodline identity and the accompanying memory intervention because I believed, and continue to believe, that the alternative would have cost lives. His voice carries no heat. 3 territories were within weeks of active succession conflict when the Drenn line was declared extinct. The consolidation wars of the previous century nearly destroyed the Accord's governance structure. The risk of reactivating that conflict through an unsupported heir, a young woman with no political training and no established alliances, was not theoretical. It was documented in 4 intelligence assessments, all available for the tribunal's review. He pauses. I do not claim that the Glacier Protocol was without cost. I claim that it was the least costly option among the available alternatives. That is the necessity doctrine. That is my defense. The tribunalist's face remains still. You admit authorizing the protocol? I do. And the suppression of the petitioner's memory? I do. And the falsification of her identity in medical records? A beat. The falsification was carried out by department staff under my authority. I accept responsibility. Solvay watches him. He stands there, composed, giving the tribunal everything they asked for, conceding the facts of the case in a voice that sounds reasonable, cooperative, the language of a public servant explaining a hard choice. He has already won the first exchange, because he did not try to hide, because he admitted it, because he made the admission sound like courage. The presiding tribunalist turns to Solvay. Petitioner, do you wish to respond? Solvay rises. She feels the weight of the room shift toward her. Ofeg's gaze, the assessors, the observers in the gallery, Cort behind her, breath held. She looks at Ofeg. You are not sorry. He does not flinch. I am sorry for the harm caused to you personally. I am not sorry for the choice I made. And you believe that makes you honest. I believe it makes me accountable. She holds his gaze. The problem, she says, is that you think accountability is the same as atonement. Silence. The tribunalist does not intervene. Tell me, Chancellor, if you could go back to the day you signed the authorization, knowing everything you know now, what would you do differently? Ofeg is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, I would have ensured the protocol included a faster legal path to reinstatement once the succession threat was contained. Not, I would not have done it. Not, I would have found another way. A procedural adjustment, a faster path, a more efficient erasure. Solvay lets the silence stretch. That is what I needed to hear, she says. She sits down. Nikol leans in. That was calculated. Of course it was. He showed the room exactly who he is. And now the room has to decide if that is who they want running their government. The presiding tribunalist clears her throat. The petitioner's testimony will begin after recess. We will reconvene in 30 minutes. The gavel strikes. Ofeg gathers his papers, and Solvay watches him. The bond hums in her chest, not like fear, not like warning, like a held breath before the strike. Chapter 36. The clerk calls his name. Cort Borvin, witness for the petitioner. He rises from the bench behind Solvay and walks to the stand with the economy of a man who has spent 2 centuries learning exactly how much space his body needs. No hesitation, no drama. He places his hand on the tribunal seal and waits for the question. The presiding tribunalist leans forward. State your full name in relation to the petitioner. Cort Borvin. I am her bonded protector under the Solvay Drenn compact. And your relation to the respondent's office? He pauses. The pause is not hesitation, it is precision. I served as an Accord contractor for 143 years. Field operations, secure transport, bloodline protection. My last assignment was the petitioner. You were paid by the Accord to guard Solvay Drenn. I was. For how long? Formally, 6 years. Informally. Another pause. 12 years, if you count from the day her mother first asked me to watch over her. Ofeg's counsel rises, a woman with silver hair pinned tight and eyes that do not blink when she speaks. Objection. Relevance of pre-contract history is prejudicial and not material to the necessity question. The tribunalist considers. Overruled. The witness's knowledge of the petitioner's circumstances bears on the question of what the respondent knew and when. Continue, Mr. Borvin. Cort nods. When did you first learn that the bond between you and the petitioner was engineered? Solvay watches his throat move as he swallows. I was 27. My father showed me the compact vellum. He told me I would be bound to a Drenn heir I had never met, that the bond was built into the covenant, and that my life would belong to that purpose. And you accepted this? No. The word lands like stone. I fought it for 6 years. I refused to meet her. I refused to read the reports. I told myself the compact was a relic, that the accord had moved past bloodline politics, that I would not be used as a tool in someone else's design. But you did meet her eventually. Yes. And when you did, Cort's voice drops. When I did, the bond recognized her before I did. I felt her before I saw her. And I knew in that moment that everything I had told myself about resistance was a lie I told to keep my freedom. The council lets the silence sit. And yet you continued to serve as her protector. I did. You signed 6 years of isolation recommendations that classified you as a trigger destabilizing her recovery. I did. You withheld from her the fact that the bond was engineered, the nature of the compact, and the identity she was born with. Yes. The council folds her hands. Mr. Borvin, you are describing a pattern of systematic deception toward the very person you claim to have protected. How is that not the behavior of an instrument of control rather than a guardian of choice? Cort meets her eyes. Because I was afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid that if she knew the truth, she would not want me. Afraid that she would see the bond as a cage and reject everything I felt for her. Afraid that I had spent 12 years loving a woman who would choose to walk away if she knew how that love had been designed. He does not look away. That is not justification. That is confession. I made her safety a function of my fear. I decided what she could bear because I could not bear losing her. The council tilts her head. And that, in your view, is acceptable behavior for a protector? No. Then what makes you credible now? Cort's hand rests on the edge of the stand. Because I stopped. Stopped what? Stopped deciding for her. I gave her the file. I told her the truth. I let her choose to leave, and she did not. But she is still here. She is. But that is her choice, not my design. The council smiles. It is not kind. Mr. Borvin, you have admitted to knowing about the engineered bond for over a century. You admitted to signing isolation orders for 6 years. You admitted to concealing her identity, her bloodline, and the compact's true terms. And you want this tribunal to believe that your testimony is not simply one more attempt to control the outcome in her favor. Cort says nothing. Let me rephrase. The council steps closer. Is it not true that the Covenant Compact contains a joint governance clause, one that would place you and the petitioner in shared authority over the Drenn claim if it is restored? Cort's jaw tightens. It does. And is it not true that you withheld this clause from the petitioner until she discovered it herself? I withheld it because I knew it would be used against us. Against you both, or against the threat to your position in her life. Silence. Your testimony, the council says, is not an act of honesty. It is an act of strategy. You are confessing to lesser wounds to avoid the accusation of greater ones. You are not credible as a witness to the petitioner's autonomy, because every choice you have made has been calculated to preserve your role in her future. She turns to the tribunal. Moved to strike the witness's testimony as self-serving and unreliable. The bond between this man and the petitioner was designed to bind her to a political compact. His actions have been consistent with that design. His testimony now is merely an extension of it. The tribunalist raises a hand. Mr. Borvin, do you have anything to add before I rule? Cort looks at Solvay. His eyes hold no calculation. Only this. He turns back to the bench. I failed her. Not because I loved her, but because I let love become a reason to hide the truth. I cannot undo that. I can only stand here and let this tribunal weigh what I am worth without my rank, my contract, or my family's legacy to protect me. He places both hands flat on the stand. If the motion to strike carries, I accept that. But I will not stop telling the truth about what I know, no matter what this chamber decides. The tribunalist studies him. Behind him, Solvay feels the bond pulse once, steady, no longer a pull toward safety, but a simple presence, like breath before a choice. The tribunalist clears her throat. The motion to strike is denied. The witness's credibility will be weighed by the evidence, not by the argument that self-interest disqualifies truth. Proceed. Cort exhales, and Solvay watches him. This man who has just burned his career open in front of an entire accord chamber, and she does not look away. Chapter 37. The counsel's voice carries through the chamber like a blade folded in silk. Ms. Drenn, you have testified that the bond between you and Mr. Borvin is real, that it carries feeling, and that you have chosen to remain with him despite learning of its engineered origins. Solvay keeps her hands flat on the witness stand. Yes, then help me understand something. The counsel walks closer. The compact that binds you was written 211 years before your birth. Its architects designed every mechanism you have described. The recognition, the dream pressure, the emotional pull, the sense that distance is deprivation. She stops. How do you know that what you feel is yours? The chamber holds still. Solvay thinks of the memory that came back in the contract room. Ink on her fingers, Cort's face in the doorway. The words "I love you" rising in her throat like a thing she had carried for years, not hours. Because I felt it before I knew it was designed. Before you knew. But the bond was already present. It was already active. It was already shaping your instincts. I remember choosing him. You remember a single moment, a signature, a sentence. The counsel tilts her head. But the compact did not begin with your signature. It began with your birth. The bond was prepared for you before you could consent to anything. Solvay's pulse taps against her ribs. I am not asking you to doubt your feelings, Miss Drenn. I am asking this tribunal to consider whether those feelings were ever meant to be free. The counsel turns to the bench. The covenant bond was not designed for love. It was designed for governance. The Borvin Drenn Compact exists to stabilize alliance, enforce succession, and ensure that two bloodlines do not return to war. The emotions that Ms. Drenn experiences are not evidence of choice. They're evidence of engineering. The tribunalist leans forward. Are you arguing that the petitioner's consent is void by design? I am arguing that the court must weigh whether consent given inside an engineered bond can be considered voluntary. The bond amplifies recognition. It makes proximity feel necessary. It makes separation feel like harm. That is not love. That is architecture. Solvay's hands tighten against the wood. Ms. Drenn, the counsel faces her again. You said earlier that you chose Mr. Borvin, but you also said that during the 6 years of your isolation, the medical team measured your withdrawal response when he was absent beyond 48 hours. They documented deterioration. They recorded distress symptoms consistent with deprivation of a bonded partner. She pauses. How much of your choice to stay with him is desire, and how much is your body's learned dependence on his presence? Solvay feels the question land in her chest. The bond hums, quiet, steady, not pulling, not pushing, just waiting for her to answer in her own voice. I don't know. The counsel's eyebrow lifts. You don't know? No. Solvay meets her eyes. I don't know how much of what I feel is the bond and how much is mine. I don't know where the design ends and I begin. That is the damage they did to me. She leans forward. But I know that I walked into a room at 23, knowing I would lose my memory, knowing the bond was already written into my future, and I signed it anyway. Not because the bond made me, because I loved him. The counsel's expression does not shift. And if the bond were dissolved today, would you still love him? The question hangs. Solvay looks at Cort. He sits in the gallery, still, hands flat on his knees, watching her without reaching for her, without trying to influence the moment. She does not know. She cannot know. The bond has been part of her for so long that the shape of her heart without it is an abstraction, a country she has never visited. I don't know that either. The counsel nods. Then let me offer the tribunal a different frame. She turns to the bench. The bond between Ms. Drenn and Mr. Borvin is not a relationship. It is a legal instrument designed to produce specific outcomes: loyalty, proximity, shared incentive, mutual protection. The compact's architects built it to ensure that neither bloodline could act against the other without causing the bonded pair to suffer. She gestures towards Solvay. The petitioner believes she is choosing freely, but every choice she makes inside this bond is conditioned by a system that was built to reward obedience and punish separation. That is not freedom. That is programming. The tribunalist's fingers tap the bench. Ms. Drenn, is there anything you wish to add? Solvay breathes. She thinks of the hospital room, the forge with Cort's face, the sound of her own voice saying she loves him without remembering why. She thinks of him standing in the tribunal, admitting that he let fear become a reason to hide the truth, and how she watched him not look away. She thinks of the way he said her name in the safe flat, like it mattered. like she mattered. Not because the bond demanded it, because he had spent 12 years learning the weight of her, and he had never stopped carrying it. She looks at the council. You are right. The council blinks. The bond was designed. It was built to shape me, to bind me, to make me easier to govern. Solvay's voice holds. But design is not destiny, and engineering is not the same as ending. She turns to the tribunal. I don't know who I would be without this bond. I don't know if my feelings would survive its dissolution. But I know that Cort Borvin stood in this chamber and let you tear him open, without hiding, without bargaining, without using his devotion as a shield for the harm he caused. She pauses. That is not programming. That is a man who finally stopped being afraid to lose me and started being honest enough to earn me. The council's mouth tightens. Ms. Drenn, that is a moving sentiment, but it does not answer the central question, whether your consent can be trusted while the bond remains intact. Solvay holds her gaze. Consent is not a single choice. It is a series of them. Every day, every hour, every moment I decide to stay instead of leave. And if this tribunal rules that my consent is void, you are not protecting my freedom. You are deciding that I am incapable of exercising it. She lets the silence stretch. I asked Chancellor Ruzek if he would do anything differently. He said he would only improve the procedure. That is the man who erased me, and he is still deciding what I am worth. Solvay straightens. I am done being decided for. The tribunalist studies her, long enough that the room feels like a held breath. Then she nods. The witness may step down. Solvay rises. Her legs are steady. The bond hums behind her ribs. Not a pull, not a wait. Just Cort, present, waiting, not asking her to turn around. She does anyway. He is standing, not reaching for her, not signaling, just standing like he will stand through whatever comes next, because she asked him to stop deciding for her, and he has finally learned to obey. The council's voice cuts through the moment. Before the recess, the tribunal has received a petition. It requests a formal bond dissolution review under Accord Statute 204, citing the engineered nature of the compact and the petitioner's admitted uncertainty about the source of her attachment. She holds up a document. The petitioner has 72 hours to respond. The room shifts. Solvay feels the words land like a blade between her ribs. 72 hours to decide whether the bond she has been fighting to understand is a thing she wants to keep. 72 hours to answer the question she could not answer on the stand. She looks at Cort. His face is still, controlled, but his hands are shaking. Chapter 38. The tribunalist's gavel taps once. Silence reseals around the chamber like a wound closing. Solvay stands at the petitioner's table with the dissolution petition still hanging in the air, the words 72 hours burning behind her ribs. Nikol Cevra rises beside her. Before my client responds to the petition, I request leave to complete the evidentiary frame. The tribunalist nods. Nikol lays out the Glacier Protocol authorization chain on the chamber's display. The dates, the funding codes, the shell departments. Ingrid's confession naming herself and O'Feg in each meeting, each document, each silence. The medical records showing Solvay classified as Subject 4/S, her recovery monitored like a biological experiment, her bond responses measured and filed. The petitioner's erasure was not an emergency measure, Nikol says. It was a pre-authorized administrative procedure with a budget, a timeline, and a classification system. Chancellor Ruzek did not react to a crisis. He executed a plan. O'Feg does not flinch. Solvay watches him, the pale gray eyes that match hers, the neat, patient stillness. He has already admitted the facts. He is not here to deny what happened. He is here to make the chamber believe it was necessary. Nikol finishes. The tribunalist looks at Solvay. Ms. Drenn, do you wish to respond to the dissolution petition before we recess? Solvay breathes. 72 hours. She could ask for time. She could ask for counsel to prepare a statement. She could let the legal machine digest the petition and return with arguments and precedents and all the safe, measured words that would make her seem reasonable. She is done being reasonable. Yes, she says. I do. She steps around the table. The bond hums behind her ribs. Not a pull, not a wait. Just Cort, present in the gallery, his hands shaking but his body still, because she asked him to stop deciding for her and he is obeying. She faces the tribunal. You heard my testimony. You heard me admit that I do not know where the bond's design ends and my own feelings begin. That is the damage they did to me. I carry it inside my body every hour of every day. Her voice holds. But you also heard Chancellor Ruzek admit that he would only improve the procedure, not stop it, not undo it, improve it. She turns to Opheg. You called it triage, a cost paid to prevent war. You framed my erasure as a sacrifice you made for peace. She lets the silence stretch. Let me tell you what it was. The chamber holds still. It was a procedure, carried out in a clean room, with staff who wore gloves and masks and did not look at my face. It was paperwork filed in triplicate. It was funding codes in shell departments and a memorandum written 3 years before I was erased, justifying the cost. She steps closer to the bench. It was me in a bed, not knowing my own name. It was 6 years of isolation reports, signed by a man who loved me, because the men in charge decided that proximity to him was destabilizing my recovery. It was a doctor measuring my withdrawal symptoms like they were studying a specimen. She stops. That is not triage. That is violence disguised as procedure. And the only reason it looks clean is because you wrote the definitions. The tribunalist fingers tap the bench. Opheg's counsel starts to rise. Opheg stops her with a small gesture. Ms. Drenn, the tribunalist says, what would you have this tribunal do? Solvay meets her gaze. I want you to rule that a person's identity cannot be suppressed to prevent a political problem. I want you to rule that the necessity doctrine cannot be used to erase someone and call it peace. I want you to rule that consent is not voided by design unless you prove the person was incapable of exercising it at the moment they chose. She turns to the room. I am not a symbol. I am not a martyr. I am not a succession claim wearing a face. I am a woman who was stolen from herself by a system that decided my existence was an administrative problem. Her hands are steady. And I am here to tell you that memory does not equal ownership. The past they took from me does not give anyone the right to decide who I am now. Neither does my bloodline. Neither does the bond I carry. She looks at Cort. I do not know if I would still love him without it. But I know that I have chosen him every day since I woke up in that hospital. Not because the bond demanded it, because he kept showing me who he was when he stopped being afraid to show it. She faces the tribunalist. That is consent, a series of choices made in the light. And if this tribunal rules that my bond is void because it was designed, you are not protecting my freedom. You are saying that design is the same as destiny. She lets the words land. It is not. The chamber holds. The tribunalist looks at her for a long moment, then at Opheg, then at the petition on the bench. The tribunal will recess for deliberation. She rises. All parties will remain within the chamber precinct until recalled. Ms. Drenn, you have 72 hours to file a formal response to the dissolution petition. The tribunal will issue its ruling on the personhood petition within 24 hours of this session's close. She pauses. This session is in recess. The gavel falls. The room exhales. Solvay stands at the center of it, her legs steady, her pulse slow and even, the bond behind her ribs quiet as breath. She looks at Cort. He is still standing, still not reaching for her. But his hands have stopped shaking, and in the gallery, where no one else is watching, Baldor Mays holds up a single piece of paper and meets her eyes. The seal on it is not a cord. The wax is black. Chapter 39. The tribunalist does not keep them waiting long. 23 minutes. Solvay counts each one in the silence of the chamber, standing at the petitioner's table with her hands flat on the wood. Cort stays in the gallery, still a stone, his presence a steady warmth behind her ribs. Nikol shuffles papers she has already memorized. Opheg's counsel whispers into a phone, her face unreadable. Then the door opens. The tribunalist walks in without preamble, takes her seat, and does not look at anyone. The tribunal has reached its ruling on the personhood petition. She reads from a sheet of paper, her voice flat. On the matter of unlawful suppression, the tribunal finds that the Glacier Protocol constituted a violation of Accord Statute 112, which prohibits the erasure of a living bloodline heir without consent of the affected party or a ruling of imminent threat from the full council. Solvay's breath catches. The necessity doctrine is rejected as a defense in this case. Chancellor Ruzic's authorization of the protocol exceeded his authority under Accord governance law, which requires a 2/3 council vote for any action affecting bloodline succession. Solvay does not move. Therefore, the suppression of Solvay Drenn, known as Subject 4/S, is ruled unlawful. Her legal identity as Solvay Drenn is reinstated with full standing, including all rights, claims, and protections under Accord law. The tribunalist pauses. The tribunal further finds that the Accord's conduct in this matter, including the falsification of medical records, the concealment of the Glacier Protocol's existence, and the 6 years of isolation imposed on the petitioner, constitutes a pattern of administrative violence. The tribunal orders a full internal review of all parties involved in the protocol's authorization and execution. Solvay's hands are cold. Chancellor Ofag Ruzic is censured for exceeding his authority. His role as primary authorizing officer is referred to the Accord Ethics Committee for further investigation. He retains his position pending the outcome of that investigation. Ofag's jaw tightens. A flicker, nothing more. The tribunalist folds the paper. Regarding the petitioner's request for the restoration of Drenn bloodline standing on the council register, the tribunal grants this request in part. Solvay Drenn's name is restored to the succession register with all rights, claims, and protections attendant to her bloodline. She looks up. The covenant bond between Solvay Drenn and Cort Borvin is not subject to this tribunal's dissolution authority. The petitioner must file a separate petition if she wishes to pursue dissolution, or she may decline to do so. The 72-hour window for response to the opposing council's petition remains in effect. She sets the paper down. Borvin. Cort rises. Your official standing as an Accord contractor is revoked effective immediately. You are stripped of rank, credentials, and protection under Accord governance law. You are barred from representing any Accord party in any capacity. He does not flinch. Your conduct in this matter, including your concealment of the bond's engineered nature and your signing of isolation recommendations, is noted in the record. No further sanctions are imposed at this time. She looks at Solvay. This tribunal acknowledges that the harm done to you cannot be undone by a ruling. But your name is no longer erased. The rest is yours to choose. She picks up the gavel. This session is concluded. The gavel falls. The room erupts into motion. Clerks gathering papers, counsel whispering into phones, security repositioning at the doors. Fag rises slowly, adjusts his jacket, and walks toward the side exit without looking at Solvay. She does not watch him leave. She turns to find Cort. He is standing in the gallery, hands at his sides, his face carrying nothing but exhaustion. His rank is gone. His career is gone. The contract that defined his life for 12 years is over. She walks toward him. The bond behind her ribs pulses once. Warm, steady. She stops a foot away. Your hands are shaking again. He looks down at them, then back at her. I lost everything I built for 2 centuries. No. You lost a system that made you complicit in my erasure. His throat moves. I have nothing left to offer you. She steps closer. You have yourself. Not the contractor. Not the protector. Not the man who decided what I could bear. Just you. She takes his hand. That is what I chose in the contract room, Cort. That is what I have been choosing every day since I woke up. Not the bond. You. His hand tightens around hers. I don't deserve. Stop. The word comes out sharp. That is the last time you get to decide what you deserve. Let me decide what I choose. He holds her gaze. Okay. The corridor outside the chamber is cold and empty. Solvay walks beside Cort, their fingers still locked, the silence heavy between them. Nikol is ahead, already on her phone, her voice sharp and satisfied. A figure steps out of a side corridor. Ingrid. She looks smaller than Solvay remembers. Gray threaded hair pulled back, hollow beneath the cheekbones, a bruise darkening the edge of her jaw. She holds a folded paper in both hands. The statement went through, she says. They read it into the record before the ruling. Solvay stops. You look terrible. Ingrid's mouth twitches. I survived, which is more than I expected. She holds out the paper. One of the clerks pulled the original, the one I wrote the night I gave you the chain document. Solvay takes it. The redacted name, Ingrid says. It wasn't on my copy, but the tribunal has access to the full chain. They know who signed above Ruzek. Who? Ingrid shakes her head. I don't know yet, but they know, and they are going to have to do something about it. She steps back. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am not asking for anything. I just wanted you to know that the record is complete. She turns and walks away before Solvay can respond. Cort's thumb presses against Solvay's knuckles. Let her go. Solvay watches the gray coat disappear around the corner. She helped us. She helped herself. The confession was still the right thing, but it does not make her clean. Solvay looks down at the paper in her hands. The seal on it is gray. She folds it and puts it in her pocket, next to the rusted key and the chain document and the note about Kayla. Veldor is waiting at the end of the corridor. He stands with his back against the wall, the black sealed paper still in his hand, his unblinking eyes fixed on Solvay as she approaches. Ms. Drenn, Veldor, the tribunal granted your name. I was there. Then you know the succession register just stirred. He holds up the paper. The name is restored. That means the claim is live. And that means there are people who have been waiting 13 years for someone to light the signal. He offers her the paper. This arrived 20 minutes ago. No accord seal, no signature, one sentence. She takes it. The wax is black. The paper is heavy and cold. She unfolds it. One line, written in a hand she does not recognize. The northern seat has been empty long enough. She looks up at Veldor. What does this mean? Veldor's expression does not change. It means someone knew you would win before the tribunal ruled, and they are already moving to fill the space your restoration creates. He steps past her. You have your name back, Solvay Drenn. But names are not free. They carry claims, and claims carry war. He walks away without looking back. Solvay stands in the corridor, the black sealed paper in her hand, Cort's warmth against her palm, the bond quiet and steady behind her ribs. She won, but she can already feel the ground shifting beneath her feet. Chapter 40. The corridor is empty now. Veldor's footsteps have faded. Solvay stands with the black sealed paper in her hand, Cort's warmth still pressed against her palm, the bond quiet and steady behind her ribs. She won. She can still feel the tribunal's words in her chest. Violated Statute 112. Necessity Doctrine rejected. Identity reinstated. The shape of victory, solid and strange. But the ground is already moving. She looks at the paper again. The northern seat has been empty long enough. What does that mean exactly? Cort's jaw tightens. It means the Drenn succession claim is active, which means the seat on the North Atlantic Council that has been suspended since the Consolidation Wars is no longer suspended, because I am no longer extinct. Yes. She turns the paper over. No watermark, no return address, just black wax and one line written in a hand that does not belong to anyone she has met. Who sent this? I do not know. She hears what he does not say, but I have guesses. She folds the paper and puts it in her pocket next to the rusted key, the chain document, the note about Kayla. We need somewhere quiet, somewhere the accord does not have eyes. Cort looks down the corridor toward the exit. Yrsa kept the service tunnel route open. Then we use it. The tunnel is cold and damp, the air thick with salt and old iron. Water drips somewhere ahead. Cort moves first, his hand finding hers in the dark. The bond pulses once, warm, steady. She follows. They emerge through a cellar door into a narrow street behind a fishmonger's shop. The fog has thickened. The streetlights are pale and useless. Cort leads her through 2 more turns, past a shuttered bakery, past a loading bay, until they reach a door she does not recognize. Where is this? You kept a lot off the books. He stops with his hand on the lock. Yes. She waits. He turns to face her. I am not going to apologize for that again. I am going to show you everything I still have, every document, every contact, every failsafe I built without telling you. Why now? Because you asked, and because I finally believe you when you say you can carry it. He opens the door. The flat is smaller than the first one. One room, a bed against the wall, a desk under the window, a single lamp. Cort pulls a folder from under the mattress. 3 properties, 2 false identities, 1 emergency fund and a name I have never used. He puts the folder on the desk. That is everything I still own. Solvay looks at the folder, then at him. That is not what I asked for. I know. She steps closer. I asked you to stop deciding what I can bear, not to hand me your life on a document. His throat moves. I do not know how else to prove I trust you. She reaches out and touches his chest, feels the heartbeat beneath her palm, fast, alive. You prove it by staying, by not leaving when I ask hard questions, by letting me choose even when you are afraid of what I will decide. He does not move. What do you want to ask? She lets her hand fall. The bond. If it is dissolved, do you still love me? Or has the design shaped everything between us? He is quiet for a long moment. I do not know. The answer lands like a blade. Then how do I trust what I feel? Because you do not need to know the source to trust the shape. She stares at him. Say that again. He meets her eyes. I have been asking myself the same question since I was 27 years old. Is any of this real? Did I choose her because the bond pulled me, or did I choose her because she was the only person who ever made me feel like I existed beyond the contract? And? I still do not know. He steps closer. But I know that when I watched you walk into the contract room at 23, I wanted to stop you. I wanted to tell you to run, because I loved you too much to let you bind yourself to a man who was already bound to you by design. She feels the bond pulse. Grief, regret, something older. But you did not stop me. No, because you looked at me and smiled, and you said, I know what I am choosing. She remembers it now, the memory surfacing like a body breaking the surface of dark water. His face in the doorway, the hope and the fear, the love that looked exactly like terror. I chose you because I loved you, she says. Yes, and I am choosing you again now. He goes still. I know the bond is designed. I know I may never know where it ends and I begin. But I have been choosing you every day since I woke up in that hospital. Every time I did not run. Every time I asked a hard question. Every time I stayed. She reaches for his hand. That is not the bond. That is me. He does not speak. She lifts his hand and presses it against her chest. Feel that. His fingers spread over her ribs. The bond hums beneath his touch. That is me choosing you, right now, without the contract, without the protection, without anything except what I want. His breath catches. Solvay. I choose you, Cort Borvin, not the bond, not the covenant, you. He pulls her close. His mouth finds hers. The kiss is not desperate, it is deliberate. A choice made with both of them fully aware of what they are doing. She tastes salt. His hand slides into her hair. The bond flares behind her ribs, not pulling, not demanding, just present, warm, alive. He breaks the kiss and rests his forehead against hers. I choose you too. She closes her eyes. The bond settles, quiet, steady. They stay like that for a long moment. Then her phone vibrates. She pulls it out. Bell door. One line. The joint governance clause has a rider. Read it before you decide what to do with your 72 hours. She looks at Cort. Bell door. He reads the message over her shoulder. What rider? She opens the attachment. The document is short. 3 paragraphs, written in the same formal hand as the covenant compact. She reads it once, then again. Cort goes still beside her. The joint governance clause, she says slowly. It is not optional. Explain. If we do not assume joint rule of the Drenn seat within 30 days of the succession register activation, the covenant considers the bond broken by default, and dissolution is automatic. She looks at him. No petition, no hearing. The bond dissolves on its own. Cort is silent. She reads the final line aloud. The bonded pair shall govern together or forfeit the tie that binds them. There is no third path. The room is very quiet. Solvay looks at the black sealed paper still in her pocket. The northern seat has been empty long enough. She feels the bond behind her ribs. Warm, steady, waiting. She looks at Cort. 30 days. He meets her eyes. 30 days. She does not look away from him. Chapter 41. The phone buzzes again before she can set it down. Beldor. Not over text. Where are you? She looks at Cort. He is already moving toward the door, checking the lock, pulling the curtain aside to read the street. Can we trust him? He kept the Drenn name alive when no one else would, Cort says. That is not the same as trust. But he has never lied to you. She types the address, sends it. 23 minutes later, Beldor Mays steps through the door with frost on his collar and a leather folder tucked under his arm. He looks at them both, takes in the rumpled sheets on the sofa where Cort has not slept, the empty coffee cup on the floor, the black sealed paper open on the table, and says nothing. He sets the folder down. You read the rider. 3 paragraphs, Solvay says. Joint rule or dissolution, no third path. Beldor pulls out a chair and sits without being invited. His silver-streaked hair is wet at the temples. He has been moving fast. The rider is not a suggestion. It is a structural enforcement mechanism written into the original compact by the Drenn signatory. Who? Your grandmother. The words land like a stone dropped into still water. Solvay stares at him. She built the escape clause into the bond itself. If the succession register ever reactivates and the bonded pair refuses to take the seat, the covenant interprets refusal as abandonment. And abandonment triggers automatic dissolution at the root level. Cort steps closer to the table. We understood that from the document. What are you not saying? Beldor opens the folder. Inside is a single sheet of vellum, aged to the color of dried tea, covered in the same formal hand as the compact. Automatic dissolution does not mean the bond fades. It means the bond is torn out. The bloodline memory, the dream sharing, the emotional recognition, all of it. The bonded pair would become strangers to each other at the neural and supernatural level. There are historic cases. Solvay feels cold spread up from her ribs. How many? 3 that survived long enough to document. In each case, the bonded pair reported that they could not remember why they loved each other. The feelings did not gradually disappear. They were gone, as if they had never existed. She feels Cort go still beside her. What happened to them? One pair separated and lived parallel lives within the same accord territory, passing each other in corridors without recognition. One pair tried to rebuild from scratch and failed because the emotional architecture was gone. The third pair died within a year. The records do not specify how, but the coroner noted simultaneous cardiac failure with no physiological cause. The room is silent. Solvay looks at the vellum. 30 days. 29 now, Beldor says. You lost 1 reading the document. She wants to hit something. Instead, she folds her arms and presses her palms against her own ribs, feeling the bond pulse beneath them. What happens if we take the seat? Beldor's expression does not change. Then the compact holds. The bond remains intact. And you become the Drenn seat holder on the North Atlantic Council, with Cort Borvin as your bonded co-ruler under the Joint Governance Clause. And what does that mean in practice? It means you inherit every obligation the Drenn line ever held. Treaty commitments, blood debts, alliance votes, protection responsibilities, and every enemy the Drenn line made during the Consolidation Wars, which is approximately everyone who is currently sitting on the council. Cort makes a sound that is almost a laugh. There is no scenario where we take the seat quietly. No, Beldor agrees. There is not. Solvay looks at the vellum, then at the black-sealed paper still on the table. The northern seat has been empty long enough. Whoever sent that message knew the rider existed, Beldor says. They knew your restoration would trigger the 30-day clock. They wanted you to know that the vacancy is being watched. By whom? Several parties. Some who want the seat for themselves, some who want it destroyed, some who want to see what you do with it before they declare their position. Cort's voice is low. And you? Where do you stand? Beldor meets his eyes. I am an archivist. I want the record to be accurate. The Drenn seat exists. Solvay Drenn is alive. That is the truth, and I will not be the one who buries it. Convenient, Cort says. It is not convenient. It is expensive. I have already lost 3 informants to the backlash from the tribunal ruling. Solvay looks at him. Who is petitioning to seize the vacancy? Beldor reaches into the folder and pulls out a second sheet. A list of names. 4 of them. The northern houses. They have been waiting for the Drenn line to be declared extinct so they could divide the seat's authority among themselves. Your restoration has interrupted that arrangement. Which means they will try to block us. Which means they are already trying. The first petition was filed 12 hours after the tribunal ruling. A formal objection to your standing, arguing that the bond engineering voids the compact's legitimacy and the seat should revert to council redistribution. Solvay reads the names. She does not recognize any of them, but Cort does. His jaw tightens as his eyes move down the page. I know the third name. Torben Halvard, Beldor says, head of the Halvard Fishery Syndicate. He was a junior council observer during the Consolidation Wars. He remembers what the Drenn seat meant. He does not want it restored. What doth he want? He wants the seat abolished, permanently. And he has enough support among the northern houses to make the argument credible. Solvay sets the paper down. When is the objection heard? 72 hours. She nearly laughs. 72 hours to respond to the dissolution petition. 72 hours before the northern houses move to block us. And 30 days to decide whether we take a seat that everyone wants us to refuse. Beldor watches her. That is the shape of it. She looks at Cort. He is still reading the list of names. His hand is resting on the edge of the table, fingers spread. She watches him press down, as if testing whether the surface will hold. Cort. He looks up. We do not have to decide tonight. No, he says, but they have already decided. They filed the objection while we were still in the tribunal corridor. She feels the weight of it, the victory that keeps generating new battles, the name she reclaimed that is already being contested, the bond that will dissolve if she does not claim a seat she never asked for. She picks up the vellum, reads the rider again. There is no third path. She folds it carefully and tucks it into her pocket alongside the black sealed paper, the rusted key, the chain document, the note about Kayla. Practice. She is collecting documents that define her life. Beldor. He waits. Who sent the black sealed message? I do not know. Then find out. He inclines his head. A small acknowledgement. I will. He stands, picks up the folder and moves toward the door. He pauses with his hand on the latch. One more thing. She waits. The 30-day clock started the moment the succession register accepted your name. You do not get a grace period for deliberation. He opens the door. Good night, Solvay. He steps into the stairwell and is gone. The door clicks shut. Solvay stands in the middle of the safe flat, the bond humming behind her ribs, the list of rival claimants burning in her memory, and the 30-day mark already one day gone. Cort does not move. She looks at him. 29 days. He meets her eyes. Then we start. She feels the bond pulse, not pulling, not demanding, alive, waiting for what they will choose. Chapter 42. The safe flat settles into a silence that feels borrowed. Solvay stands by the window, watching fog curl past the glass. Behind her, Cort moves through the small kitchen, filling a kettle, setting 2 cups on the counter. The sounds are ordinary, the click of the burner, the run of water, the scrape of a chair he pulls out for her. She does not turn around. 29 days. The number sits in her chest like a second heartbeat. Cort. He stops. If we take the seat, what happens to us? She hears him exhale, slow, measured. We become public. She turns now. We become the Drenn seat, joint rulers under a compact our grandmothers wrote before we were born. We inherit every treaty, every blood debt, every enemy from a war we did not fight. He sets the kettle down. And if we do not take it, the bond dissolves, at the root. We become strangers who cannot remember why we loved each other. She crosses the room, stops in front of him. Then we take the seat. He looks at her. Something shifts in his face. Not relief, not fear. Something older, like recognition. Zoe. I am not finished. She holds his gaze. We take the seat, but we do it on our terms, not the compacts, not the northern houses, not whatever faction sent that black seal. Ours. He is quiet for a long moment, then he nods. Then we need to know what we are walking into. He reaches for his coat. Where are you going? To find out who Torben Halvard has in his pocket. If the objection hearing is in 72 hours, I want names before we step into that room. She steps into his path. No. He stops. You cannot go alone. You have no standing, no protection. If they catch you gathering intelligence without a cord cover, they will use it against us. Cort. She says his name carefully. I am not saying you stay. I am saying we go together. He holds her eyes. Solvay, if they see you, then they see me. She does not look away. I am the Drenn heir. I am the one who won the tribunal. If the northern houses want to challenge my standing, let them explain to the Register Council why they are afraid to face me directly. She picks up her own coat. I am done being the person everyone else protects by hiding. He watches her. The bond hums, steady, not pulling. Then he reaches for the door. Then we go together. The cold hits them before they reach the street. Reykjavik in winter does not relent. The wind cuts through the fog, carrying salt and diesel and something metallic, like old iron under frost. Cort leads her through side streets, past shuttered shops and steamed windows, until they reach a narrow building wedged between a fishmonger and a vacant storefront. A brass plate beside the door reads, Register Council Annex 3, Applications and Objections. No hours listed. No bell. Cort presses his palm against the plate. A subtle click. The door swings inward. How did you... I kept one key. He does not elaborate. They step inside. The corridor is narrow, fluorescent lit, smelling of paper and floor wax. At the end, a clerk sits behind a high desk, reading something on a screen. She looks up as they approach. Mid-40s, gray-streaked hair, eyes that do not blink. Drenn claim? She says. Solvay stops. Yes. The objection hearing is 68 hours from now. You are early. I want to see the petition. The clerk tilts her head. That is not standard procedure. I am aware. Solvay keeps her voice level. I am also aware that the petition challenges the legitimacy of my standing based on an endinud bloodline. If I am going to respond, I need to know exactly what they are arguing. The clerk studies her. Then she reaches beneath the desk and pulls out a folder. Thin, beige, no markings. You have 30 minutes. She slides it across the counter. Solvay opens it. The petition is 4 pages. Legal language, citation after citation. The argument is clean and ruthless. Because the covenant bond was engineered before Solvay's birth, her consent to the compact is void by design. The Drenn seat, therefore, should revert to council redistribution, divided among the northern houses pending a formal vote. At the bottom, 4 signatures. Torben Halvard, first, then 3 others. Names she does not recognize, but Cort does. He stands beside her, reading over her shoulder. She feels him go still when he reaches the 3rd name. Arnvider? She looks up. Who is Arnvider? Havorvidiu runs the Eastern Fisheries. He was at the Consolidation War tribunals. He saw what happened to houses that resisted redistribution. And, Cort meets her eyes, he is the one who filed the emergency containment order against us, the one Ruzek used to freeze the tribunal filing. She looks back at the petition. So, Vider is connected to Ruzek, which means the objection is not just about the seat, it is about the tribunal victory, about the Glacier Protocol exposure, about making sure the Drenn line does not come back strong enough to demand accountability. She closes the folder. Thank you. The clerk nods once. Solvay turns and walks back toward the door. Cort follows. Outside, the fog has thickened. The street is empty. She stands on the pavement, the folder pressed against her chest, the cold burning her cheeks. Cort. He waits. Vider is working with Ruzek. That means the objection is not just about the bond. It is about silencing what the tribunal exposed. I know. If we lose this hearing, the seat gets divided. The northern houses take control of the Drenn claim, and everyone who supported us at the tribunal becomes a target. I know. She turns to face him. Then we do not lose. He looks at her. The bond hums, steady, alive. How do you want to handle it? She considers the question. 3 days until the hearing, 29 days until the rider deadline. A list of enemies she is still learning to name. I need to see the council register, the full one. Every house that has a vote on the redistribution. Baldur can get it. Baldur lost 3 informants. I do not want him digging where it puts him in more danger. Then I will get it. She looks at him. You have no standing. I have 29 days until the bond dissolves. That is enough time to be useful. She feels the weight of his words. He is not offering to protect her. He is offering to fight beside her. She nods. Then we get the register, and we find out exactly who wants to bury the Drenn line. She turns and walks back into the fog. Behind her, she hears Cort's footsteps fall into rhythm with hers. The bond hums, and the countdown continues. Chapter 43. The back room of Miro's borrowed office smells of old paper and boiled coffee. A single desk lamp casts a circle of yellow light across the leather folder Baldur left behind. Miro sits with the rider claws spread before him, reading glasses perched low on his nose. He has not spoken in 3 minutes. Solvay stands by the wall, arms crossed, watching his face. Cort stands near the door, still, waiting. The clock on the wall ticks. Miro removes his glasses, rubs the bridge of his nose, sets the glasses back on. The language is precise, he says. I will give your grandmother that. She wrote it to leave no room for negotiation. I already know there is no third path, Solvay says. That is not what I am asking. Miro looks at her. Then what are you asking? She steps closer to the desk. You said root-level dissolution tears out the bond at the supernatural level, that the bonded pair become strangers, that they cannot remember why they loved each other. Yes. I want to know what it actually does, not the legal definition, the physical one. Miro is silent for a long moment. Then he folds his hands on the table. The bond is not a cord that can be cut. It is a weave. Threads of recognition, emotion, dream pressure, protective instinct. He pauses. After enough years, those threads do not just connect 2 people. They become part of the structure of each person. The way memories become part of the structure of a mind. Solvay feels cold spread through her chest. You are saying dissolution would not just remove the bond? I am saying dissolution would remove the parts of you that have grown around the bond, the parts that have fused into your sense of self. Miro's voice is gentle, but the words land like stones. You have been bonded to Cort for 6 years, actively. And before the wipe, you carried the imprint of that bond for another 6. 12 years of neural and emotional architecture built around a shared connection. Dissolution tears that architecture down. Yes. What does that look like? Miro hesitates. She sees it. The hesitation of a man who does not want to give her the answer she asked for. Tell me. He exhales. The historic cases are not well documented. The Accord suppressed most of them, but there are 3 that survived in archive records. He pulls a thin folder from beneath the rider claws, opens it. Case 1. A bonded pair in the Faroe Islands, separated by tribunal order after the husband's house fell in the Consolidation Wars. The wife survived dissolution. She spent the next 4 years in a clinical state the archivists called affective blindness. She could describe her husband's face, his voice, the years they shared. But she could not feel any of it. The emotional memory was intact. The emotional access was gone. Solvay's throat tightens. Case 2. A bonded pair in Bergen. The wife petitioned for dissolution after her husband was convicted of treason. She wanted to sever the political liability. The dissolution succeeded. 6 months later, she was found wandering the docks, unable to recognize her own children. The bond had carried the emotional architecture of attachment to them as well. When it was removed, the framework collapsed. And case 3, Miro says, quieter now, is the one Bedor mentioned, the simultaneous death. Cort moves. He steps closer, not touching her but near enough that she feels his presence at the edge of the bond. What happened? Solvay asks. The bond had been in place for 43 years. The pair was elderly by human standards. When dissolution was forced by council order, the neural shock triggered cardiac failure in both subjects within 72 hours. The archivists noted that the autopsies showed no structural damage. The hearts simply stopped. The room is very quiet. Solvay stares at the folder. 3 cases. Affective blindness, collapsed recognition, death. And those are just the ones that survived in archive records. These are the outcomes with a functioning dissolution process, Miro says. Clean petition, formal procedure, mediated separation. What happens if dissolution happens through the rider? The rider clause triggers automatic dissolution at the root level. No mediation, no gradual withdrawal. The bond is simply shut off. Like a switch. Yes. Solvay feels the weight of that word. A switch. 12 years of architecture, gone in an instant. So if we do not take the seat, she says slowly, I do not just lose Cort. I lose the parts of myself that learned to feel through him. Miro does not answer. He does not have to. She turns to face Cort. He is watching her with an expression she cannot read. The bond hums between them, steady, alive, and for the first time, she feels it not as a comfort, but as a question. How many cases? She asks. What? Historic cases. You told Beldar you knew about dissolution. How many have you read? Cort is silent. How many? 14. The number lands like a blow. 14 documented cases, 11 with severe cognitive or emotional damage, 2 with permanent neural degradation, 1 with simultaneous death. She stares at him. And you kept that from me? I kept a lot from you. That is not an answer. No. His voice is low. It is not, but it is the truth. I read every case I could find. I spent 6 years reading them, trying to understand what would happen if someone forced dissolution on us. And? He holds her gaze. And I still do not know if I would survive it. The honesty in his voice cracks something open in her chest. She looks back at Miro. If we take the seat, we inherit every enemy from the consolidation wars. We become targets. We bind ourselves to a system that erased me. Yes. If we refuse, I lose parts of myself I did not even know I had. Yes. She presses her palms flat against the desk. There has to be a third path. Miro looks at her with something like sorrow. Your grandmother was thorough. She wrote the rider to eliminate alternatives. If she was as meticulous as her reputation suggests, there is no third path. Then we find a way to create one. She straightens. We have 29 days. We have a hearing in 68 hours. We have a list of enemies we are still learning to name. She looks at Cort. Find me those 14 cases, every detail, every outcome. I want to know exactly what dissolution looks like before I decide whether to fight for the seat. Cort nods. And Miro? He looks at her. If there is anyone who understands Old Covenant language well enough to find a loophole, I want their name. Miro is silent. Then he says, There is one, but she is not easy to reach. Where? The Vale Keeper. Solvay feels the name land like a stone in still water. The Vale Keeper, she repeats. She was the archivist who compiled the original dissolution cases. She is the only living person who has read every documented instance of bond severance in Accord history. Miro's voice drops. She disappeared after the consolidation wars. No one knows where she is. But you know. Miro meets her eyes. I know where she was 5 years ago. Whether she is still there, I cannot promise. Then we find out. She turns to Cort. First the Register, then the Vale Keeper. Cort holds her gaze. Together, it is not a question. She nods. Together. She feels the bond hum, and the countdown continues. Chapter 44. The register hall smells of old paper and something metallic, like coin counting and old blood. Solvay walks through the fog with Cort at her shoulder, the bond humming, the Drenn signet ring cold against her finger. The building ahead is low and gray, windows dark, a single light burning in the council chamber on the second floor. Beldar waits at the entrance. He does not greet them. He simply turns and leads them inside. The chamber is smaller than the tribunal hall, oval, wood-paneled. A raised desk at the curved end where 3 clerks sit in dark robes, their faces unreadable. Along the walls, folding chairs have been set out for observers. A dozen figures occupy them. Some she recognizes from the tribunal gallery, others are new. Beldor takes his place at the register desk. He does not sit. He stands, hands flat on the wood, and begins reading from a single sheet. By tribunal order, the Drenn bloodline is restored to the succession register with full standing. The petitioner, Solvay Drenn, is recognized as the sole living heir of the original signatory line. Her claim to the North Atlantic Council seat is legally active pending the resolution of pending objections. His voice is flat. No triumph, no ceremony, just words on a page becoming law. A man rises from the folding chairs, gray suit, thin. His collar looks too tight. This is a procedural farce. Beldor does not react. The objection has not been heard. You cannot seat her before the hearing. I am not seating her, Beldor says. I am entering the tribunal ruling into the register. That is clerical, not discretionary. The man's jaw tightens. The Drenn line was declared extinct 17 years ago. The compact was sealed. The assets were redistributed. You cannot simply... The tribunal found the declaration was obtained through administrative violence. That ruling supersedes the earlier declaration. The tribunal overreached. Then appeal. The man says nothing. Beldor turns back to his sheet. But the chamber is not done. Another voice, older, from the far end of the room. And the bond? Solvay turns. A woman in deep blue stands near the window, silver hair cut short, eyes that have been watching too long. The covenant compact between the Drenn and Borvin lines, she says. The tribunal did not rule on its validity. You are placing a bonded pair in a succession seat with no determination of whether that bond was lawfully contracted. Beldor sets down the sheet. The bond is not subject to register review. Then it should be. The woman steps forward. I represent House Yudrijar. We have maintained stewardship of Northern Waters since the consolidation. We have a stake in who holds the Drenn seat. Solvay speaks before Beldor can answer. You have a stake in keeping the seat empty. The woman's eyes shift to her. I have a stake in stability, Ms. Drenn. Your bloodline was suppressed for a reason. The tribunal chose to ignore that reason. That does not mean it disappears. The reason was that Chancellor Ruzek wanted to avoid a succession war by erasing a woman's identity. And he was wrong to do it. That does not make the danger any less real. The woman's voice is calm, reasonable. You are a symbol now. Every house that lost territory in the consolidation wars will look at your reinstatement and see an opportunity. Every enemy your grandmother made will look at Cort Borvin and see a vulnerability. Cort is not a vulnerability. He is a bodyguard with no official standing whose engineered bond to you makes him a co-ruler under the rider clause. That is not a strength, Ms. Drenn. That is a hostage. The room goes very still. Cort does not move. Solvay feels the bond pulse once. He is not a hostage, she says. He is my choice. The woman tilts her head. Is he? Or is he the choice the compact made for you? Beldor raises a hand. This is not a hearing. If House Sudrijar wishes to file a formal challenge, the objection docket is open until the hearing. Otherwise, the register stands. The woman holds Solvay's gaze, then she sits. But the chamber is not finished. The man in the tight collar rises again. This time he holds a document. House Vesture files a formal challenge. Beldor's jaw tightens. State the grounds. The Drenn heir was erased by due process of accord law. The tribunal ruling does not invalidate the Glacier Protocol's authorization. It rules that Ruzek exceeded his authority. That is an administrative finding, not a determination of the protocol's legality. The tribunal found the protocol violated Statute 112. Statute 112 was written to prevent unauthorized erasure of a bloodline heir. The Glacier Protocol was authorized by a sitting chancellor with council oversight. There is a distinction. Beldor is silent. The man continues. We file to stay the register entry until that distinction is resolved. The room waits. Beldor looks at Solvay. She feels the weight of every eye. The register entry stands, Beldor says. The challenge will be heard at the objection hearing in 60 hours. Until then, the Drenn seat is active. The man's face goes cold. You are making a mistake. Record the challenge, Beldor says to the clerks. Next, the chamber empties slowly. The woman from House Sudrijar pauses at the door. Ms. Drenn, Solvay turns. Your grandmother was a formidable woman. She wrote the compact that binds you. She wrote the rider that gives you 30 days. She did not leave loose ends. I know. Then you know she expected one of two outcomes. Either you take the seat and hold it, or the bond dissolves and the Drenn line ends truly. The woman's voice drops. What she did not account for is that someone might want both outcomes to fail. She walks out. Solvay stands in the empty chamber. Cort is beside her. That was House Sudria, he says. Old Atlantic. They lost the most territory in the Consolidation Wars. They have been waiting 17 years for the Drenn seat to become available. And now it is. And now it is. He looks at the empty chairs. They will not fight fair. Neither will I. Bador approaches. The challenge from Vestur is procedural. They want to delay. They want you to burn your 30 days waiting for a ruling. How long can they drag it out? Weeks, months, long enough for the rider to trigger. Solvay feels the countdown in her chest. 29 days, a ride, a flight, a long drive. Then we do not wait for the hearing. Bildor's eyes narrow. What are you planting? She looks at Cort. We find the Vale Keeper. We find a third path, and we make House Vestur's procedural objection irrelevant. Cort meets her gaze. Together. She nods. They walk out into the fog. The bond hums. 29 days left. Chapter 45. The fog has thickened by the time they reach the council steps. It rolls off the harbor in sheets, swallowing streetlights, muffling the city into something soft and treacherous. Solvay pulls her collar up. Cort walks at her shoulder, close enough that she feels his heat through the damp. 4 Accord security officers flank them, 2 ahead, 2 behind. Baldur arranged the escort. Standard protocol for a reinstated bloodline heir leaving contested ground. The crowd is smaller than she expected. Maybe 30 people gathered at the base of the steps. Reporters, a few hard-faced men in dark coats, someone holding a placard she cannot read from this distance. Then she hears the chant. Drenn blood, Drenn debt, Drenn line ends. The words hit her like cold water. Cort's hand finds her elbow. Keep moving. They descend. The officers spread wider, creating a corridor through the press. The reporters shout questions. The men in dark coats watch with flat, measuring eyes. Solvay keeps her gaze forward, halfway down. Then the surge hits. Not from the front, from the side. A knot of bodies breaks through the officer line, shoving, shouting, and somewhere in the chaos, a hand catches her coat and yanks. She spins. The officer behind her is already down. Cort moves. He does not hesitate, does not call for backup. He steps between her and the nearest attacker, and his fist connects with the man's jaw in a blow that sends him sprawling across the wet stone. Go, Cort says. Toward the car. She moves. Another attacker breaks through. Then another. Cort fights without a weapon, without a badge, without the official standing that would make his actions sanctioned. He is a civilian now, stripped, exposed. Every blow he lands is a risk he has no legal cover to take. He takes it anyway. His elbow catches one man in the throat. His knee drives into the stomach of another. He moves like someone who has done this for 2 centuries, precise and without waste. But Solvay sees the cost in the set of his jaw, the way he cannot afford to slow down. Drenn heir is dead. The voice comes from the crowd, low, deliberate. Subject 4/S was terminated. There is no heir. Solvay freezes. That number, that designation. She has seen it in her medical file, the one Resser gave her. The one that documented 6 years of observation, measurement, suppression. Subject 4/S. The Glacier Protocol's name for the person she was before she woke in that hospital bed, the person they tried to erase. The crowd has not spoken that number. The crowd should not know that number. She turns. A man stands at the edge of the struggle. He is not fighting. He is watching her. 4/S, he says again. The protocol closed. The words land inside her chest like a key turning, and then she sees it. Not a memory, not yet. A flash, an image so sharp it burns. Snow, deep snow, a gravel road winding between black cliffs. A house at the end of the road, low and dark, with steam rising from its roof into a white sky. Iron gates, a name carved into the stone beside them. She cannot read the name, but she knows she has been there, knows she walked through those gates, knows someone was waiting inside. The image collapses. She is on the council steps. The fog is cold against her face. Cort has thrown the last attacker aside and is turning toward her, his coat torn, blood on his knuckles. Solvay. She cannot speak. The man who spoke the number is gone. The crowd scatters. The officers scramble to their feet. Someone is shouting for medical aid. The reporters are filming everything. Cort reaches her. His hands find her shoulders. His eyes search her face. What happened? Not a question, a demand. He knew the number, she says. He knew the protocol designation. Cort's jaw tightens. That file is sealed. It is not sealed to the people who wrote it. She looks past him, at the empty space where the man stood. The fog closes in. The street is already settling, the witnesses dispersing, the chaos folding back into the ordinary fabric of the Reykjavik night. They will not find him. She knows this with a certainty that settles in her bones. There is a house, she says. Cort stills. What house? I do not know the name, but I saw it. Snow, cliffs, iron gates. I have been there. His face does not change, but the bond flares, recognition, cold and sharp. He knows the house. Where is it? She says. He does not answer. Cort, where is it? North, he says. The old Drenn estate, sealed after your grandmother died. The one that should be empty, the one that should hold nothing but frozen rooms and buried records. The one where someone might be waiting. Solvay looks at the fog, at the empty street, at the space where the man had stood and spoken the number of her suppression like a prayer. He did not come to kill me. Cort's hand tightens on her shoulder. What did he come for? She feels the answer forming before she speaks it. To remind me where the road starts. The escort reforms. The car pulls up. Cort guides her toward it with a hand against her back, and she lets him, because her legs are not steady and her mind is still standing in snow that fell years ago. But when she looks back at the council steps, at the fog, at the place where the man had stood, she sees something on the wet stone. A folded piece of paper. She stops. Wait. Cort follows her gaze. She walks back, picks it up, unfolds it. One line. The Vale keeper knows the name of the gate. Solvay reads it twice. Then she looks north, past the fog, past the city lights, toward the black cliffs and the iron gate she has not seen since before they stole her memory. She does not know the name yet, but she is going to find it. Chapter 46. The safe flat smells of iodine and damp wool. Solvay sits on the edge of the cot, the note open in her hands. The ink is still wet when she touches it, smudges her fingertip gray. Fresh. Written in the last hour, maybe less. The man who spoke the designation number did not leave it by accident. He placed it for her to find. The Vale keeper knows the name of the gate. Cort stands at the window, watching the street through a crack in the curtain. He has cleaned the blood from his knuckles, but not the cuts. The bond pulses between them, sharp and uneven, like a radio signal losing frequency. You recognized the house, Solvay says. Before I finished describing it. He does not turn. Yes. You have been there. A pause. Once. When? Before the seal, when your grandmother still lived. The name she read on the gate. The name she still cannot remember. Solvay presses her palm flat against her sternum, where the flash hit hardest. The image lingers behind her eyes like frost on glass. Tell me about it. Cort turns from the window. His face is unreadable, but the bond carries something she cannot name. Fear. Not for himself. The Drenn seat is not a house, he says. It is a territory. The estate sits at the head of the Vale, a mile inland, cut off by cliffs on three sides, designed to be defensible, designed to be sealed. Sealed how? Succession, emergency law. When the line is declared extinct, the estate is locked under a court jurisdiction. No entry without council authorization. No maintenance. No visitors. And if someone enters anyway? The Accord considers it trespass against a sealed bloodline. The penalty is enforcement action. Solvay looks at the note again. Vale keeper knows the name of the gate. We need Miro, she says. And Beldor. Cod reaches for his phone. They meet in the back room of a cafe near the old harbor, where the windows are frosted and the coffee tastes burned. Miro arrives first, his coat collar turned up against the cold, the compact nowhere in sight. Beldor comes 5 minutes later with a leather case and a grim set to his mouth. Solvay slides the note across the table. Beldor reads it once, then again. "Where did you get this?" "A man in the crowd. He spoke my protocol designation number to my face, then vanished. I found this on the ground where he had been standing." Beldor's jaw tightens. "The designation number is sealed under tribunal order. Anyone who speaks it in public is either very stupid or very connected. He was not stupid." Miro takes the note, turns it over, examines the paper, the ink, the fold pattern. No watermark, no seal, standard stock. The paper is Icelandic, sold in any office supply shop in Reykjavik. "It is the content that matters, not the paper," Beldor says. "The Vale Keeper. You told her about the Vale Keeper." Miro meets Solvay's eyes. "I told her the Vale Keeper compiled the original dissolution cases. I told her I knew where the Keeper was 5 years ago. You said you could not promise she was still there. I cannot. Then why did the man write this? Why does he want me to find her?" Miro sets the note down. "Because the Vale Keeper is also the last person who read the full succession compact of the Drenn line. She compiled not only the dissolution cases, but the original covenant articles, the marginalia, the amendments, and the rider clause your grandmother wrote." Beldor's head lifts. She read the rider. She copied it by hand. She knew every word. Solvay feels the pulse in her throat. Then she knows if there is a third path. Miro does not answer. "Where's she?" Solvay says. "The last place you knew, the Faroe Islands, a harbor church in Torshavn. She was there 5 years ago, living under a false name, working as a translator for the Maritime Registry." "Was. I have not heard from her since. The Accord has a long reach, and she disappeared for a reason. She may not want to be found." Solvay folds the note and puts it in her pocket. "I do not need her to want it. I need her to know the name of the gate." Beldor opens his leather case and pulls out a folded map, creased and yellowed along the seams. He spreads it across the table. It shows the Afalfjordur, the fjord cutting inland from the coast, the roads winding through the mountains. A single black circle marks the estate. "The Drenn seat," he says. "Officially designated SE-17 under the Succession Emergency Protocol, sealed 17 years ago, 3 months after your grandmother's death, 2 months after your line was declared extinct." 3 months, Solvay says. "Why the delay?" Beldor meets her eyes. "Because the seal was not applied until the council confirmed there were no living claimants. They waited until the Glacier Protocol was complete, until you were erased." The words land like a second blow. 17 years. She has been erased for 17 years. The estate has been sealed for 17 years. The gates have been locked, the rooms frozen, the records buried, while she lived under a false name with a false past and a bond she did not remember choosing. "We need to go there," she says. Cort steps forward. "Solvay, we need to go there. The Vale Keeper's note ties the estate to the gate. The gate has a name, if I can see it again, if I can read it. The estate is sealed under Accord jurisdiction. Entering without authorization means enforcement action. You have 29 days on the rider clock and an objection hearing in 60 hours. If you are caught trespassing on sealed Accord territory, then I will be caught. They will use it to strip your standing. They will try anyway." Cort's jaw tightens. The bond shivers between them, cold and urgent. "Solvay, listen to me. I will not stay here and wait for a hearing that is designed to burn my deadline. House Vester's strategy is delay. If I sit in this city for 60 hours, I lose. If I go north, I have a chance to find the third path before the rider forces us into a binary choice. And if the Vale Keeper is not there, then I will have seen the gate. I will have read the name. I will have done something." Cort holds her gaze. The bond pulses once, twice, then settles into the quiet hum that has been with her since the hospital. He does not argue. "Then we go north." Yersta calls as they are packing the car. She arrives at the safe flat 40 minutes later, her face stripped of its usual clinical composure. She does not greet anyone. She crosses directly to Solvay and presses a folded printout into her hands. "Read it." Solvay unfolds the paper. It is a blood panel. Her blood panel. The one Ressa ran 3 days ago, before the tribunal ruling, before the crowd, before the man with the designation number. Is something wrong? "Look at the markers, the ones I flagged." Solvay scans the column. The flagged values are not in the red, they are in the orange. Elevated. Elevated by enough that Ressa would not ignore them, but not enough to trigger an automatic alert. What am I seeing? "Your cortisol is climbing," Ressa says. "Your norepinephrine is elevated. Your autonomic stress markers are spiking outside the range I recorded 6 months ago, when you were still living under the false identity and did not know what you were. I have been under stress. The tribunal, the attack, the rider. This is different. This is not situational stress. This is systemic destabilization. Your body is treating your restored identity as a biological threat." Solvay looks up. "What does that mean?" "It means the Glacier Protocol did not just suppress your memory. It retrained your nervous system to treat your erased self as a source of danger. Every time you recover a fragment, every time you approach the Drenn estate, every time you get closer to who you were, your body prepares for damage." Cort moves closer. "Can it be stopped?" "I do not know. I have never seen a protocol subject recover enough to test this. You are the first to reach this stage." Solvay looks at the printout, the orange markers, the body that does not trust her own resurrection. "How long do I have before it becomes dangerous?" Yrsa hesitates. "How long? If the markers keep climbing at this rate, you will begin experiencing autonomic episodes within the week. Blackouts, accelerated heart rate, dissociative events. Your body may shut down long before your mind catches up." Solvay folds the paper and puts it in her pocket, next to the note. "Then I will move faster." Chapter 47. Ingrid Soland meets them at a fuel station on the edge of the Filforta road. She steps out of a rusted sedan with the headlights killed, gray-threaded hair loose around her face, no coat despite the cold. Her hands are empty and held out where they can see them. The hollow beneath her cheekbones has deepened since the tribunal corridor. Cort moves in front of Solvay before the door is fully open. "You should not be here." "I know." Ingrid's voice scrapes. "I came anyway." Solvay steps around Cort. The wind cuts across the tarmac, carrying the smell of salt and diesel and something colder, something from the fjord. "How did you find us?" "I did not follow you. I have been waiting." Ingrid gestures toward the sedan. "I knew you would take this road. It is the only route north that does not cross Accord checkpoint territory. I assumed Cort would know that." Cort says nothing. His silence confirms it. Imseth reaches into her jacket. Cort tenses, but she pulls out a folded packet wrapped in oilcloth, the same kind she carried in the tribunal corridor. "I told you the tribunal knows who signed above Ruzek. I did not tell you what else they found in the sealed files." Solvay takes the packet. The oilcloth is cold and damp, salt-stained at the edges. "What is this?" "Contingency planning." Ingrid's eyes do not leave the packet. O'Feig's office began drafting protocols for a restored Drenn heir 5 years ago, before the tribunal, before Kayla woke up, before anyone knew you would surface. Solvay's hands go still on the cloth. 5 years ago. He did not wait for your memory to return. He planned for it. There are documents in that packet that outline security assessments, media containment, legal positioning, and a full governance framework for the bonded consort. The bonded consort. Cort's voice drops. "For me, for whoever the covenant designated, which is you." Ingrid meets his eyes. "They have been preparing to manage you for half a decade. They assumed the bond would bring you both into conflict with the succession order, and they built the legal architecture to neutralize you as a political unit, rather than separate threats." Solvay unwraps the oilcloth. Inside are pages of dense Accord script, stamped with classification numbers she recognizes from the tribunal evidence. Dates, signatures, funding codes. She reads the first page. Assessment of bonded consort behavioral profile. Subject, Cort Borvin, age 212. Contract duration 6 years. Risk classification, high. Recommended containment protocol, joint neutralization if succession claim activates. The words do not feel like paper. They feel like a hand closing around her throat. They plan to contain both of us, she says. They plan to contain you before you existed as a legal person. The documents predate your tribunal filing by 4 years. And Rhett's voice cracks. I did not know about this when I gave you the chain of authorization. I only found the full archive after the ruling. They kept a separate file, off the official register. Cort steps closer. Where? Inside the Annex 3 maintenance vault, behind a false panel in the climate control room. I had to break 3 seals to access it. You stole from the Accord maintenance vault. Cort's tone is flat. That is a summary execution offense. I am already dead. And Rhett says it without drama. My former colleagues have been hunting me since the tribunal. 2 of my contacts have stopped answering. One was found in his apartment with his throat opened and a note pinned to his chest reading, Informant. I have nothing left to lose except the truth I helped bury. Solvay looks at the packet. Why now? Why not wait until we reach the estate? Ingrid's gaze shifts. Something moves behind her eyes that Solvay does not recognize at first. It takes her a moment to place it. Fear. Because I found something else in that vault, Ingrid says. A single sheet, handwritten, not a file, a note. From whom? I do not know, but it contained 1 sentence. She swallows. It said, she is taking the North Road. The estate seal has been flagged. The wind cuts harder. Cort's hand is on Solvay's arm before she can speak, pulling her toward the car. We need to move. Wait. Solvay plants her feet. Ingrid, who flagged the route? I do not know the name, but the leak came from the tribunal. Someone in the chamber during your hearing passed the information within hours of the ruling, possibly before. Solvay's mind moves fast. The tribunal chamber, the clerks, the security officers, the opposing counsel's table, the gallery. Beldor arranged the security escort for the council steps, she says. He knew our route to the car. Beldor did not leak it, Cort says. He has lost too much to protect you now. He gains nothing by exposing you. Then someone else. The lights in the fuel station flicker. Solvay looks up. The building behind them, a low concrete structure with a single fluorescent sign, goes dark. The pump island lights die. The street lamps along the road cut out one by one, traveling north. Blackout. Ingrid turns, scanning the road. That is not weather-related. Cort's body goes still. The bond shivers, cold and sharp. They found her. Ingrid is already moving toward her sedan. The packet has everything. Names, accounts, the full governance framework. If I do not make it to you again, use it. Burn the rest of mine vault if you have to, but use it. Ingrid. She stops. Why? Ingrid looks back. The dark hollows of her face catch the last light from the dying sign. Because I helped erase you, and I will not help them finish it. She gets into the sedan. The engine catches on the second try. Cort pulls Solvay toward their car. The bond is humming, high and urgent, the same frequency she felt before the crowd surged, before the attacker with the designation number. Something is coming. She gets into the passenger seat. Cort is already turning the key, checking the mirrors. Which way? The estate, straight north. They will expect that. They will expect us to turn. The sedan tears past them, headlights off, accelerating into the dark road. Cort watches it disappear. Then the fuel station lights go black entirely, and the road ahead goes silent. Chapter 48. The car engine turns over, dies, turns again. Cort's jaw tightens. The third try catches, and the fuel gauge needle wobbles at a quarter tank. Enough for the estate road, barely. Solvay grips the door handle as he reverses hard, swings the wheel, and accelerates north into the darkness. The headlights cut a narrow tunnel through the blackout, revealing empty asphalt and the faint shimmer of frost forming on the guardrail. They killed the grid, she says. They want us blind. The bond thrums between them, sharper now, tuned to something she cannot name. She feels his focus like a physical pressure behind her sternum. The road curves beside a long concrete wall, windowless, lined with rusted vents. A service building, or a transformer station. The kind of infrastructure a targeted blackout would need to disable. Headlights sweep behind them. Solvay turns. Two sets of lights, spaced wide apart, gaining fast. Cort, I see them. He presses the accelerator. The car surges forward, but the engine is not built for this. It whines, strains, and the pursuing lights close the gap. The first vehicle rams the rear bumper. Solvay's head snaps back. The seatbelt catches her hard across the collarbone. The car fishtails. Cort corrects, and the second vehicle pulls alongside, matching speed. She sees the silhouette through the passenger window. Dark clothes, a raised arm. Down. Cort yanks the wheel left. The car sideswipes the second vehicle, metal screaming, and Solvay feels the impact through the door panel. The pursuing car drops back, but the first one is still there. Bumper locked to theirs now, pushing them toward the shoulder. The headlights catch a break in the concrete wall. A gap. A stairwell entrance, industrial, with a steel door hanging open. Cort makes the decision in a fraction of a second. He brakes hard, cuts the wheel, and the car skids into the gap. The pursuing vehicle overshoots, brakes screeching, and Cort is already out of the driver's seat, pulling Solvay through her door before the engine dies. Stairs. Now. She runs. The stairwell swallows them in absolute darkness. Her boots hit metal grating. The sound echoes downward, telling her the shaft goes deep, and she hears Cort behind her, his breathing controlled, his footsteps precise despite the black. Above them, the steel door slams shut. Then silence. She stands in the dark, pulse hammering, seeing nothing. The bond pulses, steady, a second heartbeat in the black. How many? She whispers. 4 in the vehicles, possibly more on foot. Cort's voice is low, close to her ear. They will clear the building floor by floor. We need to go up. Up is a roof. Up is an exit. She hears what he does not say, if we are fast enough. He takes her hand. His palm is warm, calloused, familiar in a way that bypasses memory. She follows, climbing blind, counting landings by the feel of the railing beneath her fingers. 3rd floor. 4th. Above them, a door crashes open. Footsteps on metal. 2 levels up. Coming down. Cort stops. His hand tightens on hers. Keep climbing. Do not stop until you reach the roof. Cort, do not stop. He releases her hand and steps back into the darkness. She stands frozen, bond screaming, feeling him move away from her the way a nerve registers absence. Then she climbs. The footsteps above are closer now. She hears a voice, low, speaking into a radio. She cannot make out the words, but the tone is professional, methodical. The sound of people who have done this before. 6th floor. 7th. The door above her opens. She presses herself against the wall, heart in her throat, and a silhouette steps onto the landing. Tall, weapon drawn, scanning. Below, Cort moves. The sound is not loud, it is precise. A body hitting metal, a choked breath, a weapon clattering. The silhouette above turns and Solvay does not think. She moves. Her hand finds the railing. She swings herself up the last 3 steps, drives her shoulder into the silhouette's back before it can level the weapon, and they crash through the 8th floor door together. The impact knocks the weapon free. The silhouette recovers fast, rolling, coming up with a knife that catches the faint emergency glow from the corridor. A woman. Dark coat, short hair, pale eyes that meet Solvay's with cold recognition. Subject 4/S. The voice is the same one from the council steps, the voice that spoke her designation. Solvay's body reacts before her mind catches up. She sidesteps the knife thrust, grabs the woman's wrist, twists, and something in her muscle memory completes the movement. The knife clatters to the floor. The woman's arm is locked, elbow extended, controlled. Solvay holds her there, breathing hard, the bond blazing with Cort's distant violence and the woman's own cold rage. Who sent you? The woman smiles. Below, a gunshot. Solvay's grip falters. The woman twists free, grabbing for the knife, and Solvay kicks it down the corridor, turns, and runs for the roof access. The door is locked. She slams her palm against it. Metal. Solid. The woman is rising behind her. Something hits the door from the other side. Once. Twice. The frame splinters. The door swings open, and Ingrid Solan stands on the roof, face bloodless, a fire axe in her hands. Move! Solvay lunges through the doorway. Ingrid swings the axe at the frame, wedging it, buying seconds. The roof is wide, flat, covered in gravel and ice. A helicopter sits at the far edge, rotors warming, cabin lights on. Gringrith shoves the packet into Solvay's hands. Everything I could carry. Accounts, names, the governance framework, the joint neutralization protocol. Ingrid, come with us. I am already dead. She says it the same way she said it at the fuel station. Calm, certain. But I can buy you 60 seconds. She turns. The stairwell door splinters again. The woman with the designation is through it, raising a weapon that is not a knife any longer. Ingrid steps between them. The shot is quiet, suppressed. Ingrid's body jerks. She does not fall. She stays upright, one hand braced against a vent, looking at Solvay with an expression that is almost relief. Go. Solvay runs. The helicopter door is open. A hand reaches out, pulling her inside as the rotors pitch hard. She looks back through the window. Ingrid is on her knees. The woman with the pale eyes stands over her, weapon raised for a second shot. Ingrid's lips move, forming words Solvay cannot hear. The helicopter lifts. Below, the roof shrinks. The blackout spreads across the landscape like ink in water. The fuel station is a dark speck. The road is empty. Ingrid is a shape on the roof, still, as the storm swallows the coast. Solvay holds the packet to her chest. Cort is beside her, blood on his knuckles, breathing hard, alive. The helicopter banks north into the clouds, and below them, someone is still watching. Chapter 49. The helicopter cabin is metal and cold, smelling of fuel and the quick-drying blood on Cort's knuckles. Solvay sits with Ingrid's packet pressed against her chest, fingers cramping around the oilcloth as if letting go would undo the last hour. Below, the blackout spreads like a bruise across the coastline. The fuel station is gone. The road is gone. Ingrid is gone. Solvay does not look down again. The cabin shakes. The pilot's voice comes through the headset, low and Icelandic, saying something about wind shear and the fjords closing in. Cort answers in the same language, his voice steady, as if he has not just fought through a stairwell with his bare hands. Solvay pulls the oilcloth open. Inside is a stack of paper denser than she expected. Official Accord letterhead. Handwritten notes. A folded map with annotations in red. A photograph of a man she does not recognize, face blurred at the edges as if taken from a distance. She flips through slowly, letting the shape of the evidence settle. Accounts, names, payment ledgers connecting Ruzek's office to contractor units that do not appear in any public register. Media containment drafts written 2 years before her tribunal filing. A governance framework titled Scenario, Drenn Restoration Phase 1, with timestamps from 5 years ago. Cort watches her read, his breathing shallow. At the bottom of the stack, held in place by a paperclip, is a single sheet that does not match the others. The paper is older, cream-colored, the edges soft with handling. The ink is not printed. It is handwritten, and the handwriting is familiar in a way that makes Solvay's chest tighten before she understands why. She reads the header. Joint Rule Activation, Enforcement Annex. Below it, a list of house names, 9 of them, each one marked with a symbol she remembers from the old Drenn signet ring. A dot, a line, a cross. The symbols are not decorative, they are instructions. She reads further. The paragraph beneath the list is dense, legal, and it takes her 3 passes to understand what it says. When she does, the cold in the cabin feels deeper than the air outside. Upon joint assumption of the Drenn seat, the following houses are subject to reactivated enforcement under Accord Succession Treaty 47B, dormant since the grandmother's death. Failure to assume joint rule within the 30-day window voids the enforcement authority permanently. Cort sees her face change. What is it? She hands him the sheet without speaking. He reads. His jaw tightens. His hand, still smeared with blood, holds the paper at the edge as if the ink might burn him. That is not in the rider. It is in the annex. There is no annex in the rider. Solvay shakes her head. She knows what the writing means, even if she has never seen this document before. The handwriting belongs to her grandmother, the same hand that wrote the joint governance clause, the same woman who designed the cage and locked it with her own name. She wrote both, Solvay says, the rider and the enforcement trigger. If we take the seat, 9 houses are bound to reactivate their treaties with the Drenn line. Cort lowers the paper. Which 9? Solvay looks at the list again. The names are old. Atlantic families, most of them. Houses that went silent after the Consolidation Wars. Their treaties buried in archives that no one has opened in 17 years. She recognizes Halvard. She recognizes Sudreyar. She reads the final name on the list, and her voice stalls. House Vithurthur. Cort's expression does not change, but the bond does. A flicker. A recognition that predates her memory. Anat Vidder, he says slowly. The man who filed Druzek's emergency containment order. Torben Halvard's nephew. He is also bound to us. The silence in the cabin stretches. Solvay knows what this means before she finishes the thought. The objection petition against her standing was filed by Halvard and 3 others. The enforcement annex would force those same houses to acknowledge Drenn authority. It is not a political tool. It is a net. The Vale Keeper, she says. Cort's head lifts. The sheet of cream paper has one more line, written beneath the list in her grandmother's hand, smaller, tighter, as if the words did not want to be read. For interpretation of the Joint Rule Enforcement Clause, consult the Vale Keeper. She holds the final reading of Treaty 47B. Cort stares at the page. Then he looks at Solvay with an expression she has never seen on him before. Not fear, not the careful tactical blankness he wears in danger. Something older. I know the title, he says. From where? He does not answer immediately. The helicopter shakes. The pilot says something about altitude, about the pass ahead. Cort's voice is quiet when he speaks again. The Vale Keeper was present at the Consolidation War tribunals. She documented every dissolution, every enforced severance, every broken bond that the Accord used to pacify the northern houses. Solvay waits. She disappeared after the treaties were signed. Most people think she died. But you know differently. Cort's silence is answer enough. The bond throbs between them. Not with accusation, with the weight of something he has carried for longer than the 17 years the estate has been sealed. Who is she? Solvay says. Cort looks at the handwritten line again. His thumb traces the edge of the paper, where the ink curves into a grandmother's final stroke. I visited the estate once, he says, when your grandmother still lived. She took me to a room at the back of the house, a study with a window facing the fjord. She told me that if the rider ever activated, I would need to find someone who understood what the treaty actually said, not what the lawyers claimed it said. She did not give a name. She said I would recognize the person when the time came. Solvay turns the page over, looking for more. There is nothing. The cream sheet holds only the list, the final line, and the silence of her grandmother's handwriting. The helicopter banks. Through the window she sees it. The coastline opens into a wide fjord, water black between snow-covered slopes. And at the far end, tucked against the base of a mountain, a shape that makes her breath catch. Low. Dark, roofs dusted with white. The house from her memory. The iron gates, the name she could not read. The helicopter descends toward the frozen ground, and Solvay presses her palm against the cold window, watching the old Drenn estate grow larger in the glass. Someone is watching from the door. Chapter 50. The helicopter skids touch the frozen ground with a jolt, the rotors slow. Snow swirls against the windshield, and through the haze Solvay sees the figure still standing in the open door of the house. A woman. Dark coat, hair caught in the wind. She does not move toward them. She waits. Cort is already reaching for the door handle. The pilot stays, he says. If we do not come out in 2 hours, he lifts and reports to Beldor. The pilot nods, face pale in the instrument glow. Solvay steps out into air that steals her breath. The cold is not like Reykjavik cold. It is older, denser. It presses against her skin like something that remembers her from before she was born. The iron gates loom 20 meters ahead. Black bars crusted with frost, rising to a peak where a name is carved in lettering too weathered to read. Solvay walks toward them, Cort a half step behind, his presence a wall against the wind. The woman in the door still has not moved. Solvay stops at the gates. Up close, the name is barely visible. The letters have been worn by 17 winters, but her hand rises without thought. Her fingers trace the first letter. The cold of the iron burns, but she does not pull back. The name unlocks in her mind before her eyes can fully read it. Drenn. Not the house name, the estate name. The place that held her line for generations before the Accord sealed it and called it empty. She pushes. The gates do not move. She pushes again, harder, and feels the resistance of a lock that has not been opened in years. No rust, no freeze, something else. The woman in the door speaks. "Who claims entry?" The voice carries across the frozen yard. Low, female, accented in a way Solvay cannot place. Solvay's throat tightens. The answer comes from somewhere beneath thought, beneath memory, from the bone. The heir of the house. By what right? The words are ritual, old. Solvay feels the shape of them in her mouth before she speaks. Blood and covenant. The woman does not respond. She waits. Solvay understands. She looks at Cort. His expression is unreadable, but the bond carries something warm beneath the cold. Trust. He is letting her answer. She turns back to the gate. Her hand finds the lock. A plate, recessed into the iron, shaped like the palm of a hand. She presses her bare palm against the metal. The cold is immediate, brutal. It climbs her arm like a living thing, and the bond flares. She feels it, the recognition. Something in the gate reads her. Not her blood, but the shape of her presence, the echo of the grandmother who keyed this ward 17 years ago. A click. The gates swing inward without a sound. The woman in the door steps aside. Solvay walks forward. The gravel path beneath her boots is frozen solid, but she knows each turn. She does not know how she knows. Her feet carry her past a frozen fountain, past a skeletal birch, past a low wall where snow has drifted against a stone bench. The door is open. She steps inside. The hall is dark. The air smells of old wood, cold stone, and something else. Paper, ink, the scent of the archive she cannot remember. The woman is behind her now, closing the door, and Cort is a step behind Solvay, his hand brushing her elbow. The woman turns. She is older than Solvay expected. 60, perhaps. Gray, threaded through dark hair pulled back, eyes the color of the fjord water outside. She studies Solvay with a stillness that is not hostile. It is measuring. You came faster than they predicted. Who predicted? The woman does not answer. She looks at Cort, and something passes between them. Recognition. You brought him. He is mine to bring. The woman's mouth does not move, but her eyes change. A flicker of something Solvay cannot read. The house has been sealed for 17 years. The wards do not recognize a living Drenn. They recognized you. Solvay waits. The woman gestures deeper into the hall. There is a study at the back. The last person to sit in it was your grandmother. She left instructions for the day the gates opened. What instructions? The woman's gaze holds. She left them for you. Not for the man who guards you. Not for the houses that want your seat. For you. Solvay feels the weight of the house around her. The silence of 17 empty winters. The presence of the grandmother who wrote the rider. The enforcement annex. The cage and the key. She looks at Cort. He nods. She follows the woman through the dark hall. The study is small. A desk facing the fjord window. A chair. Shelves lined with ledgers and loose papers, all of them gray with dust. The woman lights a single lamp, and the glow catches a sealed envelope on the desk, edges yellowed, addressed in the same hand that wrote the annex. Solvay's name. She picks up the envelope. The wax seal is intact. A Drenn seal. Her grandmother's. She breaks it. Inside is a single sheet of paper, folded tight. The handwriting is thin, precise, and older than the last document she read. Salira, if you are reading this, I am gone, and you have survived what they did to you. You will want to know why I wrote the rider. You will want to know why I bowed you to a man you may not have chosen if the choice were given freely. I wrote it because the houses that fear you will not stop hunting until the line is destroyed or ceded. The rider forces them to choose. Joint rule or dissolution. Either way, the waiting ends. But there is a third door, and I have hidden the key in the only place the Accord never thought to search. The Vale Keeper does not hold the final reading of Treaty 47B. I do. Come find me in the place where the bond was sealed. Bring him. Solvay's hands tremble. She looks up at the woman, who has not moved. Where is the bond sealed? The woman looks at her for a long moment. Then she speaks a name that hits Solvay like a blade. Under the chapel floor. The lamp flickers. Behind her, Cort goes still. The woman watches them both, and her voice drops to something close to a whisper. The body of the first bonded pair is still there. Your grandmother buried them beneath the altar so that the covenant would never lose its anchor. Solvay's fingers tighten on the letter. The woman inclines her head toward the snow-covered window. The chapel is 2 miles through the pass. You have until dawn before the Accord enforcement team arrives. The estate seal was flagged the moment the gates opened. Cort moves toward her. Solvay looks at the letter in her hands, at her grandmother's handwriting, at the name of the place where she must go to find the truth she has been chasing since she woke in a hospital bed with no name and a man she did not remember but already loved. The chapel, she says. The woman does not speak. Outside, the wind rises. Chapter 51, The Winter Archive. The study holds more than the letter. Solvay stands at the desk with the lamp burning low, and the woman who guarded the door has not moved from the threshold. Cort waits near the window, his silhouette against the frosted glass, the bond humming with the same tension that coils through Solvay's chest. She lifts the envelope again, turns it over. Something shifts inside. She peels the lining apart. A folded sheet, smaller than the first, slides into her palm. The handwriting is different, younger, her own. If you are reading this, you are already looking for answers I did not want Cort to find before you were ready. Solvay's breath catches. The note continues in the same tight, rapid script she does not remember learning but recognizes in her bones. I have been tracking the Covenant's origins for 2 years. The Accord told my grandmother the bond was a stabilization measure. She believed them. I did not. There are gaps in the documentation, missing signatures. A signature block that was added after the original signing. Someone altered the terms after the blood was dry. I hid the evidence. Cort cannot know where. He would try to protect me from the truth, and the truth is what I need. Look in the ledgers, the ones with the red thread binding. I marked them. Solvay's hands are steady, but her pulse is not. She turns to the shelves. Her eyes scan the spines, the dust, the years of silence. She finds it on the 3rd shelf, a ledger bound in worn leather, the spine repaired with red thread. She pulls it free. The pages are filled with her grandmother's hand at first. Accounts, correspondence, notes on sessions of the North Atlantic Council. But midway through, the handwriting changes. Her own. She reads a margin note in a language she knows she should not speak. Old Norse. She translates without effort. The 3rd signatory is not Ruzek. It is someone who inherited his position. The name was inserted after the compact was sealed. This is a forgery. Below it, in the same hand, if I am erased, this is why. Solvay's fingers trace the words. She remembers this. Not the writing, but the certainty behind it. The fury, the fear she refused to show anyone. She turns the page. A blood seal. Dark, aged to brown. Pressed beside a passage about the enforcement annex. The same seal that was on the envelope, delivered to her in the safe flat. The same hand-pressed non-accord sigil. The note beneath it. They buried the 3rd door beneath the chapel floor, under the bones of the first pair. But the key is not there. I moved it. Solvay looks up. The woman in the doorway has not moved, but her eyes are sharper now. Did you know, Solvay says, that I hid something from him? The woman does not answer immediately. She looks at Cort, then back at Solvay. I was told to keep the ledger safe, nothing more. Solvay turns the ledger to face her. This blood seal, do you know whose it is? The woman's gaze drops. She studies the seal with the stillness of someone reading a language she recognizes but does not speak. I was told it belonged to the one who authorized the protocol above Ruzek. Your grandmother believed the name was redacted from the official chain. She spent the last year of her life trying to confirm it. Solvay looks at Cort. His face is unreadable, but the bond carries something. Apprehension. The edge of withheld knowledge. You recognize the estate description, she says. You said nothing. I did not know you hid evidence from me. And if you had known? He does not answer. That is an answer. Solvay turns back to the ledger. She reads the margin notes with a hunger that feels older than this body. Her own handwriting. Her own languages. her own fury. A final entry at the back. The reliquary under the chapel floor holds the original compact, the unaltered one. I sealed it with my own blood, so only I can open it. If I am gone when you read this, do not trust what the Accord calls the truth. They wrote the version they want you to find. Come find me in the place where the bond was sealed. Bring him. He will have to learn to let you choose. Solvay folds the note. She places it in her pocket alongside Ingrid's packet, the grandmother's letter, the chain document, the Kayla note. She looks at the woman. The chapel. How long? 2 miles through the pass. The snow will be deep. The enforcement team will be airborne within the hour. Solvay looks at Cort. He is watching her the way he watched her in the hospital. Waiting. Not deciding for her. The reliquary is locked to me, she says. My blood, my seal, whatever is in there. She hid it from everyone, including you. I know. You should have told me you visited this estate. I should have. Why did not you? He holds her gaze. Because I did not want you to see it before you were ready. I was wrong. The bond does not flare with defensiveness. It sits quiet, open. She believes him. Behind her, the wind rises against the window. The lamp gutter. The chapel, she says. Cort nods. The woman steps aside. Solvay walks toward the door, the ledger in her hand, the note in her pocket, the weight of her own handwriting pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. She is halfway to the hall when the woman speaks again. The person who watches from the door is not me. Solvay stops. There is someone else on this estate. Someone who was here before the seal fell. I do not know who, but the wards did not recognize them. The bond goes cold. Solvay remembers the flash memory. The iron gate. Someone waiting inside. She turns and looks through the frosted window into the dark. The pass is white and empty, but there are tracks in the snow. They were not there when she arrived. Chapter 52. The pass fights them. Snow up to Solvay's thighs in the drifts, wind scraping across the exposed ridge until her face goes numb. Cort breaks trail ahead of her, his dark shape cutting a path through the white, and she watches the set of his shoulders, the way he does not look back to check on her, does not slow, but the bond carries his attention like a thread pulled taut in her chest. He is letting her move at her own pace. That is new. She holds the ledger against her coat, the paper protected by oilcloth and pressure. Her grandmother's handwriting. Her own handwriting. A reliquary sealed with blood she does not remember giving. The chapel appears through the snowfall like a shipwreck. Stone walls, a roof half collapsed, the bell tower missing its bell and tilting east. Snow has piled against the northern wall to the height of the windows, and the door is a sheet of iron gone dark with age and salt. Cort reaches it first. He runs his hand along the iron, finds the latch, and pushes. The door does not move. Frozen, he says. Or sealed from inside. Solvay steps past him. She presses her palm flat against the iron. The cold burns. She does not pull away. She remembers this door, not the chapel, not the approach, but the door, the iron. The way it felt to stand here knowing what waited inside. She pushes. The latch gives with a groan that travels through her arm and into her teeth. The door swings inward, shedding ice and rust, and the darkness beyond exhales a breath of old stone, old dust, old prayer. She steps inside. The chapel is smaller than she expected. A single nave, a stone floor cracked by frost heave, pews reduced to splinters along the walls. The altar is gone, replaced by a slab of black stone set into the floor. The bond tightens. Cort stops at the threshold. He does not enter. She turns. You are not coming in. You said the reliquary is sealed to you alone. I said she sealed it with my blood. That is not the same thing. He holds her gaze. Tell me what you need. She looks at the black stone slab, the place where the bond was sealed, the place where the first pair is buried. I need you to wait. He nods, steps back into the snow. She turns and walks toward the stone. Her boots echo against the walls. The sound is too loud. The silence that follows is worse. She kneels beside the slab. The stone is smooth. No inscriptions, no marks. But her hand moves before she tells it to, tracing a line along the edge, finding a seam that is invisible until her fingers touch it. a compartment. She works her nails into the seam. The stone resists. She pulls harder, and the slab shifts with a grinding sound that vibrates through the floor. Beneath it, a cavity, a reliquary box, copper and dark wood, bound with iron straps. The lid inscribed with a single line of script she reads without effort. Slyra's blood holds the seal. Only she may open what she closed. She touches the lid, a prick of heat against her finger. A thin line of blood wells where the metal edge has cut her, and the box responds, the iron straps loosening with a sound like exhaled breath. The lid lifts. Inside, a leather-bound compact, a silver ring, a folded sheet of paper in her grandmother's hand. Solvay takes the paper first. If you are reading this, you found the key I hid. You are standing where the first bond was sealed, and you have chosen to open what I closed. I am proud of you. But I need you to understand what you were walking into. The houses do not want you dead. They want you enthroned. They want a spectacle, a marriage, a joint rule declared before the full council, broadcast across every Accord territory, so that the restoration looks like triumph and not theft. They planned this before you were born. Solvay's breath catches. The memory hits without warning. A room. Her grandmother's study. The ledger open on the desk. Solvay's own hand holding a pen, and her grandmother's voice reading aloud from a letter that had arrived that morning. House Howard, House Sudria, House Vitter. They have already drafted the joint rule announcement. They want a coronation within 60 days of the rider activating. They want the covenant to look like destiny, so no one asks who forged the signature block. Solvay's younger voice, sharp, furious. They want to use me as a stage, a ceremony, a display of unity so they can keep the Drenn seat under their control. Her grandmother. Yes, which is why you cannot let them. Then what do I do? Find a path they did not write into the compact. Find a way to choose him without surrendering the seat to them. Solvay comes back to herself on the chapel floor. Her hands are shaking. The paper is still in her fingers. She reads the rest. I spent my last year searching for the name above Ruzek. I did not find it in time, but I found something else. A legal argument that the joint clause requires not just joint rule, but joint consent, publicly declared and continuously renewed. The covenant binds only as long as both parties choose it. If either party withdraws consent, the clause cannot be enforced by any house. I wrote it into the annotation margins of Treaty 47B, my copy, not the Vale keeper's. The third door is not a door, it is a choice. Solvay folds the paper. She looks at the compact. The leather is cracked, the page is dry, but the text is clear. And beneath it, the silver ring. She picks it up. It is warm, warmer than the air, warmer than the stone. She knows this ring. Her grandmother wore it. Her mother wore it. She slides it onto her finger. It fits. The bond surges. Not the tight fist of political pressure, but something wider, something like recognition, like the bond itself has been waiting for this moment. She looks up. Cort is still in the doorway, snow on his shoulders, watching her. She opens her mouth to tell him what she found. A sound stops her. Above, from the collapsed bell tower. Footsteps, deliberate, heavy. Someone is walking across the broken floor above them. Cort's hand goes to his belt, where he has no weapon. The footsteps stop. A voice, low and female, filters through the gaps in the stone. I thought you would find it faster, Slyra. The woman from the council steps. The one who called her 4/S. The one who killed Ingrid. She is standing in the chapel above them. And she is not alone. Chapter 53. The footsteps stop directly above the altar stone. Cort moves before Solvay can speak, crossing the chapel floor in 3 strides, positioning himself between her and the bell tower's collapsed opening. His hands are empty. His body is not. I thought you would find it faster, Slyra. The voice comes from the gap in the stone above. Not taunting, almost conversational. Solvay's hand closes around the silver ring on her finger. The metal is warm, alive against her skin. She can feel the bond pulsing through it, through her, through the floor beneath her feet. Come down, she says, or stay up there, but stop hiding behind broken stone. A pause, then the woman drops. She lands on the chapel floor with a controlled bend, rising without hurry. Short, dark hair, pale eyes. The same woman from the council steps. The same woman who called her 4/S. The same woman who killed Ingrid. Behind her, two more figures descend through the gap, both male. Both wearing long coats cut for travel, not ceremony. They land quietly and spread apart, bracketing the exits. The woman dusts snow from her sleeves. House Arvik sends its regards. Solvay does not move. Arvik is not on the enforcement roster. No, we are not enforcement. The woman's mouth curves, not quite a smile. We are here before enforcement arrives. That is the point. Cort's voice is flat. Say what you came to say. The woman's pale eyes slide to him, then back to Solvay. House Arvik holds the oldest maritime registry in the North Atlantic. We predate the Accord. We outlasted the consolidation wars by staying out of them. She takes a step forward. Cort does not move. She stops. We have no interest in seeing the Drenn seat abolished or seized. We want it occupied by someone who understands that bloodline law is not a weapon you wield alone. Solvay feels the ring pulse against her finger. You tracked me to a sealed estate. You killed my witness, and now you want to offer help? Ingrid Soland was already dead the moment she decided to testify. She just did not know which side would pull the trigger first. The woman's voice does not waver. We did not kill her. We simply did not save her. There is a difference. Not to her. The woman tilts her head. No, but Ingrid is not the one standing in a frozen chapel with an enforcement team 20 minutes out and a 30-day rider clock running. You are. Solvay lets the silence stretch. The woman is right about one thing. The enforcement team is coming. The chapel has no other exit, and Cort has no weapon. We are offering temporary stewardship, the woman continues. House Arvik will hold the Drenn seat under emergency regency until you either accept joint rule under the Covenant Compact's original terms or formally yield your claim. During that period, you receive full protection, legal representation, and a managed public transition. No assassination, no dissolution litigation, no hunting. And in return, nothing immediate. The seat stays warm, the bloodline stays intact. When you choose freely. The woman's eyes hold Solvay. We only ask that you do not choose to dissolve the bond before we have stabilized the succession. Solvay's chest goes cold. Not a threat, a precondition. The bond, she says slowly, is not Arvik's to protect. No, but it is Arvik's right to petition for dissolution review if the bond's existence threatens Accord succession stability. The woman's voice remains even. You won the tribunal. You proved the Glacier Protocol was unlawful, but you did not prove the bond itself was freely chosen at inception. The original compact has a forged signature block that opens every covenanted agreement tied to it for contestation, including the bond. Solvay feels the ring pulse again, harder. You are telling me, she says, that if I do not accept your stewardship, you will petition to dissolve the bond. I am telling you that someone will, and House Arvik would rather be the one filing the petition on your behalf, with your consent, than watch a hostile house file it against you. The woman's pale eyes flicker. The difference between protection and capture is who holds the pen. We are offering you the pen. Cort breathes something low in a language Solvay does not recognize. The woman's companion, the taller of the two men, shifts his weight. Ready. Solvay looks down at the silver ring on her finger. The compact is in her hand. The letter is in her pocket. The grandmother's argument about continuous consent is written in Treaty 47B's margins. She has what she came for. But she is still in the chapel, and the enforcement team is coming, and House Arvik is offering a door that looks like safety and feels like a cage. She looks up. If I accept your stewardship, she says, what happens to Cort? The woman's mouth does not change, but something in her eyes sharpens. He retains his position as your bonded protector, under Arvik oversight. And the joint neutralization protocol, the one Ruzek drafted 5 years ago? A pause. The woman's control is good, but not perfect. Something flickers. You know about that. I have the packet in my bag. The woman regards her for a long moment. Then she nods, slowly. The protocol exists. It was drafted as a contingency. We do not intend to activate it. But you could. We could. The woman's voice is level. Just as you could refuse our offer and face whatever comes through that door in 18 minutes. Alone. Solvay feels the bond tighten. Not the fist of pressure, but something like a hand reaching for hers across a distance she cannot measure. She looks at Cort. He is watching her. Not with the old guard of control, not with the rigid readiness of a protector deciding for her. He is watching her the way he did in the tribunal corridor after she told him she would fight him if she had to. Waiting. She looks back at the woman. 18 minutes, she says. And your offer expires when the enforcement team arrives. That is correct. Solvay turns the ring on her finger. She thinks of her grandmother's letter, the annotation margins, the legal argument no one is tested. She thinks of the silver ring warm against her skin and the bond surging with recognition when she put it on. She looks at the woman from House Arvik. I need to see the terms, written, in my hand, before I agree to anything. The woman's mouth curves. Of course. She reaches into her coat and pulls out a folded sheet. The paper is cream-colored, the seal is dark red, the script is precise. She holds it out. Solvay takes it. The bond pulses once, hard, as if warning her. She unfolds the paper and reads the first line. Above, the bell tower creaks. Not footsteps, the wind. But the sound makes everyone look up. And in that half-second of divided attention, Solvay feels the ring pulse a third time, and the bond opens into something new. A shape at the edge of her awareness. Not Cort's presence, something older. Someone is standing in the chapel with them. No one is there. Chapter 54. The bond opens, and Solvay feels something standing in the chapel with them. Not Cort, not the woman from House Arvik or her men. Something older, pressed against the edge of her awareness like a held breath. The silver ring burns against her finger. The space beneath the altar where the first bonded pair lies buried seems to draw the cold toward it, gathering darkness in a shape she cannot see. No one else reacts. The woman from House Arvik is watching Solvay's face, waiting for her to finish reading the terms. Cort is watching the woman. The two men are watching the door. Only Solvay feels it. The presence does not move, does not threaten. It simply stands, patient, as if it has been waiting in this chapel longer than she has been alive. 17 minutes, the woman says. Solvay looks down at the paper in her hands. The first line reads, House Arvik agrees to hold the Drenn seat under emergency regency for a period not exceeding 90 days, during which the bonded heir shall retain full standing and authority over all matters of bloodline law. She skims the rest. Protection clauses, legal representation, a managed transition timeline. Nothing about the bond. Nothing about Cort's position beyond a brief mention of his continued role as her protector under Arvik oversight. It is clean, professional, designed to look generous. Solvay looks up. The bond just opened, she says. Something is here. The woman's pale eyes narrow. The bond does not open. It did, when I unfolded your letter. A beat. The woman looks at Cort. He does not confirm or deny. He is watching Solvay with the same stillness he has worn since they entered the chapel. The woman turns back to Solvay. The bond is a covenant instrument. It does not open or close. It is either active or dissolved. There is no third state. Then you do not know your own instruments. The woman's mouth tightens. The taller man shifts his weight again. Solvay folds the terms sheet, slowly, deliberately, and tucks it into her coat pocket. I need time to review this. You have 14 minutes. Then I will review it in 14 minutes. She steps back, but I will not sign anything in a chapel where something I cannot see is watching us sign. The woman holds her gaze for a long moment. Then she nods once. 14 minutes. We will wait outside. She turns and walks toward the chapel door. Her men follow. The iron door groans shut behind them. The cold settles. Cort steps closer. What did you feel? Something old. Solvay presses her palm against the silver ring. Under us. In the walls. Waiting. The first paired, Cort says quietly. They were buried here as the Covenant's anchor. I know, but this felt alive. Cort's jaw works. He does not have an answer. Solvay looks down at the chapel floor, the black stone where the reliquary was hidden, the bones beneath. She thinks of her grandmother's letter, the continuous consent argument, the third door that is not a door but a choice. I need to find the Vale Keeper, she says. Cort does not argue. We need transport. The enforcement team will have the estate locked down within the hour. Then we do not go out through the estate. She turns and walks toward the back of the chapel, where a narrow door leads into the old sacristy. The wood is warped, the handle rusted. She pulls. It opens. The room beyond is small, a stone sink, a shelf of decayed books, a desk with a single drawer. She opens the drawer. Inside is a folded piece of paper, yellowed with age, held shut with a thread of red silk. She picks it up. The thread snaps at her touch. Inside, written in a hand she recognizes from the ledger, are 4 lines. The one who reads the treaty left before the winter. She crossed water to a harbor where the salt eats stone. Ask the church with no bell for the name she carries now. The code is in the margin of the third witness. Solvay reads it twice. Old Norse, but not pure. A layered translation, each sentence carrying a second meaning underneath the first. She reads it again. The one who reads the treaty left before the winter. The Vale Keeper. Disappeared after the Consolidation Wars, stripped from official registers. She crossed water to a harbor where the salt eats stone. Torshavn, Faroe Islands, a harbor city where the North Atlantic chews the cliffs into gravel. Ask the church with no bell. A church without a bell. A deconsecrated building. A chapel. The code is in the margin of the third witness. The third witness to the Covenant Compact. The forged signature block. The person above Ruzik. Solvay looks up. He knew, she says. My grandmother knew where the Vale Keeper was hiding, and she left this for me. Cort reads over her shoulder. Torshavn, that matches Miro's old lead. The church with no bell. Solvay folds the paper. I need to find it. The chapel door creaks. The woman from House Arvik steps back inside. Enforcement team is 2 minutes out. Your 14 minutes just became 0. Solvay looks at Cort. His hand finds hers in the dark. Torshavn, she says. Torshavn, he repeats. The woman watches them. You are not accepting the stewardship. I am not declining it either. Solvay steps past her. But I am not staying here. She walks through the chapel door into the snow. Behind her, the presence in the walls does not follow. But the silver ring pulses once, warm against her skin, as if it remembers the road ahead. Chapter 55. The boat is a 40-foot fishing vessel with a cabin the size of a closet and a diesel engine that rattles through the deck plates like a second heartbeat. Solvay sits on a jabunk, her back against the hull, the silver ring cold against her palm. Through a porthole crusted with salt, she watches the Drenn estate shrink into a dark tooth on the mountain line. Snow on the peaks, the chapel already invisible. Cort stands in the doorway, one hand braced against the frame, the other holding a thermos of coffee he has not drunk from. The captain is a Faroese woman named Liv, who asked no questions when the unnamed estate woman made a call and a boat materialized at a frozen jetty 7 minutes before the enforcement team reached the gate. Liv took their money, glanced at the snow still in Solvay's rear, and pointed at the cabin without a word. Now there is only the engine, the dark, the narrow space. Solvay feels the bond between them the way she feels the hull against her spine. Constant, present, a pressure she cannot ignore. She unfolds her grandmother's note again, reads the layered Old Norse by the cabin's dim light. The one who reads the treaty left before the winter. She crossed water to a harbor where the salt eats stone. Ask the church with no bell for the name she carries now. The code is in the margin of the third witness. You think it will be that simple, Cort says. Not a question. I think my grandmother spent the last year of her life hiding instructions for someone who could not remember them. Solvay folds the paper. That is not simple. That is desperate. Cort sets the thermos on a shelf, sits on the edge of the bunk opposite hers. The distance between them is the width of a single step. The enforcement team will have the ports watched by morning. Any scheduled route out of the Faroes will be lobbed. Then we do not take a scheduled route. You have a plan. I have a direction. She meets his eyes. The difference matters. He does not argue. The boat rocks through a swell. Water slaps against the hull. The engine groans as Liv adjusts course. Solvay looks at Cort in the dim light and sees the exhaustion he has been carrying since the chapel. Not physical, something older. A weight he has been holding so long he has forgotten how to set it down. Tell me something I do not know, she says. He raises an eyebrow. Something about you. Not about the accord, not about the bond. She pauses. Something that has nothing to do with protecting me. He is quiet for a long moment. I built a house once, he says, in the north, before the Consolidation Wars, a frame house with a turf roof. I cut the timber myself. Solvay waits. It burned during the fighting. I never rebuilt it. He looks at his hands. I do not remember why I am telling you that. Because you wanted to. He meets her eyes. The bond pulses once, warm, and for a moment the space between them feels smaller than the cabin. Then the engine changes pitch. Solvay feels it before Cort reacts. A shift in the vibration through the hull, the boat slowing. Cort is on his feet instantly. Stay here. He is through the cabin door before she can answer. She does not stay. By the time she reaches the deck, the cold hits her like a wall. Sea spray, black water, the wind cutting through her coat. Liv is at the wheel, her face unreadable, staring at something over the bow. Solvay follows her gaze. A patrol vessel sits a quarter-mile off their starboard side, dark against the water. No running lights, just a silhouette with a single light on the mast. Cutting an intercept course. Cort is beside her, his hand on her arm. Harbor enforcement, or accord, too far from the coast for harbor enforcement. Then accord. The patrol vessel swings onto their heading. The light on the mast flares brighter. A voice carries across the water through a loudspeaker, distorted by wind. Fishing vessel Solun, heave to for customs inspection. Live looks at them. Customs does not run blacked-out boats in the middle of the night. Solvay feels the bond tighten. Cort's attention sharpening the way it did in the hospital room when the fake doctor entered. Do what they say, Cort says quietly. We comply until we know what they want. Live cuts the engine. The patrol vessel closes the distance. Solvay watches the deck take shape. 2 figures at the rail. A third in the wheelhouse. No insignia visible. The boat bumps against their hull. A lime is thrown. Live catches it automatically, her face hard. A figure steps onto the fishing vessel's deck. Tall, wearing a dark coat with no markings. Then Solvay sees the face. Not the woman from the chapel, not the pale-eyed killer, a man she has never seen before. But he looks at her with recognition. Solvay Drenn, he says. The name lands like a blow. She does not confirm or deny. We are not carrying contraband, Liv says flatly. You have no grounds to board. The man does not look at her. His eyes stay on Solvay. Chancellor Ruzek sends his regards. Cort steps forward, positioning himself between Solvay and the man. The tribunal ruled, Cort says. She has standing. You have no authority to detain her. Authority is a matter of interpretation. The man smiles. You know how the accord works, Borvin. Procedure can be argued. Geography cannot. He gestures toward the patrol vessel. You are in controlled waters. The Drenn estate seal was breached. An enforcement team was dispatched. That makes any vessel leaving the area subject to boarding. You are 2 hours from the estate, Solvay says. These are not controlled waters. You are close enough. The man steps forward. Cort does not move. You can make this tedious, the man says, or you can make it brief. I am here to deliver a message, not to arrest anyone. But if you force the question, I will escalate. Cort's jaw tightens. Solvay puts a hand on his arm, feels the tension in him, the readiness. Let him deliver the message, she says. Cort does not relax, but he does not move. The man looks pleased. The Vale Keeper is no longer in Torshamn, he says. She left 3 days ago. No one knows where she went. Solvay feels the words land in her chest. That is the message, the man says. If you want to find her, you will have to do better than a dead woman's note. He turns and steps back onto the patrol vessel. The line is cast off. The engines grumble back to life. Liv looks at Solvay with something like pity. Solvay stands on the deck of the fishing boat in the dark, the patrol vessel pulling away, her grandmother's note burning in her pocket. The church with no bell. The Vale keeper is gone, and the only person who might know where she went is standing beside her, his hand still on her arm, his face unreadable in the light of the mast. Chapter 56. The patrol vessel's lights recede into the dark, swallowed by the water and the wind. Solvay stands on the deck of the saloon, her grandmother's note still burning in her pocket, Cort's hand still on her arm, his face carved stone in the mastlight. The patrol vessel does not turn back. It simply vanishes. Liv mutters something in Feroci and spits over the rail. Then she looks at Solvay with hard eyes. "We are not done. That was a message, not a warning." "What is the difference?" Cort asks. "A message means they know exactly where you are going. A warning means they want you to stop." Liv gestures toward the dark horizon. "They did not tell you to stop. They told you your contact is gone. That is not a deterrent. That is a flex." Solvay feels the bond pulse in her chest. Cort's attention is still sharp, still tracking the empty dark where the patrol boat disappeared. "We need a new heading," he says. "We need a new plan." Solvay pulls the note from her pocket. The paper is warm from her body heat, the Old Norse script visible in the dim light. The church with no bell, the harbor where salt eats stone, the margin of the third witness. Torshavn is the only harbor that fits. The Vale keeper is not there. Then we find what she left behind. Liv shakes her head. "You are chasing a ghost. The Accord does not lose people by accident. If they took her, she is gone." "No one took her," Solvay says. "The man said she left 3 days ago. That is a choice, not a capture." She watches Cort's face shift, something passing through his eyes that she cannot read. "You know something," she says. He does not answer immediately. "I know where she might have gone." The words land like the patrol boat's hull against theirs. "Where?" "A place that does not exist on Accord maps, a harbor settlement that was never formally named. It was used during the Consolidation Wars as a safe transfer point for bloodline witnesses." He pauses. "The salt eats stone there. Literally. The cliffs are honeycombed with caves where the sea has carved through the rock." Solvay feels her chest tighten. "You knew about this place and did not tell me?" "I did not know it was relevant until now." The answer is honest. She can feel it through the bond. No evasion, no protection. "Can you find it?" "I can try." Live cuts in. "If the Accord does not have it on maps, I cannot navigate to it with standard equipment. I need coordinates or a bearing." "I can give you a bearing," Cort says, "but I need to see the stars to confirm." Live glances up at the cloud cover. "You will not see stars tonight. The weather is closing in." "Then we wait." "We do not have time to wait." Solvay's voice is sharper than she intended. "The Vale keeper left Torshavn 3 days ago. If she went to this place, she could be gone again before we reach it. Then we move now and correct course when the sky clears." Liv looks between them, then shrugs. "Your risk? I am paid either way." She turns back to the wheelhouse, leaving Solvay and Cort alone on the deck. The wind cuts through the silence. Solvay watches the horizon where the patrol boat disappeared. Dark water, dark sky. The space between them feels enormous and intimate at the same time. "You went quiet," she says, "when the man said the Vale keeper left Torshavn." Cort's jaw tightens. "I went quiet because I realized I had been wrong." "About what?" "About Ruzek's reach." He turns to face her. "The patrol boat knew we were on this vessel. That means someone in the estate network is compromised. Or the boat was tracked from the moment we left. Or the man was telling the truth, and the estate seal being flagged gave them legal cover to board any vessel in a wide radius. That is not how Accord enforcement works. They need probable cause. They had it because we were on an unregistered vessel near a sealed territory. But the boarding itself was illegal. They did not have a warrant. They did not present documentation." Solvay feels the implication settle into her chest. "You think they were not Accord?" I think they were Accord adjacent, a faction within the Accord that operates outside the tribunal's authority, Ruzik's private enforcement arm. How's Arvik? Possibly, but the woman from the chapel offered stewardship, not detention. If she wanted to stop us, she could have done it when she had us cornered. Solvay looks at the note in her hand. The Old Norse script feels heavier than paper. He built a contingency for everything, she says. Hofeg, Ruzik, he planned for a restored Drenn heir 5 years before I woke up. He has a joint neutralization protocol, a media containment draft, a legal strategy. Why would he not have a team ready to intercept anyone trying to find the Vale Keeper? He would. So we are walking into a trap. Unless the Vale Keeper left Torshavn before the trap was set. Solvay turns the note over in her fingers. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded. Her grandmother's handwriting. She knew, Solvay says. My grandmother. She knew I would need to find the Vale Keeper after the wipe. She left this note. She left the chapel directions. She anticipated the trap. Then she also anticipated a way through it. Solvay looks up at him. The bond hums between them, warm, familiar, old. You still believe in her, she says. I believe in the person who engineered a rider to protect you from the houses she knew would hunt you. Yes. Solvay does not look away. Then we go to Torshavn anyway. We find the church with no bell. We find what the Vale Keeper left behind. Cort nods. One problem, Liv says from the wheelhouse door. The bearings I took before the patrol showed up, they put us on a collision course with a weather system that will ground anything smaller than a freighter. How long before it hits? 4 hours, maybe 5. Solvay feels the clock start ticking in her chest. We make it in 4, or we drown. Then we do not drown. Liv holds her gaze for a long moment, then shakes her head and disappears back into the wheelhouse. Cort steps closer. His hand finds hers, cold, steady. She is right, he says quietly. The weather is real. I know, but you are going anyway. Yes. He does not argue, does not try to protect her from the risk. I can give you the bearing now, he says. If the sky does not clear, we navigate by memory. That is not safe. Neither is trusting a dead woman's note. Solvay looks at him. The bond pulses warm between them. Then we are even, she says. The words hang in the salt air. What? The note in the envelope lining, from my pre-wipe self. She warned me not to tell you about the forged signature block because she was afraid you would choose duty over my autonomy. Cort goes still. I did not know, he says. I know, Solvay squeezes his hand. That is why I am telling you now. The wind shifts. The sea darkens. Liv calls from the wheelhouse. Decision time, passengers. We can run for Torshavn and chance the weather, or we can divert to the nearest harbor and try again in the morning. Solvay does not hesitate. Torshavn. Liv grunts acknowledgement. The engine pitch changes. Cort does not let go of her hand. They stand together in the dark, the cold eating through their coats. The grandmother's note pressed between them like a map written in blood and ink. Chapter 57. The storm does not break. It follows them in, a low gray pressure that flattens the harbor against the horizon and drives salt spray across the dock like thrown gravel. Torshavn huddles under the cloud. Wooden houses painted in faded reds and ochres lean against the wind. The air smells of fish and wet stone and something older, something that has been waiting for 17 years. Cort steps off the vessel first, scanning the quay with the methodical patience of a man who has survived by reading empty spaces. Liv stays at the wheelhouse door, arms crossed, watching them leave like she expects them to come back. Solvay does not look back. The note burns in her pocket. The Old Norse script is seared into her memory now, each layered instruction a thread she follows without knowing where it leads. Ask the church with no bell for the name she carries now. They walk through narrow streets where the wind funnels between buildings. No one stops them. No one watches from doorways. The town moves at its own pace, rain-slicked and indifferent to two strangers carrying secrets they have not yet decoded. Cort walks half a step ahead, his body positioned to intercept anything that moves too fast. The bond hums between them, quiet and steady, a pulse that matches the rhythm of the storm. There, he says. She sees it, A small stone church at the end of a gravel lane, wedged between two taller timber buildings as if it tried to disappear. No bell tower, no steeple, just a peaked roof and a narrow wooden door painted the color of dried blood. The church with no bell. Solvay crosses the lane. The gravel crunches under her boots. The door is locked, iron hinges crusted with salt and rust, the wood swollen from decades of damp. She presses her palm flat against the surface. "Nothing. Do you feel it?" she asks. Cort does not answer. His hand rests on the door frame, his head tilted like he is listening to something below the threshold. "The bond," he finally says. "It is quieter here, muffled." Solvay pulls her hand back. The wood is cold, dead. No warmth, no recognition, no pulse. She tries the grandmother's clue the only way she knows how. She speaks the old Norse phrase from the note, the words falling from her mouth with an accuracy she cannot explain. "Illidatte semen benathnis so ikke var mailt." I seek the one who carries the name that was not spoken. Nothing. She tries again, louder. "Heir kumanathalattovidnisne." I have come to seek the witness. The wind drops. Silence settles over the lane like a held breath. Cort's hand finds her arm. His grip is light, urgent. The lock. She looks down. The iron has begun to move. Not rust flaking, something deeper. The metal shifts, grain by grain, as if it remembers a command older than the hinges. The lock clicks once, twice, 3 times. Then the door swings inward on its own. Darkness. Solvay steps through the threshold. The interior is stripped. No pews, no altar, no icon. Just a stone floor stained with decades of damp and a single window at the far end, boarded from the outside. The air is cold and still, tasting of salt dust and old paper. Cort follows, the door shutting behind him without a sound. "Where?" he starts. Solvay is already moving. Her eyes have adjusted to the dim light. She sees it now, a line in the stone floor, barely visible, running from the door to the base of the far wall. Not a crack, a seam. She kneels, runs her fingers along the edge. Beneath her touch, the stone shifts. The seam deepens. A slab of floor retracts, sliding sideways into a recess carved centuries before this building was a church. The stairwell opens, narrow and steep, leading down into a darkness so complete it looks solid. The bond flares cold. Warning. Cort is beside her, his body taut, his voice a low blade. I go first. No. She has already placed her foot on the first step. The stone is worn smooth by generations of feet that have long since turned to dust. The air thickens as she descends, carrying the smell of vellum and wax and something metallic. Blood, old and dry. The stairs open into a chamber. Candles gutter on iron stands, their flames low and blue, fed by a source she cannot see. The walls are lined with shelves that hold not books but scrolls, thousands of them, each sealed with wax and ribbon. The floor is stone, covered in a fine white dust that crunches under her boots. Salt. The salt eats the stone. The harbor by the salt eats stone. At the center of the chamber stands a desk, and behind the desk sits a woman. She is old in a way that has nothing to do with years. Her face is lined with wear, her eyes the color of sea ice, her hair pulled back into a gray knot that catches the candlelight. She wears a heavy wool sweater that has been patched at the elbows, and her hands rest on the desk with the stillness of carved wood. She does not look surprised to see them. I wondered when you would find your way here, Solvay Drenn. The name lands like a stone in still water. Solvay stops at the edge of the desk. The bond crowds her chest with something that is not her own. Recognition. The woman's presence is familiar in a way she cannot name. Settled and old, like the presence in the chapel. You are the Vale keeper. I am. The woman's voice carries a timbre that belongs to deeper places, colder rooms. Though that name has not been spoken aloud in this chamber for 17 years, Cort steps forward, positioning himself at Solvay's shoulder. You left Torshavn 3 days ago. The Accord said you were gone. I was. The woman's gaze does not leave Solvay. I returned this morning. There is a boat that runs between here and the northern settlement, one that does not appear on any register. The Accord does not know it exists. Solvay's throat tightens. You knew I was coming. I have known since your grandmother's letter reached me. The woman lifts a hand, gesturing at the shelves. This chamber is not my archive, Slayra. It is yours. Everything your grandmother preserved, every treaty, every annotation, every sealed compact is here. She pauses. And one thing more. Solvay waits. The Vale Keeper's eyes hold hers, steady and unblinking. Your grandmother did not only anticipate your need to find me. She anticipated the moment you would stand here, in this room, with Cort Borvin at your side. She left instructions for what comes next. The woman stands, slow and deliberate, and reaches for a scroll on the highest shelf. Before her fingers close around it, she stops. The chamber you entered is warded, she says. When you spoke the covenant phrase, it released a signal. A single pulse, undetectable to the Accord, but not to the ones who have been watching this building since I arrived. She lowers her hand. They are already on their way. The bond spikes, sharp and urgent. Cort's hand finds Solvay's. The Vale Keeper holds her gaze. You have approximately 4 minutes before this church is surrounded. Chapter 58. The bond pulses once, sharp and cold, as the Vale Keeper's words settle in the salted air. Solvay does not turn toward the stairs. She does not look at Cort. She holds the woman's gaze and feels the seconds bleeding past like water through a cracked hull. 4 minutes, she repeats. You knew I would trigger the ward. You let me do it anyway. The Vale Keeper's expression does not change. I knew your grandmother's instructions required it. The signal does not only alert the watchers, it confirms to them that you have found what they fear you will find. She lifts the scroll from the shelf, her fingers moving with the precision of long practice, which means you have very little time to understand what is in this room before they take it from you. Cort moves, not toward the stairs, not toward the door. He circles the desk, positioning himself between the Vale Keeper and the far wall, his body angled to watch both the chamber entrance and the narrow stairwell. How many are coming? 8, possibly 10. The Vale Keeper unrolls the scroll across the desk, her sea ice eyes scanning the cramped lines of script. The Accord does not know about this building, but the faction that has been watching Torshavn since the Consolidation Wars knows every entry point. They will not break through the ward. They will wait. For what? For us to run out of air or water, or for you to come out on your own terms, which is what your grandmother predicted you would do. Solvay steps closer to the desk. The scroll is covered in the same layered Old Norse as the chapel note, the same hand, her grandmother's hand. She traces a line of text with her finger, and the letters seem to shift under her touch, rearranging themselves into meanings she did not consciously translate. The joint clause was never a crown. It was a cage designed to hold both houses hostage to each other. She reads it aloud. Her voice sounds foreign to her own ears, flat and distant. The Vale Keeper nods. Your grandmother understood that the Covenant Compact was written not to unite the Drenn and Borvin lines, but to make sure neither could be used against the other. If one house attempted to seize the bond's authority for unilateral action, the other house's consent would be required before any move could be ratified. The joint clause was a deterrent against capture, not a coronation. Then why does the writer force us to assume joint rule or lose the bond? Solvay's hand presses flat against the scroll. Why does it read like a trap? Because it was weaponized after your grandmother's death. The Vale Keeper's voice carries no apology. Someone altered the enforcement annex. The original language allows for continuous consent. The version that entered the register after the Glacier Protocol requires active assumption of rule within 30 days or automatic dissolution. That is not your grandmother's design. That is the forgery your pre-wipe self discovered. Solvay's chest tightens. The bond pulses again, warmer this time, Cort's presence pressing against her awareness like a hand on her spine. The forged signature block. Yes. The Vale Keeper rolls the scroll with deliberate care and sets it aside. The person who inherited Ruzik's position added the enforcement annex after the compact was sealed. But that act also created a vulnerability. Because the annex is not part of the original covenant, it cannot trigger the dissolution clause on its own. It requires activation. How? The register. Once your name was reinstated to the succession register, every dormant compact tied to the Drenn line became active again. The enforcement annex included in the forged signature block is now live. Hostile houses can use that live annex to petition for an emergency convocation. The word lands like a blade. Solvay's mouth goes dry. A convocation does what? Strips your claim unless you appear in person within 3 days to defend it. The Vale Keeper's eyes hold hers, steady and unblinking. The convocation is not a tribunal. It is a vote of confidence among the signatory houses. If you do not appear, or if they vote against you, your standing is revoked. The Drenn seat is declared forfeit. The bond dissolves automatically under the enforcement annex's terms. Solvay's pulse hammers against her ribs. How long do I have? The Vale Keeper glances at the candle on the desk, its flame burning low and blue. The convocation can be called the moment a hostile house receives confirmation that the register has been updated. The register was updated the moment Beldor Mays read the tribunal ruling into the record. Which means, she looks up, you have approximately 60 hours before the first petition arrives. A sound from the stairs, not footsteps, something softer, the scrape of cloth against stone. Cort's hand is on his belt where the knife sits. They're in the building. The Vale Keeper does not flinch. She reaches beneath the desk and pulls out a leather satchel, worn and stained, the straps cracked with age. She places it on the desk and pushes it toward Solvay. Your grandmother's full archive is in this chamber, but you cannot carry it all. This satchel contains the essential documents, the original Covenant Compact, her annotated copy of Treaty 47B, the margin code identifying the third signatory, and a sealed letter addressed to you that she wrote the week before she died. She pauses. There is one more thing. Solvay's hand closes around the satchel's strap. The leather is warm, as if it has been waiting for her touch. The convocation's rules allow the claimant to bring a witness who can testify to the bond's legitimacy under the original terms, not the forged annex. The Vale Keeper's voice drops, carrying a weight Solvay does not fully understand. Your grandmother anticipated that you would need someone who could speak to the Covenant's original intent, someone who was present when the bond was first written. Solvay's breath catches. You. The Vale Keeper inclines her head. I was there, Solera. I held the register while your grandmother dictated the terms. I watched the first bonded pair sign their names in blood. I have carried the original intent in my memory for 73 years because your grandmother asked me to survive long enough to speak it. Cort moves closer. You are coming with us. I am. The Vale Keeper lifts the last candle from the desk and tucks it into her coat pocket. Though I suspect the exit your grandmother designed for this moment is not the one they are watching. She crosses the chamber, her boots leaving dark prints in the salt dust. At the far wall, she presses her palm against a section of stone that looks no different from the rest. The stone shifts. A narrow passage opens, barely wide enough for a single person, its walls rough and damp, the air cold with the smell of tidal water. The harbor tunnel ends at a jetty the Accord does not know exists, the Vale Keeper says. There is a boat. Your grandmother paid for its mooring 17 years in advance. She looks back at Solvay. The convocation will be called by dawn. You have 60 hours to reach Reykjavik and stand before the houses. If you do not, she does not finish the sentence. From the stairs, a voice calls down, low and precise, carrying the authority of someone who knows exactly what they have found. Solvay Drenn, the chamber is surrounded. You will come up, or we will seal the entrance and wait. Solvay looks at the passage, at the satchel in her hand, at Cort, whose eyes are dark and steady, waiting for her choice. She steps in the dark. Chapter 59. The passage closes behind them with a scrape of stone against stone. Darkness presses in, thick and cold, carrying the smell of tidal water and old salt. Solvay's free hand finds the wall. Damp rock, rough cut, narrow enough that her shoulders brush both sides at once. Cort's voice comes from behind her, low and steady. Keep moving, they will find the mechanism. She does not answer. The satchel bumps against her hip with each step, the leather warm where her grandmother's hands must have held it. The Vale Keeper leads, her footsteps sure in the dark. A faint phosphorescence rises from the walls, pale green, barely enough to shape the tunnel's curve ahead. How far? Solvay's voice sounds strange in the close space, too loud. 200 meters. The jetty sits inside a sea cave. Incoming tide will float the boat out regardless of wind. The grandmother paid for this 17 years ago. 17 years of mooring fees, of someone maintaining a boat Solvay did not know existed, for a woman who had already been erased. They walk in silence. The passage angles downward, the stone changing from rough cut to natural, the walls weeping moisture. Solvay's boots slip on wet rock. Cort catches her elbow, steadying her. His hand lingers a beat longer than necessary. The Vale keeper stops. Ahead, the passage opens into a low chamber, the ceiling lost in darkness. Water laps against stone. The phosphorescence is stronger here, revealing a narrow wooden jetty and a boat tied to its cleats. A stout fishing vessel, no running lights, its hull scarred with use. The boat rocks gently on the incoming tide. "It will take us as far as the shipping lane," the Vale keeper says. "From there, we will need to transfer to a vessel capable of open water to Reykjavik." Solvay steps onto the jetty. The wood groans beneath her weight. She turns back to the Vale keeper. "You said you were present when the bond was written, that you held the register while my grandmother dictated." "I did." "Then you know what the original terms actually said, before the forgery." The Vale keeper's eyes catch the phosphorescence, pale and steady. "I do." "Show me." A moment of stillness. Then the Vale keeper reaches into her coat and withdraws a folded square of paper, yellowed at the edges, sealed with the same red silk that closed the Secrecy note. "Your grandmother trusted me to hold this copy. She said you would ask for it when the time came." Solvay takes the paper. The silk snaps as she breaks the seal. She unfolds it. Her grandmother's handwriting fills the margins of a printed page, the ink brown with age, the script precise and compact. The printed text is the covenant bond's original language, rendered in formal Old Norse. The margin notes spiral around it, words stacked on words, layered like a conversation with an absent reader. Solvay reads, "The covenant binds only while both parties consent. This is not a loophole. It is the entire purpose. The blood seal is evidence of intent, not a cage for the will. If either party withdraws, the bond does not dissolve. It returns to the hand that holds it, waiting for a new choice." Her breath catches. She reads again. "Solira, if you are reading this, you have found the Vale keeper. You have come farther than I dared hope. The rider my house signed against me was designed to make you believe the bond could be taken from you. It cannot. Not by law, not by force, not by any house that thinks ink can outlast intention. The bond survives only when both of you stand before witnesses and declare your consent aloud, not once by blood, continually by choice. This is what they hid from you. This is what the forged annex tried to erase. You have the right to speak, to refuse, to choose again every morning for as long as you live. Do not let them tell you otherwise." The paper trembles in Solvay's hand. Cort steps onto the jetty beside her. He does not look at the note. He watches her face, his expression unreadable. "What does it say?" she tells him. The words come out flat, stripped of emotion, because if she lets the feeling through, she will not be able to keep walking. The covenant requires continuous consent, public consent, spoken aloud before witnesses. The bond does not dissolve if we refuse to rule. It goes dormant. It waits. We can choose again later, or not at all. Cort is silent for a long moment. Then he says, "Your grandmother built a way out." Solvay folds the paper, presses it against her chest. The satchel holds the original covenant, the annotated treaty, the margin code, the sealed letter. But this single folded page is the thing she did not know she was looking for. The Vale keeper speaks. There is more. Solvay looks up. Your grandmother did not only leave instructions for the bond. The Vale keeper's voice drops, carrying an older weight. She also knew who arranged for your training to remain hidden after the wipe. The languages, the lockpicking, the archival reading, the skills you kept without knowing why. The air goes cold. Solvay's hand tightens on the paper. "Tell me." The Vale keeper holds her gaze. "Your mother did not ask the Accord to erase those skills. She asked someone else to preserve them, buried beneath the suppression, so they would resurface when you needed them. She knew the wipe was coming. She could not stop it, but she made sure you would not wake empty-handed." The words land like a physical blow. Solvay's mother knew. Her mother knew the Accord was coming for her memories. could not stop it. So she hid weapons inside her daughter's mind. Languages, thresholds, old instincts, all the things that have been surfacing in fragments, in moments of danger, in the feel of a lock beneath her fingers or the shape of Old Norse on her tongue. Her mother did not leave her defenseless. She left her armed. From the tunnel behind them, a sound, echoing footsteps, voices. Cort's hand is already on the boat's rope. We need to go, now. Solvay does not move. She looks at the folded paper in her hand, at the grandmother's words curling across the margins, deliberate and precise, at the path her mother built beneath her erased life, continuous consent, choice, not fate. The voices are closer. Cort unties the rope, steps onto the boat, holds out his hand. Solvay. The Vale keeper is already aboard, her hand on the tiller. Solvay looks up. The grandmother's margin note presses against her ribs, warm as the silver ring on her finger. She takes Cort's hand, steps onto the boat. The engine turns over, low and muffled, as the tide carries them out of the cave and into the dark water beyond. The voices stop. Someone is standing at the cave mouth, a figure in the dark watching them go. Solvay does not look away. The boat slides into the open sea, the cave mouth shrinking behind them, the storm still hours away, but the sky above already bruised with it. And in her hand, her grandmother's words burn with the only truth that matters now. She can choose again, every morning, for as long as she lives. Chapter 60. The boat rocks in the open swell. The engine runs low and steady beneath them, and the cave mouth has shrunk to a black slit in the cliff behind, the watching figure gone or swallowed by shadow. Solvay still holds the folded paper. Her grandmother's words press against her palm. Continuous consent. Choice, not fate. The Vale keeper adjusts the tiller, eyes on the dark water ahead. She does not look back at the cave. There is one more thing your grandmother asked me to tell you when you were ready to hear it. Solvay's hand tightens on the paper. I thought that was all. The annotated covenant, the forged annex, the continuous consent. I told you your mother preserved your skills, the Vale keeper says. That is true, but I did not tell you how she did it, or who helped her. The wind cuts across the deck. Cort steps closer, his shoulder brushing Solvay's, not protective, present. Tell me, Solvay says. The Vale keeper reaches into her coat and pulls out a second sealed envelope. This one is older than the grandmother's satchel documents. The paper has yellowed to the color of bone, and the seal bears a different sigil, a bird in flight over water, wings half furled. Solvay does not recognize it, but Cort does. He goes very still. What is that? His voice is flat, controlled, the voice he uses when he is hiding recognition. The Vale keeper holds the envelope out to Solvay. Your mother left this with me before the suppression. She said you would find me, or you would not, and either way the letter would speak to the person you became. Solvay takes it. The paper is dry, brittle-edged. The seal cracks under her thumb, and she unfolds it with care. The handwriting is not her grandmother's. The hand is looser, younger, the strokes less deliberate. A woman in her 40s writing quickly, as if time was short. Selira, if you are reading this, the Vale keeper survived, which means you found her, which means you are further along than I dared hope. If you are not reading this, the words do not matter, and I am sorry I could not do more. I knew the accord would come for you. The Drenn name was a target from the day you were born. I could not stop them. I could not fight the whole apparatus and keep you safe. What I could do was make sure you did not wake empty. The languages, the thresholds, the lock-picking, the archival reading, every skill that has surfaced in you since the wipe was placed there deliberately, beneath the suppression, by a woman whose name you do not know. Her name was Sinzi Hadadoti. She was a tutor in my household for 2 years before the sealing. The Accord believed she taught you etiquette, languages, and protocol as a matter of bloodline education. They were half right. She taught you languages, yes, and also how to read a room's exits before entering it, how to lift a seal without breaking it, how to tell when a document has been altered after signing. She taught you how to survive people who think they own you. Solvay's breath catches. She does not remember Sinzi Hadadadeh. The name means nothing. But her fingers remember the weight of a lockpick. Her tongue remembers Old Norse. Her eyes remember how to scan a signature block for forgery. These things did not come from nowhere. They were taught. "And Cort?" Solvay's voice is rougher than she expected. "Did she teach me about him too?" The Vale Keeper's sea ice eyes hold steady. "Keep reading." Solvay looks back at the letter. "I also knew Cort Borvin's line would be connected to yours before either of you were old enough to speak. The covenant was written before you were born. I did not choose it, neither did he, but I watched you grow into someone who would not be ruled by ink. If you are reading this with him beside you, ask yourself, does he still decide what you can bear? Does he still choose silence over trust? If the answer is no, he has earned the choice you are about to make. If the answer is yes, remember what Sinzi taught you. There is always a threshold, a door, a way out. I love you. I am sorry I could not say it while I was alive." The paper trembles in Solvay's hand. The boat rocks, the engine hums, the sea stretches dark to every horizon. She looks up at Cort. He is watching her face, his expression unreadable, but his hand is loose at his side, not raised, not reaching. He is waiting for her to speak first. She thinks of the question at the end of her mother's letter. Does he still decide what you can bear? She thinks of the estate, where he waited at the threshold and let her enter the chapel alone. She thinks of the note in the envelope lining, where her pre-wipe self predicted he might choose duty over her autonomy. She thinks of the voyage, where he told her about the turf house that burned, the harbor settlement the Accord does not know, the truth he did not have to share. He is not the same man who sat at her hospital bedside. But her mother's question is not a judgment. It is a test Solvay must keep applying. "He does not decide for me anymore," she says, quiet, measured. "He stopped. It is the reason I am still here." Cort's jaw tightens. He does not speak. The Vale Keeper watches them both, then turns back to the tiller. "Your mother also left a sealed directive," she says, "in case Cort's line ever became a threat she could not predict." Solvay's blood goes cold. "What directive?" The Vale Keeper reaches into her coat a third time. Her hand emerges with a slim envelope. No seal, no writing on the outside. "This one is for you alone." Solvay takes it. The paper is lighter than the others, unadorned. She does not open it. She slides it into her coat pocket, beside her grandmother's margin note, beside the folded letter from her mother. "Later," she says. "I read it when I am ready." The Vale Keeper nods. The boat cuts through the dark water, the storm still building on the horizon, but the sky above the sea holding its breath, as if waiting for the next thing to break. And in Solvay's pocket, her mother's unread directive waits with the patience of the dead, carrying instructions for a war the Accord does not yet know is coming. Chapter 61. The engine cuts before dawn. Solvay feels the silence first, a wrongness in the water. The Vale Keeper kills the throttle and the boat drifts, listing gentle in the swell. Cort is already moving. He crosses the deck in 2 strides, braced against the gunwale, scanning the dark horizon. His hand goes to his belt where the knife sits. "What is it?" Solvay says, not a question. The Vale Keeper points north. A single light burns on the water, small and distant but steady. Not a fishing vessel, not a patrol boat running lights. "A marker," the Vale Keeper says. "Someone is waiting." Cort's jaw tightens. "How far to the transfer point?" 2 hours if we run dark, 4 if we want to live." Solvay's hand finds the folded paper in her coat. Her grandmother's margin note, her mother's letter, the unopened directive. She pulls out the satchel Serethan gave her. Inside, the original covenant, the annotated Treaty 47B, the margin code, and the sealed letter from the week before her grandmother died. She looks at Cort. "Can you get us to Reykjavik in 60 hours without Accord help?" He holds her gaze. "I know routes they sealed after the wars. They are not on any map." "Show me." The Vale Keeper watches them both, then reaches under the console and pulls out a handset. Old. Military-grade encryption from before the Accord consolidated the northern frequencies. "There is one person I trust," she says. "She runs the weather station at Machinis. If we need to cross open water unseen, she will know the gap." She keys the handset. Static. A pause. Then a voice, female, rough with sleep. "The name is not taken here." Severance answers in a language Solvay does not recognize. The exchange is quick, 2 minutes. When she sets the handset down, her sea ice eyes are colder. "The station is empty. My knees went silent 3 days ago." The same day the Vale keeper left Torshavn, Solvay feels the pattern close around her like a door swinging shut. Ruzek did not just draft a neutralization protocol 5 years ago. He prepared for every path they might take. "The clerk at the tribunal," she says, "the one who logged the succession register update." Severance looks at her. "What about him?" Beldor said the register updated the moment the ruling was read. Someone inside the room could have transmitted the trigger before the ink was dry. Cort turns from the rail. "If the clerk sold the trigger to House Arvik, they knew about the Convocation clause before we did." "Not House Arvik." Solvay shakes her head. "The woman from the council. She knew the estate seal would flag enforcement. She knew we would go to Torshavn. She knew about the Vale keeper before we did." Severance goes very still. "How do you know that name?" "Councilwoman, pale eyes. Killed Ingrid Soland at a fuel station north of Reykjavik." Severance is silent for a long moment. Then, "She is not House Arvik. She never was." "Then who is she?" "A debt collector. When the Accord needs a problem removed without official fingerprints, they hire her. She has no house, no bloodline, no record. She is a ghost who takes payment in silence." Solvay remembers the woman's voice from the council steps. Subject 4/S. The northern seat has been empty long enough. "Who hired her to kill Ingrid?" Severance's eyes do not blink. "Whoever benefited most from Ingrid dying before she could testify at Convocation." The answer lands like cold water. Not Ruzek, not House Arvik. Someone who stands to gain if the Convocation hears only the forged annex, and never the original terms. Someone who knows the Vale keeper survived and is still running. Solvay pulls out the unopened directive from her coat, her mother's sealed envelope. The bird over water sigil Cort recognized. She holds it up. "Does this tell me who?" Cort's expression shifts. He knows that sigil. He has known since the boat. "I thought it was your mother's personal mark," he says. "A family seal she used before the Accord standardized everything." "And now?" He hesitates. Then, "I have seen it on one other document. An old treaty ledger in the Borvin vault, the same bird, the same water, drawn in the margin of a page that was sealed shut." Solvay stares at him. "A page your line sealed?" "Yes." "Did you open it?" "No. I was told it was a death covenant, a blood pact between lines that ended when the wars did." "But the sigil is on my mother's envelope." He meets her eyes. "Your mother and my line had an agreement she never told anyone about." The boat rocks. The distant light on the water drifts closer, still steady, still waiting. Severance breaks the silence. "We need to move. That light is not a marker. It is a timer. Whoever is out there knows we stopped." Solvay slides the directive back into her pocket. Not yet. She reads it when she has room to breathe. "Take us to the transfer point," she says. "Then we run dark for Reykjavik. We make the Convocation with time to spare, or we do not make it at all." Cort moves to the bow. His hand reaches for the line, ready to drop into the water and pull them by muscle if the engine draws attention. The Vale keeper looks at Solvay one last time. "There is something else about the clerk," she says. "The one who sold your movements to House Arvik." "I know his name. I know where he lives, and I know what House Arvik paid him." She reaches into her coat and pulls out a folded paper, yellowed, stained with salt. "Debt relief," she says. "They paid off his gambling accounts, all of them, but the accounts were flagged to a different name." She hands the paper to Solvay. "The name on the flagged accounts is Ofeig Ruzek, Chapter 62. The boat moves through pale fog. The engine runs low, barely above idle, pushing them through water the color of iron. Solvay sits on the deck with her back against the cabin wall, the grandmother's satchel open beside her, the original covenant pages spread across her knees. Cort stands at the bow. His back is to her. He has not moved in 6 minutes. The bond is quieter than it was in the chamber, muffled. But it is there, a thread running through her ribs, pulling with each breath he takes. She reads the grandmother's margin notes again, the same words she read in the cave. Continuous consent, spoken, public, witnessed. The bond does not dissolve when you withdraw. It waits. Severance is at the helm, one hand on the wheel, the other holding a compass that glows faintly in the dim cabin light. She has not spoken since the Mykin's revelation. Solvay folds the covenant and stands. Cort turns at the sound of her movement. His face is unreadable, but the bond carries something beneath the surface. Grief, maybe, or the shape of a question he has not yet asked. "We need to draft a declaration," she says. "What kind of declaration?" "Formal consent, written, witnessed, sealed before the convocation." She holds up the grandmother's margin note. "If the bond only holds through continuous spoken consent, then I want it on record, before Nikol files anything, before Ophig speaks." Cort's jaw tightens. "You want to declare publicly that you choose the bond?" "I want to declare that the bond stands only as long as I say it does. That joint authority, the seat, the treaty obligations, all of it is conditional on consent that can be withdrawn." He stares at her. The silence stretches. "That is not a protection," he says. "That is a target on your back. Every house that wants the Drenn seat empty will try to make you withdraw consent. Then they will have to ask me, not the document, not the bond. Me." She watches him process it. The old habit flickers across his face, the need to argue, to find a safer path. But he stops. His shoulders drop. "Where do we draft it?" Sarvan reaches into the cabin without turning. She pulls out a leather-bound ledger and a steel pen, setting them on the bench between the bunks. "Blank pages," she says. "Your grandmother kept it here for the same reason." Solvay takes the ledger. The cover is warm from the cabin heat. She opens it to the first blank page and sits on the bench, the pen in her hand. Cort sits across from her. The boat rocks gently. The fog presses against the windows. "I do not know the legal language for this," Solvay says. "Not yet." "Then write it in plain words." Cort's voice is low. "The houses can argue the phrasing later. The intent matters more than the form." She starts writing. "I, Solvay Drenn, formerly known under Accord File Designation 4/S, declare that the covenant bond between myself and Cort Borvin is valid only through my ongoing spoken consent, given freely before witnesses, renewable at any interval I designate. This consent may be withdrawn at any time without penalty or dissolution mechanism beyond dormancy." She stops, reads it back. The words feel strange in her own handwriting. She looks at Cort. "Your turn." He takes the pen. His handwriting is different, older, the letters formed with a precision that belongs to another century. He adds a line beneath hers. "I, Cort Borvin, affirm the same condition. No clause, treaty, or authority derived from this bond shall be enforced without my concurrent spoken consent, freely given before witnesses." He sets the pen down. The bond pulses between them, warm and quiet, as if it has been listening. Severance glances back from the helm. "You will need 2 witnesses to file it, and a tribunal clerk to register it before the convocation session. Can Nikol do it? Not if a 5 files a procedural objection first." Severance's voice is flat. "He will argue the declaration itself violates the covenant's original terms. He will say your grandmother's margin notes are annotations, not amendments." Solvay looks at the grandmother's handwriting, layered and precise, filling every edge of the original text. "They are annotations," she says, "but they are her annotations, written while she held the final reading of Treaty 47B. Severance nods. "That argument works if you can prove she held that authority when she wrote them." She left the note in the chapel sacristy. She sealed the archive beneath the church. She paid for the boat 17 years in advance. Solvay's voice hardens. "She knew she would not survive to testify. She built this path so I would not need her voice." Cort picks up the pen again. He adds a 3rd line beneath his own. "This declaration supersedes any forged annex, rider, or enforcement clause added to the covenant after the original sealing." He meets Solvay's eyes. "That part is for the convocation. The houses will have to choose which document they recognize." She takes the pen. Under his line, she writes one more sentence. "The bond is not a cage. It is a door, and I am the one who decides to open it. The words settle into the page like they have always been there. The boat engine shifts. Severin turns the wheel, angling them through a narrow channel between two dark cliffs. The fog thins, and Solvay sees the open sea ahead, gray and endless. Her cell buzzes. She pulls it from her coat. The screen shows a message from Nikol. Arvik is requested to address the convocation bench tomorrow morning before your testimony. Solvay reads it twice. Cort watches her. What does she say? Arvik is speaking first, before I file the declaration. Before the Vale keeper testifies. The bond contracts, a cold thread pulling tight in her chest. He is not defending the necessity doctrine this time, Cort says. He is making sure the bench hears his framing before anyone contradicts it. Severin kills the engine. The boat drifts in the sudden silence. Then we file the declaration tonight, she says. Before he speaks, Nikol can register it under emergency procedure. The convocation bench is not sitting until dawn, Severin says. Then find someone who will witness it. Solvay's voice is steady. A clerk, a harbor master, a priest in a deconsecrated church, anyone whose name carries weight under a court procedure. Severin's eyes hold hers for a long moment. Then she reaches into the helm compartment and pulls out a satellite phone. I know someone in Reykjavik who never sleeps, and who owes your grandmother a debt that has been outstanding for 19 years. She dials. Solvay looks down at the declaration in her hands. The words she wrote. The words Cort wrote. The bond between them, quiet and waiting. Arvik will speak tomorrow. She has until dawn to make sure his version is not the only one on the record. Cort's hand finds hers on the bench, not gripping, not holding her in place, just present. We file it before he opens his mouth, he says. She looks at him. The bond carries nothing but the shape of his certainty. Yes, she says, we do. Chapter 63. The fog has already started to thin when Severin's satellite phone buzzes against the helm console. She grabs it on the second ring, listens. Her face does not change, but her grip on the phone shifts. What is it? Solvay asks. Severin lowers the phone. There is a kill team at the airport. 4 operatives, accord markers but not tribunal registered. Cort is already moving toward the console. How long until they redeploy to the harbor? They are not redeploying. Severin's voice is flat. They are holding, waiting. For us. For someone. The terminal feeds are dark. The tower has been running a single loop pattern for the last hour. Solvay's pulse picks up. The bond contracts, a cold thread coiling in her chest. She looks at Cort. He is already calculating. She can see it in the way his jaw shifts, the way his attention narrows to a point somewhere beyond her shoulder. There is a secondary landing field outside Reykjavik, he says. Private, off the Accord grid. How long from here? 3 hours by boat, then a vehicle transfer. Then we take it. He hesitates. The pause is fractional, half a breath. But she has been watching him for weeks now. She knows the shape of his silence. What are you not saying? Nothing. The bond flickers, a pulse of something that does not match his words. The landing field is not registered, he says. The approach requires crossing a ridge with a single access road. If they know about it, we are bottled in. Then we do not tell them we are coming. You would still be exposed for the crossing. There is no cover on that ridge. Solvay stares at him. You think I should take the airport? I think you should let me scout both routes before you choose. You already chose. He does not deny it. The bond tightens. Not pressure, recognition. She knows this pattern. She has lived it before. The moment when his protection becomes a decision made on her behalf, wrapped in the language of caution. Tell me what the other option is. He holds her gaze. There is no other option that gets you to Reykjavik before dawn. Then why did you hesitate? Because the question is not whether you arrive before dawn. His voice drops. The question is whether you arrive alive. It is the same argument, the same framework. She is a package to be delivered, and he is the courier who chooses the safest road. Solvay steps closer. The deck rocks under her feet. I asked you not to do this. I am not deciding for you. You gave me one option and called it complete. The Reykjavik field is a trap if they know about it. Then collapse the trap. Scout the ridge. Send Severin ahead. Use the Vale Keeper's contact to confirm it is clean. Cort's jaw tightens. That takes time we do not have. Time you would rather spend controlling the route. Silence. The bond holds, quiet, waiting. Severin watches them from the helm, her sea ice eyes tracking the exchange like she is reading a document in a language she knows better than they do. The Fervergith the field is not a trap, Severin says. They both look at her. I owe your grandmother 19 years, she continues. That debt includes access to that field. The man who keeps it has been paid in advance. He will not sell you. Cort's expression does not change. You do not know that. I know he refused 3 accord offers for the land. He does not answer to their registry. You would bet her life on a debt? I would bet my life on it. Severin's voice is calm, which is what I am doing. Cort turns back to Solvay. The old pattern is still visible in the lines of his body, the tension in his shoulders, the way his hand hovers near his belt as if he is already planning the extraction. Say the word, he says, and I will follow either path. It is an offering, conditional. He is giving her the choice, but the weight of his fear still presses against the bond. She feels it, the cold edge of it, the reflex to pull her back into the safer harbor of his decisions. The field, she says. He nods, once, tight. She sees the thing he does not say, the calculation he has already made and buried under the surface. He will follow her choice, but he will also watch the ridge for the ambush he expects. He will be ready to override her if the moment comes. He calls it protection. She calls it the relapse. Severin turns the wheel. The boat angles toward a new heading, cutting through the thinning fog toward a coast Solvay cannot yet see. The silence between her and Cort stretches, not hostile, not broken, but bruised. The bond carries the shape of his regret, unspoken, and her refusal to let it soften her. They move through the channel in the dark. The water is flat, the wind low. Solvay stands at the rail, watching the shoreline take shape, a dark mass rising from the gray. Severin cuts the engine 100 meters from a narrow dock. No lights, no movement. Wait here, Cort says. He is over the side before she can answer. His boots hit the planks without sound. He moves into the dark, a shadow feeding into shadow. Solvay counts her breaths. 20. 40. The night holds nothing but the sound of water against the hull. Then Cort reappears. He raises his hand once. Signal clear. Severin brings the boat alongside. Solvay steps onto the dock. The wood feels solid under her feet, but the bond carries a vibration he does not trust. Cort is standing at the edge of a gravel track that leads up into the ridge. His face is unreadable. The vehicle is there, he says. 2 kilometers. Clean? Clean enough. She knows what that means. He checked what he could check. The rest is trust. They walk. The gravel crunches under their boots. The air smells of wet stone and cold earth. Solvay keeps her eyes moving, scanning the ridgeline, the shadows between the rocks. The bond stays quiet. Cort is ahead of her, his pace faster than hers, the old habit of taking point. She does not call him back. She is watching him, reading the set of his shoulders, the angle of his head, the way his attention tracks left, then right, then back to the path ahead. He is not looking at her. That is the part that cuts. The vehicle appears around a bend, a dark sedan, old enough to have no digital trace, parked under a corrugated metal shelter. Cort checks the undercarriage, the hood, the doors. Clean, he says. She gets in, he takes the wheel, they pull onto the ridge road. The dawn is still hours away. The sky is a deep, bruised gray, the kind that comes before light, holding the promise of something that has not yet arrived. Cort drives with the headlights off, navigating by memory. The road climbs, the ridge narrows. The drop on either side is steep and dark. Solvay watches the bond. It is quiet. Too quiet. She looks at his hands on the wheel, the tension in his fingers. Cort? He does not respond. What did you not tell me? The bond pulses, a flicker of something fast and defensive. There is a checkpoint at the base of the ridge, off register, moved in 2 hours ago. She stares at him. When did you know? When I saw the lights from the dock. His voice is flat. I did not tell you because I was still assessing whether we could bypass it. Could we? No. The engine hums. The road drops away on both sides. Cort! He looks at her then. The bond carries his regret, and something else, something harder. I was not going to let them take you, he says. You were going to decide for me again. I was going to get you through. It is the same thing. He does not see the difference. She is still searching for the words when the first shot punches through the windshield. The glass explodes inward. Cort wrenches the wheel. The sedan fishtails on the gravel, rear end sliding toward the edge. Solvay's hand finds the door handle. Her body knows what to do before her mind catches up. The second shot hits the hood. The engine screams. And ahead of them, where the road should open onto the valley, a wall of flame erupts across the asphalt. The safer route, the one Cort chose for her. Burning. Chapter 64. The flame wall is still burning when Solvay makes the decision. Not Cort, her. Turn around, she says. Cort's hands stay on the wheel. The sedan is stopped 30 meters from the fire line, the heat already reaching through the cracked windshield. There is no other road. There is the harbor tunnel. The tunnel is collapsed. Partially collapsed. She is already reaching for the door handle. The eastern span is passable. I checked the harbor survey in Torsheim. He stares at her. The bond carries his calculation, the old machinery of his mind running through every risk, every variable, every reason to override her. She waits. 3 seconds. 5. Then he kills the engine and steps out. No argument, no explanation. He simply walks around the hood and falls into step beside her as she heads back down the ridge road toward the switchback that leads to the water. The bond registers surprise, not hers, his. He is surprised at himself. She does not comment. They move fast. The gravel shifts under her boots. Behind them, the fire crackles and spits, consuming the road Cort chose for her. The harbor tunnel entrance appears 15 minutes later, set into the cliff face where the ridge meets the water. A rusted grate covers the opening, padlocked and chained. Solvay pulls the lockpicks from her coat. Cort watches, does not reach for the tools, does not suggest a faster method. She works the mechanism by feel. The first pin catches, the second, the third. The lock clicks open. She pulls the chain free and swings the grate wide enough to pass. The tunnel opens before them. Dark, wet. The ceiling low enough that Cort has to duck. The air smells of salt and rust and something older, the mineral breath of stone that has been sealed for years. Solvay steps inside. Cort follows. She does not look back. The tunnel runs 100 meters before the first collapse. A pile of rubble blocks half the passage, sloped and unstable, but the eastern span is clear. She saw it on the survey. A narrow gap between the fallen stone and the wall, just wide enough for one person at a time. She moves sideways, her back against the wet rock, her breath shallow. Cort follows at the same pace. His silence is the loudest thing in the tunnel. The bond carries nothing from him, an empty channel. He is not calculating, not assessing, not planning. He is simply following. She does not know what to do with that. The gap widens on the far side. The tunnel opens into a chamber where the ceiling rises and the walls spread. The floor is damp, covered in a thin layer of silt that is washed in through cracks in the stone. Solvay stops. There is something on the wall, a symbol, painted in dark red, still wet. The Drenn crest. 3 interlocking rings, the center one broken, meaning the line was declared extinct. But the paint is fresh, the pigment is still running, a thin trail of red tracking down the stone. Someone was here, recently, and they left this for her. Cort steps up beside her. His eyes track the symbol, then the trail of paint, then the tunnel ahead. Supporters, he says, or a warning. Same thing at this stage. She reaches out and touches the crest. The paint is cool and thick on her fingertips. She brings them to her nose. Iron. Blood. The crest was painted in blood. She wipes her fingers on her coat. The bond flickers. Cort is watching her, reading her reaction. Whoever it was, he says, they knew it would come this way, or they marked every possible route. He shakes his head. That much blood would take hours. They painted this for us specifically. She looks at the crest again, the broken center ring. They declared her line extinct, but the paint is fresh. Someone is telling her the extinction did not take. She turns away from the wall and keeps moving. The tunnel continues another 200 meters before it opens onto a concrete jetty, hidden beneath an old warehouse that has been abandoned long enough for the roof to cave in. Daylight filters through the collapsed beams, pale and thin. A boat is tied to the jetty, not the one they arrived in. A smaller vessel, a open launch with an outboard motor, no cabin, no cover. And on the bench seat, a folded piece of paper. Solvay steps onto the jetty. The wood groans under her weight. She picks up the paper and unfolds it. Same handwriting as the chapel note. Same layered Old Norse. The harbor tunnel was always the faster route. I am glad you chose it. No signature. She reads it twice. Cort reads it over her shoulder. The grandmother, he says, and someone who knew her well enough to predict me. The grandmother. She folds the paper and puts it in her pocket, next to the unread directive from her mother, next to the grandmother's margin notes. 3 generations of women she is still learning to trust. Solvay steps into the launch. Cort unties the line and pushes off, then drops into the seat behind the outboard. He pulls the starter cord once, twice. The engine catches. They move out from under the collapsed warehouse into the gray light of the channel. The water is flat. The wind is low. The city of Reykjavik rises ahead, low and dark against the sky. Solvay sits on the bench facing forward. Cort steers. The bond is quiet but not empty. It carries something she has not felt from him before. Not regret. Not calculation. Stillness. He is waiting for her to choose the next direction. She lets the silence hold. She is not ready to fill it yet. The launch cuts through the channel. The buildings grow closer. The harbor mouth opens ahead, and beyond it, the city where the Convocation will convene. She thinks of the Drenn crest on the tunnel wall. She thinks of the blood. She thinks of the note that knew she would come this way. They are not alone in this fight. But she does not know yet whether the people watching her are reaching out to help her or to close a trap. The launch passes between the harbor walls. Reykjavik opens before them, winter gray and waiting, and on the main pier, a single figure stands watching their approach, a woman in a dark coat, hands at her sides, face unreadable. The bond snaps taut. Cort's hand moves to his belt, but the woman does not reach for a weapon. She simply raises her hand once, a gesture that is almost a greeting, then turns and walks into the narrow street between the warehouses, disappearing before Solvay can call out. The note, the crest, the watcher. They are being tracked by someone who wants them to know it, and the Convocation clock is still ticking. Chapter 65. The Convocation chamber is not a courtroom. It is a fish processing warehouse on the eastern edge of the old harbor, repurposed with folding chairs, portable heaters, and a raised platform where 5 signatory House representatives sit behind a scarred wooden table. The air smells of salt and rust and the sharp chemical bite of someone's coffee brewing in a corner urn. Solvay stands at the back entrance, Cort 1 step behind her. The Vale keeper is already inside, seated near the platform with her hands folded on the table in front of her. She does not look up when Solvay enters. Beside her, a man in a threadbare suit with silver glasses and a notebook open in front of him. Severance contact. The one who owes the grandmother a debt. The declaration was filed 40 minutes ago. Whether it has been read, whether it will matter, Solvay does not yet know. The chamber quiets. Heads turn. He feels the weight of 23 pairs of eyes. House representatives, legal aides, clerks, observers. Some she recognizes from Beldor's briefing sheets. House Vitter, 2 men in identical gray coats. House Vestre, a woman with a scarred jaw who does not blink. House Howard, an older man whose stillness suggests he has been waiting for this moment longer than she has been alive. And House Arvik, the same woman who dropped through the chapel roof, the same woman who killed Ingrid, no, who did not save her, who stands now at the far end of the platform, arms crossed, watching Solvay with the patient satisfaction of someone who has already made her move before the game began. Cort shifts behind her. The bond carries nothing but readiness. Solvay Drenn. The voice comes from the center of the platform. A woman in her 70s, silver hair pulled back, a scar through her left eyebrow that mirrors a Feig's, but older, healed differently. Chair of the Convocation bench. You appear before the signatory houses of the Northern Accord at the emergency convocation, called under Covenant Clause 14, subsection 3. Do you understand the purpose of this gathering? Solvay steps forward. I do. State your name for the record. The question hangs in the salt air, a test, a threshold. She could say the name on the hospital chart, the name the imposter brought, the name of the woman who woke in a Reykjavik bed with no memory and a forged 499. She does not. Solvay Drenn. The chamber ripples, paper shuffling, a throat cleared. Someone at the back writes something down. The chairwoman nods once. The register confirms your reinstated identity. You are here because the enforcement annex to the Cort Borvin Covenant Compact was activated when your name returned to the succession register. According to the annex, you have 60 hours from triggering to appear before this convocation and declare your intention regarding the Drenn seat. She pauses. You have 53 hours remaining. Solvay feels the clock in her chest, not the bond, the actual weight of time compressing around her. The declaration you file tonight, the chairwoman continues, will determine whether the Drenn seat is claimed, held in joint trust, or dissolved from the register permanently. There is no partial outcome. There is no reconsideration. The woman from House Arvik uncrosses her arms. The bench will now hear from Chancellor Ophig Ruzik, who has requested to address the convocation before the claimant's testimony. Ophig rises from a seat near the platform. He looks smaller than she remembers from the tribunal. Older. The thin scar through his left eyebrow catches the overhead light. His suit is dark, his collar tight, his hands empty at his sides. He walks to the platform and turns to face the chamber. Honored houses. His voice is calm, familiar. The voice of a man who has spent decades believing he was right. I will not waste time relitigating the tribunal's ruling. The Glacier Protocol has been judged unlawful. I accept that judgment. He looks directly at Solvay. That does not make Drenn rule safe. Someone exhales. A chair creaks. You stand here, Ophig says, because the register confirms your bloodline. But bloodline alone does not qualify a person to hold a seat that governs trade, territory, and treaty obligations across the North Atlantic. The Drenn line was declared extinct for a reason. That reason was not cruelty. It was necessity. He turns to the bench. The covenant bond between the claimant and Cort Borvin was engineered to produce obedience, proximity, and shared incentive. It was designed to make them act as a single political unit. Whether they choose each other freely or under the bond's pressure is irrelevant to governance. The outcome is the same: a bonded pair with inherited authority, answerable to no one but each other. The chamber is silent. The original compact's joint clause, Ophig continues, was intended as mutual safeguard, but the enforcement annex was added after the grandmother's death. I did not add it. I did not authorize it. But it exists, and it has been activated. And now you are asked to decide whether the Drenn seat should be occupied by a woman whose claim is built on a forged document. The Vale Keeper stands. The Chancellor speaks truth about the forgery, she says. I witnessed the original compact sealed. There was no enforcement annex. The annex was added 17 years ago, 3 months after the grandmother's death. She holds up a folded sheet. I have the original margin notes, the grandmother's own hand. She wrote that the covenant bond requires continuous, public, spoken consent. No annex can override that. No forged clause can supersede it. The chamber murmurs. The chairwoman raises a hand. The Vale Keeper's testimony is noted. The margin notes will be entered into the record. She looks at Solvay. Claimant, the convocation requires your declaration. Do you claim the Drenn seat alone with Cort Borvin as joint holder, or do you decline the claim and allow the seat to be dissolved from the register? Solvay opens her mouth. The woman from House Arvik steps forward. Before the claimant answers, she says, her voice carrying through the warehouse like a blade drawn from a sheath. House Arvik moves to void her standing on the grounds that the bond between her and Cort Borvin was activated under a forged annex. If the annex is void, the convocation has no jurisdiction. The seat reverts to interim stewardship until the original compact's terms can be authenticated. She holds up a sealed envelope. I have the authentication seals from the original covenant. They were recovered from a vault in Torshavn 3 days ago. The chairwoman's face goes still. The Vale Keeper's breath catches. Solvay feels Cort's hand brush her wrist. A warning, a question. House Arvik did not just move to void her standing. House Arvik moved to seize control of the authentication process. and they have the seals. The chamber erupts into noise, voices overlapping, a chair falling, someone shouting for order. The chairwoman bangs her hand on the table. The sound cracks through the warehouse like a gunshot. Silence! The noise dies. The chairwoman looks at Solvay. Claimant, you have not yet answered the question. Solvay stands in the salt air, the weight of 3 generations pressing against her spine, the bond quiet at the edge of her awareness, and feels the trap close around her. She has 53 hours. House Arvik has the authentication seals, and someone in this room wants her to lose before she speaks. Chapter 66. The chairwoman's hand hovers in the air. The chamber holds its breath. House Arvik stands with the authentication seals raised, her face unreadable in the salt-stained light. Opheg does not move from the platform. His hands remain empty at his sides. His voice, when it comes, carries the measured patience of a man who has rehearsed this conversation 100 times in his own head. I am grateful to House Arvik for confirming what I have long suspected, he says. The enforcement annex was forged. I said as much moments ago. The Vale Keeper has corroborated it. That is not a blow to my position. It is proof that the system I have served for 30 years is capable of correcting its own failures. He turns to face the bench directly. But correction is not restoration. The Glacier Protocol was unlawful. I accept that. The tribunal ruled. The ruling stands. But the question before this convocation is not whether the protocol was legal. It is whether reinstating the Drenn seat serves the stability of the North Atlantic houses. He lets the word hang. Stability. The chairwoman's scarred eyebrow twitches. Ophé reaches into his coat and withdraws a folded sheet. He does not open it. He holds it up like a flag. 24 hours after the tribunal ruling was delivered, 3 trade routes through the Denmark Strait were suspended. House Vitter lost a consignment of medical supplies to a redirected inspection. House Howard received a formal protest from their Norwegian counterparts, questioning whether the Accord's binding authority remains intact when a bloodline can be restored without consultation. He folds the paper and returns it to his pocket. I am not saying Solvay Drenn caused these disruptions. I am saying her reinstatement has become a symbol, and symbols, once activated, cannot be deactivated by a margin note. The Vale Keeper's jaw tightens. Ophig shifts his weight. His pale gray eyes find Solvay's across the room. The claimant has every right to stand here. She was wronged. I do not deny that. But the question is not whether she was wronged. The question is whether seating her, bonded to a Borvin under a covenant whose terms were forged, will prevent the next wrong or multiply the next dozen. Solvay feels the words land like stones, each one deliberate, each one aimed not at her standing, but at the shape of her claim. And then there is the bond itself, Ophig says, his voice softening. The covenant bond between Solvay Drenn and Cort Borvin was engineered to produce obedience, proximity, and shared incentive. It was designed to make them act as a single political unit. Whether they choose each other freely or under the bond's pressure is irrelevant to governance. The outcome is the same. A bonded pair with inherited authority, answerable to no one but each other. He pauses. Unless, of course, one of them cannot choose freely. Unless the bond itself is the coercion. The words land. Solvay's chest tightens. Honored houses, Ophig continues, turning to the bench. Consider what is being asked of you. You are being asked to accept a claimant whose bond was activated under a forged annex, whose protector was chosen for her before she could consent, and whose claim to the seat rests on a document the Vale Keeper herself has called a forgery. He inclines his head toward the Vale Keeper. I do not question your testimony. I honor it. But testimony does not erase the fact that the bond exists, that it has been active for 73 years, that it draws Cort Borvin to Solvay Drenn with a force neither of them fully controls. His voice drops, and that, whether by love or by design, he will stand beside her regardless of what she does. That is not choice. That is architecture. The chamber murmurs. Solvay feels Cort's hand at her wrist, a warning, a question. She does not pull away. She steps forward instead. Chancellor, she says, her voice steady despite the heat climbing her throat. You have spent the last 5 minutes arguing that my bond with Cort makes me unfit to hold a seat, that I cannot be trusted to govern because I am bound to a man who was chosen for me before I was born. She meets his eyes. You are saying my love is a constitutional defect. The chamber goes still. Ophig does not flinch. I am saying the bond was designed to produce exactly what we are seeing now. A woman who defends her protector against all reason. A protector who will burn the world to keep her safe. That is not love. That is a legal mechanism dressed in feeling. Solvay feels the words like a blade, but she does not look away. You are afraid, she says. Not of me, not of Cort, of what it means if I can choose him anyway, if the bond is a cage and I still decide to stay. She lets the words settle. Because then it is not architecture anymore. It is something you cannot control. Ophig's expression does not change, but his jaw shifts. Just slightly. A crack in the stone. The chairwoman's hand comes down on the table. The claimant will not argue with the Chancellor in open convocation, she says. The authentication seals have been presented. House Arvik's motion to void standing is now on the record. The Vale Keeper's margin notes are entered as evidence. We will recess for deliberation. She looks at Solvay. You have 48 hours remaining, claimant. Use them wisely. The chamber begins to dissolve into movement, voices rising, chairs scraping. The woman from House Arvik gathering her seals with slow, deliberate precision. Solvay stands rooted. Cort's hand finds her elbow. She lets herself be led toward the side exit, toward the corridor, toward the narrow air beyond the salt-stained warehouse. But before she reaches the door, she glances back. Ophig is still standing on the platform, watching her. His hands are empty. His eyes are not. And behind him, in the shadow of the far wall, a figure stands motionless. The woman from the pier. The woman in the dark coat. The one who raised her hand in greeting as Solvay's launch approached Reykjavik. She is here, inside the Convocation. And she is watching Solvay with the patience of someone who has already seen how this ends. Chapter 67. The corridor outside the Convocation hall smells of salt and rust. Solvay stands with her back against the wall, Cort's hand still at her elbow, the bond carrying a low hum of warning. The debt collector is inside. Not watching from the pier, not tracking from a distance, standing in the shadows of the chamber where Solvay just declared herself, where Ophig argued her love was a constitutional defect, where House Arvik holds authentication seals and a motion to void her standing. She was there the whole time. Solvay presses her palm flat against the cold concrete. Breathes. You saw her, Cort says. Not a question. The far wall, behind the Arvik seats. He is already scanning the corridor. The emergency exit, the staircase leading up to the gallery. She could have killed me any time between the pier and the chamber, Solvay says. She didn't. That means she wants something else, or someone else wants me alive. The door to the Convocation hall swings open. The man in the threadbare suit steps out, silver glasses catching the fluorescence. He looks at Solvay with an expression she cannot read. The Vale Keeper requests your presence inside, he says, before deliberation resumes. Cort's hand tightens. The recess is not called. It is now. The man adjusts his glasses. The chairwoman granted 15 minutes. Severance wishes to speak. Solvay pushes off the wall. The hall has changed in the minutes she spent outside. The raised platform holds only the chairwoman now, the other representatives clustered in small groups along the edges of the room. The Vale Keeper stands near the witness table, her sea ice eyes fixed on the entrance, waiting. Solvay walks toward her. Cort follows 2 paces behind, close enough to intercept but far enough to let her lead. I told you I would not speak at the Convocation, the Vale Keeper says as Solvay reaches her. That was true when I said it. And now? Now I have watched House Arvik use authentication seals to argue that the Covenant itself is suspect. She turns to face the chamber. I will not let them rewrite what I saw written. The chairwoman's voice cuts across the murmur. The Vale Keeper requests recognition. The room stills. I was present when the Covenant bond was penned, the Vale Keeper says, her voice carrying without effort. 73 years ago, I stood beside Solvay's grandmother while she negotiated every clause, every phrase, every limit. I know what the covenant was designed to do. She turns to face House Arvik's representative. It was not designed to bind. It was designed to prevent binding. The woman from House Arvik does not flinch. Interpretation is not evidence. Then let me give you evidence. The Vale Keeper reaches into her coat and produces a folded sheet. The margin notes entered earlier are from the grandmother's personal copy. This is from a different copy, one I kept. She holds it up. The covenant requires continuous, public, spoken consent from both bonded parties at every renewal threshold. The enforcement annex claiming to override that clause with a 30-day joint rule mandate was added after the grandmother's death. I watched her draft the original. I know every word she wrote. The woman from House Arvik's eyes flicker, just slightly. You are asking this convocation to believe that a document authenticated by seals recovered from a vault in Torshavn is a forgery. I am asking this convocation to look at the seals themselves. The Vale Keeper sets the folded sheet on the table. The seals recovered from the vault are genuine, but the document they were attached to is not the one your people authenticated. The chamber murmurs. The chairwoman's scarred eyebrow lifts. Explain. Authentication and seals were historically kept separate from the documents they validated, the Vale Keeper says. They were applied at the moment of reading, not stored with the parchment. The fact that the seals were found in a vault with the annex means someone placed them there together, deliberately, to create a false chain of custody. The man in the threadbare suit steps forward. I can confirm that practice. The grandmother's records describe the same protocol. House Arvik's representative smiles. It does not reach her eyes. Convenient. A dead woman's records, a single witness's testimony, and a folded sheet of paper with no chain of custody. The folded sheet is not the evidence, the Vale Keeper says. The evidence is that the authentication seals show no trace of the adhesive used in the original covenant ceremony. I checked them myself before the session. She turns to the bench. The seals on the annex were never applied to parchment. They were stored in oilcloth. That is why the wax is pristine. Whoever forged the annex kept the seals separate until they needed to produce them. The chamber goes quiet. The chairwoman looks at House Arvik. Your seals were stored in oilcloth? The representative's jaw tightens. They were recovered from a vault. How they were stored before recovery is not under my control. No, the Vale Keeper says quietly. But who placed them in that vault is. The door at the rear of the hall opens. Baldur Mays steps through, his silver-streaked hair disheveled, his face pale. He carries a leather folder in one hand and a sheaf of paper in the other. The public copy of the covenant, he says. I retreated from the register annex before the recess. The chairwoman's eyes narrow. The register annex is sealed during deliberation. The seal was broken when I arrived. Baldur holds up the folder. The clerk who guards it is unconscious in the stairwell. The chamber erupts. Solvay feels Cort's hand find her wrist, a warning, a question. She does not look away from Baldur. Someone entered the register annex between the opening of session and the recess, Baldur continues. They removed the original page recording the enforcement annex's filing date. The woman from House Arvik's face goes still. Baldur opens the folder. The page in the public copy now shows a different filing date, one that places the enforcement annex before the grandmother's death instead of after it. He holds up the paper. The ink is still wet. The room holds its breath. Solvay steps forward. If someone in this chamber altered the record while we were debating the evidence, then the convocation itself has been compromised. She meets the chairwoman's eyes. You have 48 hours to deliberate, but you cannot deliberate on evidence that has been changed in the middle of the session. The chairwoman's hand comes down on the table. The clerk will be located and questioned. The register annex will be sealed until further notice. The session will remain in recess until we determine who entered the register and why. She looks at Solvay. Clement, you will remain in the building until I release you. Solvay's chest tightens. She is not being protected. She is being contained. And somewhere in the shadows of the hall, the debt collector is still watching. Chapter 68. Baldur's words hang in the air like smoke. The ink is still wet. Solvay's pulse beats hard in her throat. The chairwoman's hand is still raised from ordering the seal. The chamber is caught between outrage and calculation, every House representative weighing what Beldor's discovery means for their position. She should wait. She should let the chairwoman restore order, let the proper channels process the tampered evidence, let procedure protect her the way procedure is supposed to protect everyone. But she has spent 6 years letting procedure happen to her. Her gaze cuts across the hall. The gallery above the bench holds the clerks, the recorders, the stewards who maintain the Convocation's machinery. Most of them are frozen, watching Beldor. One of them is not. A man in a dark coat, young, maybe 30, standing at the rear of the gallery with a folded paper in his hand, half hidden against his thigh. He is not watching Beldor. He is watching the woman from House Arvik, and he is moving toward the steward's passage that leads to the bench. Solvay steps forward before she decides to. The clerk in the gallery. The chairwoman's head snaps toward her. "Claimant, you will remain. He has something in his hand. He was not there when Beldor arrived." The man freezes. The folded paper goes still against his leg. The chairwoman's scarred eyebrow lifts. "You are making an accusation without evidence." "I am naming what I see." Solvay keeps her voice steady. "If I am wrong, let him show his hands." The chamber's attention shifts upward. The man in the dark coat stands motionless, caught between exit and exposure. The woman from House Arvik's face has gone very still. The chairwoman gestures. "Steward, approach the clerk." The steward nearest the gallery turns. The man in the dark coat does not wait. He bolts. The gallery erupts. The steward lunges. The man crashes through the side door, but 3 of the gallery's own clerks move to block him, and in the struggle the folded paper flies from his hand, arcs over the railing, and lands on the bench table face up. The chairwoman picks it up. The room is silent. She reads it. Her expression does not change. Then she holds it up so every House representative can see the heading. It is a filing page. The official form for recording an annex into the Covenant Register, dated 17 years ago. But the ink is still wet, and below the date, in a blank space meant for the filing clerk's signature, someone has written the name of the unconscious clerk in the stairwell. Solvay's chest tightens. They were not just altering the existing record, they were creating a new one. If Beldor had not retrieved the public copy when he did, this page would have been filed as the official version, overwriting the original with a fabricated date. "Bring him to me." The chairwoman's voice is cold. The gallery stewards dragged the man in the dark coat down the stairs and forced him to his knees before the bench. He is breathing hard, his face pale, his eyes darting between the chairwoman and House Arvik's representative. The chairwoman does not look at House Arvik. She looks at the clerk. "Who placed you in the gallery?" The man's jaw works, sweat on his temple. "Who told you to file this page?" He swallows. His gaze flicks to the woman from House Arvik, then away. "Answer," the chairwoman says, "and you will be heard in mitigation. Refuse, and I will treat you as a principal in the forgery." The man's hands are shaking. "I was paid." "By whom?" He hesitates. The chamber holds its breath. "House Arvik." The woman from House Arvik does not flinch. She simply watches him with the same cold patience she showed in the chapel. The chairwoman's eyebrow lifts. "House Arvik directed you to file a forged annex during an active convocation." "I did not know it was forged." The words spill out now, fast and desperate. "I was told it was the original, that it had been mislaid, that I was correcting an administrative error." "Who told you this?" The man's eyes slide to the woman from House Arvik again. She does not speak. She does not move, but something in her stillness makes him flinch. "The representative," he says. "She gave me the page. She said it needed to be on the record before deliberation resumed." Solvay watches the exchange with a cold clarity. The clerk is telling the truth. She can see it in the way his body folds forward, the tremor in his shoulders. But House Arvik's representative shows no reaction at all, which means either she expected this or she has a fallback already in motion. The chairwoman sets the filing page down. "House Arvik, you will respond to this accusation." The representative inclines her head. "The clerk is lying. He has your page in his hands." "He has a page. Whether I gave it to him or someone else gave it to him while wearing my name is a question for investigation. But I will remind the bench that the clerk was found attempting to file the page during a recess. not following my instruction. If I had ordered this, I would have done it cleanly, through a steward, not through a frightened man in a gallery. The chairwoman's eyes narrow. You are claiming someone is framing your house. I am claiming that if I wanted the annex on the record, I would have filed it myself before the session began. I did not. Someone else wanted it filed under my house's authority, so that when it was discovered, the blame would fall on us, instead of the actual forger. The chamber stirs. The logic is sound enough to plant doubt. The man on his knees looks up. His face is ashen. I am not lying. Then tell us who else. The chairwoman's voice is flat. If House Arvik instructed you, name the date, the place, and the payment. The man's mouth opens, closes. His eyes are desperate now, searching for a way out that does not exist. Then he says quietly, the payment was not from House Arvik directly. It was routed through a holding account. But the promise of protection came from the Chancellor's office. The room goes silent in a new way, a colder way. Solvay turns. A Fig Ruzek stands at his designated position by the opposing counsel's table. His expression is unreadable, but his hands are still. The Chancellor's office, the chairwoman repeats. You are accusing Chancellor Ruzek of promising you immunity if the convocation failed. I am not accusing anyone. The man's voice breaks. I am telling you what I was told. The protection came through a name I recognized. That is all I know. O'Fig does not speak. He does not deny it. He simply stands there, composed, as if the accusation is beneath response. The chairwoman studies him. Then she studies the man on his knees. The convocation has just fractured along a new fault line. And somewhere in the shadows behind the Arvik seats, Solvay knows the debt collector is still watching. Chapter 69. The chairwoman holds the silence for a long moment, letting it settle into the stone of every face in the chamber. Then she sets the filing page down with a precision that says she is done with it, for now. The clerk will be detained until the Register Annex investigation is complete. She does not look at House Arvik, does not look at O'Fig. We will resume deliberation after the forgery source is confirmed, not before. House Arvik's representative inclines her head. And what of the Drenn claim in the interim? The claim is suspended pending verification of the governing document. Solvay steps forward. The governing document is not the forged annex. It is the covenant, and the covenant contains my grandmother's margin notes. I have them here. The chamber stirs. You have had them since the Vale keeper testified. Yes. Solvay pulls the folded pages from her coat, the edges softened from handling. But you have not read them. You have heard that the enforcement annex was forged. You have not heard what the original covenant actually requires. The chairwoman's eyebrow lifts. Then read them. Solvay unfolds the pages. The handwriting is her grandmother's, tight and deliberate, the ink faded to pale brown. She reads aloud. The bond persists only through continuous, public, spoken consent by both parties before witnesses. Withdrawal does not dissolve. It makes the covenant dormant, waiting for a new choice. No annex, rider, or administrative correction may override this clause. Someone in House Vitter shifts. The man from House Howard leans forward. The consent clause, Solvay says, was the covenant's foundation. The enforcement annex was designed to erase it. If you suspend the Drenn claim based on a document that violates the covenant's own terms, you are not deliberating. You are participating in the same forgery. House Arvik's representative speaks without turning. The margin notes are not the covenant, they are annotations. You cannot govern a bloodline by what someone wrote in the margins. Then let us test it. Nikol Cevra rises from the petitioner's table, her voice cutting across the room. Call a witness who can confirm the original intent. The Vale keeper was present when the covenant was written. Asked her whether the margin notes reflect the covenant's actual terms, or whether House Arvik prefers to argue that a woman who stood in this room 72 years ago is lying about what she witnessed. The chamber goes still. The Vale keeper does not stand. She does not speak. She simply meets the chairwoman's gaze and waits. The chairwoman's jaw tightens. The Vale keeper has already testified. She has testified to the forgery. She has not been asked whether continuous consent was the covenant's original design. Nikol steps forward. I am asking now, for the record. The chairwoman's eyes move to the Vale keeper. Answer. The Veilkeeper speaks quietly. Every word of the margin notes is correct. The bond was written to require continuous, witnessed consent from both parties. That was the grandmother's specific instruction. She wanted the bond to be a choice renewed daily, not a cage sealed once. Then why, House Arvik's representative says, did your house agree to the enforcement annex? Because the grandmother's death was used as cover. The Veilkeeper's voice does not waver. Within 3 months, someone filed the annex under a false date. The authentication seals were stored in oilcloth, never applied to parchment, because the annex was never part of the original covenant. It was inserted after the fact to override the consent clause. The chamber erupts again. The chairwoman's gavel cracks once. Nikol does not wait for the noise to fully die. The enforcement annex is void by its own illegality, but the covenant remains. And if the covenant requires continuous consent, then the joint rule clause is not a command. It is an offer. The Drenn seat does not compel Solvay and Cort to rule together. It invites them to choose it, publicly, before witnesses, every day that the bond remains active. The room feels different now. The accusation against O'Feg still hangs in the air, unresolved, but the legal ground has shifted. If consent is the covenant's foundation, the forgery is not the only crime in this room. The chairwoman's gaze moves to O'Feg. Chancellor, you have heard the argument. Do you wish to respond? O'Feg does not move. For a long moment he simply stands at the opposing counsel's table, hands still, face composed. Then he smiles. It is a small thing, a flicker at the corner of his mouth, but it lands like a stone in still water. I wish to remind the bench, he says, that the question before this convocation is not whether the enforcement annex was forged. That is a matter for investigation. The question is whether the Drenn seat should be reactivated after 32 years of extinction. And that depends entirely on whether the covenant bond, as currently active between Solvay Drenn and Cort Borvin, constitutes a stable governance mechanism or a coercive liability. He pauses. Consent is a fine principle, but consent given under bond pressure, engineered attraction, and shared survival instinct is not the same as consent given freely. The margin notes say the bond requires continuous consent. They do not say it can detect whether that consent is genuine. The chairwoman's scarred eyebrow lifts. You are arguing that the bond itself invalidates the consent. I am arguing that the bond was designed to make consent easier. That is the danger. If the bond pushes them toward each other, how do we measure whether her choice is hers or the covenant's? The silence stretches. Solvay steps forward. Then let the bench decide what constitutes evidence of genuine consent. I am willing to be examined. I am willing to state my choice under any condition the Convocation names. But I will not let the bond be used as a reason to dismiss my voice altogether. O'Feg turns to face her directly. You would submit to examination? If it proves my choice is mine, yes. The chairwoman's gaze moves between them. Then she sets her hands flat on the bench. This convocation is in recess until the Clerk investigation produces a result and the question of consent evidence is settled. We will reconvene at dawn. Until then, all parties remain in the building. The gavel falls. The chamber begins to empty, but Solvay does not move. She stands at the petitioner's table, the grandmother's margin notes in her hand, and watches O'Feg walk toward the exit. He does not look back. But his smile lingers in her mind, that small, knowing flicker, as if he has already seen the end of this and knows exactly how it plays out. Beside her, Cort's hand finds hers, and the bond pulses once, warm, alive. But the warmth carries a warning she cannot name. Somewhere in the shadows behind the Arvik seats, the debt collector shifts, and the convocation settles into the long, waiting dark. Chapter 70. The recess settles into a waiting dark that feels nothing like peace. Solvay stands at the petitioner's table long after the chamber has emptied, the grandmother's margin notes still in her hand, the bond humming at the edge of her awareness like a wire pulled taut. Cort does not let go of her fingers. She does not pull away. The chairwoman has given them a narrow office off the main hall, 2 chairs, a dead fireplace, and a single window looking out at the harbor lights. The building creaks around them, old wood and salt air, footsteps passing in corridors that lead nowhere she can map. She sits. Cort stands at the window. Neither speaks for a long time. The bond pulses, warm, present, but carrying that same unnameable warning she felt when O'Feg smiled. A frequency beneath the warmth, almost a vibration, like something shifting in deep water. "Tell me what you're sensing," she says. Cort turns. His face is hard to read in the dim light, but the bond does not lie. She feels the shape of his attention, the weight of something he is holding back. Something changed when he smiled. Pulfake. Yes. Cort's jaw tightens. He was not bluffing. He was certain. And I have been trying to understand what he knows that we do not. Solvay sets the margin notes on the table between them. Her hand does not shake. That still surprises her. "He wants me to submit to examination," she says. "He wants the bond tested. He wants it declared coercive so the Convocation can rule it invalid without ever touching the forgery question." That is the surface argument. She looks up at him. What is beneath it? Cort holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he crosses the room and lowers himself into the chair across from her, close enough that his knee brushes hers. Severance. The word lands like a stone. What do you mean? The bond is not just a legal instrument. It was written into the covenant with language that binds more than signatures. If the Convocation rules it coercive, they do not simply void the contract. They can activate a severance protocol, a mechanism designed to dissolve the bond at its root. Solvay's chest goes cold. Dissolve how? I do not know the full mechanism. It was buried in the original language, not in the margin notes. Your grandmother designed it as a failsafe. If the bond was ever used as a weapon, the severance clause could be triggered to prevent its abuse. And O'Feg found it. He had decades to study the covenant. He knows every clause, every loophole, every hidden trigger. Cort's voice drops. He knew the severance motion would cause pain before I did. The bond constricts, once, sharp, like a muscle cramp in her chest. Solvay gasps. Cort's hand is on her wrist instantly, his grip steady, his eyes searching hers. What did you feel? A pull. She presses her palm to her sternum, like something tightening, inside. The bond pulses again. Not warm this time, a cold contraction that makes her breath catch. Cort's face goes still in a way she has learned to read. He is calculating, running scenarios, measuring what he cannot see against what he knows. He filed it, he says. He already filed the motion. But the Convocation is in recess. He does not need the full bench to activate the mechanism. He only needs the filing to trigger the Covenant's response. The bond was written into the register. The severance clause is tied to the same language. If he filed the motion, the Covenant itself begins the dissolution process. The cold contraction comes again, harder this time, and Solvay feels something shift behind her ribs, a sensation she cannot name because it belongs to no physical geography. It is the bond itself pulling against her, responding to a command she did not give. She looks at Cort. He is already on his feet. I need to get to the register annex. What? Before the severance motion records. If I can see the filing language, I can find the anchor point. The mechanism has to be tied to something physical. A document, a seal, a room. The bond spasms again, and Solvay presses her hand harder against her chest. The pain is not sharp, it is deep, structural, like something that holds her together is beginning to loosen. Come on, Cort says, and holds out his hand. She takes it. They move through the silent building, past locked doors and darkened corridors, the bond pulsing with every step. The hall clock reads 2:17 a.m. The register annex is on the ground floor, past the main chamber where the Convocation met, past the shadows where the debt collector stood. Cort moves like he knows every corner. Because he does. He built some of these routes. They reach the annex door. It is sealed with a fresh lock, the chairwoman's order still in effect. Cort pulls a blade from his coat and works the mechanism. The lock clicks open in seconds. He pushes the door inward. The register annex is small, a single room with a steel desk, a filing cabinet, and a wall of ledgers. The air smells of ink and dust and something metallic. Blood. The clerk's unconscious body is gone, removed by whoever found him. But the desk is not empty. A single sheet of paper lies on the surface, weighted by a seal stone. The ink is still wet. Solvay steps forward, Cort behind her, and reads the first line. Emergency severance motion. Covenant Bond 4/S, immediate dissolution under Clause 19B. The bond screams. Not sound, pain. A tearing sensation that drops Solvay to her knees, her vision white, her hands gripping the desk edge as the world goes thin and distant. She hears Cort say her name, feels his arms around her, but the bond is no longer warm. It is a cold wire pulling her somewhere she cannot follow. And in the dark behind her eyes, she sees a room she has never visited. Stone walls, iron rings, a silver basin, and a single candle burning in the center of the anchor chamber, where someone is already waiting. Chapter 71. The vision snaps away. Stone walls, iron rings, silver basin, the candle still burning in darkness. Solvay is on her knees in the register annex, Cort's arms around her, her hands still gripping the desk edge where the severance motion lies with its wet ink. The bond pulses once, twice, a slow contraction that does not stop. She hears Cort say her name. She hears her own breathing, ragged and too fast. I saw it. Her voice sounds distant. The anchor chamber. Stone walls, iron rings in the floor, a silver basin with a candle burning in the center. Cort's grip tightens. You saw a location. I saw someone waiting. Footsteps in the corridor, fast, deliberate. Cort moves between her and the door before the figure appears. Miro Izaki stops in the doorway, pale, breath fogging in the cold air. His clerical collar is gone. A bruise spreads across his jaw. You found the motion. He is not asking. Cort does not lower his guard. They released you. They needed someone who could read the original clause. The steward found me in the holding cell an hour ago and demanded I verify the severance language. Miro's eyes find Solvay. The chamber you saw. You saw it. Stone walls, iron rings, a basin. Miro nods once, slow and heavy. It is not symbolic. The covenant was written with a physical anchor point. A room beneath this building, older than the accord itself, where the bond was sealed into the register. The severance motion resonates through that anchor. If the dissolution completes, the bond does not simply go dormant. It is torn out at the root. How do we stop it? Solvay's legs hold when she stands. Barely. There is a counter-mechanism in the anchor language, a clause that allows the bonded parties to affirm consent before the dissolution completes, overriding the severance motion. Miro's voice drops, but you must reach the anchor chamber while the candle still burns. Once it extinguishes, the dissolution becomes irreversible. Where is the entrance? Beneath the old register annex. The floor was sealed during the Consolidation Wars. The steward does not know the chamber exists, or he would never have let me verify the motion. Solvay is already moving toward the door. Cort catches her wrist. Not hard. A question. She looks at him. He starts to speak. She sees it in his face, the reflex, the old habit, the word that wants to come out as a command. No, I will go. You stay. His jaw tightens. Then he releases her wrist. What is your plan? The question costs him. She sees it in the way his throat works, the way his hand falls to his side like he is forcing it there. I reach the chamber before the candle goes out. I speak the consent affirmation from the original language. I override the severance motion. Alone, Miro cannot physically enter. The anchor chamber was designed for bonded pairs and the witnesses who sealed them. If the candle is already burning, someone is already there. She pauses. The person I saw waiting. Cort's face goes still. You do not know who that is. No. And you are going anyway. The bond is tearing inside me. If I wait until dawn for the Convocation to reconvene, I will be too weak to speak the language at all. You felt it when I dropped. That was one contraction. The next one will be worse. Cort does not argue. He does not forbid. He stands in the narrow annex with his hands at his sides, a man learning in real time that love cannot mean steering, and that her choices must survive even when his fear threatens to drown them both. Tell me the affirmation phrase before you go. Miro speaks before Solvay can answer. She cannot. The anchor chamber recognizes only the bonded pair's voices. If Cort knows the phrase before she speaks it, the anchor registers his intention, not hers, and the severance will treat his knowledge as a breach of the original continuous consent design. She must speak it without his foreknowledge. Cort's control holds by a thread. Solvay sees the thread. The effort it takes him not to argue, not to override, not to take the burden onto himself when everything in 2 centuries of instinct screams at him to do exactly that. "Then go," he says. "I will find another route and meet you there." There is no other route. The anchor chamber has one entrance. "Then I wait here." "No." Solvay steps closer. "You stay with Miro. You make sure the convocation does not adjourn before I finish. If the bench dissolves before the anchor is secured, the severance motion stands by default." Cort's throat moves. Another contraction hits, not as sharp as the first, but deeper. A structural tremor that moves through her chest and into her spine. She watches him feel it through the bond, the same tremor moving through him, his hand pressing against his own ribs in unconscious echo. Solvay. Her name, low and rough. I know. She does not say it will be fine. She does not promise what she cannot guarantee. She steps past him, through the annex doorway, into the cold corridor where Miro waits with a key and a candle and a map drawn from memory of stones older than any of them. The floor beneath the old register annex gives way to a narrow stairwell, stone, spiraling into darkness. Miro lights the candle and hands it to her. "The anchor chamber has been sealed since the Consolidation Wars. You will be the first bonded heir to enter it in 73 years. She takes the candle. The bond contracts again. Harder. She does not fall. Below her, the stone stairwell narrows, and she feels the presence waiting at the bottom, patient and old. The same presence that stood in the chapel walls when the first bonded pair was buried beneath the altar. She descends. The candlelight flickers against stone. The air grows colder. The bond pulls like a thread winding through her chest toward the room that waits for her arrival. And the person she saw standing in the vision, the one who has been waiting for her to find this door, takes a breath in the darkness below. Another contraction hits. This one drops them both. Solvay catches herself on the stone wall, the candle tilting, wax spilling across her fingers. 16 steps above her, in the register annex, she hears Cort fall, his knees hitting the floor, his breath a sharp tear of air. The bond shudders between them. Not broken. Not yet. She pushes off the wall and keeps descending. Chapter 72. The stone stairwell narrows. Solvay counts each step, the candle flame streaming sideways with her descent, the air thickening with cold that has nothing to do with winter. The bond contracts again, slower this time, a deep pull that drags at her ribs like something being wound tight before the final break. She does not stop. The walls change as she descends. The stone shifts from modern cut to older, rougher blocks, then to something even older, basalt laid without mortar, fitted by hand in a century she cannot name. The candlelight catches symbols carved into the rock, spirals and interlocking lines she recognizes from the margin notes, the same hand that wrote the consent clause. 73 steps. The stairwell opens into a chamber the size of a small chapel. Solvay steps onto the floor and stops. The room is round, domed, the ceiling lost in darkness above the candle's reach. At the center stands a ring of basalt, waist-high, 6 feet across, its surface worn smooth by hands that have touched it over centuries. A silver basin sits at the far edge of the ring. Iron rings set into the floor surround it at even intervals, 8 of them, rusted but intact. And the candle. It burns on the basin's edge, a single flame, gold and steady, reflected in the basin's dark surface. She is not alone. The woman stands on the far side of the basalt ring, half in shadow, her dark coat still buttoned to the throat. The same woman who watched from the pier, the same woman who killed Ingrid, the debt collector. But she is not the one Solvay saw in the vision. Behind the debt collector, at the chamber's farthest wall, a figure rises from a stone bench, unfolding with the deliberate grace of someone who has been waiting longer than the candle has burned. The regent, House Arvik's regent. She wears no coat now. A dark dress, floor length, sleeves cut narrow. Her hair is loose, silver and black, and she holds nothing in her hands except a leather-bound book and a ring of iron keys that catch the candlelight as she moves. The bond contracts again. Solvay's knees lock. She does not fall. "You found it faster than I predicted," the regent says. "The grandmother's margin notes were specific, but I underestimated how quickly you would read them." Solvay does not answer. She is reading the room, the distance to the basin, the candle's height, half consumed, the iron rings set into the floor, and the way the debt collector has positioned herself between Solvay and the basalt ring, not blocking her, but watching, ready. "You know what this room is." The regent steps closer, the keys chiming softly. "You felt it when the bond dropped you to your knees upstairs. The anchor chamber resonates with every severance contraction. The bond is screaming down through the stone, and the anchor receives it and amplifies it back." Solvay finds her voice. "You filed the annex." "I filed nothing. My predecessor filed the enforcement annex 17 years ago, 3 months after your grandmother died. I simply inherited the consequences." The regent stops at the basalt ring, her hand resting on its worn surface. "I also inherited the blood keys that activate it." She holds up the iron ring, 7 keys, blackened with age, each one shaped differently, each one cut for a lock Solvay cannot see. "The anchor chamber has 7 seals," the regent says, "one for each signatory house that witnessed the original bond. The seals were distributed after the ceremony, buried in house vaults, forgotten by everyone except the keepers who passed the keys down through bloodlines. House Arvik has always kept its keys." "Then unlock it." The regent's mouth curves. "You misunderstand. I am not here to stop you. I am here to ensure you do it correctly." The bond tears, not a contraction, a tear. Solvay drops to one knee, the candle falling from her hand, rolling across the stone. The flame gutters, steadies. She presses her palm to the floor, breathing through the pain as it rips through her chest and into her throat. "Your grandmother designed the severance clause to be overridden by a consent affirmation spoken in the anchor chamber," the regent says, her voice calm above Solvay's struggle. "But she also designed it so that only one bonded pair can occupy the chamber at a time. If the bond is severed before the affirmation is spoken, the chamber seals until the next bloodline heir finds it." Solvay forces herself upright. Her hands are shaking. The bond screams again, softer but deeper, a wound opening inside her. "The debt collector is here to ensure no one interrupts us. You work for House Arvik." "I am House Arvik." The regent sets the keys on the basalt ring. "And I have spent 17 years waiting for a Drenn heir to walk into this chamber, so I can offer you a choice." "What choice?" "Claim the anchor now, with me as witness, and I will unlock all 7 seals. The consent affirmation will bind, the severance motion will be voided, and the bond will stabilize. You will keep the Drenn seat. House Arvik will keep its position on the Convocation. We both survive." "And what do I lose?" "Nothing you were not already willing to give." The regent's eyes are pale, cold, older than they should be. "Your independence, your discretion. The right to decide when and how the bond serves you rather than the other way around. But you will have time to grow into the role, time your grandmother did not have." Solvay looks at the candle, half consumed, the flame steady. She looks at the debt collector, who has not moved. She looks at the keys. "How do I know you will unlock all 7 seals and not trap me here?" "Because I need you alive," the regent says. "A dead Drenn heir collapses the succession register back into contested territory. A living one, bound cooperatively to House Arvik, restores the balance my predecessor tried to shatter by forging the annex. I am not your enemy, Solvay Drenn. I am the only person in this city who understands that your survival and my interest are the same thing." The bond tears again. This time, Solvay feels the candle flicker. Not from her, from the bond. The severance is accelerating. When the contraction releases, she tastes copper on her tongue. "You do not have much time," the regent says. "The candle will burn for another 20 minutes. After that, the seals reset and the severance completes." 20 minutes. The regent steps back from the basalt ring, the keys still resting on its surface, waiting. "Choose." Solvay does not look at the keys. She looks at the debt collector, who has not drawn a weapon, who stands with her hands at her sides, watching, waiting for a signal that has not come. "Why is she here?" The regent's expression does not change. "Because if you refuse, she is under orders to ensure no one else finds what you have left behind." Petition. Chapter 73. The bond tears again, and this time, Solvay feels the stone beneath her hands shudder with it. The candle flame dips, recovers, dips lower. 20 minutes. The regent stands motionless on the far side of the basalt ring, the keys still resting on its worn surface, her pale eyes tracking Solvay with something that could be patience. "You want me to trade one cage for another? I want you to survive," the regent says. "The Drenn seat has been empty for 17 years. The houses that fear it have had 17 years to build contingencies, alliances, kill orders. You walked into that hall alone tomorrow without House Arvik's backing, and you will not walk out. And if I take your keys, you will walk out with the Drenn seat secured, the bond stabilized, and a partner who has kept her bloodline intact across 2 centuries of political erosion. You will owe House Arvik nothing beyond the standing you already grant us by accepting our witness." Solvay's fingers brush the cold stone of the basalt ring. The spirals carved into its surface match the margin notes, match the consent clause, match the language her grandmother wrote into the covenant's bones. "You said your predecessor filed the annex?" "Yes. 3 months after my grandmother died." "Yes." The regent's expression does not shift, but something in her posture stills further. "She knew," Solvay says. "My grandmother knew someone would try to overwrite the consent clause after she was gone. She designed the severance clause as a failsafe because she expected exactly this." The regent says nothing. "And you knew she expected it. You still took the keys. You still came here to wait." The regent's hand moves to the keys, her fingers brushing the oldest one, blackened iron shaped like a cross. "Your grandmother and I were not enemies, Solvay Drenn. We were competitors. She built a covenant that could not be broken by anyone who did not understand its architecture. I spent 40 years studying her architecture because I respected what she built." She lifts the keys. "I am not here to betray her design. I am here to ensure it does not destroy you the way it would have destroyed her." The bond contracts. Solvay's knees buckle. The pain is no longer sharp. It is a constant pressure, a weight pressing down on the center of her chest, making it hard to breathe. The candle flickers with every pulse. 17 years, she gasps. 17 years you let the severance clause sit dormant. You could have unlocked this chamber any time if you wanted to restore the Drenn line. "I could not restore what did not exist." The regent's voice is flat. "You were dead, Solvay. The Accord believed you were dead. The 6ino register listed the Drenn line as extinct, with no surviving claimant. Unlocking the chamber before a living Drenn heir could stand in it would have triggered the dissolution clause automatically. So you waited." "I waited for a Drenn heir to survive the tribunal. I did not expect you to reach the anchor chamber before the severance motion was filed." The regent's mouth curves, not quite a smile. "A Saig is faster than I anticipated. I will credit him that." Footsteps, not from the stairwell. From the chamber's far wall, a section of stone that shifts inward, grinding against unseen hinges. A figure steps through the gap. Dark coat, dark hair, and Solvay's chest seizes for a reason that has nothing to do with the bond. Cort. His face is cut. His left sleeve is torn, blood soaking through the fabric. He moves past the debt collector without looking at her, his eyes locked on Solvay. "You should not be here," Solvay says. "The Convocation is in recess. Miro is watching the door." Cort stops at the edge of the basalt ring, his gaze sliding to the regent. "House Arvik." "Borvin." The regent inclines her head. "I wondered how long it would take you to find the secondary entrance." The steward's corridor. 2 floors up, half a kilometer east, through a wall that should not exist. Cort's voice is flat. "House Arvik has been maintaining this passage for how long?" "Since the Consolidation Wars." The regent's hand touches the keys again. "Every signatory house has a secondary approach to the anchor chamber. Most have forgotten." Arvik remembered. Cort turns to Solvay. The bond pulses between them, warm and urgent, carrying something that is not pain. "The regent offered you a deal." "Yes." "What did she ask for?" Solvay holds his gaze. "My independence, my discretion, in exchange for the keys and a stabilized bond." Cort's jaw tightens. He does not look at the regent. He looks at Solvay, at her hand pressed flat against the basalt ring, at the candle burning lower with every passing minute. "What do you want to do?" The question lands like a blade. Not what should you do, not what is the safest choice. What do you want to do? Solvay feels the bond pulse again, and this time the warmth carries no warning, no weight, just presence. I want to know what happens if I refuse her. Then you die, the regent says, or the severance completes and the bond dissolves, which is indistinguishable from death for someone still carrying the bond in her blood. The regent's voice is patient, almost kind. The first bonded pair designed the anchor chamber to resonate with the bond's root. Severance pulls the root out. The body does not survive the extraction unless the bonded partner is present to absorb the residual energy. Solvay's throat goes dry. And Cort is not bonded. Cort Borvin is the contracted protector, not the covenant partner. The bond was sealed with your bloodline alone. He carries no part of it in his veins. The regent's eyes shift to Cort. He will watch you die, and there is nothing he can do to stop it. Cort moves. She does not see him cross the chamber. One moment he is standing at the basalt ring, the next he is between Solvay and the regent, and the debt collector is already in motion, a blade appearing in her hand as if it was always there. Steel meets steel. Cort's arm is up, a blade Solvay did not see him draw, catching the debt collector's strike. The impact drives him back a step. The debt collector follows, pressing, her movements mechanical, efficient, relentless. Enough, the regent says. The debt collector does not stop. The regent's voice sharpens. I said enough. Still the debt collector presses forward, her blade sliding past Cort's guard, opening a line across his ribs. He grunts, pivots, forces her back, but the blood is already soaking through his coat, spreading dark against the fabric. Call her off, Solvay says. I cannot. The regent's voice carries something new, something that might be unease. She is understanding orders. If the chamber is breached by an unauthorized party, she neutralizes the threat, and she does not respond to countermand in the anchor room. Neutralize. The debt collector's blade drives deep into Cort's chest. He does not cry out. He looks down at the steel buried in his torso, at the blood welling around the wound, and then he looks at Solvay. His knees hit the stone. Finish the ritual, he says, and his voice is steady. The debt collector yanks the blade free. Blood follows. Cort's hand presses against the wound, but the blood keeps coming, spreading between his fingers, pooling on the ancient stone. Finish it, he says again. Do not let her choose for you. The debt collector raises the blade for the second strike. Solvay's hand closes around the keys. The iron is cold, older than anything she has ever touched, older than the stone beneath her feet, older than the bond tearing through her chest. 7 keys, 7 seals, 20 minutes. She looks at the regent, whose face has gone pale, who is watching the debt collector with something that looks like fear. Call her off, Solvay says. I told you, she does not. Call her off or I drop the keys into the silver basin and let the severance complete. The regent's eyes widen. You would kill yourself. I would die choosing. Solvay's fingers tighten around the iron. Call her off. Now. The regent's hand moves. She touches the scar through her eyebrow, the one that matches Opheg's, and she speaks a single syllable in a language Solvay does not recognize. The debt collector stops. The blade hovers, 6 inches from Cort's throat. Solvay does not wait. She crosses to Cort, drops to her knees beside him, presses her hand over his wound. The blood is warm, too warm, and his pulse is fast under her palm. Stay with me, she says, not going anywhere. His voice is thin, but his eyes find hers, and he smiles. You took the keys. I took the keys. Good. The candle flickers. Solvay looks up at the regent, at the debt collector frozen mid-strike, at the 7 iron keys cold in her hand. Show me which seal to unlock first. Chapter 74. Blood pools under Cort's body, spreading dark across the fitted basalt, finding the spiral grooves carved into the stone. The candle burns. The regent stands frozen, her hands still raised from the syllable that stopped at the debt collector, her pale eyes fixed on Solvay's grip around the 7 iron keys. You do not understand what you are holding, the regent says. Then explain it. Those keys were forged from the same blood iron as the seals themselves. Drop them in the basin and the severance accelerates. The bond does not wait 20 minutes, it tears in 20 seconds. Solvay's fingers tighten. Cort's hand finds her ankle, weak, warm with blood. "Don't," he says. She's not lying. The bond pulses between them, a low thrum that she can feel in her teeth, in the base of her skull, in the space behind her ribs where the tearing has not stopped, only slowed. She looks at the keys. 7 iron teeth, cold enough to burn. She looks at the regent. "You said my grandmother designed the severance clause as a failsafe." "Yes." "And you studied her work for 40 years." "Yes." "Then you know she never built anything without a third option." The regent's face does not change, but something behind her eyes shifts. Recognition. Or fear. "The margin notes," Solvay says, "you have read them." "I have read every surviving fragment of your grandmother's hand." "Then you know the bond requires continuous consent, public, spoken, witnessed." "That clause is not an activation phrase. The anchor chamber does not respond to annotation. It responds to the original covenant language, sealed in blood at its founding." Solvay's throat is dry. Her hand is slick with Cort's blood, the keys slippery between her fingers. She looks down at him. His eyes are open, watching her, and there is no plea in them, no instruction, no map for what she should do next. He is waiting for her to choose. The bond contracts. She feels it as a pull, not toward the severance, not toward the seals, but toward something older. The presence she sensed in the chapel, the thing standing in the walls. The first bonded pair, buried beneath the altar, their blood still singing in the stone. The anchor chamber knows her. It has been waiting for her. "The seals," Solvay says, and her voice is steady. "Which order?" The regent hesitates. "The seals must be unlocked in the order they were sealed," she says, "or the chamber treats it as a breach and collapses." "Then show me." "I cannot. The order was lost when my predecessor died. I have spent 17 years trying to reconstruct it." Solvay looks at the keys. 7 seals, 20 minutes. Cort bleeding out on the stone. The regent watching, waiting, her hand still raised. The debt collector frozen mid-strike like a statue carved from old violence. She could guess. She could try each key and each seal until one fits, until the chamber decides she is wrong and the ceiling folds down on all of them. Or she looks at the bond, at the warmth still humming through the tearing, at the presence waiting in the stone. The anchor chamber knows the order, and she carries the bond in her blood. She closes her eyes. The bond is not a thing she can see. It is a pressure behind her sternum, a frequency that hums when Cort breathes, a thread pulled taut between the chambers of her heart. She does not try to understand it. She listens. The first seal is the one nearest the basin. She knows this the way she knows her own pulse, without having to count. She crosses to it. The seal is a circle of iron set into the basalt floor, its surface carved with the same spiral symbol she saw in the margin notes. The keyhole is shaped like a broken ring, the Drenn crest, the center missing, waiting to be completed. She kneels. The first key slides in without resistance. She turns it. The seal clicks. The spiral symbol glows once, faintly, then fades. The room exhales. A precious Solvay did not notice releases, and the air moves, cold and salt-sharp, and the candle flame steadies. The regent says nothing. Solvay moves to the second seal. She does not need to guess. The bond pulls her, hand over hand, from one iron circle to the next, each key finding its home without hesitation, each seal unlocking with a sound like stone grinding against stone. The fourth seal releases and the walls shudder. The fifth and the ceiling groans. The sixth and the candle gutters, burns taller. The seventh seal is set into the basalt ring at the chamber's center, directly beneath the silver basin. Solvay stands before it. The last key is different from the others, larger, darker. The iron is veined with something that glitters like dried blood under the candlelight. She fits it into the keyhole. It does not turn. She presses harder. Nothing. The seal is locked and the key is wrong, and the bond is pulling her toward something else, not the seal, but the basin. She looks up. The basin is filled with water, dark water, still water. The grandmother's margin notes float through her mind. The bond requires continuous, public, spoken consent by both parties before witnesses. No annex may override it. Not the seals, the consent. The bonds she has unlocked are only the house seals, the 7 houses that witnessed the original covenant. Their presence is no longer needed. The chamber wants her voice. Solvay looks at the regent. The 7th seal is not a lock. The regent's face goes pale. The 7th seal is a test. It cannot be, the regent says, but her voice has lost its certainty. I have studied. You studied the architecture. Solvay cuts in. You did not study the bond. She turns to the basin. The water is dark and still, and her reflection looks back at her. Pale gray eyes, dark blonde hair shorter than she would choose, a crescent birthmark behind her left ear. She speaks. I am Solvay Drenn. The water ripples. I stand in the anchor chamber where the covenant bond was sealed, and I affirm that my consent to this bond is given freely, without compulsion, without design, without inherited obligation. The water stills. The bond hums. I affirm that I choose Cort Borvin, not because fate demanded it, not because my bloodline arranged it, but because I love him. Cort's breath catches. The water begins to glow. It is not light. It is something older, a phosphorescence that rises from the dark, from the stone, from the blood of the first bonded pair buried beneath the altar on the other side of the city. The anchor chamber recognizes her. The 7th seal unlocks. The iron ring at the chamber's center splits open, and a sound comes from beneath the stone. Not grinding, not groaning, but singing. A single note held for so long that Solvay feels it in her bones, in the torn space behind her ribs, in the bond that has been screaming since the severance began. And then the chamber begins to collapse. The ceiling does not fall, the walls do not crumble. But the pressure shifts, the air thickens, and the spiral symbols carved into the basalt begin to glow, one by one, in sequence, beginning at the outermost ring and moving inward. The regent steps back. The covenant demands the final affirmation. Solvay looks at Cort. His hand is still pressed to his chest, the blood still seeping between his fingers, his face gray with loss. Both parties, the regent says, or the chamber seals itself with no one inside. Solvay crosses to him. She drops to her knees beside him, takes his face in her hands, and there is blood on his lips and blood on her fingers, and the candle is burning, and the walls are singing, and the debt collector is still frozen at the edge of the room. I need you to speak. He smiles, a thin smile, a tired smile. I heard what you said. Then say it back. I loved you before the bond, he says. I loved you when you did not remember me. I loved you when I had to watch you choose someone else, when I had to stand beside you and let you decide what you wanted. I love you now. The bond tears, not out, inward. The presence in the stone rises, and the candle flame goes still, and the chamber speaks with a voice that is not human, that is older than language, older than blood. It speaks in the language of the first bond, and Solvay understands. The voice is not sound, it is pressure, it is temperature. It is the weight of something ancient pressing through the stone, through the blood-veined iron, through the space between Solvay's ribs where the bond hums its new song. The walls stop groaning, the glowing spirals hold steady. The chamber waits. Solvay's hands are still on Cort's face, his blood cooling against her palms, his breath shallow but present. And the presence in the stone does not speak in words she can translate. She feels the meaning. You are witnessed. The 7th seal is open. The 7 houses are released, but the chamber has not finished with them, because the covenant was never only about seals and iron, about blood keys and silver basins. The covenant was about the 2 people standing in the anchor room, and what they choose to say aloud. Solvay turns to face the chamber's center, where the basalt ring now glows with a pale, steady light, and where the silver basin's water has gone perfectly still. She keeps one hand on Cort. I am Solvay Drenn, she says again, and her voice carries through the chamber, through the singing stone, through the spiral symbols that pulse in answer. I affirm the covenant bond with Cort Borvin. I affirm it not because it was designed for me, but because I choose it. I choose him. I choose this bond as mine, shaped by my consent, not by inheritance. The water in the basin stirs once. Ripples widen, lap at the silver rim, and then the surface clears, and Solvay sees her own reflection looking back at her, steady, certain. She looks at Cort. His hand reaches for hers, blood slick and trembling, and she takes it. "Speak it," she says. "I am Cort Borvin." His voice is thin, but does not break. "I affirm the covenant bond with Solvay Drenn. I have never wanted anything else." The water stills, the chamber goes silent, and then the present speaks again. The bond is rewritten. The 7 spiral symbols flare once, white, then fade to dark, and the basalt ring at the chamber's center sinks, lowering into the floor until it is flush with the stone. The silver basin rises. It hovers at waist height, the water inside it now as clear as mountain melt, and Solvay sees something at the bottom, a small object, dark, familiar. She reaches in. Her fingers close around cold metal. She lifts it out. It is a ring. Simple iron, unornamented, worn smooth by time, and it fits perfectly against her palm like it has been waiting for her hand. The bond hums, not a warning, recognition. "The original seal," the regent breathes. "It was never a key. It was a choice." Solvay looks at the ring. Then she looks at the regent, whose face has drained of color, who is staring at the iron ring in Solvay's hand with something that looks like grief. "What does it mean?" "It means your grandmother built the failsafe deeper than I ever understood." The regent's voice is hollow. "She designed the severance clause to be a trap for anyone who tried to use the bond as a weapon, but she also designed the anchor chamber to recognize a true affirmation of consent. If both parties speak it willingly, the bond is no longer inherited obligation. It becomes chosen." "And the ring?" "The ring is the mark of the original Drenn bond. The first bonded pair wore it to signify their choice was mutual. It has not been seen since the Consolidation Wars." Solvay looks at the iron ring, plain, unadorned, older than the accord. She slides it onto her finger. It fits. The bond settles. The tearing stops. The warmth that has been her compass, her warning, her grief, her tether, becomes something quieter, something simpler. It is still there, but it no longer pulls. It waits. Solvay turns to Cort, whose eyes are on the ring, whose hand is still in hers. "The severance?" "Complete," the regent says. "The chamber has recorded the affirmation and overridden Ofeg's motion. The bond is no longer subject to dissolution by any external party. It can only be undone by mutual choice, spoken in this chamber, before witnesses. Then it is done." The regent nods slowly, through forced calm, through the collapse of a plan she has been building for 17 years. "And House Arvik?" The regent does not answer. Solvay steps closer. "You told me you studied my grandmother's work for 40 years, she says, low, steady, so that only the regent can hear. "You told me you respected her, that she was a competitor, not an enemy." "She was." "Then honor that. Call the debt collector back, stand down, and tell me who hired her." The regent's eyes flick to the frozen figure at the edge of the chamber. "I cannot." "You cannot, or you will not." The regent looks at Solvay with something that might be regret and says, "The debt collector does not answer to House Arvik. She never has." "Then who does she answer to?" The regent does not speak. Her hand goes to the scar through her left eyebrow. The debt collector moves. She is no longer frozen. The single syllable that held her has worn off, or was never meant to hold her this long, or was never meant to hold her all. The blade is still in her hand. She turns toward Solvay, and Cort rises to his feet. His hand is pressed to the wound in his chest, his coat soaked black with blood, his face the color of old bone. But he is standing, and he is between Solvay and the debt collector, and his voice is hardly more than a breath. "No." The debt collector stops, not because she obeys him, but because the ring on Solvay's finger is glowing. A pale, cold light, the same phosphorescence that rose from the basin water, and the debt collector's blade begins to tremble, and the stone beneath her feet begins to crack. The regent's voice cuts through the chamber. "She will bring the whole room down." But Solvay is not looking at the debt collector, not looking at the regent, not looking at the ceiling or the walls or the spiral symbols that are beginning to fracture. She is looking at the ring, at the bond, at the warmth that has gone quiet, the pull that has gone still. the thread that has become her own, and she knows. The anchor chamber is not collapsing because of the debt collector. It is collapsing because the bond has been rewritten. And the original covenant does not allow a rewritten bond to exist in the same space as a failed severance. One of them has to go. The ceiling groans, stone dust falls. The regent backs toward the secondary entrance. The chamber will seal in 90 seconds. If you are still inside, you are inside forever. Solvay grabs Cort's arm, pulls him toward the stairwell. The debt collector does not follow. She stands at the chamber's center, her blade still raised, her eyes on the space where Solvay and Cort were standing, and the spiral symbols are still glowing. The ring pulses, once. Solvay's hand finds the iron ring. She twists it, feels the bond hum in answer, hears the stone groan, and the debt collector looks at her and speaks. A single word. Solvay's blood goes cold. She drags Cort up the stairwell, 18 steps, 40, and the spiral symbols are still glowing beneath them, and she does not stop, does not breathe, does not think about the word she heard, about what it means, about who the debt collector truly serves. They burst through the door into the register annex. The floor lurches. The anchor chamber seals itself with a sound like a coffin lid closing, and Solvay falls to her knees beside Cort, the ring still warm on her finger, the words still ringing in her skull. Mother. Chapter 75. The register annex shudders once, then stills. Solvay kneels beside Cort, her hand pressed to his chest, the warmth of his blood seeping through her fingers, the ring on her hand casting a pale glow across his face. His eyes are open, fixed on her. The color of his skin is wrong, gray beneath the bone, and the wound in his chest is still bleeding, and the anchor chamber has sealed itself beneath them like a tomb that knows their names. Cort. He does not answer immediately. His hand finds hers, the one pressed to his wound, and he holds it there, as if the pressure of her palm is the only thing keeping him in his body. I need you to stay with me. I am here. His voice is barely a breath, but it holds. That is what she notices. Not the strength of it, but the fact that it holds at all. The floor groans again. Somewhere beneath them, stone is still settling, still finding its new shape after the chamber sealed. The register annex shelves tremble. A document slides to the floor. Solvay looks at the ring. It is quiet now. No glow, no pulse, just the weight of it on her finger. The cool metal pressed against her skin, and the bond is different. She can still feel it, but it no longer pulls. It no longer presses, no longer hums with the old frequency that told her where Cort was in a room, that tightened when he was afraid, that opened when he was near. That frequency is gone. What remains is quieter. A thread, not a cable. A presence, not a demand. She can still feel him. The exhaustion in his body. The warmth of his blood moving slower than it should. The fear he is trying not to show. Not for himself, but for her. Because he knows what comes next, and he knows she will face it alone if he falls. You will not fall, she says. His eyes meet hers. You do not know that. I do not care. She pulls her hand from his wound, presses both palms to the fabric of his coat, and rips. The wool tears. Beneath it, the wound is dark and wet, a puncture that missed the heart by the width of a finger, and she has nothing to pack it with, nothing to seal it, nothing but her own hands and the bond that no longer tells her what to do. She tears a strip from her own sleeve, folds it, and presses it against the wound. Cort hisses through his teeth. His hand covers hers again. Solvay, do not tell me to leave you. I was not going to. She looks up. His face is drawn, pale, the lines around his mouth deeper than she has ever seen them, but his eyes are clear. He is not bargaining. He is not protecting her from a decision. He is looking at her the way he looked at her in the anchor chamber when the seventh seal opened and she spoke her choice into the stone. I meant what I said, he tells her. In the chamber. I'm on all of it. I know. I am not your contractor anymore. I am not your protector. I am not the man who decided what you could bear. I am just... He stops. His hand tightens on hers. I am just here, if you still want me here. The bond is quiet. No pressure, no pull, only the thread, waiting, watching, holding space for whatever she chooses to say next. And Solvay looks at him, at the blood soaking through her makeshift bandage, at the gray beneath his skin, at the way his hand holds hers like she is the anchor now, and she thinks about everything she knows. She knows the bond was designed. She knows her grandmother wrote the severance clause as a failsafe. She knows Cort kept the truth from her for 6 years, that he decided what she could bear, that he failed her in the name of protecting her. She knows the debt collector answered to someone else, that the word mother is still ringing in her skull, that there is a hidden mastermind she has not yet found. She knows the Convocation is waiting, that O'Feig is waiting, that House Arvik has lost the anchor chamber but not the game. She knows Cort is bleeding out on the floor of a register annex that is still groaning beneath her feet. And she knows she loves him. Not because the bond told her to, not because fate demanded it, because she has watched him fail and stay, because she has watched him learn, because he let her go down those stairs alone, because he stood between her and a debt collector with a blade through his chest, because he asked her what she wanted, and then he waited. "I want you here," she says. His breath catches. "I want you here," she repeats, slower, so he hears every word, so the bond hears every word, so the stone beneath them hears. "Knowing everything I know, knowing what was designed, knowing what you kept from me, knowing what we still do not understand. I want you here, not because the bond chose you, because I do." The ring warms, not the glow from before, not the pale phosphorescence of the anchor chamber, a different warmth, deeper, slower, like the bond has stopped holding its breath. Cort's hand moves from hers to her face. His fingers are cold, his palm is cold, but the touch is gentle, the way he cups her jaw, the way his thumb traces her cheekbone, the way he looks at her like she is the first real thing he has seen in 200 years. "I love you," he says. "I loved you before the bond. I loved you when you did not remember me. I loved you when you chose someone else. I will love you until the last door closes and the last seal breaks." The ceiling groans. Not the floor this time, the ceiling. Stone dust falls between them. A crack splits the plaster above the register annex door, running from the cornice to the frame, and the shelves begin to tremble again. Solvay does not look up. She looks at Cort. "Can you stand?" "If you help me." She pulls him up. His weight presses into her, his arm across her shoulders, the wound still bleeding through the bandage she made, but he is standing, and he is looking at her, and the bond is quiet. Not gone. Different. Chosen. The ceiling cracks again. A chunk of plaster falls, striking the desk where the severance motion still lies, scattering the papers across the floor. "The Convocation," Cort says. "I know. If they adjourn before we reach the hall, they will not." She does not know how she knows this, but she does. The bond has gone quiet, but she can still feel him, and through him she can feel something else, something pressing up through the stone, through the settling wreckage of the anchor chamber, through the weight of the building itself. The Convocation is still waiting, and she has a ring on her finger that has not been seen since the Consolidation Wars. "Move," she says. They move. The register annex door is still open. Beyond it, the corridor stretches toward the main hall, the walls lined with old lamps, the floor strewn with debris from the tremor. Solvay half carries Cort down the corridor, her shoulder braced under his arm, the ring warm against her skin, the bond steady and quiet and hers. They reach the door to the main hall. The chamber is still in session. The chairwoman is standing. The houses are seated. Fig Ruzek is at his table, composed, waiting, his pale gray eyes fixed on the door as Solvay pushes it open, as Cort sags against the frame, as the ring catches the light and the room goes silent. The chairwoman's voice cuts through the stillness. "Miss Drenn." Solvay does not answer. She steps forward, Cort beside her, the bond quiet, the ring glowing, the word mother still ringing in her skull. And the hall holds its breath. Chapter 76. The silence in the hall has weight. Not the waiting kind, the kind that settles after something breaks. Solvay feels it press against her skin as she steps forward, Cort's arm across her shoulders, his blood still warm against her side where the bandage is soaked through. The ring on her finger catches the low light, and she watches the realization travel across the room like a ripple. House Vider's representative goes still. House Vestra's murmurs die. House Halford's chair scrapes backward, and the sound echoes off the corrugated ceiling like a warning shot. O'Feg does not move. He sits at his table, composed, his pale gray eyes fixed on the ring, on the way it glows, on the thing she carries that no one in this room has seen since before half of them were born. The chairwoman's voice cuts through again. "Miss Drenn, where is the regent of House Arvik?" She is not coming back. Solvay does not raise her voice. She does not need to. The hall amplifies her words the way the anchor chamber amplified the Severance, and every head turns toward her as if she has spoken into stone. The anchor chamber has sealed. The regent is inside it. The debt collector is inside it. And the severance motion is void. O'Feg's composure flickers. A muscle in his jaw shifts. His hand, resting on the table, curls once and releases. The emergency severance motion was filed, Chancellor Ruzek. Solvay continues. It was lawful in form, but it could not compete with what happened in the chamber below. The bond has been rewritten. It cannot be dissolved by any external motion, any bench order, any political maneuver you have prepared. The bond cannot be rewritten, O'Feg says. His voice is flat, controlled, but she hears the crack beneath it. The covenant defines the terms of engagement. No single party is permitted to alter the foundational architecture. Then the covenant is wrong. Solvay lets those words hang. She lifts her hand, and the ring catches the light again, and she watches the truth sink into the faces of the houses, the clerks, the gallery, the woman with the scarred eyebrow who has watched every move she has made. The bond was written to require continuous consent. My grandmother built that into the language. She also built a chamber that could absorb a severance motion and convert it into a transformation. She knew someone would try this. She prepared for it. O'Feg's mouth opens, closes. For the first time since Solvay has seen him, he looks as though he has no answer. The chairwoman strikes the bench with her gavel. "Miss Drenn, you are telling this body that the covenant bond, the foundation upon which the Drenn claim rests, has been fundamentally altered in a process that was neither witnessed by this convocation nor authorized by its officers." "Yes. Then you are asking us to accept a change to a governing document without independent verification." "I am not asking." Solvay straightens. Cort shifts beside her, his weight still leaning into hers, but his hand presses against the wound, and his eyes stay open, watching the room the way he always has, ready for the next threat. "I am reporting what has occurred. The anchor chamber is sealed, the regent is inside, the bond cannot be dissolved, and the ring I am wearing is the original Drenn signet, recovered from the basin beneath this building, which means the succession trigger your ancestors built into the covenant has activated." The chairwoman's face goes blank. House Vider's representative rises halfway from her seat before sitting back down. House Arvik's representative, the woman who called Solvay 4/S on the council steps, the woman who killed Ingreth and failed, is not here. Her seat is empty. "You cannot mean," House Vestra says slowly, "that the declaration is automatic." The anchor chamber recognized the affirmation. The ring rose from the basin. The succession protocols embedded in the Covenant's original architecture have been triggered, and the bench now has a duty to hear the governance offer that the restored Drenn line is required to present. O'Feg's chair scrapes backward. "This is a procedural violation of the highest order," he says, his voice rising for the first time. "A closed-door alteration of a governing document, a seized ring with no chain of custody, a regent who cannot be produced, and a debt collector whose loyalties were never to this body. You are asking this convocation to accept a transformation that was accomplished in secret, underground, with no witness from this hall, and with an agent of unknown allegiance present." "I am not asking," Solvay repeats. "I am telling you that it is done. And I am telling you that the houses who have been waiting 73 years for the Drenn line to either vanish or return will not wait much longer." She looks at O'Feg directly now. She holds his pale gray gaze with her own, and she sees the moment he understands that the severance motion has not only failed, it has strengthened her position. You filed the motion to dissolve us. You triggered the mechanism that should have destroyed the bond. But my grandmother designed the severance clause to be a failsafe for a reason, Chancellor Ruzek. She designed it so that anyone who attempted to force a dissolution would activate something they could not control. The anchor chamber, Ofeg says. The words come out flat, defeated. The anchor chamber, Solvay confirms. The room erupts. House Vitter demands verification. House Vester calls for an emergency session. The chairwoman strikes the gavel 3 times, but the noise does not settle, and the gallery's murmurs grow louder until a single voice cuts through. It is the Vale keeper. She stands at the back of the chamber, her sea ice eyes fixed on the bench, her voice carrying the cold weight of someone who has waited 73 years to speak. The Covenant's original architecture did permit a transformation mechanism, she says. It was written into the subclauses that were never presented to the full Convocation. Miss Drenn's grandmother designed them as a contingency against coerced dissolution. I was present when those clauses were sealed. I can confirm that the process Miss Drenn describes is consistent with the design. House Vitter's representative turns toward Ofeg. You told us the severance motion was clean. It was. You failed to mention that the anchor chamber could override it by automatic succession. I was not aware. You are the Chancellor of the Northern Accord. You signed the severance motion. You did not know there was a contingency that could transform the bond into a permanent governance claim? Ofeg's jaw tightens. The scar through his eyebrow, the one that matches the regent's, the one that matches the chairwoman's, seems to deepen in the light. I was not informed. By whom? The silence stretches. Solvay watches Ofeg's face shift through something she cannot fully read. Anger, calculation, the recognition that he has been outmaneuvered by a dead woman. The regent, he says finally. House Arvik's regent. She was the keeper of the anchor chamber knowledge. She was the one who told me the severance motion would hold. She was the one who assured me that the bond could not be rewritten. Then the regent lied to you, the Vale keeper says. Or she was used. By whom? Ofeg looks at Solvay. For a long moment he does not answer. Then he says, the same person who hired the debt collector. The same person who signed the Glacier Protocol authorization above my name. The same person who has been waiting for the Drenn line to fall or rise for 17 years. The room goes silent again, and Solvay feels the word mother pulse through her skull like a heartbeat. Chapter 77. The Convocation Hall does not settle. House Vitter's representative is on her feet, demanding procedural verification. House Vester's chair scrapes the floor as he leans toward the bench. The gallery hums with overlapping voices, and somewhere behind Solvay, a clerk is already speaking into a handset, calling for the registrar. Solvay stands at the center of it, Cort's weight against her shoulder, the ring warm against her finger, and she watches the chamber devour itself. They are afraid, she realizes. Not of her, of what she represents. A restored bloodline with no precedent for how to integrate it, a bond that cannot be dissolved, a succession protocol that just triggered itself without a single vote. She waits. The chairwoman strikes the gavel twice. The noise does not fade until House Vitter turns towards Solvay directly. You have presented a transformation, House Vitter says. You have presented a ring. You have presented a claim. But you have not presented a governance offer. The Covenant requires the restored Drenn line to submit a formal proposal for how the seat will be held. Do you have one, or do you intend to claim by right alone? The room goes quiet. Solvay feels the weight of the question settle across her shoulders. This is the moment she has been walking toward since she woke in a hospital bed, with no memory and a false name in her pocket. She releases Cort's arm. He steadies himself against the corner of the petitioner's table, and she steps forward alone, the ring catching the chamber's light. I am not here to claim by right alone, she says. The words land clean. I am not here to accept the seat on the terms your predecessors designed. I am not here to become a figurehead for a house that has been declared extinct for 17 years. And I am not here to let House Arvik or House Ruzek or any other faction install me as a puppet while they pull the strings from the shadows. She holds House Vitter's gaze. I am here to propose a provisional joint stewardship, limited by public consent review at intervals of no more than 3 years, subject to tribunal oversight on all governance decisions that affect the signatory houses, with dissolution rights retained by both parties. A pause. The bond I carry is chosen, not inherited. The seat I claim is earned, not owed. And if this convocation cannot accept governance that answers to oversight rather than bloodline privilege, then the Drenn line will remain exactly as extinct as you believed it was. House Vester speaks. Dissolution rights retained by both parties. You are proposing that the bond can still be undone if both parties choose to undo it, freely, publicly, before witnesses. And if one party refuses, then the stewardship continues until the review determines otherwise. The representative leans back. His face is unreadable, but his hand has stopped moving on the table. House Halvard's representative, a woman who has not spoken once since the session began, raises her head. You would bind yourself to a man who concealed the bond's origins from you for 6 years. The question lands like a blade. Solvay does not look at Cort. She does not need to. I would bind myself to a man who confessed those concealments before this hall, who gave testimony that cost him his standing, who stood between me and a blade while bleeding through his chest, and who has spent the last month learning that protecting me does not mean deciding for me. She turns toward House Halvard. The bond was engineered, that is true, but what it became in the anchor chamber, what it is now, was chosen by both of us, and I will not let the architecture of its origin be used to disqualify the reality of its present. House Halvard says nothing, but she does not look away. The chairwoman strikes the gavel once. Miss Drenn, you are proposing a governance model that has no precedent in the Covenant's history. Joint stewardship with public consent review does not exist in any current accord structure. The bench would need time to evaluate whether such a proposal is legally viable. Then take the time, Solvay says. But do not use delay as a weapon. I have seen how this body uses process to bury what it does not want to face. The clerk in the stairwell, the forged filing date, the severance motion filed before I could speak. I am not asking for blind acceptance. I am asking for honest consideration on a timeline that does not serve the interests of the people who have been trying to erase me. The chairwoman's jaw tightens. House Vitter shifts. House Vester's representative is studying Solvay with an expression she cannot quite read, but the hostility that was there an hour ago has dimmed. Then, from the back of the chamber, someone rises. Not the Vale keeper. A woman Solvay does not recognize, gray-haired, dressed in the formal robes of a house she has not seen represented at this convocation. The Drenn proposal deserves a hearing, the woman says. I will second the motion for evaluation. House Vitter turns. You are not seated at this convocation. I am seated in the gallery, and I represent a house that was told the Drenn line was extinct 17 years ago. If that information was false, then every territorial claim made in the wake of that declaration is open to re-examination. The chamber erupts again. Solvay stands in the center of the noise, her pulse steady, the ring warm, and she feels something she has not felt since she woke in that hospital bed. Not safety, not victory, but the beginning of control over her own shape. She turns to find Cort watching her. His face is gray beneath the wound, his breathing uneven, his hand braced on the table to keep himself upright. But his eyes are clear, and the bond between them is quiet, chosen, present. He does not speak. He does not need to. The chairwoman's gavel falls 3 times. This convocation will recess for 2 hours to allow the bench to review Miss Drenn's proposal. All parties are confined to the building. The gallery will remain seated until the registrar completes the identification of the unrecognized House representative. Solvay does not move. She stands at the center of the hall, the ring on her finger, the weight of 17 years of absence settling into something new. And then, across the chamber, the gray-haired woman meets her eyes. The woman does not smile. She raises her hand, palm open, and touches 2 fingers to her chest. It is not a gesture Solvay recognizes, but the ring pulses, and deep in her skull the word mother thrums like a plucked string, resonating, waiting, demanding. Chapter 78. The chairwoman's gavel falls once, and the chamber settles. 2 hours have passed. The air in the converted warehouse has grown thinner, heavier, as if the building itself is holding its breath. Solvay stands where she stood before, Cort beside her, his hand braced on the table, his breathing shallower than it was when the recess began. The registrar steps forward, a folded sheet in her hand. The unrecognized House representative has been identified, she says. House Iseldal, Sealed enclave, Faroese jurisdiction, last recorded at Accord Convocation 73 years ago. The gray-haired woman in the gallery does not rise again. She sits motionless, her hands folded on her knees, her eyes on Solvay. The chairwoman's jaw works once before she speaks. House Iseldal has not held voting privilege in 7 decades. Their identification does not grant them a seat at this bench. My identification confirms that a house was told the Drenn line was extinct, the registrar says, and that house is now prepared to enter testimony regarding territorial claims reopened by that declaration. The chamber stirs. House Vitter's representative stands. This is a distraction. We are here to determine the validity of the Drenn succession claim, not to unravel 70 years of territorial settlement. 70 years of settlement built on a false premise, the gray-haired woman says. Her voice carries without effort. If the Drenn line was never extinct, then every allocation made in its absence was made in error. The chairwoman strikes the gavel. The bench will address House Iseldal standing after the current matter is resolved. Miss Drenn, your proposal has been reviewed. Solvay feels the ring pulse once, a slow beat that matches her heart. The bench finds the joint stewardship model legally viable under Covenant Clause 14, which permits voluntary redefinition of bloodline governance structures with signatory consent, the chairwoman says. However, the proposal requires immediate support from at least 2 signatory houses to proceed to formal codification. House Vitter sits back. House Vesture's representative rises. I will second Miss Drenn's motion. The chamber goes still. The joint stewardship model provides the oversight this body has lacked for 3 generations, House Vesture says. I've spent the last 2 hours reviewing the Covenant's original language. Clause 14 was written precisely for this contingency. A bloodline restored under disputed circumstances must offer a governance structure that distributes power rather than concentrates it. Miss Drenn's proposal does that. House Halford's representative does not move. House Arvik's seat is empty. The chairwoman looks at the empty chair. Her gaze lingers. House Arvik's regent is unavailable to cast their vote, she says. By convention, an absent house cannot block a motion, but neither can they be bound by its terms without their express consent upon return. Then we proceed without them, House Vesture says. House Arvik will contest that, the chairwoman says, and they will have standing to do so. Solvay steps forward. Let them contest it, she says. When the regent explains to this convocation why she was waiting in the anchor chamber with the debt collector who killed Ingrid Saland. When she explains why she held the blood keys to the 7 seals while a severance motion tore through the bond. Let her contest it. The chairwoman's eyes are flat. You are making accusations without evidence. The evidence is sealed in the anchor chamber beneath this building, Solvay says, along with the regent and the debt collector. The chamber will not open until the bond is redissolved, and the bond can no longer be dissolved by anyone but me and Cort. So we have time. The silence stretches. House Vitter's representative looks at the floor. House Howard's representative raises her head. I will support the motion for evaluation, she says. The chairwoman's hand tightens on the gavel. House Howard has a long memory, the representative says. We remember what it cost to let the registers be rewritten without challenge. We will not be party to another erasure. 2 houses. The chairwoman sets the gavel down. The motion carries. Miss Drenn's joint stewardship proposal will proceed to formal codification. The Drenn seat will be provisionally recognized pending review, with all heir rights and obligations restored under covenant law. The chamber exhales, but the chairwoman is not finished. Chancellor Ruzek, she says, your severance motion was filed in violation of Clause 14's superseding authority clause. The bench finds it unlawful overreach layered onto prior personhood violations. Your authorization of the Glacier Protocol has been ruled a crime against Accord statute. Do you have anything to say before this body determines your standing? O'Feig rises slowly. He straightens his jacket, and Solvay sees his hands are perfectly still. I have no argument against the finding, he says. The severance motion was filed in good faith, based on information I now know to be incomplete. The Glacier Protocol was authorized under what I believed was a legitimate necessity claim. If this body determines those actions exceed my authority, then I accept that determination. He does not look defeated. He looks like a man who has already calculated the next move. The Chancellor is not offering a defense, the chairwoman says. I am offering a resignation, O'Feig says. Effective immediately. I will surrender my seal and my standing to be placed under protected inquiry. If there is evidence of criminal intent rather than procedural error, I will answer for it. But I will not be tried by this body, while House Arvik's regent is sealed in an anchor chamber and unable to testify on matters that directly involve her office. Protected inquiry. Not disgrace, not exposure. A door he is walking through with his head up and his secrets still buttoned under his coat. The chairwoman's face is unreadable. Chancellor Ruzek's resignation is accepted. He will be placed under inquiry pending the regent's recovery. Security will escort him to his residence until the inquiry convenes. 2 guards move toward O'Feig. He turns before they reach him. His pale gray eyes meet Solvay's, and he smiles. It is not a smile of victory. It is not a smile of defeat. It is a smile that says, "This is not the end." The guards take his arms. He lets them. And as they lead him past Solvay, he speaks one word, low enough that only she can hear. Mother. The ring burns. Solvay does not move. She watches him walk through the chamber doors, and she feels the word echo in her skull like a bell tolling in an empty hall. Cort's hand finds hers. She holds on. The chairwoman strikes the gavel. This convocation is adjourned until the registrar completes the codification of the joint stewardship agreement. All parties are released from confinement. The chamber begins to empty. Solvay stands in the center of the hall, Cort beside her, the ring warm, the words still ringing. She won, but she has never felt less safe. Chapter 79. The register annex is quiet now. Solvay stands at the long oak table where the covenant record lies open, her fingers hovering above the page. The ink has dried unevenly where the enforcement annex was scraped away, leaving a ghost of language beneath the surface. She can still see the outline of the forged clause, the words that were never meant to bind her. The Drenn ring is warm against her skin. Cort sits on the edge of a reading desk, his coat peeled back, the bandage across his chest dark with seepage. Ursa crouches beside him, her medical bag open on the floor, her face set in the particular expression of someone working very hard not to panic. "The wound is not closing," Ursa says. "You know that." "I know." Cort's voice is level. "It will take time. Time you do not have if it keeps bleeding." Ursa presses a fresh pad against the puncture, and Cort's jaw tightens. The blade did something to the tissue. I cannot tell if it is the metal or the hand that wielded it, but the wound is actively resisting normal healing. Solvay turns from the covenant record. "Can you stabilize him?" Yrsa does not look up. "I can slow the bleeding. I cannot close a wound that does not want to close. He needs proper medical care, not battlefield compresses in an abandoned register annex." "The convocation has healers," Cort says. "We do not trust them." "Then find someone you do trust." Yrsa's hands are steady, but her voice is sharp. "Before the wound turns, because it will turn, and then I am managing sepsis, not puncture trauma." Solvay crosses to them. She kneels beside Cort, her hand finding his. The bond is quiet, a thread instead of a cable, but she feels him through it, the deep vibration of his exhaustion beneath the controlled surface. "After the codification," she says. "There are healers in the Vale Keepers Network." Cort shakes his head. "Tomorrow." "Tonight." "No." He meets her eyes. "You cannot leave this building while the codification is in process. If they sense you are prioritizing me over the seat, they will use it. The chairwoman is already looking for an excuse to slow the review. I am not letting you bleed out for political strategy." "It is not strategy." His fingers tighten around hers. "It is survival." The Drenn seat is provisionally recognized, not secured. House Arvik is sealed in the anchor chamber, but their allies are still in the hall, watching. House Elerda's representative is somewhere in the city, waiting for the registrar to confirm her enclosure's standing. "If you leave now, you signal that the seat is secondary to my life, and they will interpret that as weakness." Ursula finishes wrapping the fresh bandage and sits back on her heels. "He is right," she says, and it costs her something to say it. "Politically, medically, he should be in a bed with someone who knows what they are doing. But if the convocation sees you leave before the codification is entered, they will use it." Solvay looks at the bandage, at the dark bloom spreading at the edge. "How long?" Risa's mouth is a thin line. If I change the dressing every 2 hours and he stays still? 12 hours before the wound starts degrading. After that, the risk climbs fast. 12 hours. Solvay stands, her hand still in Cort's. Then we have 12 hours for the codification. Cort's mouth quirks, the ghost of a smile. That is longer than I expected to have this morning. Stop pretending you are not afraid. I am not pretending. His voice drops. I am choosing which fear to hold. The fear of dying or the fear of losing the seat. One of them is useful, the other is not. Solvay wants to argue. Instead, she pulls him to his feet, slowly, his weight heavy against her. The bond pulses once, a deep thrum that is not pain, not pleasure, just presence. The knowledge that he is here, that he survived. She leads him to the table where the covenant record lies open. Look, she says. He leans over the page, his breath uneven. What am I looking for? Read the consent clause, the part about the bond's legal standing, Cort reads. His hand, braced on the table, tightens. The language has changed. Yes, bonds are not supposed to change. They are written in covenant ink, sealed by blood and witness. They do not rewrite themselves. Solvay touches the margin where the ink shifts from the original script to something darker, fresher, as if the page itself responded to what happened in the anchor chamber. It is not a bond anymore, she says. At least, not in the old sense. The covenant record no longer lists it as inherited obligation. It lists it as renewed mutual compact, sealed by spoken consent, witnessed by the anchor chamber's presence. Cort stares at the page. That is not how covenant law works. That is how this covenant works. Solvay's voice is quiet. My grandmother designed the anchor chamber to convert severance motions into transformations. She anticipated that someone would try to force dissolution. She built a mechanism to turn weaponized law into chosen consent. Cort looks up at her. She knew. She knew someone would come for the bond. She did not know who, but she built the failsafe anyway. Solvay's hand moves to the ring on her finger, the warmth steady beneath her touch. The ring, the chamber, the covenant architecture. It was all designed to protect choice, not enforce fate. Cort is silent for a long moment. Then he reaches out and touches her wrist, a light brush of his fingers against the pulse point. And my choice, he says. You are certain it is mine? Solvay meets his eyes. I asked the chamber, she says, before I spoke the affirmation. I asked if the bond could be refused by either party if the consent was genuine but the history was incomplete. The chamber answered. How? It pulled the word from my own understanding. Yes. The bond cannot compel love, it can only recognize it. What we feel is ours, it always was. Cort's grip on her wrist tightens, and she feels his exhale, a breath he has been holding for years. I did not think I would hear those words, he says. I thought the bond would always carry the question, the doubt, the fear that I chose you because the architecture designed me to. You chose me before the architecture. He nods, and she steps forward, her body against his, careful of the wound, and presses her forehead to his. The room is quiet. Bressa has turned away, gathering her supplies, giving them the privacy of averted eyes. The register annex smells of old paper, of dust and winter, and of the metallic tang of Cort's blood. Solvay breathes him in. And for a moment, she lets herself believe that the hardest part is behind them. The door opens. Beldor Mays stands in the frame, his face pale, a folded paper in his hand. Miss Drenn. Solvay steps back from Cort, her body still close, her hand still in his. What is it? Beldor crosses the room. His steps are measured, but there is a tightness in his shoulders she has not seen before. The codification has been entered in the provisional register, he says. House Vitter and House Halvard have submitted their formal support. House Vester has not withdrawn its second. The Drenn seat is provisionally recognized under joint stewardship. That is good news, Solvay says. It is. Beldor holds up the paper. But this arrived during the codification, hand-delivered by a courier who would not give their name, sealed with a sigil the registrar does not recognize. Solvay takes the paper. The seal is black wax, pressed with a symbol she has never seen, 3 interlocking rings, the center one unbroken. She breaks the seal. The paper is heavy, the handwriting precise, a single paragraph in careful English. The North Atlantic enclave of Feetmork acknowledges the restoration of the Drenn seat with interest, but reserves the right to contest the joint stewardship model under pre-consolidation covenant law. An envoy will arrive within the fortnight to present our claim. We trust you will receive them with the courtesy owed to a house that has waited 17 years for this conversation. Solvay reads it twice. Then she looks at Beldor. Who is Feetmork? Beldor's face is gray. I do not know, he says, and I have been reading Accord records for 40 years. The ring on Solvay's finger pulses once, a warning she cannot translate, and she feels the word again, quiet in her skull, patient, waiting. Mother. Chapter 80. The door closes behind Beldor, and the room contracts around the paper in Solvay's hand. 3 interlocking rings, the center one unbroken. She has seen that symbol before, not on parchment, but carved into the anchor chamber's basalt wall beneath the spiral that marked the 7th seal. Cort shifts beside her, a sharp breath catching in his chest. Yrsa is already moving toward him, her hand checking the bandage, her mouth a tight line. Sit down, Drissa says, before I have to pick you off the floor. Cort does not sit. He looks at Solvay. Feetmork is the enclave the grandmother sealed against. Solvay's head snaps up. You know the name. I know what it means. His voice is low, strained. White Field, the territory beyond the last consolidation treaty. The Accord drew its borders around it, called it unclaimed waters, but it has always been ruled, just not by any house at this table. Beldor's face goes paler. If Feetmork is a recognized enclave under pre-consolidation covenant law, then their challenge has standing. The joint stewardship cannot be finalized until the claim is heard. How long? Solvay asks. The envoy arrives in a fortnight, but if they are mobilizing claimants now, Beldor trails off. Solvay feels the ring pulse once, a slow, deliberate beat, like a heart beneath the stone floor. The word mother does not echo this time. It settles. It takes root. She looks at the letter again. The handwriting is measured, unhurried. The North Atlantic enclave of Feetmork acknowledges the restoration of the Drenn seat with interest, but reserves the right to contest the joint stewardship model under pre-consolidation covenant law. The word interest is a blade wrapped in silk. This arrived during the codification, she says, before the provisional recognition was entered. They knew the seat would be restored before I did. Beldor nods. The courier was waiting. They timed it. Cort lowers himself onto the edge of the table, his jaw tight. Someone in the Convocation is feeding them information. Or someone in the registry. Or both. Solvay turns the letter over. The seal leaves a raised impression on the reverse. She runs her thumb across it. 3 rings. Unbroken. Her grandmother's crest had the center ring broken. The Drenn line was the break. Feetmork kept its center whole. We need to know who they are nominating, she says. The claimant. The letter does not name them. Beldor pulls out his pocketbook, pages through it. I have spent the last hour calling every contact I have who knows pre-consolidation enclave law. No one answers. No one returns my calls. Because they are waiting, Cort says, to see which way the ground tilts. Yrsa steps between them. The ground can tilt all at once in the next 10 hours. After that, Cort's wound stops being a political problem and becomes a corpse. Solvay meets Cort's eyes. His face is drawn, the usual stillness replaced by a thin sheen of sweat along his hairline. She is right, he says. You cannot lead the codification and nurse me through sepsis. Then I do both. Solvay. Do not. Her voice cuts through the room. Do not start deciding for me again. Not now. Cort holds her gaze. Then he nods once. A fraction of movement. Surrender. Yrsa clears her throat. I can stabilize him for the night, keep the wound packed, but I need clean supplies, sterile sutures, and a room that is not a register annex storage closet. Beldor closes his pocketbook. There's a medical office in the north wing, old field surgery from the consolidation era. I can have it opened. Then go, Solvay says. Beldor hesitates. Ms. Drenn, the codification entry will trigger automatic notifications to all houses recognized under the original covenant. I have already seen the first wave of responses. House Ealdil has submitted a formal statement of support. House Vestur has not withdrawn its second, but they have requested clarification on the governance timeline. And House Arvik, he stops. House Arvik is leaderless, Solvay finishes. Their regent is sealed in a chamber that cannot be opened unless I choose to dissolve the bond, and I will not. Their deputy is calling for an emergency convocation to elect a new regent. It will be contested, but that contest gives us time. They will not be able to mount a coordinated challenge while they are fighting among themselves. Solvay looks at the map on the wall. The Northern Accord spreads across Iceland, Norway, the Faroe Islands, the North Atlantic enclaves, dots and lines and faint ink marks that trace routes older than the countries they cross. Finnmark is not on the map, but she feels it. A presence in the blind spot, a waiting shape. Open the medical office, she says. Get Cort stabilized, and then find me everything you can about Hivmork, even if it is a rumor, a fishing log, or a name scratched into old stone. Bedor nods and leaves. Yerses steers Cort toward the door. He stops at the threshold, turns back. Solvay. She meets his eyes. You are the name on the throne now. Not because the bond put you there, not because the accord gave you permission, because you chose it. We chose it. He almost smiles. Then Yrsa pulls him through the door, and the room is empty. Solvay stands alone before the map. The ring burns low and steady. The word mother settles deeper. Not a warning now, but an invitation. She reaches into her coat and pulls out the sealed envelope her mother left, the one she has carried unread since the Vale Keeper's cave. The wax is still intact. Her mother's seal. 3 interlocking rings, the center one unbroken. The same as if Mox. Solvay stares at the seal. Her mother was never erased by the accord. She simply vanished. And now the enclave that wears her mother's symbol is riding toward Reykjavik with a claim. The door opens behind her. She does not turn. Beldor found something, Cort says, his voice rougher now. A name. The claimant Hithmok is nominating. Solvay's hand tightens on the envelope. Who? Cort's reflection in the window is pale, his hand braced on the frame. Your mother. The name lands like a stone in deep water. Solvay looks down at the seal in her hands. The unbroken center ring. The same symbol on the Hithmok letter. The same symbol her mother pressed into this wax before she disappeared. She was never gone. She was waiting. And now she is coming home to claim a throne. Solvay was never meant to fill alone.